Under the sweltering sun, 20-year-old Kim Shojun, born pseudo-awakener, is diligently working. He carried the pile of monsters on his shoulders, thinking as he walked, I am a born awakener, born with strength stronger than humans, but in order to pay off my parents' debt, the two of them died in a mysterious accident. Hidden, I have been working as a transporter for hunting monsters for 9 years. There is only one thing for a person to endure the harsh work and pressure of debt. Kim Shojun struggled to wipe away his sweat and then thought about his dream of becoming a professional hunter. During break time, some colleagues gave him a can of water and asked, Hey, Shojun, how are you saving money to become a hunter? Hearing that, he immediately replied, I'm looking for cheap but good hunter academies. They said startled, Hunter Academy. Seeing that, the two uncles immediately started talking to each other. Isn't it true that a hunter is something that can be done if you just wake up? Created, now I have to go to the Hunter Academy to pass the exam. Kim Shojun drank water and thought, he was right, most of the professors at the academy were active hunters, because there were real hunters teaching experiences and secrets that normally had to be risky. New life learned. Thanks to that, the 30th Hunter Academy broke the record for the number of candidates passing the exam, and a huge gap between the educated and the uneducated was created. An era where you had to enter the Hunter Academy to becoming a hunter has arrived. After reading it, Kim Shojun smiled and thought to herself, besides, I am finally here. After a while, he opened his account balance to look at it and muttered, I've also managed to save enough money to study for a year at the Hunter Academy. Kim Shojun was extremely happy. He kept looking at his phone and smiling and thinking, I really want to go to a better academy, but it's too expensive and this place isn't that bad. Suddenly, Kim Shojun saw a notification. He wondered, what is this? An advertisement. The title of the Supreme Academy advertisement, the Supreme Academy message, the link to the introduction video. Seeing that, I immediately thought curiously, Supreme Academy, this is the first time I've heard of them. Then he clicked on the link, immediately saw a promotional video about that academy. The model of fake transcendence is changing. The transcendence fad is taking the universe by storm. A collection of experience and knowledge from expert professors tens of thousands of years old, customizing individual exercises suitable for each student. Interviewing a student who passed the level 9 swordsman competition. I enrolled without any expectations, but in the end it was the best decision I made. Then came the interview with the student who passed the level 5 Ascension Sane exam, thanking the Academy, the Supreme Academy. Then the music at the end of the video begins to play. The legend of those who pass the exam will continue to exist at the Supreme Academy. If you want to become transcendent, enroll now. My life has improved thanks to learning Supreme Academy. My life changed after entering the Supreme Academy. After the video ends, it turns off. After watching, Kim Shojun was still shocked. He muttered in his head, what the hell is that advertisement? Moments later, Kim Shojun went to the Academy's website, frowned and said, the Academy's website was no different from other hunter academies. What was the strange professor's name? And he found it. It was a pretty cool thing, so I forced myself to say, Great Saint Chi Tien, I'll try this out. Meanwhile, he immediately turned on the video and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hello, I am Chi Tien Great Saint, but my real name is Tun Ngo Kong. My main weapon is a wish-fulfilling stick. Sticks and spears are not very different. After watching, Kim Shojun commented that the lecture was quite normal in terms of concepts. The person in the video said, if you just explain it, it's hard to understand. Let me show you. First, he holds the stick outward, then he stretches his hand a few times to demonstrate, then rotates the stick inward, grips, and finally, stabs the opponent at a single point. Suddenly, Kim Shojun suddenly stood up and said, what is that? The mountain has disappeared. Seeing that, he immediately angrily said loudly, is this something you put together? It doesn't look real at all. Even an S-class hunter couldn't do this. Then the system immediately pops up a request, do you want to register to study this lecture? If you study this lecture, you will receive the DGP of the Great Saint S. For a moment, Kim Shojun hesitated and thought. Soon, he decided to press the registration button even though he didn't know why Kim Seo-jun made that decision. Then the system sends a series of notifications. If you want to register an account, you will be sent an invoice to calculate the membership registration fee. Your registration fee is being calculated by considering your cause and effect relationship. Kim Shojun frowned and said, just creating an account costs money, what about this cause and effect calculation? Then the system immediately sent another notification. The membership registration fee is 40,000 USD. After registration, the lecture fee may fluctuate depending on your circumstances. Seeing that, Kim Shojun immediately tried to look back a few times, afraid that he was just dizzy. Let's see, 40,000. After reading it, he immediately shouted, damn the scammers. Uncle Manchol just talked to me and asked, "Are you going to enroll in the academy?" Uncle Manchol then put the beast on his back and gently asked, "No wonder you look happy, where did you enroll?" Hearing that, Kim Seo-jun replied, "Arc Hunter Academy, I heard they have good teachers." After saying that, I joked with him, "Don't forget me when you're famous." Kim Seo-jun also happily replied, "Of course, do you want me to deal with the monsters I caught?" He replied excitedly, "Listen, you finally have a chance to deal with a dragon." Kim Seo-jun felt happy and immediately followed Uncle Mishul. Not only the dragon, he also let him play soccer with the zombie's head. After a while, Kim Seo-jun thought, "Someone once said this, life is a comedy when seen from the big picture, but a tragedy when seen up close, and one thing no one expected was the chain that tied the beast. It broke, causing it to fall and hit him straight." Sitting on the hospital bed, Kim Seo-jun thought absently, "So to be able to smile, you must be able to endure pain." He immediately remembered what happened just now. The doctor said, the nerves in his legs were gradually necrosing. It seemed that the broken bone fragments were entangled with the nerves as they healed, because he recovered quickly. More than ordinary people want is to wake up. Your boss saw that and immediately said, "What compensation for occupational accidents? It's still late. What do you think my nephew and I's reputation will be like if we are rumored to have had an accident? What happened to our company?" Then suddenly Uncle Manchol came to give me the hospital fee and said, "The surgery fee is $40,000. You need to have surgery as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the more your nerves will suffer. Stick firmly to the bone and the consequences will be irreversible. Take it away. That's why you need to be able to look far into the future." Kim Seo-jun clutched the money envelope in his hand. He thought absent-mindedly, "So I looked towards the future while enduring for 9 years." Kim Seo-jun was angry, clenched his fist even tighter. He muttered, "All the money I saved was used for the surgery, and now, I only have $3,000 left that Uncle Manchol gave me. Can I start over again?" Kim Seo-jun thought vaguely, and suddenly his phone rang. He accidentally looked at his phone and immediately saw the following information: "Past Transcendent prices are always low, special discount event for new students. If you register today, you will get free lessons." Kim Seo-jun seeing that, he suddenly said, "Isn't this the Supreme Academy's website?" After that, he picked up his phone and scrolled through it, thinking, "I couldn't find it again after that day." Then the system immediately sends a notification: "Your registration fee is being calculated by reminding your cause and effect relationship. The membership registration fee is $300. After registration, the lecture fee may fluctuate depending on your needs." In your situation, seeing that, he suddenly became curious and asked himself, $300, wasn't it $40,000 last time? Kim Seo-jun suddenly thought, now that I think about it, I only had $40,000 at that time. Did he want to take all the money I had? Seeing that, Kim Seo-jun excitedly thought, why should I try to register? Then he said, I don't have any money in my account anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately confirmed the registration, then the money in the envelope flew out in some magical way. When Kim Seo-jun saw this, he was extremely startled and said in fear, the money was flying out of the envelope. Packaging. Then the system displays a notification, congratulating you on becoming a member of the Supreme Academy. Suddenly from his phone, Mentor appeared, startling him and saying, what's going on? Kim Seo-jun was still surprised and said in panic, a person came out from his phone. Then he suddenly said, nice to meet you, then asked him, are you Kim Seo-jun? Mentor then continued, I'm the advisor in charge of teaching you the basics. Kim Seo-jun muttered in a daze, is my head injured too? He smiled excitedly and said his name, Mentor. A moment later, when Kim Seo-jun calmed down, he opened his mouth and asked, so? You said, your advisor's name is Mentor. You jumped up and explained, I, Mentor, am your advisor. Seeing that Kim Seo-jun still didn't seem to understand, he happily said again, your advisor is me, Mentor, my name is Mentor. Then Kim Seo-jun suddenly said, could it be, you are the advisor I know? Seeing Odysseus, Mentor replied in surprise, oh, so you know me. Mentor crossed his arms and floated. He proudly said, Odysseus was the first student I was in charge of. He became a pseudo-transcendent a long time ago, but still contacted me from time to time. Kim Seo-jun was about to move his lips but stopped. Think, what? Mentor then coughed a few times and seriously said, by the way, our Ultimate Academy is an academy whose teachers are people who always want to surpass the limits of their race. Hearing that, Kim Seo-jun was startled and asked, wait, is this an academy for transcendents, not for hunters? Mentor then laughed and replied, how can you compare a transcendent faker with a hunter? They are on a completely different level. It seemed like Kim Seo-jun still couldn't accept this harsh truth, waving his hands and saying, but that's an S-class hunter. Before he could finish his sentence, Mentor brought the phone close to his face and said, "Our teachers can take down hunters with just their fingers, but have you filled this in yet?" Kim Shojun read the information sheet that Mentor gave, surveyed to create a bachelor's course for new students. Question 1: Choose the field in which you want to excel. 1 combat, 2 production, 3 medicine, 4 intelligence, 5 arts, 6 other fields. Of course, Kim Shojun didn't understand what he was reading. He scratched his head and asked Mentor. When he heard that, he immediately explained, "This is for us to know what kind of transcendent person he wants to become, as well as to confirm his current abilities and tendencies. Now, as I said, it's a survey." Mentor then continued, "In order to give him the best guidance, please answer truthfully." Then he immediately chose a battle, while Kim Shojun thought, "What will happen now?" Seeing that Kim Shojun was confused with the system, Mentor immediately flew to his side and asked if there was a problem. Kim Shojun rubbed his head and said, I don't know what to choose for the second question." The system immediately displayed a question, Super Aptitude Test. Question 2, please choose your current skill level. 1 is close to transcendence, but still missing about 2%. 2, you are already the strongest person right now, but you are not the strongest person in history. 3, you can turn a large plane into a field with 1 blow punch with all your might. 4, you can easily split a large mountain in half with 1 strike. 5, maybe not a huge mountain, but you can lift 1. Seeing that, Mentor smiled and said, Many people are hesitant here, just choose this one that accurately describes what you can do. Then he naively asked Mentor, "Can you plow a large plane into a field with a full punch?" He pretended to answer, "No." Then Kim Shohun asked again, "What about splitting a mountain in half?" As big as a blow, he happily posed and replied, "Not always, but I can climb it." Then he turned to ask Kim Shojun, "Does that mean you can't lift a mountain?" Kim Shojun frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be more strange if I could do something like that?" Seeing Kim Shohun keep rubbing his head, Mentor thought, "How could he enroll in our academy? He is too ordinary." A moment later, Mentor immediately winked and reassured Kim Shojun, It's okay, don't worry too much, the Ultimate Academy will never kick out members. Once a member, it's a lifetime membership, now answer. Come on." After completing, Mentor immediately applauded and rewarded him, "Very good," while Kim Shojun was very tired, whispering, "Why are there 108 questions?" Then Mentor flew up to him and said, "You can study for free, let me recommend a few lectures for you, but after we analyze your profile, we will talk about the rest later." Kim Shojun had a headache right away. Hastily replied, "Okay." A moment later, Mentor rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "So his favorite way of fighting is spearmanship. For spearmanship, instead of cultivating mana, it would be more suitable to practice polite oriental weaponry. Teaching member Chi Tian Dai Sheng is very good at texts, but since you can't even lift a mountain, it's too advanced. Well, I think one of these lectures is best for you to learn for free." Then the system immediately appeared with updated information. Once the spirit collapses, physical ability becomes useless. Teacher Siddhartha Gautama, mandatory introductory course for transcendent fighters. Teacher Chiron capsule. To Kim Shojun's surprise, Mentor continued to suggest, "Not only were you injured, but you were also mentally challenged, right? Why don't you start by taking lessons from teacher Siddhartha Gautama?" Hearing that, Kim Shojun shouted, "Are you talking about Buddha?" Mentor replied, "Yes, he said he wasn't, but all the students called him Buddha." Mentor then proudly told that teacher Siddhartha Gautama is one of the famous teachers for spiritual teachings, a mandatory subject in the transcendental competition. It is a teaching that would have cost a lot of money to learn, but he was determined to save poor souls. Hearing that, he was scared and thought, "What the hell?" Then the system pops up again with a request, "Do you want to register for this lecture? When you complete this lecture, you will receive steadfastness without moving your mind, SSS." He thought curiously, steadfastness without moving your mind. Then Mentor continued, "That is why teacher Gautama's lecture is considered necessary. As long as he is steadfast and unmoved, he can learn most fields." Mentor playfully raised a like and said, "So even though he felt like he was going to lose his mind, he needed to watch the entire lecture." Kim Shonun heard that and immediately shouted, "What, lost your mind? What do you mean?" He smiled and replied, "You will understand when you learn it. I will contact you again after I finish analyzing your profile." With that, Mentor disappeared, leaving a bewildered Kim Shojun alone here. Then he negotiated with himself, "Well, let's see how it goes." As soon as he opened the video, he heard Buddha's voice. "Where do you think this world exists?" Kim Shohun curiously asked, "Is he really a Buddha? He looks like a living golden statue. And breathe." Then Buddha slowly continued, "Since I do not exist, therefore, I do not exist." Putting aside his previous thoughts, Kim Shojun thought, "But more importantly, this lecture is too difficult. If there is nothing to compare it to, how can an indefinable being exist? Then he thought about what he said earlier. Is this what the mentor was talking about? Is that why I wish you luck? The Buddha continued, so this world and this universe were created together. Time with your birth, and it perishes at the same time as your death. You do not exist, you are simply the world. After listening for a while, Kim Shojun thought lazily, feeling like he was about to lose his mind. After a while, the system appeared, the lecture progress was 0.006%, and Kim Shojun was like a lost soul struggling to lie on the hospital bed after watching the lecture. A week later, when Kim Shonun was re-examined, the doctor praised him a few words. His recovery speed was extraordinary. I knew he was a fake awakening, but this was the first time I had seen such a thing in my life. 30 years as a doctor. Hearing that, Kim Shojun happily thought, I'm not imagining things. Then a moment later, he picked up the phone and thought about that lecture. Thanks to Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, my mind felt calm, so I recovered faster, even though I felt like I was about to lose my mind every time I listened to it. I have only completed 1.3% of this lecture, but it has been so effective. The doctor continued, he couldn't be sure, maybe he should stay in the hospital for another week, while Kim Shojun thought, wondering what it would be like when he reached 100%. Then he smiled and replied to the doctor, okay, that's fine with me. Kim Shojun thought to himself, Supreme Academy, it's the real deal. For a moment, Kim Shojun scrolled through the lecture and thought, now that I can move my body, why don't I try Chiron's lecture as well? Having said that, Kim Shojun lay on the hospital bed watching the video. He muttered in his mind, Level A reincarnation, it is lower than steadfastness, but Level A does not mean a poor skill. For a moment he remembered Mentor's words and thought, perhaps only being steadfast and unmoved could be as terrible as that. Suddenly Chiron appeared and said, nice to meet you, my name is Chiron. The system then introduces this person, Chiron. He is a centaur with the upper half being a human and the lower half being a horse. Hercules, Theseus, Achilles, Jason, etc. He is the vision of most of the heroes in the game. Greek mythology. Then the hero Chiron's teacher says, the goal of the lecture is to prepare students to enter a state where they can enter the first realm of transcendence. Please note that fighting techniques will not be taught in depth in the course. Study this. Hearing that, Kim Shojun lay down and thought, it was a real Chiron. Actually, I was no longer surprised. Chiron coughed a few times and said, now, the first step to becoming a fake transcendental person. After talking for a while, he stopped, making Kim Shojun quite curious. Then suddenly Chiron shouted loudly at his phone screen, stood up and immediately corrected that demon. A loud voice seemed to pierce Kim Shojun's thoughts. He suddenly jumped in shock and dropped the phone. Chiron shouted, get to work now, you bastard, causing Kim Shojun to startle and scream, you ack. After a while, he lay struggling on the ground, vaguely not knowing what the hell had just happened. Then the system displays a new notification. There is a personal daily task. After calculating the student's current level, an appropriate task will be assigned. Running 30 kilometers, 0 kilos. Kilometers over 30 kilometers, squats 1000 times, 0 over 1000, push-ups 300 times, 0 over 100, sit-ups 300 times, 0 over 300, pull-ups 150 times, 0 over 150. Seeing that, Kim Shojun immediately scratched his head and said, the tasks and levels of these tasks they gave me seem to be more difficult than the usual threshold, so I'm not One Punch Man. He suddenly remembered the doctor's advice, don't work too hard this week, then hesitated and thought, that's not to mention that the doctor probably said something like that. After that, Kim Shojun yawned, dialed the phone and said to herself, for now, I'll just listen to the lectures and when I'm better I'll do the proper work later, skip it, move on to the next lesson. At the same time, the system also displays a notification, there are unfinished tasks, please complete your tasks. Just when she saw the notification, Kim Shojun suddenly froze as she pressed the phone screen but the system still showed up, there are unfinished tasks, please complete your tasks. There are unfinished tasks, please complete your tasks, there are unfinished tasks, please complete your tasks, there are unfinished tasks, please complete your tasks. After a while groping around, Kim Shojun couldn't click through. He was surprised by this so he shouted, how the hell did he know he hadn't finished the task? Then a moment later, Kim Shojun was helpless and could only sit still and sigh. He thought to himself, I can't help it, it's only for 1 week, why make it so difficult for myself? After that, Kim Shojun went to find another lecture to study. I should listen to Professor Gautama's lecture first, but then he accidentally saw something. Kata, time until completion of your freedom, 83 days. Kim Shojun smiled bitterly, running in the park and thinking, There's also an expiration date. But then Kim Shojun could only sigh and say, well, the Ultimate Academy is also a school, so it makes sense to set limits for the students. A moment later, when Kim Shojun was stretching his thigh muscles, he suddenly muttered, the remaining time is 83 days, at the beginning it was probably 90 days, 3 months, right? But then when I remembered the previous lessons, I had already studied, but the progress bar was still the same. The lecture progress was 1.3%, I had studied, but my progress had not increased at all. Kim Shojun again, I thought, I really don't know how this academy works. I will probably have to completely absorb all the knowledge in the lectures and achieve a certain level of understanding for my learning progress to increase. After that, I played the same lecture over and over again. I took Professor Gautama's course for a whole week, but my progress was still at that modest 1.3% level. Kim Shojun sighed and thought, I continued. I really don't have the confidence to complete the 83-day course. Kim Shojun stopped thinking, he rolled his shoulders and said to himself, completing freedom means it's just a test, right? It's been a long time since I've exercised. Then Kim Shojun thought, more accurately, I haven't had any reason to exercise until now, and yet, all I've done for the past 9 years is carry monsters that hunters professionals have attacked that. After thinking for a while, he lay down with his hands on the ground and said, push up first, 1, 2. But in this situation, I couldn't forget those hard working days. Because the monster corpses I had to carry often weighed up to 70 kilograms, I didn't feel the need to exercise anymore. A moment later, Kim Shojun's whole body was covered in sweat. He thought again, even though he still doesn't know how to use mana, I'm still a fake awakened person. I have a lot of faith in this solid body. 300, Kim Shojun said. He lazily brushed his hands and stood up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Kim Shojun looked at the phone tiredly and proudly said, before, I still had to carry 9 years over there. What's the point of this? Now, to continuing this atmosphere, the next exercise will be. Having finished speaking, Kim Shojun looked at his phone and was startled when he saw that the new index was 81 out of 300. Kim Shojun froze, he scratched his head in confusion and wondered why he only counted 81 instead of 30. After that, he immediately did push-ups, then did push-ups again for quite a while, but the system only updated to 82 out of 300. Immediately, he fell into deep thought, not knowing what to say. Then Kim Shojun continued to practice, swinging the bar, doing push-ups while talking, not doing the correct posture, meaning not doing the right posture, doing push-ups. 300 times, it doesn't mean it doesn't come, it means counting. Crunches 300 times 300 over 300, always. Squat 1000 times 1000 over 1000, hold suction, it means nothing. How is that possible? Running 30 kilometers, 30 out of 30. At night, he struggled to lie down in the middle of the street, screaming loudly, "Arg, I'm crazy, I can't do it anymore, I won't do it anymore." Seeing that, passers-by could only shake their heads in disapproval and say to themselves, "This young man, TSK, Mom, that guy is messing around on the ground, shh, stop looking at him." Kim Shojun helplessly cried and shouted, "I have to do this every day, so when should I listen to the lecture?" Seeing that, he said, "That's your job, huh?" A few days later, an old lady saw him in the hospital and said, "Oh my God, boy, why does your body look so much better? Are you going to exercise again?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Oh yes, how are you guys doing?" Seeing him say that, the old woman immediately applauded him, "Oh my God, you are really hard-working, very hard-working, such a good youth." A moment later, he heard the news announcing the latest news. Around 5 a.m. this morning, the 4-star monster behemoth suddenly appeared in the inner city of Seoul. The Federation said that this behemoth was in a state of deep sleep. It was determined that the Monster Body Transport Service did not know about this, and transported the monster into the inner city. As soon as it woke up, this could have been fatal. However, by chance, a fake awakener nearby arrived and prevented any deaths from taking place. This fake awakener was a cadet at Gaon Academy. Thanks to the influence of level 5 hunter Jung Hun Young, Gaon Academy taught. After listening for a while, the old woman asked him again, "Did those hunters save other people's lives?" Before he could answer, the old woman continued, "They are truly great people, ah." After remembering what she was about to say, the old woman asked him, "Now that I think about it, I remember, young man, didn't you say you were also a false awakener?" Hearing that, Kim Shojun replied in the slightest. The old woman, "Yes, that's right." Then the old woman asked again, "So young man, are you a hunter? Can you be shown on TV like that again?" Then the old woman held Kim Shojun's hand and shook it. This made him quite confused, not knowing how to answer, that. Meanwhile, suddenly a man spoke up and said, "Grandma, you think everyone can be on TV?" He then explained that nowadays, becoming a professional hunter is very difficult, the odds are 1 in a million. Hearing that, the old woman could only sigh and hesitantly answer, "Is that so? It seems like times have changed a lot, it wasn't like that when I was young." After talking to the old woman, the uncle turned to look at Kim Shojun and said, "Besides, student, looks like you're not even a cadet yet. If you're training like this because you want to become a hunter, then just give up and go," he said with a smile. This made Kim Shojun come in. "Don't like it at all." Then he continued, "Don't waste your youth on something that can never happen again," making him remember the hard days working as a laborer, and then suddenly woke up at his uncle's words. Before Kim Shojun had time to think, the old woman argued with the uncle to protect him. How could he speak like that? This is advice that will help him in this life. Advise. After a moment of anger, Kim Shojun clenched his fists and firmly said, "I will decide for myself what to do with my life." The uncle was very angry when he heard that and immediately roared, "What, this brat? I'm so sincere." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Shojun immediately refuted him, "Please take care of your life first." After finishing speaking, Kim Shojun immediately left. The uncle must have been extremely angry. He stomped his feet a few times, then looked at him and scolded him. Look how he spoke. If an adult advised him, it was because take care of him like that, he should listen. Kim Shojun was angry and immediately thought about what his uncle said earlier, thinking, this will never, ever happen, nonsense. I'm a cadet at the Supreme Academy. During the past week, I clearly felt how much the lectures affected me and that, at this Supreme Academy, becoming a professional hunter was completely impossible. Must be impossible. After thinking about it, Kim Shojun continued jogging. He firmly said, he will definitely be able to become a hunter. Elsewhere, Park Seo-eun is complaining to herself, I hate being a hunter. Then she rushed up and slashed the beast and said, what is the purpose of establishing an academy? We don't have any students, I'll be angry to death. After a while of hard work, Park Seo-eun stopped. She stood on top of the pile of monsters, sighed and said to herself, it's finally done. Kim Shojun lay on the bed, lost his spirit and said sullenly, I had to stay confined to the hospital for 2 weeks, even though it was small, home was still number one. Suddenly Kim Shojun seemed to think of something. He glanced aside and looked at the faucet dripping drop by drop and then remembered, in about a year, the hunter exam is coming. Kim Shojun looked at the shopping bag lying in front of Kim Shojun's room and wondered, how much money is left in my account? I really don't have anything. Kim Shojun remembered, he immediately stood up, picked up his phone to check, and spoke while he thought about it. He completed today's daily task. Looking at the phone screen, Kim Shojun thought, I couldn't finish it until now because I always said I'd figure it out tomorrow, but if it was today, maybe. The system displays a notification, do you want to join the next lesson? Yes, no. Chiron, who was known as the teacher of heroes, now appeared playfully winking at Kim Shojun and telling him, good. Looks like you finally have enough strength to start learning to crawl. Kim Shojun heard Chiron teasing him and only replied, I'm a baby. Chiron continued, anyway, if you've learned to crawl now, you should crawl. The next step to becoming a pseudo-superior is. Chiron was now serious, his face serious and said, feeling, the system also displayed a notification, course progress, 5.7%. Next morning. Someone was saying, what, I thought it would be some kind of major surgery, but it turned out it wasn't terrible at all. You must have a thick skin to show your face here, I tell you. If you continue to do such hateful things, it will be your fault next time. Kim Shojun is being lectured by his superiors, and he can only humbly nod yes, but secretly think, I have it too. I want to go somewhere, but I have no choice, I don't even have enough money to eat. After the manager finished speaking, he went off to do his own thing, leaving Kim Shojun still talking angrily in his heart. Looking at the fact that he still let me stay, it seems like he also blamed himself a bit. Kim Shojun sat in a corner of the factory with his chin in his hands, thinking. In the end, it's still a matter of money. If I don't work, I won't have enough money to eat, but if I go to make money, I won't have time to listen to lectures. If I don't complete Professor Chiron's daily tasks, I won't be able to complete a single lecture. In a mood like this, should I go review the lecture? But thinking back, I remembered what Professor Chiron said the other day, something about feelings. Kim Shojun remembered what Chiron said, there are 5 senses that play a decisive role in a battle, sight, sense, smell, touch, taste, we call them the 5 senses. Kim Shojun still was remembering the lectures while his colleague was standing behind, not understanding what Kim Shojun was doing. Kim Shojun continued to remember that those senses usually follow the sequence of receiving, identifying, evaluating. One stimulation at a time, but that process is incredibly slow, so why continue doing something so meaningless? So I'll teach you how to make this process as short as possible, something completely separate from your pentagon, hidden. Kim Shojun thought for a while as if he understood something. He thought about the price through Friday, intuitively. At this time, his colleague also teased Kim Shojun from behind by hitting him, not forgetting to smile happily and say, "Oh Kim Shojun, you have to say something now, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" This guy, but with his intuition, Kim Shojun dodged his friend's blow very gently. This surprised both his colleague and Kim Shojun. My colleague immediately wondered, "What is that? Do you have eyes in the back of your head or something? How did you dodge so well?" Cairo seemed very satisfied with Kim Shojun's acceptance of this. On the contrary, Kim Shojun was blamed for not taking his work seriously. Uncle Minchul looked at Kim Shojun working and couldn't help but feel pity and worriedly ask him, "Kim Shojun, are you sure you'll be okay? There are 3, it must be 200 kilograms, you'll get hurt like that." Kim Shojun replied brightly, "Yes, I'm fine, please load them up." Kim Shojun very confidently carried things on her shoulders and walked steadily. People watching from behind felt more worried about this boy. Uncle Minchul was still not very reassured, thinking that it must be okay for him to walk like that, next to a colleague who was telling everyone to rest for a while and then continue. Kim Shojun thought while transporting goods, "It's strange why I keep feeling so full of strength, while my colleagues next to me are struggling because they feel like the work gets harder the longer they do it." While working, Kim Shojun did not forget to do his daily tasks. He stood up and sat down with nearly 200 kilograms of goods on his back while moving and thinking, "I should at least do my daily tasks, after working, I will not, there's no time left." After exercising, Kim Shojun immediately took out his phone to check the results. Looking at the screen, he was shocked. The results surprised Kim Shojun when she stood up and sat down and counted 3 times. Kim Shojun understood the problem, so the heavier he carried, the more effective it became. That means, while he was still thinking, Uncle Manchul called out, "Shojun, you should stop and rest." Kim Shojun now became excited, he had found some kind of rule. Kim Shojun immediately said to Uncle Muchil, "Stay here and let me carry what you're carrying, it looks heavy, give it to me, you have to move this right, let me carry it for you." Kim Shojun very enthusiastically did it. All the hard work. He didn't feel tired. On the contrary, he thought excitedly, "Why should I spend my time doing tasks? I can do it while working. Even though my posture is a bit bananas, I just need to do it and it will count, right?" This enthusiasm made Uncle Muchil confused but could not stop Kim Shojun's spirit. Kim Shojun has now changed his position to push-ups, he thought, the heavier he is, the more he counts, which means he can both make money and save time. The perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Kim Shojun continued to change from push-ups to swings. These actions made Uncle Muchil worry that he would get injured, but Kim Shojun didn't care too much and still focused on doing and completing the task. Coming home, lying on the soft bed, Kim Shojun lamented tiredly, feeling like he was about to die. Remembering what he had done today, Kim Shojun immediately cheered up again, but it's really effective to do tasks while working, even though it's really hard, but to be honest, how can you carry a monster? Is it okay to exercise? Kim Shojun jumped up to check the system. The system displays a notification that daily tasks have been completed: run 30 kilometers, sit up and sit 1,000 times, do 300 push-ups, 150 pull-ups, and 300 sit-ups. Professor Chiron's course progress 9.1%, Professor Gautama's course progress 2.5%. Kim Shojun looked at the results and immediately said, "Listening to both lectures was new 10 o'clock, luckily I finished it that quickly, but I felt like I was wasting my time when I finished it that quickly. I should at least review it." But Kim Shojun thought again, wouldn't it be better to study another lesson? Restudying won't increase my progress at all, not a bad idea, right? Because normal lessons cost money, I should join a free course to learn for free. Kim Shojun scrolled through her phone to the list of free courses. The system displays a notification: you will be able to become strong enough to move mountains. Professor Hang Vu and Kim Shojun were attracted by this notification. He noticed the professor's name, Hang Vu. Is this talking about Tay So Overlord Xiang Vu? Western So Overlord Xiang Yu. After appearing in the myths of the Zhou and Han dynasties, he became famous, a person with outstanding abilities. Kim Shojun thought while reading the information. There was a reason for taking, thanks to him, he became famous. Kim Shojun immediately saw, it's not bad, and because this is a free course, this lecture is free. The system displays a notification: do you want to register for the selected course? If you register, what you will learn is a painting of spearmanship and registration. Hang Vu immediately appeared. He laughed loudly and said to Kim Shojun, do you want to learn how to use a teacher? The people taking this course are really just a bunch of trash who basically don't know anything, and they're trash. That half-year-old wants to learn how to use a spear. His voice was full of mockery. Even though he was mocking, Hang Vu immediately changed his attitude. He said, okay, let me teach you. You idiots don't need to be superior in anything. Just swing it for now, engrave the spear and your body and your feelings, then come back here to find me. The system also has notifications about daily tasks. After calculating the student's current level, the appropriate task will be assigned. Swing a weapon 5,000 times. Kim Shojun currently has the number. The execution time is 0 times. Looking at Kim Shojun's mission, he immediately found it quite difficult to pass. Kim Shojun said, he only said a few sentences and already finished his lesson. Looking at the phone screen, there is still a mission notification. Kim Shojun lamented, why has it turned into a daily task? The next morning at the construction site where she worked, Park Seoyeon was checking the situation. She asked the manager there, was there really any problem? The manager bowed and smiled and said, of course, thanks. According to safety management regulations, this construction site has never had an accident. Nothing will happen that is worth worrying about. When Park Seoyeon heard the accident, he sternly reminded the manager. You also know that the behemoth accident happened recently. Even though I was the one who finished checking, because I might have overlooked something, I want you to check carefully. The manager panicked and decided, yes, of course. The people working at the construction site were chatting. They said to each other, oh my god, he's about to kneel at her feet. Who is she that he's behaving like that? Kim Shojun saw Park Seoyeon and immediately realized, isn't she the niece of that sword star? It seems her name is Park Seoyeon, right? Sword star Park Minchul, 100 years ago, he was a false awakener who was active at that time when the gate concept was introduced, different from the current systematic understanding of false awakenings, monsters of the time. It was much more ferocious, and such monsters filled the streets, at a time when humanity's survival was far from guaranteed. Park Minchul is a pseudo-awakener who awakened in such a world, and is one of the people who rebuilt the civilization of this world. That's why he is truly the savior of this world, a hero. Time flows like water and he may be old now, but he is still a powerful force on this planet. Kim Shojun remembered a legend and smiled. It was thought that something would be revealed, but soon Kim Shojun used all his strength to complete the task. At this time he was carrying an animal twice his size on his shoulder. Park Seon-young looked at Kim Shojun's strange appearance and asked the manager next to him, what is that guy doing? The manager replied, don't pay attention to him, he's been like that since last week, like a crazy person. Seeing this, Park Seon-young didn't think much of it, he simply thought that Kim Shojun must have a problem with her mind. Seeing Uncle Minchul coming to Kim Shojun, he immediately said, Uncle Manchul, I'll leave the corpses here. After saying that, he immediately put down the heavy body on his body. Uncle Manchul asked Kim Shojun, how long do you plan to lift those things? Kim Shojun also honestly said, if I have started, I will do it until the end. Kim Shojun finally put the body down. He used his hand to wipe the sweat from his face and said with bright eyes, all of this is meaning, Manchul owner doesn't understand what it means. Starting to advise Kim Shojun, you will really die if you continue like this, if you bring this here then go away. Kim Shojun just smiled and said back, let me go and bring a few more. Uncle McHugh saw Kim Shojun like that and just laughed helplessly. At this moment, the monster corpse that Kim Shojun left behind earlier seemed to have some movement. Park Seon-young also discovered something unusual. Immediately that corpse transformed into a complete monster, the monster roared, and its eyes were bloodthirsty. Kim Shojun saw this and called out in panic, Uncle. Park So-young sighed tiredly. She leaned her back against a corner of the wall thinking, finally escaping, I'm really not suitable to be the principal here. How long do I have to do this? Someone passed by and glanced at Seoyeon. Seoyeon heard someone talking about her, is she that person, the sword's niece? Shh, she couldn't hear it, we didn't say anything wrong, so what level of hunter is she? Listening to these gossips, Seoyeon just held back and thought, I heard everything. The others continued to say, B level, what, the granddaughter of a sword star is only at that level. Seoyeon thought with sad eyes. Sword star is a hero respected by everyone, but for me, that name is just a title filled with weight that hangs around me, even though I have received it. Education to become a hunter from my grandfather right when I was a toddler, the wall called the sword star was still too high, I didn't have the ability to overcome it. For someone who is always compared to her super talented grandfather, My childhood dream was to become a teacher. Seo-yoon remembered the day before, she stood behind her grandfather saying her dream of becoming a teacher. Her teacher to him, but in response, Mr. Seo-yoon got irritated with her and said he didn't want to listen and told Seo-yoon to stop saying such unnecessary things. Seo-yoon continued, I can't have a normal life. Usually just because I'm the granddaughter of the Sword Star. Even though my compromise was for the Hunter Academy, Seo-yoon remembered the days when she taught at the Hunter Academy. The male students who saw her immediately wondered, isn't that why she teaches class? They all looked at Seo-yoon. With an attitude of disbelief, Seo-yoon replied strongly, Mr. Swordsman has nothing to do with this, I am the instructor. The group of students heard that and immediately said, what, we have been deceived. Seo-yoon still followed her emotions and continued, after the news that the Hunter Academy I founded did not have the appearance of the Sword Star, all the students lost interest and left. Those people didn't sign up because of me, but because of the Star Sword name. Seo-yoon had also left the place where she had just been standing. She was still thinking as she walked, and the people who remained also quickly left as if they had been chased away by her grandfather. Because of that, they were no longer there. Who knows anything about the Hunter Academy? If only I had a suitable student. While Seo-yoon was thinking about the Hunter Academy and its students, someone ran behind her. He ran and said, run quickly. There are monsters. These 3 words immediately made Seo-yoon stunned and unable to believe. Outside, the monster was roaring non-stop. Uncle Man-chul was lying on the ground right under the monster's body. Kim Shojun stood there not knowing what to do. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, why did the manticore we brought here suddenly wake up? Wasn't it already dead? Uncle Man-chul worriedly used all his strength to tell Kim Shojun, run away Shojun. Don't worry about the teacher, let's get out of here first. Kim Shojun hesitated, worried that his teacher would die but he couldn't think of what to do. Kim Shojun's eyes were panicked, he thought about the worst case scenario, he would definitely die, a normal person could not be stronger than a monster, even the awakened ones who could use mana were the same, that is. Not to mention the fact that Manticore is a 4-star monster, professional hunters have a hard time defeating it. So what about hunters? Kim Shojun now remembers the image of Park Seo-yoon. Currently there is only one. Hunter Park Seo-yoon. No, if she wasn't here now, it would be too late, he would still die miserably. Kim Shojun stepped back and touched the iron bars behind him, causing them to clang against each other. Kim Shojun realized that someone had to act immediately. Kim Shojun looked at the monster getting closer and closer to Uncle Man-chul and thought, someone had to move now to save him, but who could it be? Kim Shojun was under so much pressure that sweat dripped down drop by drop. The monster that attacked it opened its large mouth and rushed towards its prey. Kim Shojun didn't think too much anymore, he picked up the iron bar. Immediately throw away the items tied to your body. Immediately after that he rushed forward. Kim Shojun stood in front of Uncle Man-chul. He told Uncle Man-chul, teacher, run away quickly. Uncle Man-chul stood up, looked at Kim Shojun worriedly and asked, I will too, but before I could finish, Kim Shojun interrupted, we will get through it, teacher, hurry up. Holding the iron bar in his hand, Kim Shojun trembled and thought, I'm the only one here, I have to hold out until the professional hunters get here. Little Kim Shojun was now like a hero facing a giant monster. He encouraged himself, damn, don't tremble in fear, there's a voice from somewhere right now, move, you are a universe. Kim Shojun awakened, that voice continued to say, as I observe the world, finding its origin and essence. Kim Shojun realized these were the words of Shakyamuni Buddha. The monster was still looking at Kim Shojun and growling. That voice still rang out, from now on, hold on to the weapon and think about where it will go, calm down your emotions, the monster has moved, it jumped step by step and rushed towards Kim Shojun. Kim Shojun was calm, he stood there majestically and thought, his fear and trembling heart gradually calmed down, thinking that Kim Shojun had also taken action, he firmly held the iron bar and walked towards the monster. The two of them faced each other. Kim Shojun thought of a plan, if I move after thinking about my own reaction it will be late. I have to act according to my feelings. The monster's claws lightly brushed Kim Shojun's neck. But Kim Shojun's reflexes were one step faster, he was able to fly backwards. The monster did not give up, it continued to attack. Kim Shojun also responded, he thought, before he reacted. Just let it feel. Kim Shojun continuously dodged the monster's attacks, making it angry and roar loudly. Kim Shojun flew up to avoid the attack and discovered the monster's weak point. He wondered if he should attack or not, but what should he do? Kim Shojun remembered what Hang Vu taught in the lesson, pulling mountains doesn't only require strength, you have to rely on the motivation of your courage. Correct. Believe, believe that my blow can split those mountains in two, don't doubt it for a moment. Kim Shojun firmly held the iron bar high with both hands to gain momentum. Kim Shojun's eyes were filled with energy and he was confident that he could split it in half. Looking down at the monster below, Kim Shojun became even more determined. No, I had to do that, I had to cut the monster in half. Kim Shojun aimed at the right monster. He said to himself, this is the power to uproot mountains. Kim Shojun concentrated his strength, the iron bar he brought down aimed at the monster's center and fell all the way down. A loud noise rang out. Everyone was running away when they saw such a loud noise and turned to look. Park Seo-eun also ran over and asked in panic, what's going on, what was that noise just now? Park Seo-eun ran to the place where the commotion occurred. Just saw Kim Shojun standing in the middle of a pile of smelly sand and dust, still holding the iron bar tightly. Behind him was a monster being cut in half. It seems Kim Shojun still can't believe what just happened and what he just did. Kim Shojun returned to his bewildered state again, he smiled foolishly, raised his hand and broke his head, wondering, oh, is it effective? At this time, the system notification also appeared. The progress of Chiron's lecture was plus 10%, currently 21.5%. The progress of Shakyamuni Buddha's lecture plus 2.6%, currently is 5.1%. The progress of Hang Vu's lecture plus 13%, is 19.7%. Park Seo-eun looked at the scene before her eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes and thought, what the hell happened here? A person who moved a body, who wasn't even a hunter, didn't even have any decent weapons, how could he do this with just a steel pipe? Could he catch a monster like that? Okay. Kim Shojun was bewildered for a while and finally remembered something. He worriedly ran towards Uncle Manchul. Seeing Uncle Manchul, Kim Shojun immediately asked, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Uncle Manchul is okay, but looking at what just happened made him unbelievable. Manchul asked Kim Shojun, this is Shojun to be. Kim Shojun replied, I know how hard you normally practice, but instead you might have been injured, so let's go to the hospital first. Park Seo-eun stood aside, observing Kim Shojun thoughtfully. The manager now ran over to explain to her, oh my gosh, we have checked but there must have been a small mistake, but it seems Seo-eun without paying much attention. Perhaps the thing that interests her the most right now is Kim Shojun. Kim Shojun here is flooded with everyone's attention and admiration. Seo-eun observed for a while and finally thought to confirm that she had found him. Suitable cadet. The evening has come, everyone is saying goodbye to each other to go home. The manager's voice reminds them that everyone is not allowed to talk nonsense about what happened today. Kim Shojun was also ready to go home. He picked up his phone and saw something. That was the result of Kim Shojun's progress in studying the lectures. Looking at this result, Kim Shojun was quite surprised and said, the rate of lecture progress increased that much. Listening to the lectures over and over again has no age compared to it always. Maybe it's because I caught the manticore, like whether it's 100 or not depends on how familiar I am or something. In other words, the best way to increase the lecture progress rate is to use what you learned in the lecture in real battle. The problem is, if I can't join the Hunter Academy and get a provisional degree, then I can't go dungeon raiding. The Transcendence Academy isn't a Hunter Academy, so I can't get help in this area. Do I have to gather money and apply to a Hunter Academy? Kim Shojun scratched his head as he walked, thinking about joining the Hunter Academy. Seo-eun was also following behind him, seems to have something to say. Seo-eun spoke up, feeling sorry. Can you take some time to talk to me? Kim Shojun recognized Seo-eun and thought to himself, this person is the hunter who asked for today's job, right? Is she called the niece of the Sword Star? Kim Shojun remembered and wondered why a person like that wanted to talk to her. That's what she thought, but Kim Shojun still politely said, yes, please say it. Seo-eun didn't beat around the bush and told her directly. Kim Shojun, I'll get straight to the point. Seo-eun seriously said, will you come with me to meet my grandfather? This question surprised passers-by. Kim Shojun seemed uninterested in this Sword Star's niece's invitation. He nonchalantly replied, I don't want it. This refusal of Kim Shojun surprised the person accompanying Seo-eun because he did not believe that someone would refuse to meet the Sword Star, ignoring the two people standing there. Kim Shojun coldly continued to go home but did not forget to tell Seo-eun. And the person accompanying me is going here. There was still a voice calling from behind, but Kim Shojun didn't pay attention. He thought to himself, let's go home and listen to the lecture. Seo-eun didn't give up, she continued, I'm Park Seo-eun, 31 years old, I'm going through something I've never experienced in my 31 years of life, so I'm a bit confused. Kim Shojun didn't let Seo-eun finish talking and immediately interrupted, saying that you want me to join your Hunter Academy, which has no cadets and is basically only registered as an academy on paper. Seo-eun unexpectedly, Kim Shojun could correctly guess his purpose, so he coughed a few times and thought, what exactly is this person? He did some strange exercises, and even in a severely weakened state, only capable of fighting a 2-star monster, he was able to cut a 4-star manticore in half. Why? He's clearly trying to become a hunter. Seo-eun immediately explained, however, we have everything you could possibly need, good equipment and facilities, and even though we don't have a guide, I can. Seo-eun hasn't spoken yet. At the end of his sentence, Kim Shojun interrupted, I didn't want to, after all I didn't need guidance from a hunter student. Seo-eun heard this as if her pride was touched, she lost patience and gritted her teeth. Even though she was angry, Seo-eun still continued, so what if my grandfather, the sword spirit, came to teach you? Kim Shojun would be moved by this condition. But in the end he replied, it had nothing to do with it. Unexpectedly, Seo-eun thought to herself, he even refused the offer to learn from sword spirits, something all professional hunters wanted, or I can't let him go like that. Seo-eun did not give up, she continued asking Kim Shojun, writing contest, what will you do with the writing contest? Kim Shojun still replied in that cold tone, only then can I solve it myself. Seo-eun still followed Kim Shojun and asked, how will you participate in the sweeps? From what I saw today, you should be able to join the sweeps immediately. You know you can't join the sweeps unless since you're affiliated with a hunter academy, isn't it such a waste? Kim Shojun asked Seo-eun in return, wouldn't it be the same if I entered your academy? Only students who have been authorized by the government can distribute new degrees temporarily. Seo-eun is really unusual. Always with Kim Shojun, she affirmed, we have received that authorization. If you join our academy, we will help you start playing copies immediately. Kim Shojun was affected. Seo-eun noticed that Kim Shojun had slowed down and realized that this was the right opportunity to boost Kim Shojun's mentality. Seo-eun continued, and he declared that he didn't need a hunter academy to teach him, right? Okay, we won't get involved in that. We will provide a separate location for you to practice and we will not ask for any fees, including tuition fees. Having said this, Seo-eun had to make a huge determination to recruit Kim Shojun. Kim Shojun returned to talk to Seo-eun. He asked Seo-eun, are you just asking for a connection? If there is a reward, then there is also a responsibility. To be able to enjoy those rewards, I will have to do the following. What can I do for Miss Seo-eun? Seo-eun made it clear to Kim Shojun, before passing the professional hunter exams, please participate in many competitions under our academy's name, and wherever you go, let others know that you are participating in the studies. Our institute. Kim Shojun thought about these offers, honestly this is an attractive offer, I can solve all my worries at once, and the things I have to do are not much compared to the remuneration she received, but, Kim Shojun was quite wondering why Seo-eun offered all the benefits so easily to him. Kim Shojun asked Seo-eun, why did you go to this extent to force me to join? Yes. Facing Kim Shojun, Seo-eun also comfortably answered this question, she said, because I see his potential. Seo-eun's eyes were very determined. Kim Shojun looked at it for a while then smiled and thought, not bad, a relationship of mutual exploitation. Kim Shojun extended his hand to ask for cooperation. He introduced himself, I'm Kim Shojun. Seo-eun also happily responded and introduced herself, I am Park Seo-eun, and the two of them shook hands to officially mark the collaboration. The next day, the phone rang. It was Kim Shojun's phone. He picked up the phone and heard Uncle Man-chol calling. Uncle Man-chol asked Kim Shojun repeatedly, why did you do that, Shojun? What the hell did you do yesterday? Today you suddenly changed the team leader. After construction, Kim Shojun didn't know how to explain. Kim Shojun remembered his conversation with Seo-eun yesterday about the team leader. He didn't expect that he would be fired so quickly. Kim Shojun lied and said to Uncle Man-chol, what can I do? I'm sure I resigned because of responsibility for the accident. Uncle Man-chol still didn't seem to believe that, so he asked again, a wretched person like Kim Tae-soo would resign because of something like this, even dogs would find it funny, but immediately after that, Uncle Man-chol immediately changed his attitude and seemed to be very happy, continuing, well that guy isn't hanging around here anymore, that's great, everyone seems to be enjoying this a lot. Kim Shojun was talking to Uncle Man-chol while moving. On the phone, Uncle Man-chol kept asking Kim Shojun, more importantly, are you on your way there, to the Hunter Academy? Kim Shojun had indeed arrived at the Hunter Academy. He was standing under the academy building. Seo-eun was also here to welcome him. Seeing Kim Shojun, Seo-eun happily waved at him. Seo-eun gave Kim Shojun a card and said, this is Mr. Shojun's temporary certificate. It was just issued yesterday. Kim Shojun took the card and thanked Seo-eun again. Holding the diploma in her hand, Kim Shojun thought to herself, I'm still a little skeptical, but they really gave me the diploma. Although I have not yet become a professional hunter, Kim Shojun couldn't help but feel excited when looking at the diploma in her hand. This is the feeling of taking the first step on the journey to reaching my dream. This is just the beginning. Kim Shojun was full of energy and asked Seo-eun, can you teach me the method to clear the dungeon? Seo-eun said, no need. Kim Shojun didn't understand what Seo-eun meant, so she was still quite confused. Seo-eun led Kim Shojun to the weapon selection area. She said, first choose a training weapon that you feel comfortable with among the ones we have prepared. After choosing you can go immediately. Seo-eun just said that and smiled. It turns out Seo-eun had her own plans. I had already booked a stage, because I thought she would need it. There is something behind the forbidden area waiting for Kim Shojun. Is a monster. Kim Shojun saw Seo-eun following him to the entrance of the dungeon and wondered, why did she follow me into the dungeon? Didn't we agree not to interfere in each other's affairs? Seo-eun just smiled and said again, I won't follow you, you're the only cadet in our academy, how can we ignore you? Don't worry. Thinking of it like it was a special buy one get one free only for the future hopes of the academy, Kim Shojun found it interesting. Seo-eun explained to Kim Shojun about the dungeon, this is your first time clearing a dungeon, right? Just think of me as some kind of safety device. Although this dungeon only has a few kobolds like the one you just captured, you still can't be distracted. Kim Shojun walked and listened to Seo-eun while thinking, kobolds are 2-star monsters. This is the perfect place for an inexperienced person like me to experiment with this and that. Luckily, just like the fight with Manticore, the protective mana layer was easily penetrated. Originally, it was normal to attack without using mana to redirect the transparent barrier. While thinking, Kim Shojun suddenly felt something. His eyes became alert. Seo-eun shouted, it was dangerous. It was a monster that attacked Kim Shojun from behind, but he dodged. As soon as he dodged the attack, Kim Shojun felt strange. He thought, the attacks of someone like him who couldn't use mana were effective. Kim Shojun used an iron rod to attack the monster one shot at a time without missing a single one. Kim Shojun felt that the progress rate of the lectures he studied was increasing. Kim Shojun was excited. He thought, even though it didn't grow as incredibly fast as with the Manticore yesterday, if it had grown this much with just 2 kobolds it would still be worth it. Furthermore, I can earn money by clearing dungeons. Kim Shojun turned around and smiled mischievously and said to Seo-eun, I'll speed up a bit. Seo-eun was also a bit suspicious but didn't say anything. Kim Shojun made this dungeon raid look like gaining experience in the game. He rushed into the monsters and was filled with enthusiasm to destroy them. Seo-eun thought to herself, Mr. Sehun, from the beginning I knew that he was a strange person, but his level of madness was beyond imagination. Seo-eun was outside observing Kim Shojun, her face black, wondering what that kid was doing, so scary. Inside, Kim Shojun was holding her phone and reading the system's information while reading and giving instructions to herself. Dear, you must absolutely stay away from Hydra's poison, I see. Seo-eun analyzed Kim Shojun since returning from the dungeon. Just returning from the dungeon raid, he started staring at the dark screen with nothing. He stared at the screen. How many hours has it been since the black image? The bigger problem is that the singularities don't stop there. A cadet who had never been properly trained, on his first dungeon sweep, was able to slaughter kobolds like a hunter who had been training for 10 years. He was doing some weird exercise while moving the bodies, something he could have solved by calling a body removal service, but he wanted to save money. Seo-eun had another headache. When she couldn't hide the fact that she had a new cadet from her grandfather, but didn't know how to tell him about it, Seo-eun on one side was having a headache while Kim Shojun on the other hand was only paying attention to the system. System on his phone, Kim Shojun exclaimed, it's already past midnight, I still haven't heard all the lectures. Seo-eun was now helplessly exclaiming, is he Cinderella or something? I don't know. Really make the right choice? Kim Shojun's face was happy and satisfied. Looking at the account notification and seeing the amount of money I received, I couldn't believe it, yet I earned this much money in one day. I moved and destroyed my body myself. It's all true, it's not in vain. That's what I tried. Kim Shojun was on his way back, analyzing the problem as he walked. The big problem was that this took too much time and energy, and in the end I couldn't finish all of yesterday's lectures. Kim Shojun stood waiting for the green light to cross the street. He thought about Manchul and immediately came up with an idea. Can I ask Uncle Manchul to do it for me instead? If it's him, I can trust him, and I also want to keep it. Contact me too. Besides, it's not too bad for you to set up your own moving service. The traffic light has turned green and pedestrians can now walk. Kim Shojun plans to contact Uncle Manchul when he has time. Just across the street, Kim Shojun thought about the money he had earned. What should he do with the nearly $10,000 he just earned? Saving is good, but I want to use it more intelligently. The dungeon raid helped me earn money and increase my lecture progress, but it didn't increase as fast as I thought. When I pinned down the last kobold, it didn't even increase at all. Is there any other method to get stronger faster, to be as strong as the great Kwaishan Saint Sun Wukong? Thinking of this name, Kim Shojun suddenly said loudly, "That's right, Tun Ngo Kong," making passers-by startled. Kim Shojun immediately linked the data. The lecture I can consider top-notch. Before I couldn't even think about participating in it because I didn't have money, but if I do now, I don't think much of it. Kim Shojun immediately opened the system to the lecture. The system displayed a notification, outline of walking sticks and spear techniques, clones, hilts, noses, trainer of Great Sage Chi Tien. Will you register for the course? If you register, sign up, you will study the DGP of the Great Saint. Reading these notices, Kim Shojun could not hide the excitement on his face. He immediately pressed register without thinking. The system displays a notification that the registration fee is 27 million. Look at the numbers on the screen. Kim Shojun shouted loudly, 27 million stars. He collapsed and sat down in the middle of the street silently cursing, "Those damn capitalists, that number is beyond imagination. Is that why the ultimate practitioner? I think even after becoming a hunter professionally, I can't pay this price." Passers-by who saw Kim Shojun sitting in a heap in the middle of the street were curious about what Kim Shojun was doing. After scolding, Kim Shojun finally told himself, "There's nothing else to do, think about that lecture later. It's already hard for me to spend time on lectures now. Does the Ultimate Academy sell this item? No. If I can't attend the lecture, I should at least get some equipment." Kim Shojun just sat in the middle of the street scrolling through his phone and saying words that no one understood. Everyone passing by thought he was crazy or sick. What? After searching for a while, Kim Shojun finally found the right item, and the Ultimate Store system appeared, selling training equipment personally created by accepted students. Kim Shojun looked at the donated items and couldn't believe it. He couldn't say a single word. This is it. Holy water, magic shield, even the spear of Saint Longinus, even though the owner is a replica, they are all legendary level equipment. These are all considered training equipment. Saint Longinus or Longinus of Caesar was the Roman soldier who stabbed Jesus in the side with a spear. Even facing someone like him who did not know about weapons, they did not look ordinary. If the equipment created by the students was accepted, then it meant they were created by superior people. Kim Shojun still sat on the street thinking about the items he was given. He thought excitedly, yet I can easily get legendary level items created by superior people, equipment I can use right now. Kim Shojun chose the spear of Saint Longinus. The system displays information about the spear, the keel, the spear of Saint Longinus, the divine spear that is rumored to have stabbed the god when he was nailed to the cross. Kim Shojun pressed the buy button on the system. The system displayed a notification, calculating the cause and effect ratio that could give the appropriate price, Longinus's spear. The next morning, the rhythmic sounds rang out again, 88, 69, 70, 71, 72. Seoyeon once again raised a question mark over this scene. Kim Shojun was doing push-ups very enthusiastically. Seoyeon said, "He seemed to be doing more vigorously than yesterday. What happened?" The counting sounds kept ringing, 76, 77. Kim Shojun thought while doing push-ups, "I had already predicted that it would be quite tricky. Even a fake copy would be worth millions in gold in reality. I have calculated the risks." Remembering the price of Longinus's spear, Kim Shojun still couldn't believe it. It cost $100,000, he lamented, "But oh god, I'm bad at math, there's no way I have that much money, not to mention I cannot resell items." It turned out that this was an item created by successful students for juniors to use, so reselling was strictly prohibited. Kim Shojun complained, he should have closed his eyes to loan it and then resell it. Kim Shojun finished doing the push-ups, he sullenly faced the wall and said bitterly, "In the end, it all comes down to money. $100,000 is a lot, I can't even guess when I will be able to do it." Listening to the $27 million lecture of Great Saint Chi Tien, Seoyeon went to ask Kim Shojun, "Mr. Shojun, are you free?" It seemed like Seoyeon said something. Kim Shojun didn't understand anything and asked again, "What about the Academy race?" Seoyeon asked again, "Yes, have you ever heard about the Academy race?" Kim Shojun replied, "I had indeed heard about it, but I didn't know the details." Seoyeon explained to him, literally, it was a competition between academies, a competition in which countless academy attended to show off their best. Seoyeon gave Kim Shojun a file about the 4th level academy race and told him, this is relevant material, you can consider it as a place to evaluate the level of an academy. These various competitions are quite numerous, but the academy race belongs to the 4th level tournament in those competitions. If you perform well in the competition, you can qualify for the higher level tournament, allowing he increased the number of people who applied to the academy and was authorized by the government, so the hunter academies did not hesitate to pour all their resources into it and bring in the brightest talents, heard Seo-eun say. After that, Kim Seo-jun immediately told her, so the reason she explained these things to me was of course. Seo-eun smiled and said, yes, that's correct. I want Mr. Shojun to participate and represent our Dream Hunter Academy. Kim Seo-jun began to calculate in his head, in the academy race, if he participated, would he be able to quickly increase the progress of his lectures? Thinking about it, he realized that this could also be considered an experience. Without thinking for long, Kim Seo-jun immediately agreed. He said, sounds good, I will join. Seo-eun was quite surprised and asked again, oh really? Kim Seo-jun said, that's part of our commitment. What will we usually do while the race takes place? Seo-eun said, although we cannot know the exact details of the race, we know it is judged by adding up the total points of the dungeon stage and the cadet tournament, which Kim Seo-jun summed up, are the performances. Dungeon rating and star duels. Recalling what he had experienced in the past, Kim Seo-jun commented, now that I think about it, my experience fighting monsters is only a manticore and Connells, I have no experience at all. Experience fighting with other cadets. Thinking about Kim Seo-jun's lack of combat experience, he felt sad and thought to himself, what should I do? I'm going to participate anyway, so I want to do it properly. Is there anyone free to duel with me? Kim Seo-jun turned back to Seo-eun. He asked her, Miss Seo-eun, if you don't have anything to do, can you duel with me? Seo-eun couldn't believe it, so she asked again, why me? Seo-eun walked to the place where the weapons were kept. She picked up a sword and thought to herself, what the hell am I doing now? Kim Seo-jun saw this as a good opportunity. He looked at Seo-eun and thought, Miss Seo-eun is a B-level hunter, maybe B-level is just B-level, but she is a B-level hunter trained by that sword star character. A cadet can no right to judge a professional hunter, but I'm curious how strong Miss Seo-eun really is. Kim Seo-jun couldn't hold back his excitement when thinking about this, even though Seo-eun was wondering if he really wanted to do that. Seo-eun said to Kim Seo-jun, you know I'm a B-rank hunter, right? Kim Seo-jun replied confidently, of course. At this moment, Kim Seo-jun took up her mental weapon and was determined to tell Seo-eun firmly, please take care of her. Seo-eun still seemed to be giving in to Kim Seo-jun. She sighed and said, I'll take the first hit so you can rush forward as you please. Kim Seo-jun rushed forward and said, so I won't refuse. Seo-eun was also ready. She was still confident in her abilities before Kim Seo-jun. The match had begun. Although Seo-eun dodged Kim Seo-jun's attacks, she noticed that Kim Seo-jun's moves were strange. She assessed that he was quick to approach, but they were also very sloppy. And the way he observed it was easy to predict where he would attack. It seems I overestimated him in the kobold dungeon. The cadet is truly a cadet. I don't know where he got the confidence to mock me like that. But with just this one attack, Seo-eun raised her sword high as if she wanted to launch an official move. With the sword brought down, Seo-eun was confident that she would end the match now. But Seo-eun's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Kim Seo-jun blocked Seo-eun's sword attack. Kim Seo-jun was struggling to defend against Seo-eun's attack. He had to grit his teeth and seemingly use all his strength to resist this attack. Seo-eun was surprised. How could he block a blow containing mana? The weapon should have flown out of his hand. Seo-eun was busy thinking when at this moment Kim Seo-jun took the opportunity to counterattack. Seo-eun still didn't believe Kim Seo-jun could block her attack. She still thought she would put her sword on Kim Seo-jun's neck. Seo-eun hit Kim Seo-jun backed away. Kim Seo-jun now smiled as if he was really going to fight now. Kim Seo-jun's eyes looked steadily at Seo-eun and said, so, I also give a real blow here. Kim Seo-jun has now officially joined the game. He launched his attack. Seo-eun was surprised. What is this? The attack force suddenly changed. His attack was much faster and sharper. It's completely different from before. Kim Seo-jun attacked while recalling the beginning of the match. There was a voice in his head, let's do some predictable attacks. Then add a few more diversionary attacks, in other words feigning. This trash, who said your attacks and diversions are easy to predict. Understand, if your opponent was a thinking creature, she would change her strategy, thinking less that your opponent would just stand there and attack. Make a few predictable attacks, then she will defend predictably. Pulling the spear back as if turning it towards him, Kim Seo-jun acted as those words indicated. Those words continued to echo, repeating until the opponent was in a position where he could no longer block his actual attack. And when that time comes, attack with all your might on the next shot. Back to the present, Kim Shojun is attacking Seoyun vigorously. Seoyun's eyes were now wide open, the entire image of Kim Shojun was in her sight, she realized the danger. A bright blue light covered the entire space where the two tried, not knowing what happened. Seoyun stood there holding the sword, not understanding anything, wondering what had happened. Turning to the other side, he saw Kim Shojun being sent flying into the wall, seemingly very miserably. Seoyun thought, what did I just do? I used all my strength to counterattack before thinking. She ran to Kim Shojun and asked worriedly, Shojun, are you okay? Kim Shojun also forcibly replied, I'm fine. Kim Shojun stood up and smiled foolishly, raised his hand and scratched his head and said to Seoyun, I ended up losing. Seoyun thought to herself, what happened in the end? Did he think he could win, even though this was a fight between a B-rank hunter and a junior cadet? Kim Shojun looked at Seoyun and thought, it's true that hunters are completely different when fighting monsters. Is this the distance between me and a professional hunter? I still have a long way to go. At this moment Kim Shojun's phone vibrated. Kim Shojun picked up his phone and on the screen was a notification from the system about the progress of his lessons. They all increased, Kim Shojun thought to himself, it increased just as I predicted. Kim Shojun lamented, is he saying he has to have a variety of experiences? It's not like earning experience points in the game. Let's ignore this. Kim Shojun turned to ask Seoyun, Miss Seoyun, you are not related to the tournament, right? Seoyun also replied, yes I don't. Kim Shojun proposed, then when there aren't many dungeon attacks, can you fight me like this? Seoyun suddenly asked again, is it a fight? Kim Shojun smiled and replied, yes, fighting with Miss Seoyun is very beneficial, can I ask for your help too? Seoyun thought rather shyly, even though he seemed injured because of my mistake, he still asked me to fight again. Well, who cares, he's a bit strange, he's very hard-working. Seoyun finally agreed to help Kim Shojun. She said, I will do everything you ask, if I win I will also give you all the prize money always. Hearing about the prize money, Kim Shojun was quite surprised and asked, oh, is there a prize money? Seoyun replied, of course, the prize is a competition. After saying that, Seoyun put her hand to her chin and thought about the value of the bonus, saying, maybe it was about the same. $100,000, I heard. This amount of money reminded Kim Shojun of Longinus's spear. Thinking about that treasure, Kim Shojun immediately asked Seoyun about the time of the academy tournament. Seoyun replied calmly, there were still about 2 weeks left. Hearing this answer, Kim Shojun was immediately shocked because it was so fast. Kim Shojun hurriedly said to Seoyun, do you have any sandbags here? No, Miss Seoyun, can I tear this up? Kim Shojun didn't wait for Seoyun to agree before taking action, causing Seoyun not understanding what was going on and only mumbling a few meaningless words. Kim Shojun removed a piece of the wall. While carrying it and exercising, he started counting again. Seoyun couldn't believe her eyes and said loudly, Shojun, what are you? In the end, he had to say helplessly, okay, there's a sandbag in the corner, so don't use it much. Before Seoyun could finish speaking, Kim Shojun loudly thanked him. He was also determined to tell Seoyun again, I will definitely take it. Get $100,000. 2 weeks later. The day of the tournament has finally arrived, the viewers are standing around together and talking. If someone good shows up then that would be great. I heard the name from before is also participating. Should I go take a look? I'm afraid you're our pride. The atmosphere was very noisy. A young man standing outside saw the place where the match was taking place and said, so this is where the tournament will take place. This guy, Lee Mingi, is a natural awakener. He carried a bag on his shoulder and looked at the scene in front of him and said, I'm finally here. Observing everything around Lee Mingi, it seemed like there were more people than he thought. Of course people would gather, there was something to see. Lee Mingi stood looking at everyone from behind and assessed that even though many people are awakened these days, ordinary people still like to watch hunters fight, not to mention the recruiters of mercenary guilds and organizations. Mixed in, perhaps there were even government employees. When everyone heard Lee Mingi speak, they had a reaction and thought in their hearts, is it an explanatory character? Who is he? So no one asked. I explain it all, it's the character who explains it. Lee Mingi finally realized that what he said was meaningless, so he ignored it and went to the tour guide to ask for directions to the waiting room. In the player waiting room, Lee Mingi seemed quite stressed, wondering what he should do. I was already very nervous when I came alone. I was too shy to move. In front of Lee Mingi, there were many players present, making him many times more nervous. Lee Mingi observed the contestants and evaluated them. Look at the sparkling weapons, how much did they cost? Look at their abs, they look so confident. Since each academy sends its strongest cadet, everyone looks very strong. Lee Mingi noticed Kim Shojun sitting in a corner alone. He looked around and saw Kim Shojun's body, a crude weapon, and a spear carrier made of clothes, all of which made Lee Mingi wonder quite a lot. The participants all looked at Kim Shojun and laughed. Who is that poor guy? What academy is he from? What unknown academy is he from that wants to be famous? There were still mocking and joking sounds from everyone. Poor thing, he was probably forced to join that, but why did he go to that academy in the first place? I looked at it, but he kept looking at the black screen. Forever, Kim Shojun sat there thinking he didn't care, but actually he heard everything, but he decided to ignore them and continue watching the lesson. There were still many jokes about Kim Shojun. Lee Mingi stood there and looked at Kim Shojun. He guessed, that person was definitely the one. My comrade, it's like when you first enter a new class and don't know anyone, so you act busy and play with your phone. It's the same. I came to the exam alone, so I was a bit nervous, but there was no one to talk to. Same thing, that person also came to the exam alone. Lee Mingi looked at Kim Shojun pitifully. Lee Mingi was very sympathetic while Kim Shojun felt like she was being misunderstood. Lee Mingi approached Kim Shojun. Hello. You are a cadet participating in the tournament, right? Me too, I'm Lee Mingi, Kim Shojun also politely said back. Oh yes, I'm Kim Shojun. Lee Mingi cautiously asked Kim Shojun, can I sit next to you? Kim Shojun only replied yes. He looked at Lee Mingi in front of him and immediately felt, he looks so young, maybe a high school student is also participating. At this moment a voice full of anger said loudly, are you kidding me? Lee Mingi pointed to the two people next to him and told Kim Shojun that it was Yang Dukshul, he was a candidate for Gachuri Academy. You see, he uses an axe as his main weapon and is typically strong. It seemed like Gachuri was having an argument with someone. He said loudly, if someone tells you to go away then go away. The other person did not yield and replied, I have to go away because you told me to go away, you were the one who started the trouble, have you lost your brain? This person is Lee Chulmin of Min Academy. Lee Mingi also explained to Kim Shojun, and the person Jang Dukshul was arguing with was Min Academy candidate Lee Chulmin. Lee Mingi continued, I heard he's a bit strange, he uses double daggers. Kim Shojun looked at Lee Mingi quite confused and thought, why does this guy explain everything? Is he one of the famous explanation characters? Kim Shojun asked Lee Mingi, do you know a lot about other people? Lee Mingi also enthusiastically replied, I'm interested in many things. At this moment, a voice rang out in the distance. Why don't you guys be quiet? It was Lee Junyuan of Revenant Academy. He had a cold face and said, you guys are not the only people in the waiting room. Kim Shojun looked at the newly arrived Lee Junyuan and with one sentence made everyone silent. Quite noticeably, Lee Mingi next to him said, his name is Lee Junyuan and he is a candidate for Revenant Academy, but in reality he is the champion of this student tournament. Kim Shojun wondered, isn't the champion a candidate? Lee Mingi added, well, at first he didn't intend to participate, he said this contest was too easy, but maybe there was something wrong with Revenant Academy. So in the end he changed his mind, if he participated he would definitely win. Do you know the Sword Saint? Kim Shojun said with a confident expression that he didn't know. Isn't it strange? Lee Mingi also thought it was true because the Sword Saint is so famous. Lee Mingi continued, the rumor was that his niece offered to recruit him. Kim Shojun heard that and suddenly said loudly, Miss Seoyun. Lee Mingi didn't know this person and asked again, Miss Seoyun, who is it? So? Lee Mingi didn't care much about Seoyun so he continued, anyway, I don't know why but I heard that he refused. He must be very confident to refuse the invitation of the Sword Saint's niece. Kim Shojun remembers when he first entered the academy, he once wondered to Seoyun, what do you mean the academy doesn't have any cadets and only exists on paper? Seoyun also calmly told Kim Shojun, you see, this made Kim Shojun suspect something and he immediately told himself, I'm not sure that's not the reason. The trash can was kicked away and an angry voice rang out, damn, why do I have to participate in a tournament with those low-level people? So it was Lee Junyuan. He thought angrily, if it wasn't because he wanted me to raise them to high school. Even if there was a trash guy, it wouldn't be much better, even if I won this contest, no one would recognize me. The more Lee Junyuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He was now gritting his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed. Lee Junyuan still thinks, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have accepted that girl's offer. Even though it was an unknown academy, she was the granddaughter of that Sword Saint. If I used her properly and took all the benefits for myself and then threw her away, now, Lee Junyuan regretfully thought about it. The day he met Seoyun and she invited him back to the academy, Lee Junyuan coldly and bluntly refused. While angry, Lee Ju-won noticed something. He glanced to the side. It was Kim Shojun looking at Lee Ju-won very intently. Lee Ju-won wondered, who is this poor guy? He cursed the contest again. Damn, it's so bad that even a poor guy like him can participate. Lee Mingi next to him turned to ask Kim Shojun, what should I do? He looked this way. Kim Shojun looked at me. A thought is popping up in my head. He is a candidate that Ms. Seoyeon wants to recruit. I wonder how much my lesson score will increase if I compete with him. At this time, there was an announcement from the loudspeaker. The first match of the Academy tournament will soon begin. All cadets please complete your preparations. Lee Mingi was about to tell Kim Shojun. It seemed like the match was about to start, but he stood up and left. Kim Shojun thought, over the past 2 weeks I have been preparing with the goal of reaching 30% progress in Chiron and Hangvu's lessons, even though I don't feel like my strength has increased or anything like that. I feel the difference between 19% and 20% more clearly than 20% and 21%. And my lack of practical experience compared to the other cadets was made up for by attacking the dungeon and fighting Miss Seoyeon. Kim Shojun clenched his fists in determination. He was confident, whether it was monster hunting or dueling, there was no problem. Kim Shojun thought about the prize money and said in his heart, $100,000, wait, I will come soon. The announcement speaker also announced the first match. The first match is Dungeon Maze Race. Hearing this first level, Kim Shojun said to himself, what a maze. The system also displays notifications about the progress of Kim Shojun's lessons. Chiron lesson progress 31.7%, Siddhartha Gautama lesson progress 6.8%, Hangvu lesson progress 31 points. 3.4%. At the stage, the MC announced that the first round of the tournament would begin. Everyone below the stage was excited. A photographer waved, calling, senior, over here. The man who was called immediately scolded him, why did you take the chair in this corner? He walked forward and accidentally bumped into a stranger. Immediately turned around and bowed her head politely to apologize. Oh no, I'm sorry, the other woman politely replied, it's fine. The photographer had already sat in the chair. He asked curiously, what's going on, is she someone you know? He immediately replied, no, she just looked like someone else. The details of the first round were explained. How to fight. The photographer answered that the first round of the tournament was the dungeon labyrinth race. Attacking other cadets was forbidden. Other than saying the goal was to escape the maze, there was nothing else. He was surprised and searched. Pathing is also a necessary skill for hunters, or is it testing the hunter's intuition? The photographer said, even if it's a low-level tournament, they can make a maze so simple that they can escape out just by luck. There will probably be monsters in the maze and hunting them will help find a way out, possibly providing hints to get out. This is perhaps the most important test of a hunter's skill when raiding a dungeon. The man immediately thought about it, and the cadets this time seemed to be quite good, but suddenly, the crowd immediately stood up and shouted, and the photographer sitting next to him also loudly said, senior, look at that screen over there. On the screen at this time, a powerful hunter slashed through the monsters with just a few sword swings, making them scream in pain. That person is none other than Junhua. The man from before was surprised and said, okay, how can that be the movement of a cadet? It's truly a different level. The photographer was extremely confused, even an outsider like me. I also know he's very good. Who is that woman, wearing a hat just now, who was also observing the match? She was Seoyeon. She deliberately disguised herself to watch the match, the other man praised. It was Lee Junhua. Well, you could say he was the champion of this tournament. Seoyeon was equally surprised to hear that. Lee, what about Junhua? She immediately worried, why was he here? The man who bumped into her earlier turned his head again. He looked like, I've definitely seen her somewhere, causing Seoyeon to immediately cover her face. She sweated and thought, no, I can't be recognized as the Sword Saint's niece, otherwise I won't be able to watch in peace. Her heart turned again, wondering if Mr. Shojun was okay. At the maze, Shojun removed the spear that she had nailed to the wall. He successfully took out his spear and said, just as I thought, they won't let us destroy the wall. Maybe just doing it the usual way would be fine. Shojun stood there, thinking to herself, if I had known what was going to happen, I would have seen if there was a Theseus lecture. He pressed his hand against the wall. Groping along the wall, he monologued in boredom, if I use the power that can move mountains twice, I can destroy this wall. I can also learn the trick to escape the maze. Explain a little. Theseus is the name of a hero in Greek and Roman mythology who was able to control the Minotaur and escape the maze. Suddenly, Shojun discovered something before his eyes. Is a junction. Shojun quickly chose a way to enter, thinking, if I follow the most basic rule of escaping the maze, I just need to put my hand on one side of the wall and continue walking in that direction, eventually it will work. To the exit. He proceeded to step inside, reciting the words, but the problem was the last word. Suddenly, Shojun's eyes glowed, causing him to stop. Shojun turned his head to look, he started to panic, turned to the left like this, what is this? What is this indescribable feeling? I don't know what it is, and I don't know why. Shojun's eyes were glued to the intersection just now. Suddenly, his intuition told him, he had a feeling that the answer lay on the other side. In his heart he thought, instead of the left I wanted to go at first, I have a feeling that I have to go the opposite direction, Shojun said. Put into words, could this be the intuitive sixth sense in Chiron's teachings? He pursed his lips. Then he trudged along according to his hunch. Well, I don't know, Shojun told himself. He scratched his head, probably trusting his intuition. Then, the system board appeared, announcing that Chiron's lecture progress reached 31.7%, Gautama's lecture progress reached 6.8%, Xiangyu's lecture progress reached 33.4%. That's strange, Shojun thought to herself. In the quiet atmosphere, the loudspeaker suddenly announced that Cadet Joe Suckman of Scar Academy had been eliminated. Shojun thought to himself, when he heard the announcement, it seemed like the other cadets had encountered monsters and fought. He continued to move, but why was there nothing around him? Shojun suddenly realized that her intuition could even avoid monsters. At that time, Shojun thought with a high face, if it's true, maybe when I reach 100%, I will be able to learn the art of transformation, see the future and all kinds of things, like foreseeing 3 seconds behind my opponent. Will attack or something. While thinking far away, suddenly a trembling voice came from behind. It was Mingi, he advised, be very careful, did you hear anything? You don't know when or where the monster will appear. Shojun immediately became disillusioned. Yes, it was just an illusion, no way. He immediately lost interest and replied, yes, I know. As for Shojun at this time, he was like, who knows if he went to the right he would meet this guy, and for Mingi, even though he didn't meet a monster, he did meet a person, he acted like, me, why did you go from there, come back, Mingi wondered, turned back and forth, asked, but brother, I saw you were so confident just now, what do you know? Shojun replied, no, I'll just go which way I like. Hearing that, Mingi was startled, it's true, going that way will lead to danger, I know how to escape the maze so from now on I will take the lead. He looked confident, saying, do you know the left and right hand methods? If you keep following the left path, even the most complicated maze will be easy to solve. Hearing that, Shojun shook his head, said, it's been a long time, I'll go by feeling, how long are you planning to go for? Mingi wondered, so you'll definitely get lost, Shojun replied, so let's split up and go. No, why did you follow me in the first place? Mingi immediately raised his glasses and said, because we are comrades, we are together in trouble, making Shojun surprised. What? He said, well it's because, you participated alone, from what I saw, you also participated alone. Hearing this sentence, Shojun was dumbfounded, so that's why he talked to me in waiting room. Mingi said, I thought that weak people should unite, right? Shojun heard this and immediately froze, asking a big question mark. He scratched his head, weak, am I right? Well, even though from the outside I don't have anything. Mingi then fumbled with his hands in his pocket, saying, because I also work hard on my own, I will be special. Let me show you something very interesting. He took out his phone, there was a picture of a girl on the phone, the exact same facial expression as Mingi. He said, I was, cute, that's your sister. This unintentionally made Shojun feel awkward. Oh yeah. He then picked up his spear and left, saying, I don't know who she looks like but she's so cute, I'm leaving, it was nice meeting me but let's not meet again. Seeing Shojun being ungrateful, Li Mingi immediately grabbed his leg. Again, wait, Shojun said, I don't want to. Seeing the guy clinging to his feet non-stop, he silently exclaimed, he is as tough as a leech. He also said a few short sentences, people like us have to unite to get out of here. Mingi is still not humble, don't be like that, let's go together. Shojun continued thinking, well, even if it's a fake awakening, wouldn't you still be scared and worried when you're alone in a place like this if you're young? Mingi held the sword tightly in his hand, worriedly saying, going alone is very dangerous. Shojun thought, he can talk a lot but he can explain things in the waiting room. But no matter how young he is still a contestant in this contest and a competitor. $100,000 is waiting for him. Thinking about it, Shojun turned around, he said, you just say he was alone all the time but his sister and parents didn't come to cheer him up. Hearing the question, Mingi was a bit surprised. He replied, well, my parents are dead, I only have my sister left. Shojun was dumbfounded. He immediately recalled his lonely memories, with no one caring or staying home with him. Shojun was silent for a bit. Seeing Shojun's gloomy face and not saying a word, Mingi immediately thought, I forced my mouth before I could think. He would be upset and make the atmosphere worse. Lee Mingi was worried and frantically explained, I'm sorry, it was a long time ago and I just wanted to say that my sister was too young to come see me. Then, Shojun spoke up, you're right, comrades are in the same trouble. Those words made Mingi freeze. Shojun grinned and said, if you want to follow, just follow. He continued, and I'll say it first, the championship prize money is mine, so there's no deaf team out there somewhere. After Shojun finished speaking, he picked up his spear and left. Mingi on this side still couldn't handle the situation. Then, he decided, brother, let's go together. Lee Mingi tried his best to chase after Shojun's shadow, muttering, speed, what is this? Shojun leisurely continued trudging, saying, you're the one who said you would follow. Mingi replied, I understand, but you can't go as you please. He was halfway through and thought to himself, what the hell? He didn't hesitate at all, he was too confident to walk forward aimlessly. It was like he already knew the way, there was no way that could happen. At that moment, Shojun on this side suddenly stopped. Seeing that he was no longer moving, Mingi in the back breathed heavily, looked ahead and said, dead end, I haven't caught up yet. He immediately called out, Shojun, you over here put your hand against the wall, thinking, are you here? Mingi asked again, what are you doing? Without answering, Shojun immediately pushed the wall away. Immediately, that wall turned into a door and opened. Making Mingi behind him also feel the halo, he let out a surprised sound. The loudspeaker sounded, the first person to pass the maze appeared, fireworks exploded everywhere, an information board appeared, his passing time was 27 minutes and 12 seconds, and the passing time was a record. The record was 1 hour, 4 minutes and 34 seconds, making Mingi extremely surprised and gasp. The crowd below the stage were shocked, loudly asking, is it a new record? Someone has already surpassed it, it can't be, who is it? Lee Junhua, the other person said, but Lee Junhua is fighting, here. Seoyeon behind everyone also looked at the notice board with some concern. She was so surprised that she stammered, what are you doing, Seo? Mingi on this side also exclaimed, Seo. Everyone was shouting, Mr. Shojun, only Seoyeon too, Mr. Shojun, on the bulletin board there is currently a portrait of the record breaker, Kim Shojun, you don't seem to find it difficult. Continued to move, muttering, wasting his experience points, but in the end he didn't encounter any monsters. Mingi was right at the door, still not recovering and looking after his shadow. Mingi still couldn't believe it and wondered, how the hell could this happen? I just happened to meet Shojun, and by the way, I wanted to work together to get out of the maze. Round 1 results were released, Top 1, Kim Shojun, 27 minutes and 12 seconds, Top 2, Lee Mingi, 27 minutes and 16 seconds, Top 3, Lee Junhua, 1 hour, 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Everyone is currently in the lobby, but they are talking to each other a lot. Did you know, it only takes 27 minutes, that person is surprised, it's okay to take that much time. That person, what academy is that from? That person replied, I looked it up and saw that it was Dream Academy, but I had never heard the name of this academy before. That person was surprised, Dream Academy. Another person chimed in, what a cadet from such an unknown academy is still at the top. The person said, Kim Shojun, or is it some kind of big street front house or something? Lee Mingi sat on the bench next to Shojun, not yet. I regained my composure and whispered, why did I end up like this? The other person talked again, what a surprise, I thought Lee Junhua would definitely come first, who would have thought Lee Junhua would be ranked third? Suddenly, Shojun was sitting on the chair, holding the phone, but I was annoyed and thought, it's too noisy, I can't concentrate on listening to the lecture. Then suddenly, Lee Junhua appeared in front of him from somewhere. When Shojun looked up, the crowd in the lobby suddenly fell silent. Shojun wondered, what about Lee Junhua? What is this? Does he have something to say to me? Why is he scanning me from top to bottom? Junhua then grimaced angrily. When Shojun was about to say hello, he made a face and turned away, contemptuously saying, that's all. As for telling the contestants, he was just lucky. When those people heard it, they also started sweating. Then again, they were buzzing, KKK, of course, how could someone from those kinds of unknown academies be so good? Hee, so jealous, I wanted to be lucky too. At this point, Shojun breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, okay, let's end the lesson here. Still wondering what he was planning to do, suddenly, the main door opened, a staff member walked in and out. Damn, everyone focus, make everyone pay attention to him. That male employee said, I will announce the exam content of round 2, he still had paper in his hand. Then, the male staff member began to read, the second round would be a duel tournament style, because the competition was a level 4 tournament, so in order to maintain fairness, everyone's weapons could not contain mana, if it did, it would eliminate it, however, strengthening the body with mana is allowed. Duke Shul here rolled his eyes, my god, you guys are so clever in choosing, the male employee continued to say, besides, if the referee decides on A the cadet is no longer able to fight, we will forcibly stop the match, please remember this. Shojun on this side thought to herself, there were 32 people who passed the first round, in the one-on-one round, it was normal to start with 32, I didn't know how to pair up anymore. Mingi sitting next to him kept trembling, the male employee then said, that's all, if there are no more problems, we will announce the match. Suddenly, someone raised his hand to ask for advice, please. Error. I gave up. Hearing this sentence, Shojun was also surprised and let out a sigh. Outside the arena, Seoyun sneaked away alone. She told herself, she almost lost it. Thinking back, when she opened her mouth to call out, Mr. Shojun, suddenly the man from before turned his head to look at her. He asked a question, you can't be. Seoyun blamed herself. I was very surprised however, when she shouted without thinking, now, she was a little embarrassed and took down her hat, saying, who would have thought that Mr. Shojun was the first? I'll come back after everything calms down. I was in the middle of thinking, where did the human voice come from? He shouted loudly, what is this tournament? Attracting Seoyun's attention. She stuck her head in, thinking, over there, a group of men stood in front of the counter arguing, as expected, it was a place for betting. The man in the blue shirt felt unfair and said, didn't you say there were 32 people who passed the first round? Why the hell does the qualifying round start from the semifinals? The owner on the other side of the counter leisurely said, why what, everyone just gave up. The guy in the blue shirt disagreed with the owner, the man in the hat also said, now there's nothing good to bet on anymore. Seoyun realized, why bet? The boss explained, well, I see you give up because Lee Junhua will win in the end anyway. The guy in the blue shirt spoke up again, maybe that's true, but the betting odds are so low. Suddenly, out of nowhere a stranger wearing a cloak appeared and walked in. The boss said, no one would be stupid enough to order another cadet. Suddenly, a large suitcase was placed on the table by that mysterious guy, speaking, $1 million for Kim Shojun. Hearing this, everyone panicked, what? The guy wearing the hat almost fell down in shock, are you serious? The boss immediately convinced him, sir, that guy was just a lucky kid, he came from an unknown academy called Dream Academy. Seoyun was outside peeping at the whole scene, silently thinking to herself. Ask, who is that person? That guy was wearing an extremely dark and mysterious scarf, making Seoyun wonder who that person was. Shojun in the lobby was bored right now, things had already become so boring after just a little while. Going back to a while ago, when that person raised his hand to ask permission, I gave up, everyone was surprised. Shojun was no exception, he asked, should I give up? Minji said, I heard that in this level 4 tournament, it's quite normal. Then, everyone gradually whispered, it was just a few points anyway. The top student will win. And of course, Junhua was the center of discussion. This person spoke softly, but have you heard, if Lee Junhua gets angry, he doesn't care about competing at all, he will fight until people are only half dead. I will never let myself have to fight with him, the other person said, even if it's just an exam, if we somehow get injured, who will be responsible? This is only a level 4 tournament, not worth it. They were talking about a number of people at the same time, and there were too many strong people in this exam, and to be honest, if we continue, we won't become the stepping stones of the big academies. Then it's best to give up. Gradually, everyone has the same idea. After that, one by one the cadets left, I also gave up, me too. Mingi turned around, trying to hold on to everyone, but they were too fast, damn, things were obviously going well at first, I just gave up, the crowd rushed out, leaving Shojun alone. Lethargy. And in the end, almost everyone gave up, except for 5 people. In this room there were Duke Shul, Shojun, Chulmin, Mingi, and Junhua. Duke Shul said, young people these days really don't have any resilience. Finally, the competition announcement came. Round 1, Kim Shojun played against Jang Duke Shul. Round 2, Lee Junhua played against Lee Mingi, and Lee Chulmin received a ticket out. Shojun then thought to himself, I was already ranked first in the first round, and if I ranked first in the second round when I entered the final, would I automatically be the best overall? But when he looked at Mingi, Shojun noticed his hands are shaking. Immediately, Shojun didn't hide it but brightly asked why you were shaking so much. Mingi had tears in his eyes and said, "Brother, aren't you scared? The tournament is about to start." He was so flustered that he shook Shojun's body while saying, "Not to mention my opponent Lee Junhua, you know, about Shojun," he said, "I see you're full of life." Then, Shojun spoke up, "You haven't done anything yet and you're already afraid of losing." Mingi confessed, "I don't even need to fight yet, I already know what the result will be." He boldly suggested, "So you give up?" Mingi hesitated, "That's it." He then didn't have the courage to bow his head and look at his feet, replying, "I can't do it." The male staff spoke up, "Cadet Kim Shojun, Cadet Duke Shul, time to prepare is over." The male staff member continued, "The cadets whose names were called, please go to the arena." Hearing the instructions, Shojun stood up and still advised Mingi, "If you don't give up, just keep fighting until you die, remember? What if you win?" Suddenly, Mingi grabbed his wrist, causing Shojun to turn around and look at him. Mingi couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "Aren't you worried at all?" Shojun smiled confidently and replied, "Not worried at all. If he had to say something, I wonder how much EXP he would be worth." The words were tongue-in-cheek but Mingi didn't understand anything. He asked again, "What does it mean?" Shojun replied as he left, "I'll come back later, I still have thoughts, wait for me, $100,000, see." Being left alone, Mingi stiffened, "Oh hello." On the field, the MC spoke up to lead the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for has arrived, the 63rd Academy Tournament, the second round, after all the trash has passed away. After all, only the strongest people remain. Let me introduce to all the cadets preparing to enter the second round." First, the MC introduced Shojun, who created a new record in the dungeon maze. The number of monsters caught was 0. "Is this ability or luck?" The cadet covered in mystery, he raised his hand, greeting the audience, thinking, "What a good way to say that people have given up completely, I wonder if Ms. Seoyun is watching." The MC continued, and his opponent, Duke Shul, now spoke up, his luck was over. Shojun then paid attention to his words. "Arrogant Duke Shul," the MC introduced, "tricks and cheats are all useless in front of absolute strength. I will grind you into powder, Axe Giant, Jang Duke Shul of Gachuri Academy." He also said, "You passed round 1 and finally met me here." Duke Shul continued to demean the other person. He said loudly, "Or in other words, you were unlucky to pass round 1 because you had to meet me here." Shojun was extremely calm. He replied, "Oh really?" Immediately, Shojun launched an attack without knowing which of the two of us was the unlucky one, causing the arrogant Duke Shul to grimace in anger. The MC spoke up again, "Now we will begin. First match of round 2 of this tournament." The match started. When the MC shouted, Duke Shul frantically rushed over with an axe, screaming, "I will make you regret for daring to talk nonsense so freely." On the contrary, Shojun was extremely relaxed, he even smiled as if he knew the move in advance. Mingi was sitting in the lobby waiting alone. When the TV made a sound, he looked up, thinking, "The match has started, will Shojun win?" Suddenly, Mingi noticed Junhua, who was standing against the wall filled with murderous intent. He thought, "No, I don't think this is the time to worry about other people. Looking closely, he's giving me an extremely extreme appearance," Mingi thought, "because in the next match I'll have to fight Lee Junhua." Quickly, Mingi remembered Shojun's words, "You haven't done anything yet and you're already afraid of losing. If you don't give up then just fight until you die. What if you win?" Mingi remembered, he trembled even more. Damn it, Mingi clenched his fists, silently cursing. Not only Lee Junhua, but Duke Shul and Lee Chulmin are both representatives of famous academies. Cadets from unknown academies like us cannot be compared. At least now I can give up, but soon. Both Junhua and Chulmin were stunned in front of the TV screen, causing Mingi to pay attention. The MC then announced, "Great," it turned everyone's plans upside down. The match result was decided in the blink of an eye. Hearing these words, Mingi's face seemed brighter. On the stage, the announcement board displayed Shojun's portrait. The MC also summarized that the winner was Kim Shojun of Dream Academy. At this time, Duke Shul fell before Shojun. Junhua in the waiting room just looked at Mingi and said one sentence, "Those trashes playing together was really fun." Mingi bowed his head when he heard it. Suddenly, Junhua realized something. Mingi stood up, holding the sword in his hand. "You boldly opened your mouth." "Me." "Me too." This made Junhua feel so itchy that he gritted his teeth. Back to the battle, Duke Shul used all his strength to swing the axe and let out a loud scream. Then he swooped down on Shojun. Because he was agile, he dodged the attack. The MC observed Duke Shul's speed and immediately praised him. Just as expected of Cadet Duke Shul, his strength was amazing. MC turned to look at the situation again, but Cadet Shojun easily avoided his attacks. It seemed like he wasn't just lucky. Duke Shul thought incredulously, this guy did it. What's up? Whenever he attacked, Shojun would dodge it, making Duke Shul think again. He had attacked non-stop, to the point of running out of breath, but he kept dodging as if it was nothing. Duke Shul swung wildly, he screamed loudly, why didn't his attacks work? Then, Duke Shul put all his strength into this attack. He challenged, let's see if you can dodge this attack. Quickly, Shojun raised his spear. Taking the opportunity for Duke Shul to swing the axe, he knocked his weapon away. Causing the axe to sink into the ground behind, Duke Shul trembled and couldn't speak. He collapsed helplessly. The MC immediately spoke up, amazing, contrary to everyone's expectations, this match was decided in the blink of an eye. Duke Shul just sat there, his voice trembling and wondering, have I lost? In a star power match, Duke Shul just finished mumbling. The MC immediately concluded, the winner was Kim Shojun, from Dream Academy. Immediately, Shojun's portrait appeared on the bulletin board. Shojun after the match was filled with disappointment as he looked at the phone screen. The system table shows the low index, Chiron lecture progress index plus 1%, the hour meaning is 32.7%, Gautama lecture progress index plus 0.5, the hour meaning is 6.9%, Xiangyu lecture progress index plus 1.5%, meaning now 34.9%. Shojun looked at the screen, moving and talking to himself, the progress stat only increased so much, I came to hope that it would increase more if I fought against other cadets, above all, almost the cadets were all entrenched, reducing the number of battles. The system gave a notification, the time before the free pass expires, there are 52 days left, this made Seo Jun panic, the number of days left for the free pass is still decreasing, what should I do? At this rate, not only Gautama's lecture but I will not be able to complete Chiron and Xiangyu. Shojun then opened the waiting room door in a depressed state, thinking, I will be broke if I buy a weapon and get a free pass, I have no other choice but to win that prize money. Suddenly Mingi was waiting from inside, he called out to him. Shojun looked at his expression, wondering, what's wrong Mingi, why are you so angry? He happily replied, I saw your match, I didn't think you would be that strong. After hearing that stupid sentence, Shojun immediately explained, I never said I was weak, making Mingi startled, ah, you're right. He praised again, great, it was really great, but quickly, the male employee quickly opened the door and announced, the second match is ready, come out when I call your name. Cadet Lee Mingi, Cadet Lee Junhua, hearing his name, Mingi was a bit startled, on the contrary, Junhua stood up confidently. He also deliberately bumped into Mingi's shoulder, chasing away, avoiding, flies and mosquitoes. Shojun then watched Junhua leave, Mingi on this side trembled and said, do you remember what I said about us being the same in the maze? I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, I felt a familiar feeling towards you, that's why, when you defeated Duke Shul, I felt happy as if I was the winner, but I also feel jealous. Shojun still listened attentively to Mingi, you are an unlucky person, have no talent, and you are not as strong as me. Then, Mingi confidently said, but I want to be a brother that my sister can be proud of. Suddenly, the male employee called his name again, Major Lee Mingi, he quickly replied, yes, I come here. Shojun said goodbye to Mingi by saying goodbye, doing his best, he replied, yes, then quickly left. Mingi's excitement made Shojun smile proudly, let's meet in the final. At the arena at that time, the announcement board showed round 2, between Lee Mingi and Lee Junhua, but it seemed like he was still worried. Mingi put his hand on his chest, telling himself, I can do it, I can do it, this made Junhua click his tongue in annoyance. He frowned and asked angrily, why do you keep babbling so annoyingly? Mingi then thought to himself, everything makes me tired, I feel ashamed to be forced to participate in this nonsense match. The referee spoke up, I will explain the rules again before starting. Match. At that time, Junhua wondered, is this kid my opponent? While the referee was briefing, Mingi noticed something. It was Junhua's dangerous eyes that made Mingi tremble in fear, just like prey. Looking at Mingi's appearance, Junhua quickly assessed him and knew without having to fight. It was a prey. Junhua imagined Mingi as a small deer. A useless bastard who only knows when he's being eaten, a creature at the bottom of the food chain. To a predator like me, he is nothing more than a blade of grass. Junhua thought in hatred, this guy only came here thanks to luck, he should know his fate. Junhua continued to despise, I should have been in first place in both round 1 and round 2 of this competition, it's normal, because I'm on a completely different level than the trash participating in this farce. Suddenly however, he stopped, but in front of Junhua, a scene that seemed to irritate his eyes. Mingi boldly held the holy sword and took the stance of a swordsman. This made Junhua hate him. Thank God. He thought, does this lowly mosquito think he can win? Junhua immediately asked the referee, hey referee, when can it start? The referee replied, the announcement will be soon. MC immediately spoke up, now, the second match of round 2 of the competition. Meanwhile, Mingi thought, I can do it, just like Shojun. Junhua felt fed up. He thought, there was no need to show off in this nonsense competition. When the MC shouted to start, Junhua quickly took the position to attack first. He whispered, I will finish in a blink. The sudden blow made Mingi surprised to block the attack. Junhua's sword force was clearly strong, causing Mingi to be pushed back. The MC leading the audience was, as expected, Lee Junhua. He immediately released breaths that were both fast and precise. On the other hand, Cadet Mingi looked like he was in a difficult situation. It may not be able to last long, the dust and smoke of the arena flying everywhere due to Junhua's energy. He swung his sword and threatened, if you were a bug, then act like that. Immediately, he used the hilt of the sword to hit Mingi in the stomach, making him vomit blood and his glasses flew off. The MC happily said, it was a strong punch. Mingi was immediately pushed back away. The MC continued, Cadet Mingi collapsed in pain. Was this the end of the match? Mingi then held the sword as a fulcrum. He tiredly thought, I will lose. Mingi seemed desperate. He thought, this is not a matter of whether I win or not, I can't compare to him. I really can't do anything, even though I told myself I would become a brother that my sister can be proud of. I want to become strong like Shojun Hyung. Junhua slowly walked over. But Mingi had no intention of giving up. He counted in his head, like Shojun Hyung. Then, Mingi slowly stood up in the presence of Junhua. The MC again led. Oh, Cadet Mingi was standing up. He took the stance of holding the sword, telling himself, just once, if it's just once then it's okay. Then, he suddenly came. Even though this was easy for him, Mingi then attacked. He shouted loudly, I want my attack to reach him. When the sword was swung towards Junhua's face, immediately, the arena exploded loudly. In a few minutes, Mingi was lying on the floor. The MC concluded that there would be no overturning. The winner was Lee Junhua of Revenant Academy. Everyone in the stands was happily buzzing. As expected of Lee Junhua, he was invincible. Junhua was at a level that shouldn't be participating in this competition. When a person speaks up, he may be an arrogant bastard, but he has the skills to prove it. As soon as he finished speaking, Junhua was slashed and blood flowed down his face. This made Junhua's face darken. The bulletin board displayed Junhua's portrait and a cut on Mingi's cheek, making him wonder, did it touch me? All the audience started making noise. The bug that caused this life, cursed. Junhua looked back at the group of people when there was the sound of laughter from one person. Starting off, the atmosphere around Junhua gradually turned against him. Everyone became negative. Is he acting cool after defeating that person like that? I guess Junhua isn't just that, it's a pity, man elite. When he heard the gossip, Junhua said, hey referee, I'm coming to the fortress. The referee was examining Mingi's body when he raised his head and asked, what do you mean? Suddenly, he used his knee to hit Mingi's unconscious body in the head. The referee did not have time to move. Junhua immediately spoke up, I can't stand the jokes in this place anymore. The reason this match became a fair is because you guys accept these idiots. That's why you guys just level 4. The referee saw Junhua still continuing to torture Mingi, and immediately intervened verbally, Cadet Lee Junhua, what is this? The match has already ended. If it continues, we will have to intervene. Junhua ignored it. He continued to walk to where Mingi was, saying, why continue? I said I was defending. Why aren't you guys angry? Look at these guys joking around, still trying to become hunters or what? Then, Junhua used his foot to step on Mingi's head. He was still babbling, just crawling up, not knowing his position. Trash as he should be. Before he could finish speaking, Shojun intervened. Junhua quickly blocked Shojun's attack. He said, I'm waiting here, because we're going to play in the finals anyway, but I changed my mind. Shojun said with determination, you deserve to be defeated now. While struggling, Shojun ordered to let go. Junhua wondered, what? Shojun said, put your dirty feet away. Junhua immediately understood what Shojun meant. Instead, he pressed his foot even harder. Oh, is that it? Otherwise what if? Hearing that, Shojun frowned. He immediately opened his spear, causing Junhua to step back and remove his foot from Mingi's head. Shojun approached and lifted his head up. This made Junhua click his tongue in annoyance. Shojun worriedly asked, are you okay, Mingi? Are you still awake? Junhua still spoke contemptuously at that time. It was truly a touching story between the little insects. Even though Mingi couldn't open his eyes, he could still dreamily open his mouth and call out, Shojun Hyung. Shojun then spoke up and asked Junhua, what's so funny about looking down on others like that? The question made him pause. Shojun continued to say, what's wrong with you, why do you always have to step on others like that? Junhua then replied, you really don't know, that's why you asked, it's simply because I don't like insects that don't know their fate. Shojun continued asking, does that mean they can't have dreams? Junhua, with an arrogant look, replied, what are you talking about, dreams, wow, I didn't know there were still people today who talk about such things. Flying like that. Junhua continued, you mean you can do everything if you're diligent, in the stands, everyone is talking, it's really chaotic, why don't the organizers do anything, why not can it? The referee is also arguing, people want to intervene, blame the person next to them, what do you mean, don't stop them, we should stop them, the referee next to him just replied, I don't understand either, but this is an instruction from above, from now on, just stand outside and observe, on the other side of the wall, the person behind it is also the mysterious strange guy at the betting place the other day. Seoyun in the stands also felt worried, she called softly, Shojun. Junhua lashed out again, damn, I didn't expect you to be so stupid, hey, let me teach you a lesson, this is a world where the strong will win, do you understand? Only by defeating others can you survive, there is no place for those who only dream, here there is only victory and defeat. Hearing those familiar words, Shojun immediately froze. Junhua confirmed again, this world is like that, idiot, Shojun could only kneel there and lift Mingi's body, the truth is, he also thought the same as Junhua. Shojun began to reminisce, during the 9 years he had to endure to become a super hunter, he had to face reality many times, he was once a person with no talent or money, it seems like nothing can be done. No matter how hard I work, it's only enough to maintain my life. I can't improve anything. No matter how hard I try, it's still miserable. I've wondered hundreds of times if I'd given up and done it. What would it be like in another way? At this time, Shojun called the referee behind, please take care of Minji for me. Fear can hold me back and make me doubt myself. I can't count the number of times I wondered if I could do it. Suddenly, after handing over to the referee, Shojun immediately stood up, surprising the referee. Of course, call Cadet Shojun. That is also the reason why many people do not dare to face reality, but, returning to the present, Shojun stood opposite Junhua, asking, so what? It's not something you can treat as trash and insult it. Suddenly, Shojun rushed towards Junhua with his weapon, shocking the referee and contestant Shojun, thus violating the violence law. Shojun rushed towards him while swinging his spear. The referee tried to verbally stop him. Junhua then sighed and huffed. He tilted his head up, laughing wildly, truly ridiculous. Immediately, Shojun attacked with a spear, Junhua also held a sword to block the attack. He laughed and said, you're a damn cockroach. Shojun replied, you're the same. Immediately, Junhua knocked Shojun away with a swing of his sword. Quick as lightning, he rushed forward while raising his sword, Shojun immediately blocked it with the body of his spear. Junhua just changed the direction of his attack into a circle, causing Shojun to defend everywhere. Many sword slashes were also printed on Shojun's face, he silently said, this guy is really strong, so everyone also respects him very much, but I can't lose. Right now, Junhua came swinging his sword again. Shojun then closed his eyes defensively, he struggled with his mind, no, don't think like that, you don't have time to think about those things, just go with the flow, move based on feeling. Immediately, he followed his hunch and used the spear handle to push Junhua in the stomach. He lost his stance. Immediately increased the distance between the two. A referee spoke up, what is this, both of you stop, Junhua didn't pay attention, he loudly interrupted the referee, don't interfere, he stuck to his own thoughts, he is an animal that eats, animals that specialize in hunting. But with those eyes, Junhua noticed Shojun's extremely angry eyes, and at the same time his dangerous look, Junhua gritted his teeth and thought, why do I see that familiar look in an insect like him? Junhua then opened his mouth, ha, it's easy to say some unrealistic things. Suddenly, Junhua quickly rushed to Shojun's face and continued, but can you stand up to defeat reality? Halfway through beating the drum, he swung his sword again, and Shojun blocked it at the same time. This made Junhua extremely angry, thinking, how can he stop it? The two clashed, making Shojun on this side unable to withstand the force and let out a few sounds. Junhua then continuously slashed at him, but only hit Shojun's blocking attacks. Junhua felt strange, he thought to himself, it was my imagination. Just like that, he was able to block each slash more and more accurately. Junhua noticed his face. Noticing that Shojun had a more attentive expression, he thought to himself that after blocking one of my moves, he seemed to have become even stronger. In a moment of inattention, Shojun immediately brought the spear towards him. He continued to think before Shojun swung the spear. Like he was witnessing a beast, Junhua wasn't even ready for his counterattack. Immediately, both of them were injured in the abdomen and were quickly pushed apart. Junhua was angry, cursing under his breath, "Damn, am I being pushed back a bit, by this damn guy?" Immediately, Junhua became angry. Never, he told himself, Junhua's sword also had his ability accumulated. Shojun looked at it and realized, what an energy sword, if I don't know how to control mana, I will never be able to win. At that time, Junhua used mana for weapons, something that should have been banned in the match. All the referees and bodyguards spoke up to stop him. Junhua, damn it, stop him. Junhua when then let everyone listen and scream, "I will kill you." In Shojun's mind, he thought of a plan, run quickly, that was the only way to think. Suddenly, Shojun once again struggled mentally, but why did my brain tell me to run? But I didn't want to, I just felt that if I ran, all the things I had tried to build before would be in vain. Suddenly, a human voice echoed in his head, the trust of the Chu country. Behind Shojun soon contained the figure of Xiangyu. He said, "I once told you about the song of the Chu country, didn't I?" A disciple once asked me. Why did we jump straight into the enemy every time we went into battle? They asked what it would be like if it was a predetermined war. That's right, when the result was determined, if we lost, there was no way to live. Even though we didn't want to admit it, that was the first time we felt afraid. The thing that scared us the most was failure ourselves. While listening to Xiangyu's lecture, in reality, Junhua rushed at him with his sword energy. Xiangyu continued, "Even so, I still fought to the end. Do you know why or not? Just because." Shojun gripped the spear handle tightly. Xiangyu continued, "What I must do." "Hey kid, if you already know you will fail, believe in yourself and fight to the end, even if you have the ability to move mountains. If you don't believe in yourself you can't win against anyone." And that, the most reckless fighting spirit, Xiangyu fought and lost, and that was how he was able to become the king. Moving the mountain will move the whole mountain. Immediately, Shojun followed Xiangyu's instructions, finally getting into a fighting stance and preparing to rush in like Xiangyu in the past, filling the lake and shaking the whole world. Quickly, Shojun's spear gathered mana, surprising Junhua on the other side. He gritted his teeth, shouted angrily, "Don't make me laugh, I'm the carnivore, the one who will devour all lowly creatures like you." The two were about to collide, but outside there were many bodyguards running to intervene. Junhua screamed with hatred, "Die you bastard." Shojun on this side also shouted before encountering Junhua. Then, it was too late for the team of soldiers, their weapons touched each other, immediately creating a shockwave. The center of the field also creates a strong seismic zone that spreads to the stands. The current bodyguards were thrown away. Gradually, when the shock subsided, the next thing they saw was smoke and dust. One of them raised his voice in surprise, "Whoa." That person was annoyed and blamed, "Damn, the smoke made me unable to see anything." The other person was curious at the same time, "Who won?" When the smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of two cadets appeared. The smoke gradually dissipates. Shojun on this side was still able to hold on, but Junhua on the other side fell directly to the ground. Shojun trembled on the spear. As for Junhua, he actually vomited blood on the ground and fainted. Everyone in the stands was intently looking at them. That way, everyone can understand who defeated who. Seeing that Shojun had defeated his opponent, the whole audience cheered. They called out his name, Kim Shojun, several times, causing Seoyun to observe the scene and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "Oh my god. Just 2 weeks ago he was struggling to fight with a sword imbued with mana, but now he could create spear energy," Seoyun thought amid the noise of the crowd. "Shojun," she called silently, but suddenly, there was a stuttering sound behind her. It couldn't be. Seoyun looked behind her. It was the cloaked man she once suspected. He seemed dazed by the results, constantly mumbling, "Why?" Seoyun thought, "He is the person I saw at the betting center just now." No way. He was so shocked that he even opened his hat. Seoyun whispered, I was surprised too, but his reaction was a bit too much, acting as if some ancient law of nature had just been broken. She immediately remembered something. "That's right, now that I think about it. Didn't he bet that Shojun would win?" When he looked back, he was gone. Causing Seoyun to huff in confusion, he wasn't there anymore. After the match, Shojun walked on the street. His expression was sullen. Back before, in front of the room door, a bodyguard informed him that he was not qualified. He continued, "Even though Cadet Junhua's actions were excessive, He was also stripped of his right to participate in the tournament, and he interfered even though it was not an official match. The referee made a very harsh decision. There were many warnings, but he still ignored him. Hearing that, Shojun seemed dumbfounded. The bodyguard shook his head. His actions clearly violated the rules of the game. Shojun also confessed in his heart, what he said was not wrong, but why didn't the organizers stop me before I could intervene? Shojun then spoke up, I know, and I was also prepared for this when I intervened. Above all, what will happen to Junhua now? Moving to Junhua's situation now, he was lucky to be transferred to the hospital by the group of people. Hospital, the bodyguard said. Cadet Junhua of course did not qualify, even though he had already been stripped of his rights. And the act of using sword energy clearly showed the intention to kill the opponent. He may not be prosecuted, but the association will ban him from participating in the Super Hunter exam for the next 5 years. In the end, by default Lee Chulmin won the tournament. Mingi placed second and Duke Shul somehow made it to third place, making Shojun click his tongue. Well, it must be okay since the speed of his learning process was the same. Already increased a lot. Instead, Shojun thought about what Chulmin would say at this time. Damn, winning without having to lift a finger is a real victory, ha ha ha. The system pops up. Teacher Chiron's learning speed is plus 15%, meaning the current speed is 48.7%. Shakyamuni's learning speed is plus 5.2%, meaning current speed is 12.1%. Hang Vu's learning speed plus 10%, meaning current speed is 56.9%. Shojun observed and thought, speed his learning process skyrocketed while fighting Junhua, notably Xiang Yu's speed surpassed 50%. Shojun thought to himself, now that he thought about it, the energy he felt just now might have appeared thanks to the speed of Hang Vu's learning process exceeding 50%. Let me see, I should learn a new lesson. Everything will be easier if the learning process speed is higher. I was holding the phone thinking. Suddenly a hand touched his shoulder. Shojun turned his head to look back. It was Seoyun. She called, Mr. Shojun. He also said, oh, is it Seoyun? She worriedly asked, how is your body, does it hurt anywhere? Hearing that, Shojun immediately turned her arm and replied, you see, I'm fine, just look like that, I'm very strong. Seoyun breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately, but Shojun suddenly looked at her with touching eyes. He spoke up, I'm sorry, Seoyun. She felt confused, about what? Shojun replied, I should have won but I interrupted. Seoyun didn't blame her and said, oh, but I thought you were talking about something. Don't feel sorry, you don't need to apologize to me at all. To be honest, I was just worried about whether you were okay or not. Shojun immediately asked, what if I'm not okay? Seoyun said, I thought you liked the prize money very much, or was I wrong? Hearing about the prize money that she lost, Shojun was once again stabbed in the heart. That's right, immediately, he writhed, making Seoyun think, he had forgotten. He ruffled his hair, Longinus's spear, what should I do? I also need to buy a few more free tickets for the lesson. Seeing him tormented like that, Seoyun spoke up, by the way he was planning to what do you do with that bonus money? Shojun squatted down, he scratched his head and replied, I have my eye on a weapon so I really want to buy it. In Seoyun's eyes, Shojun is like someone who loves weapons, his mind is only thinking about $100,000. After that, Shojun stood up and said, it's okay. It would be a lie to say I don't regret it, but I think if I didn't get involved I would regret it more. Hearing that, Seoyun had no further comments. Shojun then scratched his head again, saying, I'm sure the money issue will be resolved. Seoyun replied, I thought so too. Suddenly, someone ran from afar, calling out, brother. Mr. Shojun, that's Mingi, his head is currently bandaged, his glasses are not intact. Shojun saw that and replied, Mingi. After running for a while, Mingi tiredly rested his arms on his pillow and asked, are you going now? Shojun replied, that's it. Seoyun on this side at the same time lowered her hat to cover her identity. Mingi scratched his head and stammered, well, me. He was silent for a bit. Then speak up, you might become someone like me if you keep trying. Hearing this sentence, Shojun paused. Mingi was trembling at that time, but also very courageously looked straight at Shojun. He parted his lips. Then said, it might be difficult. The answer surprised Mingi. To be honest, Mingi's talent would be left behind if he became a super hunter in this day and age. Of course, people often say that if you try hard, nothing is impossible, but to cope facing this world with dreams and ideals is extremely harsh. Shojun continued, so don't just focus on becoming a hunter, you can be good at other things too, there's no reason to be. As disappointing as it is, you're still very young. Hearing these words, Mingi realized, he was right. He finally admitted, I'm not sad at all, I just came here to say my last goodbye. Mingi turned to leave, said the last sentence, thanking him for everything. Shojun looked after him and remained silent. It seemed Mingi was in a very sad mood. Suddenly, Shojun spoke again, but don't let anyone grasp your thoughts, whether it's me or anyone else, don't let others say that you can't. Suddenly, Mingi stopped. Again. He continued, you have no talent, that's the undeniable truth, that's what people say when they see you, they will say you can't do it, that's why you will never be successful. But always remember, other people's opinions about you are not reality. Mingi then turned around. Shojun said, if you want to do something, then do it, just knowing that is enough. After listening, Mingi was filled with tears. He then waved to him, brother, sometimes my sister and I will come to visit you. Shojun also waved goodbye. Seoyeon was there also smiling warmly. She said, seeing this side of you surprised me. Shojun quickly left, saying, I'm sticking my nose into things that aren't mine. Seoyeon laughed, but I thought your actions just now were cool, now you have a fan. Shojun replied, I think you're more suitable to be a student than a fan. I should have taken the opportunity to propose our academy. Hearing, Seoyeon suddenly stopped laughing, she seemed a little touched. Then looked towards Shojun, who was walking away. He also put his hand on his head and rubbed it. Seoyeon heard the humane words from Shojun, muttering to herself, our academy. After that, she immediately spoke up, okay, you tried your best so I will buy you a weapon. Shojun was startled, wait, really, why suddenly like that? She replied, just think of it as learning, let's go. My grandfather often stops by a factory, let's go there. Shojun hesitated, I'll choose something expensive, and so we both went to the factory together. At a temple, a man quickly came over. He quickly asked if the great master was here or not. The bodyguard guarding the door immediately replied, yes, but he said no one could be allowed in because he was meditating. That person said, this is an emergency, tell him I'm here. The bodyguard hesitated, but suddenly, the door opened wide. It was the constellation Seo Moonchul, the Sword Saint's bodyguard. He knelt down and said, Great Master, it's me, Seo Moonchul. The bodyguard outside couldn't stop him, his face turned pale. Minchul spoke up, I thought everyone would understand when I gave the order not to let anyone in, but upon hearing that, Seo immediately jumped. The atmosphere at this time was silent and tense, murderous intent surrounded Mr. Seo. It seemed like Minchul was saying, are you looking down on my words? Seo Moonchul quickly felt suffocated, he thought, the pressure is unimaginable, I can't move. Seo stammered, Miss Seoyeon participated in the Academy's most recent tournament. Hearing, Minchul seemed to ignore Seo forgetting the old rules. He asked, Seoyeon, what about the Academy tournament? Seo quickly replied, yes, the killing intent gradually gathered. At the weapon workshop, Seoyeon held up a brand new spear for Shojun to examine. She happily held it out for Shojun to see, he hummed in thought, however, Mr. Seo's words still passed through the photo frame, they am still looking for specifics. But it seemed like she had invited a new student. Shojun then shook her head, not this one, causing Seoyeon and the shop owner to glance sideways. Mr. Seo said, I can't solve this problem myself. Minchul said, it's okay. I need to personally go see what kind of person that guy is. Park Minchul, the Sword Saint constellation is extremely suspicious at this time. In a high-rise building, Shojun's voice echoed, 4,980, 4,981. Just like that, Shojun raised his spear and swung it down again. Until he counted to 5,000, and at the same time the last blow of the spear. After practice, Shojun tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying to himself, the daily mission had been completed. Seoyeon stood behind him silently observing everything. Her expression at that time was very serious, or more accurately, eye-catching, to the point that even without looking directly, Shojun could feel someone glancing at her. He immediately turned back, Miss Seoyeon, I felt like I was being glared at. Seoyeon quickly turned her face like a rice paper, oh, it must have been your imagination. She put on a dark expression, trying not to say, you wanted to change your equipment that much, and then you went to the equipment store I showed you, were picky and ended up not buying anything. Immediately, the image of Shojun, after choosing through a row of spears, refused, saying, I think I can just continue using this. Hearing Seoyeon's words, Shojun apologetically replied, hey, it's just me, I feel like that's a bit excessive. Seoyeon continued to predict indignantly, you're not the type to say no or care what others think, I bet you'll happily accept it normally. Right now, Shojun was also a bit awkward, he thought, she reads me like a book, I'm not satisfied with ordinary weapons after seeing with my own eyes the ones created by one of the fake Transcendent. Of course, what Shojun wants is something very luxurious. At the same time, his eyes filled with tears, cause and effect, he immediately remembered his desire to buy a luxurious weapon. At that time, Shojun looked at the price list, talking to himself, instead of buying a spear. Here, why don't I just take 20,000 in cash? Wait, what is that? Why is the price named like that? I can't do these things. He continued to think with a deadpan expression. It seems like it's the effect of the law of cause and effect if it's not actually earned through hard work. Damn it, it makes me afraid to do anything. Soeun then spoke up, I told you should buy it, there won't be a second chance. But then, she glanced at Shojun. Then he spoke up, and one more thing, I want to ask you, what is your mana training technique? Shojun is confused, what is your mana training technique? She replied, yes, you must have that to control mana. Then Soeun began to explain, looking at the way he fought the monsters, proving that he could completely control mana, and according to what he fought in the tournament, it was no ordinary technique. But I've never seen you practice it, Shojun realized, he whispered, now that I think about it, I've never learned any mana skills. Mana training is a technique that helps users control and use mana more effectively. But there are many types of it, based on effectiveness, it is divided into high level and low level, each hunter has their own mana training technique, and they even patented it. He thought to himself, that's why I tried to enter a high-level school like this. Suddenly, Shojun asked, did she learn that technique at the Hunter Academy? Hearing the question, Soeun was surprised. Course. She shook her head and replied, no, he absolutely forbids that. Shojun smiled, thinking to herself, not too surprised, otherwise that academy would have been very famous by now. Suddenly, Soeun added again, instead, I was taught to practice techniques that I invented myself, making Shojun shocked. What, you created it yourself? Soeun replied, yes, I'm also interested in teaching study. Why do you ask that? Soeun wondered, making him feel guilty, replying, I'm just curious, he thought to himself, I thought she didn't have talent, or maybe that talent bar is at the level of a sword saint. But she's right, skill training is the basics of being a hunter. And I feel the first difference between being able to use mana or not is in the battle with Junhua. Since I now have free time to study, it seems like learning about mana is also a good thing. Meanwhile, Soeun looked at Shojun's thoughtful look, making her also think at the same time, is this question that difficult? Is he trying to laugh or something? If he didn't want to answer, then so be it. After thinking about it, Soeun boldly left, saying, okay, just keep practicing, which made Shojun suddenly turn around. He asked, where are you going? Soeun replied, I have something to do. Hearing that, he also grinned and said, what, I didn't expect that you also had work to do. Shojun's joke made her pause, angrily turn her head and argue for a few times, then said, seriously, anyway, remember to lock the door if you leave before I get back. She left, slamming the door. Shojun waved and replied, okay, don't worry. But quickly falling silent, he wondered, the question was, what should I learn now? When will the advisor come back? When it's time to be useful, he runs away. Shojun cried silently. Mentor appeared, gave a thumbs up and replied, when I return, I will check on her status. Soeun has now run outside, she thought shyly, I really look like I have nothing to do, I know I've been quite free lately. What is mana? Let's explain it to the great magician Merlin. In a harsh world ruled by the law of cause and effect, this is the way to rise up and fight against the laws of the world. That is mana. The system appears, once you have learned mana, you can see the world, the guide, the great magician Merlin. Shojun kept her eyes glued to her phone and let out a gurgling sound. Notification system, once you have learned mana, you can see the world, the instructor, the great magician Merlin, when you complete this lesson, you will receive the lesson pattern. Merlin later when he lectured again, he asked, did you all understand everything, right? It was easy, right? Shojun kept watching him lecture, and at the same time thought dejectedly, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind in a different way than the Buddha's lessons. The wizard Merlin on the phone finally spoke, his explanation finished. It's time for you to find it for yourself, the system pops up, daily mission, get 1,000 mana stones, currently there are no more than 1,000, I'm dumbfounded after reading it, this is also a daily mission. Star day. Shojun then proceeded to do it, he said, I think I'll give it a try. Shojun raised his hands close together, immediately, a stream of mana surrounded his body. Shojun thought to himself, is this thanks to the senses I learned from Chiron, it's not too troublesome to sense and control mana, He continued to close his eyes to accumulate mana, thinking again, but this is really difficult, I can feel it, but I can't put it into shape, so what should I do? Merlin appeared in his mind. He lectured, using mana to connect the world in your mind to the physical world, you are using it to bring something from your imagination into reality, transform it into reality as if following the laws of nature. A typical example is, suddenly, Shojun opened her eyes wide. Merlin continued, a power that had never existed anywhere, mana's transformation was like a halo, he transformed magic, and Shojun did it too. Oh, so it's this, Shojun exclaimed in surprise, looking at the light between her hands. It was a brilliant convergence of mana. He exclaimed, a mana stone. But looking closely, it's just a little squeaky. He wondered, did it really count as a daily mission? Shojun cherished that little thing, my cute little mana rock, and old Merlin was speechless, that's called mana rock star. Shojun tries to cheer herself up by thinking positively, which I think will get better over time. Suddenly, Minchul appeared from nowhere, he called out, you, causing Shojun to look back. He stammered, he was, isn't that the Sword Saint? Seeing someone familiar, Minchul's face darkened, he thought, I came to see who Seoyun's new friend at the academy is. But what's in his hand, if I guess correctly, is a mana stone, a solid transformation of mana. This is very difficult to do, he may be slow, but he is truly a genius. Mixed in with Minchul's thoughts was Shojun's dumb expression. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became about why a genius like him would join this academy. He aimed at his niece. At this time, Minchul emitted a murderous aura and asked, I asked who you are. Shojun answered frankly, hello, my name is Kim Shojun. He even happily said, I've only seen you on the internet, seeing you in real life is very different. At the same time, I was thinking, I'm surprised, who would have thought that Seoyun's grandfather would suddenly come here? Then, Shojun quickly asked the main issue, oh, you came to see Miss Seoyun, what a pity, she just left on some business. Hearing her address, he was surprised, what, Miss Seoyun? This made Shojun wonder, aren't you going to see her? Minchul's expression suddenly became unusually tense, he was silent for a moment. Then he asked, why are you still okay? Hearing the strange question, Shojun immediately wondered, what do you mean? Minchul spoke, my killing intent spread out, unless you were an S-Class hunter, otherwise you would have stopped dead. The words made Shojun feel strange. He looked around, wondering, killing intent, does this affect me? Minchul finally spoke up, tell me, what are you here for? He turned around, wondering, what do you mean? Minchul put his hand on the sword, slowly walked over, all the while saying, a talent like him could be welcomed anywhere, so why did he approach Seoyun? It's best to tell me the truth. At this time, the murderous aura spread strongly. Shojun felt it and immediately retreated. He tried to reconcile, reaching out to explain, no, I think we have a misunderstanding, Minchul's threatening voice interrupted again. I don't think you will tell me easily. Shojun now had wide eyes and whispered, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, the Sword Saint swung his sword at Shojun with lightning speed, causing him to immediately rush forward to dodge the attack. He frowned uncomfortably. Shojun on this side is still in shock. Returning to the temple, Seoyun was there. She wondered, what, he's not here. She asked a nearby maid, when will you be back? The girl replied, he didn't say anything, I think Councilman Seo will know, should I call him? Seoyun looked away, thinking, I wanted to tell him about Shojun. Where have you gone? Returning to the tense scene, Minchul continued to urge, say go. What did you come here for? Shojun quickly grabbed his spear. She asked in surprise, what, my grandfather is not here. The maid replied, yes, he's away right now, maybe Mr. Seo knows where he's going, I'll call him. At this time, Seoyun's expression was sad, she thought to herself, that's really bad, I want to keep this a secret as soon as possible, but since he's competing in the academy tournament like this, I can't hide it from Shojun any longer. If you have to face it anyway, then just face the problem, Seoyun then replied, then please ask bodyguard Seo. Suddenly, there was a voice behind her, Miss Seoyun. Seoyun immediately called back, bodyguard Seo. It was Seo Minchul. He happily said, who would have thought that he would meet her in this main house, it's really rare. The maid immediately bowed her head and retreated. Seoyun said, you came at the right time, I was planning to contact you. Mr. Seo wondered, why did you contact me, for what purpose? I came because I wanted to meet you. Hearing this, Seo Minchul realized something. Immediately replied, the principal has come to your academy, young lady. Hearing that, Seoyun's face darkened. She immediately left without saying goodbye. The maid was surprised. Why did the young lady run so quickly? Seo Moonchul over here was just silent. Seoyun ran at full speed, thinking, I was so caught off guard. I knew he would come by from time to time, but I didn't think he would come so early. Seoyun was currently sweating profusely, thinking to herself, no matter what, I couldn't. At Seoyun's academy, Shojun and Minchul are arguing with each other. Seoyun made up her mind that she wouldn't be able to let those two meet alone. Shojun wondered, what is it? He noticed the weapon Minchul was holding, the sword sheath. He swung the sword without even taking it out of the sheath. I think he wants to block me, not kill me. Minchul asked again, who are you really? Shojun immediately approached, awkwardly explaining, I don't know why you behave like this, but this is just a misunderstanding. Wait a minute. But Shojun was immediately rebuked by him, you don't just use mana. Even though you use such tactics, you still say it's a misunderstanding. Immediately Minchul swung his sword again, shouting, you're really a cheater and a liar, making it difficult for Shojun to suddenly block the attack. Shojun then backed away, quickly speaking again, I really don't know what Seoyun said, but please calm down and. But continuing, he received curses from Minchul, that bastard. Shojun was extremely helpless at this time, thinking, I feel like I said something wrong, but I don't know if I said it wrong. Anything. Minchul said with murderous intent, I also really want to understand what your situation is like, but, at that moment, he thought to himself, it's all a lie, I know you don't mean it. Arrange this matter. Sweat fell down Shojun's cheeks. He finally refused to give up and thought, whatever. Obviously he didn't listen to me, and even if he did, he didn't seem like he wanted to kill me. If the Sword Star really wanted to kill me, I would have died the moment I felt his aura. Minchul, he is the great sword saint of Kwaishan. Shojun took his position, he continued his train of thought, being the person closest to his ideal image. This is a great opportunity for me. Thinking about it, Shojun immediately turned on the switch, his fighting blood welling up. Minchul thought to himself, this bastard. His aura has changed. Over the past few decades, I've met countless hunters, but there's only one person who still has a fighting spirit even after facing me. You must have very good strength. Quickly, Minchul started the first steps, he flew away so quickly, even Shojun was surprised. Minchul thought, but how can you approach my niece? He immediately threw a blow at Shojun, but he was lucky to block it. Shojun had difficulty blocking the attack again, he thought, I can't even feel it, let alone see it clearly. Quickly, Shojun's eyes tightened. It seems that Minchul is the image of a monster, fierce and overwhelming. Even though he fought until the end, he was still thinking about it. I felt that even such a simple attack was at a level I couldn't see through. I really wanted to know how long I could last. Thinking about it, Shojun quickly changed his position. He flashed towards Minchul to attack. He easily blocked the attack. Quickly, Minchul hit Shojun on the hip. Pushing him away, he even said, it's so trivial. All you had to do was answer my question, but the moment Shojun slid to the floor, he said to himself, no, that's not right, something's missing, I can't. Let it all end like this, just a little longer. The trick probably wouldn't work. Immediately, Shojun fell to the floor, his hand also letting go of the weapon. He thought, this is the only chance I have right now, at a time when he is still merciful towards me like this. Once again, Shojun stood up and continued to fight again. I only had one chance. When I looked up, Shojun saw Minchul swinging his sword at him. I had to end this in just one blow. But how to do it, he was dumbfounded. Minchul immediately hit him in the waist, but Shojun quickly lowered his body to avoid the attack. Finally escaped his attack. Merlin was present again, the lecture echoed in Shojun's head, with your will, you can use mana to deceive and convince the whole world, to make deception enter the real world as if it were the law of God. Naturally, quickly, Shojun regained his momentum. He immediately used the spear handle to hit Minchul's waist. This is the best I can do now. Quickly, Mana followed his spear and launched an attack. Wait, finally, Shojun swung his spear. Smoke gradually spread from where they were, but in the end it was nowhere. Shojun collapsed, losing all his strength. Minchul is still okay. Shojun looked up, he sobbed, it was so painful. Minchul spoke, this bastard. You finally showed your true face. Hearing this sentence, Shojun was not convinced and immediately argued, what is your true face wearing tin? You were the one who attacked me first. He mentioned Seoyun again. Well, the more he talked, the more painful it became. When would Miss Seoyun come? Every time Minchul mentioned his niece, he would break another nerve. He immediately fought to the end. Okay, if you want, then, Minchul's strongest move is clearly shown. He said, let me personally send you to hell. Seoyun was so scared at that time, I was so scared. Quickly, the main door opened wide. Okay, Seoyun was back, just in time to stop the two of them. What are you doing? Grandpa, Seoyun asked Minchul when her face was now sweating profusely from jogging. Minchul stood there watching the children talk to each other. Seoyun asked worriedly, Shojun, are you okay? Oh no, you're all bruised, Shojun replied, I don't think there are any serious injuries, no, but there's no denying it doesn't hurt. After hearing that, he turned away and said, how can a weak person like that call himself a man? Shojun refused to give up and immediately replied, if you're beaten by a sword saint, what does gender matter? I bet everyone you meet fights like that. Seoyun was surprised the first time she saw him fighting with the sword saint. Minchul, because he was lashed out by him, immediately said loudly, what did you just say, you bastard? Shojun replied, what, are you planning to hit me again? His mouth was moving, but he still decided to hide behind Seoyun. Making her whisper, oh my god, I've never seen anyone dare to argue with him. No, the sword saint is right. Once again, Shojun argued with him, really, but first can I know the reason why I was beaten? Maybe the sword saint can do whatever he wants, huh? When seeing Minchul showing signs of wanting to respond, Seoyun immediately stood up to stop him. Stop it, Grandpa. Then, she turned to Shojun and said, I'm sorry for making you endure this. Shojun, he heard her apology, immediately politely said, it's okay, it looks like it's just a scar. It's just a small bruise, you don't need to apologize. Seoyun then bowed down, sincerely apologizing. I will explain everything later, but now I sincerely apologize to you. Seeing her like that, he also felt guilty. However, Shojun still paid a little attention. Minchul was still quite disgusted with him at that time, and Seoyun was extremely worried about his current situation. Shojun had to make another excuse, now that I think about it, I should at least go get checked first, now I'm going to the hospital. Seoyun bowed her head again and said, that's right, and you don't need to worry about the cost of treatment, I sincerely apologize to you. Shojun then said, then I'm leaving. Seeing you leave without a word of blame, Seoyun was also relieved, thank you for understanding, Shojun. Quickly, she turned her head to look back at the uncle behind her, Chulmin. She called, Grandpa, his face was still jealous as before. Seoyun immediately said, let's talk. Both were silent for a while. She suddenly felt tense, thinking to herself, she was determined to confront him, but now standing in front of him she couldn't open her mouth. But suddenly, Chulmin let out a scolding, that bastard is really suspicious, don't approaching it, hooking it unintentionally caused resentment among the people. Finally, she trembled and uttered her first words, he had no doubts. He immediately replied, what do you know? The words quickly touched her. Seoyun thought to herself, what do I know? I don't know how to do anything, so just do as I say. Those are the words I've heard for the past 31 years, with just a few words like that. Ignored my opinion. Even the Hunter Academy I was in couldn't escape him. He always causes trouble when we have students, so we all leave. She pursed her lips, I know why he behaves like that, I know the motives behind when people come here, that's why I can't stop them every time they want to leave. However, returning to the present, Minchul said, clean it up tomorrow, otherwise, I will. Immediately, she replied frankly, I don't want to, making his eyes widen in surprise. However, Shojun was different. Minchul heard his niece's words just now and quickly turned around. He wondered, what did you say? Seoyun replied again, I don't want to. I don't want to lose him. After thinking about it, she quickly argued loudly, expressing her thoughts, he said he didn't want to, why should he do as you say? She thought again, less than a month from now, then told him, this is my academy, not yours. Seoyun quickly recalled, it wasn't like we created precious memories together, nor did I have special feelings for him, but every time I saw Shojun, I had a strange feeling. It makes me want to stay with him longer. At the end of the memory, Minchul said again, this is not the time for you to be angry, maybe you don't know but, Seoyun immediately argued back, okay, you don't know, so what? Thinking back to that afternoon, she couldn't explain why she felt that way. Seoyun immediately put her hand on her chest and said loudly, I don't know, that's why I want to find out why. I can't live forever in your shadow, and I don't want to either. Even now, in the middle of speaking, she kept quiet because she knew she had said something wrong. Minchul standing in front of her also felt surprised. Seoyun quickly fell silent, then she left with guilt, I'm sorry for raising my voice. But this time, I don't intend to do what you want. Having said that, she pushed the main door and left. Leaving Minchul there, he silently called her name, Seo-eun. Has he ever expressed such a strong opinion before? Going back to old memories, when the city had a dungeon explosion, everyone was running away. It was a dungeon explosion, Kia, help me, run quickly. While at Minchul, he received news from a bodyguard, the great master, that something had happened. Your son. When he heard the whole thing, he seemed dumbfounded. On the day of his son's funeral, Minchul looked at the granddaughter in front of him with a pitiful face. After losing my son in the dungeon explosion, I adopted Seo-eun, who was alone. I decided to give it the power to protect itself. That's what I decided. This is also the reason why I am so strict. She doesn't even like swordsmanship. During sword practice sessions, Seo-eun often encounters obstacles and gives up, but Minchul doesn't allow it, picks it up quickly. At this rate, she won't be able to become a hunter. Let alone A level. This is not even the path he wanted. Minchul then asked Seo-eun again when she told him what field she wanted to go into. Do you want to become a teacher? Do you think all this time I have been teaching you just to become a teacher? Even during arguments, she said, you don't want to listen. He shouted, you have to listen to me like what you're doing. The two seemed to have nothing in common. After pressuring her all these years, I knew her emotions were suppressed but still deliberately ignored them. At that time, Seo-eun really left, freed from his control. Minchul tilted his head and sighed, so this was the end. Rebellious, he said and looked towards the door. Next morning, Shojun walked on the street again. He rotated his shoulder joint. Tell yourself, don't worry, today's task is not difficult. After a while of walking, Shojun remembered a few things about that old sword saint. He imagined him as a guy who just liked to be crazy. Then he spoke up. When the sword saint came to him the other day, he thought he was dead. Luckily, thanks, only a few bruises escaped. I know the sword saint is gentle, but if Seo-eun had come a little slower, it wouldn't have been just a bruise. Quickly, the smile disappeared from his face. Shojun thought, I wonder what kind of story Miss Seo-eun has behind it. Last night, Miss Seo-eun called and told the reason. Current situation and relationship with her grandfather. Just like what happened to the previous students. I'm sure that's not all, but I also understand how she feels and why the sword saint hates me so. But he shouldn't hit other people like that. I understand that doesn't mean it's not rude. He sighed a little angry. Then, Shojun went to Seo-eun's academy, thinking, at least I have to apologize so this never happens again. The notice board appeared. The learning process speed increased slightly after the sword saint repeatedly punched. Merlin's learning process speed added 7%, meaning the current speed is 7%. Gautama's learning process speed plus 0.2%, meaning the current speed is 12.3%. He whispered, never. Then I thought to myself, well, no matter how rude I am, I won't be beaten again at worst. The speed of the learning process increases a lot after just a light blow from him. Thinking about it, Shojun pushed enter the door. Hello, he said with a friendly expression. It's here. The familiar voice made him stunned. It was Minchul. He said, why are you standing there? Come in. He is currently sitting very seriously, the sword next to him. Minchul invited him again. Come sit for a bit. Shojun was stiff as ice right now. He wondered, was he going to hit him again? Park Minchul expressed his understanding, saying, I understand, you have a contract with Seo-eun. He and I sat on the floor. Park Minchul stared at him with unbelievable eyes, asking again, was it all true? Kim Seo-jun heard him say that, a little angry, and thought, surely you have a lot of doubts, brother. Replied, yes, that's what I said. There was nothing to hide in the beginning and no reason to do so. Park Minchul looked at him with a serious face, thinking, it seems like he is telling the truth, but what is that strength and talent? A normal cadet cannot radiate such great power. This is okay. Park Minchul rubbed his beard and evaluated it, not to mention that when I saw this guy, my anger seemed to burn for no reason. Kim Seo-jun stood up and bowed. Let me say, if you have nothing more to say now, can I go? Park Minchul was a bit surprised and asked him, where are you going? Kim Seo-eun lied and replied, it's not that I want to go anywhere, I just want to practice. He heard that and suddenly became alert. That was it. Park Minchul thought to himself, if I watch this kid practice, I'll be able to roughly grasp what he's hiding. Even though it was like that in his heart, on the outside he responded casually, doing whatever it is, it's up to you. Park Minchul looked blank and mumbled to himself, there was only one thing he could confirm. His mind is in a very unstable state that I can't understand. Park Minchul doesn't understand that action, wondering, does he practice by just sitting and looking at the phone screen for hours? He watched Kim Shojun stare at his phone, puzzled. Park Minchul wondered, and the screen didn't even have anything on it. He walked behind him, folded his arms, nobly asked him, are you meditating right now? The screen on his phone went black. Kim Seo-jun turned around, answered, what, sir? What did I just say? Park Min-chul repeated what he just said. Did I say you were meditating or what? Kim Seo-jun covered up his actions, well, quite similarly. The old man gained momentum, talking in his ear at length. Meditating is definitely a very good way to practice. After all, at such a young age, if you have already practiced it, it is quite good, boy. You must also realize that no matter what happens, meditation will always help strengthen your mind and control your psychology in all situations. Kim Seo-jun listens to the logic, although helpless but still polite. Response: it's clear. Park Min-chul saw Kim Seo-jun still looking at the phone screen. A big question arose in his mind. He still didn't understand. What was wrong with this guy? Was he not interested in what he just taught? Park Min-chul is not willing, it's impossible. He raised his hand, pretended to cough, attracting attention, then continued, if you want, I have something to teach you. Kim Seo-jun asked again, the sword saint will personally teach me star. Park Min-chul seemed to have achieved something, secretly gloating, look, he immediately responded, just like I thought. Park Min-chul silently made up his mind, he makes me quite curious so I will teach him something. If he really wants to learn then I can give him a little guidance. But what did Park Min-chul say next? Kim Seo-jun made him fall painfully, but I'm not very interested in your lesson, I'm fine. He sprayed glue on the spot. Kim Seo-jun reprimanded, besides you keep interfering in my practice, if there's something you want to say today, can we talk about it later? He sympathized, I know you're free but. Park Seo-eun walked in and happily said, good morning, Seo-jun, about yesterday. When she saw her grandfather inside, she suddenly asked, how are you? Park Min-chul replied, Seo-eun, you're here. He continued to say, you came here at the right time. Park Seo-eun did not understand why his grandfather was here, asked, why did you come here? Park Seo-eun bowed his head and spoke threateningly. If he was still bullying Seo-eun again, Park Min-chul glanced at him and whispered to her, isn't that guy relaxing his mind? Park Seo-eun didn't understand what her grandfather was saying. Park Min-chul snitched on all of my actions, he said he didn't want to listen to my instructions, the instructions of that sword saint. Park Seo-eun is a bit confused, Park Min-chul looked at him like he was looking at an alien, everything he was doing was strange, in fact he might have lost his mind. Park Seo-eun still didn't understand what his grandfather was saying. She replied, there was nothing strange, she smiled and mumbled to herself, no different from the usual guy. Park Min-chul asked in shock, so you mean what he's doing now isn't strange at all? Park Seo-eun said in a low voice, now he could see it was strange. Her eyes were gentle and she continued, because I also thought the same way before. Then Seo-eun went to Kim Seo-jun and said, Seo-jun, I'm here. Kim Seo-jun only then realized her presence and happily replied, Miss Seo-eun, when did you come here? Park Seo-eun asked him, it wasn't long ago, more important is his body. Are you still okay? Park Min-chul looked at the two people's actions and was secretly angry. I really don't like that guy at all. He was jealous of him because he saw his niece's smile, what he said was like everyone else's, but Seo-eun was very happy with her, so happy that she always had a smile on her face. So fresh. Park Min-chul wondered if the conversation between him and him was really that interesting. He always looked at the two people talking happily. Park Min-chul thought to himself, now that I've noticed, I've rarely seen Seo-eun so happy. He remembered the image of an indifferent Park Seo-eun and her now. Seo-eun teased, you're really stupid, Seo-jun. His face now looks like a radish was flattened by a pig. Park Min-chul thought to himself, that guy dares, his hand tightened unconsciously. However. Park Min-chul was angry, he dared to target his precious niece. The assistant rushed in to call, looking for the saint. Park Min-chul was still angry and replied in a cold voice, what's the matter? The assistant quickly said, I came here because I have some urgent news to tell you. The assistant continued to say, the Justice Church, they said they wanted to see you, looking for a saint urgently. Park Min-chul asked again, are those stupid church people? He ignored it and said, it's not necessary, if they really need something from me, then tell them to come personally to see me. The assistant is still hesitant about something, but. The assistant said, Sir Kalia, directly requested that. Park Min-chul was a bit surprised, thinking, Kalia, she came here herself. The assistant's sweat dropped and continued, and the Kalia asked even more. He said, if there is someone named Kim Seo-eun, please go there too. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised because he was called into attendance. He pointed at himself and asked, what's wrong with me? Kim Seo-jun is now standing and talking, asking again, is he looking for me? Park Minchul angrily shouted, "This guy, are you one of the people in the Church of Justice? How could someone like Kalia know you?" Kim Seo-jun also continued in confusion, "I'm also wondering." Asked why that person knew about me, Park Seo-eun probably realized something. Could it be because of that? She told me about an incident she encountered before. Not long ago, she saw a very suspicious person wearing a black robe at the academy, standing behind and observing while everyone was in the arena. Park Seo-eun pondered for a while, wondering if someone should also be interested in this case. Park Minchul replied to his niece, "Even if that person is related to the Church of Justice like Seo-eun said, it still sounds very unusual. There's no way the Kalia would be interested in an ordinary boy like this." Park Seo-eun not paying much attention, he asked Shojun, "Have you ever heard of that person?" Kim Shojun honestly answered, "I don't know anything either." He spoke innocently, "Oh well, I don't have to go, it's not too much trouble." Park Seo-eun suddenly gasped, "Huh?" Park Seo-eun explained to him, "It was the Church of Justice, she was one of the 7 apostles, she was treated like heads of state with great power in her hands." She asked, he thought, "See if you need to go or not." Park Seo-eun explained the position of the person who invited him. The Kalia is the successor to the currently vacant position left by the virtue of chastity. Normally he cares very little about outside events, for some reason he pointed him there by name. Kim Seo-jun calmly said, "Why is it important to me? He's just a foreigner that I don't know him at all. He considers practicing more important meeting people of high status. I would rather spend that time practicing." Everyone admitted, "Yes, that is also true." Someone asked if this was the reason why they always appreciated the Kalia. Park Minchul crossed his arms and asked his assistant, "What do you mean?" He explained, "The truth is that the Kalia knew in advance that Kim Seo-eun would refuse his request, that's why he told me to send message if that happens." Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised. The assistant continued, "Just go there and she will be willing to send you $100,000, so please reconsider whether or not to go." Shojun thought to herself, $100,000, how the hell did she know she needed $100,000? Justice Church. Instead of believing in some man-made god, they were a church that served justice as their god. The person is covered by a mysterious, royal cloak. And the 7 apostles are the most important members, including gentleness, gratitude, patience, chastity, diligence, temperance, charity. They declared that their words were justice, the words of God. A century ago, Catholicism was treated as a mere cult, however. During the Great Flood. By combining their powers with countless superheroes. They played a huge role, bringing peace to all humanity, allowing them to develop significantly. And of all that, the most important part is huge monster, with madness and brutality. When people started saying that the end of the cataclysm was near, suddenly a monster appeared. Its power is so terrible, so great that a team of superheroes from around the world cannot do anything to it. The situation at that time was so desperate that some people had to call it the second cataclysm. But the only person who can take down that giant monster is Emperor Qing and his 7 apostles. They are the key to ending the cataclysm. Present. A certain hotel located on the outskirts of Seoul. Kim Seo-jun froze on the spot in shock, thinking, he is apparently a member of a large church organization around the world, and where he lives, it seems, Park Minchul is talking to the gatekeeper, "I'm coming to meet Kalia, the guy next to me is." That person looked at him and asked, "I know, Mr. Kim Seo-jun." That person led the 2 of them to the door, then said, "Please come in, the Kalia is waiting for you too." Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, what if what Miss Shojun said was true, and the person she saw at the arena was actually related to the Church of Justice? She must have decided to seduce me to why join their association. There are so many questions, we need to meet them to understand. The other person led them to the room, spoke up. In this room Kim Shojun was still lost in her thoughts. Was there something she knew about herself, or did she know about the Inheritance Academy? He silently made up his mind, I need to verify after meeting this person named Kalia. The other person suggested that you 2 wait here for a moment, he will see you too soon. Park Minchul sat on the chair, sighing helplessly, thinking he would sit and wait for them. I knew this would happen. Kim Seo-jun asked Park Minchul, the Sword Saint, "Are you acquainted with the Kalia?" The question almost made him choke. Park Minchul explained, "Today is the first day we met her." Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised by this question. He asked in disbelief, "What, is today the first meeting of the 2 of you? See, you don't talk about him politely, I thought you 2 were very close." Park Minchul admitted, "Yes, we called each other a few times, but this was the first time I met her in real life. I had met the Apostle of Chastity before, but I had never met her successor." Kim Shojun heard that and thought to himself, a god contributed to the cataclysm. I thought there was something about a sword saint that he didn't know, but I didn't expect there to be many mysteries in the world. He felt something was wrong. Wait, the cataclysm. He continued asking, what about the emperor? Park Min-chul replied, as far as we know, it was said that was the first and last time he showed his face in that decisive battle. Kim Seo-jun asked the important question, but have you met the emperor before? Park Min-chul honestly answered, I haven't. He continued to say, I can only look at him from a distance. Both realized the sound of the door opening. A person walked in. Nice to meet you too, she asked. Isn't this the first time I've met you in real life? Park Min-chul answered angrily, you're the one who called us here, and called us. We have to wait, Kalia. It was Kalia, the heir of the Apostle of Chastity. Park Min-chul scolded, you're the one who called us here and made us wait all this time, Kalia. Kalia calmly replied, he thought it would be better if I took the time to cleanse my body and mind to be able to convey my golden words perfectly. Park Min-chul sighed helplessly and said angrily. It was really strange to hear this from a person who talks nonsense to many people. Kalia bowed, introduced, sorry for the late introduction, I am Kalina, a follower of the Church of Justice, and the one who spreads the suggestions of God. I am also the heir of the pure apostle Tran. Kim Seo-jun quickly stood up, greeted, nice to meet you, I'm. Kalia asked, are you Kim Seo-jun? Thank you for coming. He was a bit surprised because she knew his name. Kim Seo-jun asked her, how do you know me? Kalia did not answer. Let's talk about the main issue. I guess I have to clarify a few things before getting to the main content. Kalia explained the reason for calling him here. Almost you once participated in the Academy's debate. At that time, one of our followers followed you, Mr. Seo-eun. Kalia smiled happily and continued, he complimented you so much that I was curious and wanted to see with my own eyes what a wonderful person you were, so I invited you here. Kim Seo-jun spoke his mind, so that's it, if that's the case, are you interested in me? You think things are not that simple. So what is the real motive for inviting me here? You don't mean I came here just for such a simple reason, right? Hearing that, Kalia smiled slightly. She replied, I was planning to tell you in that, why don't you sit down first? After hearing the story, Kim Seo-jun was surprised and asked to scout the dungeon. Kalia admitted, yes, that's right, I hope the Sword Saint will cooperate with me in scouting the dungeon. Park Min-chul angrily replied, why do I have to join you? Kali leisurely enjoyed a cup of tea, saying, you yourself know it's not over yet. Park Min-chul was surprised to hear her say that. He expressed confusion and asked, what do you mean? Kalia continued, we received a report of deformation in one of the dungeons in Korea. I think the Sword Saint knows what that means. Kim Seo-jun silently wondered, deformation. Park Min-chul interrupted her, stop talking nonsense. I'm sure before that, Kalia continued, the Church of Justice has already decided that it is necessary to check the dungeon this time. The room was strangely quiet. Park Min-chul asked Kalia seriously, so this is why you came to Korea? He speculated on her thoughts, because at the same time, you will be able to solidify your position as heir. Kalia happily admitted, as expected the Sword Saint is not easily fooled at all. Park Min-chul thought for a moment and then said, it is truly embarrassing to say that the decision of the Church of Justice was not happy at all. Kalia asked him, will you help me? Park Min-chul didn't think twice and replied, it depends on what I get from you. Kalia gently put down the teacup. She asked Park Min-chul in a low voice, it seemed like the Sword Saint didn't want to accept a favor from me, he didn't seem to be in need of anything. Park Min-chul sighed and didn't respond. Kalia pulled out her trump card and asked, I heard your niece is managing the Hunter Academy. Park Min-chul angrily glared at her. He said in a cold voice, the Church of Justice can. Park Min-chul's entire body radiated immense murderous aura. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, my whole body is numb, so this is the Sword Saint's killing intent when he really wants to say goodbye to someone. Park Min-chul sternly, his voice became colder and colder, said, once again, if you try to drag Seo-eun into it, I will not forgive you. Kalia apologized, I was wrong, I'm sorry, but the atmosphere was still very cold. Kalia continued to say, besides, I don't have anything to give you in return, so let's keep it like this, I will listen to one of the Sword Saint's requests. Park Min-chul felt contemptuous, replied again, ridiculous, do you expect me to believe you, when all day long you can only pretend not to know anything about the exchange? She continued helplessly, if you want I can swear on the honor of the Church of Justice. Park Min-chul could not have predicted this. Kalia continued to speak, this alone was not enough of a deciding factor for the position of apostle. Kalia doesn't care about your feelings, threatens, I don't know what you think, but doesn't it mean you have no other choice? Park Min-chul, after hesitating for a while, decided to help, okay, if you swear in the name of the Church of Justice, I will help you. The two of them shook hands, which was the ceremony of the oath of justice. Kalia, after finishing working with Park Min-chul, she said, "Now, with Shojun," he was surprised when he was called. Kalia happily offered, "I'll say it straight, our Church of Justice wants to support you." Kim Seo-jun asked again, "Support? I have my own affiliated academy." Kalia told him again, "We are not forcing you to leave the academy. While you are active, we want to support you in areas beyond the academy's support." Kim Seo-jun didn't think there was such a bargain, so he asked again, "So if I accept this support, what will I have to give in return?" Kalia happily answered, "We don't support you because we want a response. The friendship between the Church of Justice and you Seo-jun is more than enough." Kim Seo-jun intends not to accept. "What if I refuse?" Kalia still doesn't show any attitude on her face, is still welcoming, "Then we can't do anything." Kim Seo-jun thought helplessly, speaking as if they had nothing to do with each other. Even though they said that, they will definitely want something again later. Kim Seo-jun decided to give them a chance. "Honestly, this is not a very attractive offer, but if you honestly answer one of my questions, I will think about it positively." Poll. Kalia realized there was an opportunity, excitedly accepted. "What is your question? Just say it." Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised and was about to say something. Could it be him? Then his insides told him to stop. Wait. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, if she answered honestly, just because I was the one asking, after all, if the Kalia refused to answer or answered in a roundabout way, then I wouldn't be able to get an answer. Kalia still had a smile on her face, clasping her hands together, waiting for Kim Seo-jun's question. "But it's not like me to miss an opportunity like this, then." Kim Seo-jun put his hand in his pocket, intending to take out something. Then he pulled out his phone and put it in front of the Kalia. Kim Seo-jun asked, "What are you seeing right now, on the phone screen?" Kalia looked thoughtfully at the phone, not answering. Many people say that the key to existence is the soul. If those words are true, then even if the body is different, the same soul has the same existence. After each death and regression, the natural basis of existence will no longer be different. Kalia was confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Kim Seo-jun answered her, "Whatever I say, that's what I mean. What do you see on my phone screen?" Kalia exclaimed, "Blurting out your words and questions are really strange." Kim Seo-jun spoke his mind. "I don't think this is a difficult question," Kalia countered, "but I think it's difficult for me." Kim Seo-jun took back the phone and said helplessly, "If you don't answer, I can't do anything." Kalia said what she saw, a black screen. His expression turned serious when he heard her answer. Kalia said again to correct his answer, "I only see a black screen. Does that satisfy you?" Kim Seo-jun casually replied, "Of course." After answering, Kalia happily asked, "So will you think of our support in a positive way?" Kim Seo-jun slightly closed his eyes and slowly said, "I will." He raised his face, stated his decision, and refused this proposal. At night, Kalia stood alone looking out at the night sky. She turned back to ask the assistant, "What's wrong, Kalkas?" He was a bit shy, saying what he found out. "I didn't see any abnormalities." Kalia did not believe it, coldly asked again, "Are you sure about what you saw?" The other person confusedly made an oath, "I can swear on the name of the Church of Justice, I am completely sure." Kalia thought to herself, Kim Seo-jun. Actually, he's nothing special. Even if he was special, he was still at the novice level, but I was a bit startled when he suddenly put the phone in my face and asked if I could see anything. Kalia angrily bit her nails, trying to reassure herself, or was this just a feeling of dissatisfaction inside her? The person wearing the black robe continued, "It would be better to report this to the other apostles." Kalia doesn't accept his plan. "No, we'll just observe for now. Our priority right now is scouting the dungeon. How are the other heroes?" That person is sweating profusely, said, "I have contacted the Black Saint, the Holy Heart." He continued, "Because they are invisible." Kalia thought to herself, "Those who cannot see." After arriving, Park Min-chul angrily cursed Kim Seo-jun, "This useless thing, why did he refuse Kalia's offer?" Kim Seo-jun didn't pay much attention. He replied casually, "That makes me feel bad." Park Min-chul suddenly asked again, "Makes you uncomfortable?" Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, "I'm not sure about the rest of the Justice Church, but at least the Kalia has nothing to do with the transfer students. However, I don't accept the good intentions of someone with no face. Heart." When Park Min-chul heard him say that, he had a different point. "So that means Seo-eun's academy made you feel better?" Kim Seo-jun didn't hide anything, admitted, "Of course, how can I receive anyone? Just as honest as Miss Seo-eun." He had one more question, "Ask him, but Sword Saint, can I ask, what does dungeon reconnaissance mean?" Park Min-chul's face turned slightly serious when he heard him ask that. He explained, meaning the magic had been distorted. Park Min-chul went on to say, when that happens, the estimated difficulty of the dungeon during formation will be different from the actual difficulty. Distortions like this cause a lot of ripple effects, but it still mainly results in the leveling up of dungeons, or the dungeons collapse before the end time. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his ears and asked again, what, things like that would happen? He explained, it was a phenomenon that you couldn't see at the present time. But during the Great Upheaval, that still happens from time to time. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised, wondering, When he was about to leave, Kim Seo-jun asked the second question, so what Kalia was referring to was not. Park Min-chul replied, don't worry anymore, Kalia just misunderstood, the Great Upheaval is over. He saw him walking in the opposite direction, confused and asked, oh, where are you going? Seo-eun's academy is over here. Park Min-chul didn't want to tell him his whereabouts, he didn't need to know. He was about to continue but stopped. Park Min-chul warns you, useless guy, if you do anything suspicious with Seo-eun, I won't let it go, understand? Kim Seo-jun smiled like he was lucky, saying it again and again, you recognize me, right? Park Min-chul's face turned black, I will observe you. He expressed his disbelief, covering his mouth and chuckling, he wasn't honest at all, but it was because of his actions like this that he and Seo-eun became more and more distant. Park Min-chul was said to be angry. Kim Seo-jun 36 is the best plan to run away, quickly run away, are you planning on hitting me again, good evening. Park Min-chul exclaimed, that useless guy is really great. On the way home, Kim Seo-jun angrily lamented that every time something happened, he wanted to solve it with violence. He opened the door and walked in muttering to himself, I have to hurry up to face him or something. Then he said to Park Seo-eun, I'm home. Park Seo-eun was a bit surprised, oh, are you Seo-jun, are you returned sooner than I thought? She didn't see her grandfather, confused and asked, how is my grandfather, you said you two would go home together. Kim Seo-jun entered the house, explained, well, he came all the way here with me but then left. Gone. Park Seo-eun voiced his doubts, did he say anything? He honestly answered, yes, but that's not what she was worried about. Park Seo-eun said apologetically, my grandfather interfered too much, didn't he? I'm sorry, I should mention it next time. Kim Seo-jun expressed sympathy, the way the Sword Saint revealed his thoughts was not correct, but I don't think it was too bad. Park Seo-eun was a bit surprised to hear him say that. Kim Seo-jun rubbed his head and continued speaking to avoid awkwardness, he could change from now on, if things got worse, he could take a few punches from him, he thought to himself, but of course not. It's free. Kim Seo-jun was a bit helpless as he was talking nonsense all this time, what am I saying, but Park Seo-eun behind him blushed and smiled happily. One of the two said, thank you, really. The atmosphere between the two seemed to freeze in place, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Park Seo-eun spoke up to change the subject to avoid embarrassment, oh, you said, you need money, right? Kim Seo-jun was quite surprised and asked her, yeah, that's true, but how do you know that? She explained, you sing the same song every day, how could I not know? That's right, every day you said, you will definitely get me $100,000, Kim Seo-jun didn't believe it, asked again, when, Park Seo-eun pointed out some evidence, asked, don't you remember, he still didn't believe he said that, I did, Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, now that I think about it, money is my most serious problem, isn't it? I used the $100,000 I received from Kalia to pay off the debt, he cursed, money is cursed. He turned to stone when thinking about the future, the free period was about to end, he had to buy weapons, and he had to listen to lectures alone. Park Seo-eun took out her phone, intending to do something, she spoke up to help him. Woke up Kim Seo-jun, so when you weren't here, I did a little research, and by chance I found this suitable thing, he was confused, asked again, suitable thing. 24th, Dungeon Clearing Contest, Recruitment Guilds. Kim Seo-jun looked at his phone, wondering, Wipeout Contest, Dungeon. Kim Seo-jun wondered, Dungeon Extermination Contest, the phone displayed a notification, 24th, Dongun Extermination Contest, Content, Dungeon Raid regulated by competent person, private how to participate, who attends a government-recognized hunter academy, registration period, from the date of announcement to the 15th, evaluation criteria, number of raid dungeons within the period, rewards winner, 300 million. He asked Park Seo-eun in confusion, what is this? She replied, simple explanation, this is a contest to destroy unprocessed dungeons. Kim Seo-jun was still stupid and didn't understand, destroying dungeons that haven't been dealt with yet, Park Seo-eun answered helplessly, anyway, People don't want to deal with dungeons that don't make money. Kim Seo-jun also understood. He let me pretend to cough and said, yes, that's true. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, it is possible for people who are awakened during a period of great change to have some mission or trust, but now professional hunters only pursue benefits. Park Seo-eun explained further, dungeons that don't earn money usually have low levels and are difficult to charge. Dungeons that are not resolved over time will be broken and monsters will flood out of the dungeon. No matter how low level the monsters are, they can still be dangerous to ordinary people. Initially, donguns were like that. There will be civil servant hunters in charge of handling this, but wasting high-level hunters in a place like this is wasteful and inefficient in every way. Thinking about the scene where a level 50 high-level hunter had to fight a level 2, Kalap Gorlan, and he innocently asked, "Are you going to kill me?" The erudite Park Seo-eun continued, in the end the government replaced it with another method, that is. Kim Seo-jun also understood the point, she meant this dongun destruction contest. She happily replied, correctly. Park Seo-eun continued to say, the donguns that have not been processed can be handled by most of the students. After all, there are many students now, and there is excess human resources. Just add a sentence and it will be reflected. Back in the student evaluation section. Kim Seo-jun held the phone and praised the person who came up with this idea. I don't know who it is, but it's smart. Park Seo-eun squinted her eyes and smiled, asking, if it were you Seo-jun, it would seem like you could win this contest, what do you think? He paid attention to the prize. The winning prize was 300 million. In addition, the competition itself was a dongun extermination contest, so it was possible to speed up the lecture by conducting the extermination. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, there is no reason not to participate. He excitedly returned the phone to Park Seo-eun. Okay, I will go to war, she also happily replied, I know you will do that, so I will go register to participate right away. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, she didn't ask for anything but I know she's pretending, she must have gone everywhere looking for information about it. He looked at Seo-eun registering for him, smiling happily in his heart. Kim Seo-jun thought back and wondered what the competition was like. He thought to himself, based on his previous experience, he didn't know what would happen, so he couldn't take it lightly. In the last incident, he turned black. After a while, Park Seo-eun happily exclaimed, you're really working hard today, even though I don't know what you're doing right now. Kim Seo-jun silently made up his mind, this time he will definitely win, including the reward. He looked at Seo-eun and asked her what she didn't understand, but she asked Seo-eun how the competition was conducted. Park Seo-eun explained, the contest will run for about a week. When the contest starts, the government will give participants a list of donguns. She continued to say, then the participant will confirm the list, then pre-order the dongun, want to destroy it on the app and then destroy it. However, the previously ordered dongun must be processed within 10 hours. You can only reserve one place at a time, otherwise the reservation will be cancelled. Kim Seo-jun understands the organizer's intention, it's forbidden to hold back. Park Seo-eun said briefly, in short, the evaluation conditions will be based on how fast you are and the number of dongun you destroy. He pondered and muttered to himself, speed is the key here. Park Seo-eun replied unhappily, yes, that's why there's a joke that the gas price is sometimes more than the bonus. Kim Seo-jun silently exclaimed, this is a bit difficult. Park Seo-eun did not understand what he meant, asked again, yes, what do you mean? He happily said, we have to destroy the dongun and dispose of the body, but speed is the key, well. Park Seo-eun helplessly rubbed her forehead, raised her hand to indicate no need, yes, no, you don't need to handle the body, like I said, the money from that body won't be much, no wait. Now she realized the point, screaming loudly, maybe this time you also plan to handle the body yourself, he calmly replied, there's nothing against the rules. Park Seo-eun helplessly asked, no, but how many of them can there be? But Kim Seo-jun remembered the proverb that small things make a big difference, confidently said, if you keep collecting, you will get a big amount, why would you throw away things? It's a pity, she countered, but you have to win to get the prize money. Kim Seo-jun continued, that's why I said it was a bit difficult. She denied the thought, continuously shaking her head, saying there was no need. Kim Seo-jun now realized, if that's not possible, then I will focus on the prize money more, thinking stubbornly. He stood up, thought of something, wait. He picked up the phone and asked her what the exact rules were. Few days later. The day the contest takes place. Kim Seo-jun needs his phone, on it is displayed, Karen's teaching progress, 49.9%, Shakyamuni's teaching progress, 14.5%, Hangwoo's teaching progress, 61.7%, Merlin's teaching progress, 9.9%, Kim Shojun exclaimed, thanks to hard work, the rate of teaching throughput has increased quite a lot, but strangely, Caron and Merlin's progress is no longer there. Increase further. He thought to himself, if I think I will change every 10% like that, then maybe I need to have something else. Park Seo-eun came out and asked him, did Shojun download the app? He answered her, yes, yesterday I went through what was needed. Park Seo-eun was a bit suspicious and asked, meaning the person he called helper hasn't come today, maybe he can't find it, this place is quite remote. Kim Seo-jun smiled confidently and answered, no. So, that uncle can find a great way. Kim Seo-jun continued to speak to confirm that person's reputation, it's not a joke, if you just look at his ability to find his way, it's not inferior to a swordsman, it's an attraction that contradicts his appearance. That's his. A tall, muscular man appeared in front of the two of them. After hearing the introduction, Park Seo-eun was also very curious about this person and asked again, really? Kim Seo-jun saw that person, happily waved his hand, pay attention just in time, you're here. Uncle Man Chul was embarrassed, rubbed his head, and humbly said, it's not like you're going to spread rumors around the neighborhood like that. Kim Seo-jun deflected, I thought you would come a little late, you came earlier than I thought. Uncle Man Chul joked, what's the point? If I'm late, won't you scold me? He asked the main issue, that's it. Uncle Man Chul leaned on his hands and asked him, what do you want me to do now? A few days ago. After Uncle Man Chul finished work, he received your phone call and suddenly asked, oh, what's the matter, why did Shojun call me, what, are we going to work together? After listening to his explanation, Uncle Man Chul understood his job, so, I will transport the bodies you destroy in competitions or something, and also be your driver, Kim Seo-jun generously said, yes, of course I will pay your fee. Back a few days ago, I was in the room explaining, to be exact, you will transport them, and I will take them off, you know time passes very quickly there, over there the workers said, everyone has worked hard, Uncle Man Chul feels pretty good, replied, this project is not bad, but can the two of us handle it, you said speed is the most important, he interrupted hey, if you're going to help me, there's no need. Kim Seo-jun seemed to understand him, he quickly said back, no, I really need your help that's why. Removing parts of monsters that can be converted into money is something that requires technique. If it's Uncle Man Chul, then I can trust him. His phone received a notification. The Dongun extermination contest begins. Kim Seo-jun said, it's begun. I said goodbye to Park Seo-eun, then let's go quickly, Miss Seo-eun, see you soon. She also happily said goodbye to you too, yes, you two fighting. After a while of explaining, he asked Uncle Man Chul again, did he understand the rules of the contest? He was preparing to depart, helplessly replied, you explained it all last time, I remember it all so you don't need to worry. He sat in the car, then continued, so you also know that the winner is the one who will destroy the most Dongun, in short, speed is life. Kim Seo-jun continued speaking, so there are two necessary conditions for this contest, one is how quickly to destroy the Dongun, and the other is how quickly the chosen Dongun is. Man Chul crossed his arms and watched him. Just keep going without stopping. Kim Seo-jun closed his eyes and continued to talk. This competition is mainly a dungeon for level 1 and 2 monsters. According to the form of Dongun, the time to destroy it will be different, but for me, Dongun doesn't care. Anyway, he opened his phone, intending to do something. Kim Seo-jun asked the question, then all that's left is how long will it take us to get to Dongun? He held his phone in front of Man Chul. He still didn't understand and asked me, what is this? Kim Seo-jun explained, listing the Dongun positions in this competition. I happily suggested, I hope you will find the shortest route to different Donguns for me. Man Chul was a bit surprised, pointed his finger at himself, and asked again, what about me? He laughed loudly, admitting, yes, they are much faster than locating. Man Chul was a bit helpless, sighed, ho, that's right. He asked Kim Seo-jun to drive away, holding on tight. At Dongun location, the person sitting yawning, it was Supervisor Go Soo-jin. She looked to see who booked the place she was looking at, let's see, the new person just now was, Kim Seo-jun of Dream Academy. Go Soo-jin wondered, is there this Hunter Academy? She silently assessed, looking at this academy, Kim Seo-jun was just normal, so it should take about 1 hour. Outside, Man Chul was opening a can of water. Go Soo-jin thought to herself, the person who came with student Kim Seo-jun, Man Chul, was putting his hands in his pockets, leisurely drinking water, she thought, at first I thought it was cheating in the rumors so I was very confused. But that person just stood outside so I left it alone. Go Soo-jin wondered, is it just the driver? The gate was suddenly closed. Go Soo-jin puzzled and wondered, why did the gate suddenly close? Kim Shojun poked his head out and said, I'm done, I'm ready to go. Man Chul exclaimed, so fast, he complained, not even giving people time to drink coffee. Go Soo-jin quickly stopped them. Wait, letting someone else enter the dongun is a violation. Violates the rules. Kim Seo-jun calmly replied, I know. Go Soo-jin smiled professionally and continued, but now. He continued naively, I caught them all, she asked confusedly, yes. Kim Seo-jun confidently told her, I just finished destroying the dongun, go check it out. Go Soo-jin ran in panic, she didn't believe it, what was the point of destroying it, what nonsense was that? Inside were corpses lying around. Go Soo-jin couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, what is it real? Hadn't he just been in the dongun for 10 minutes, and Kim Seo-jun was lifting the corpses of goblins on his shoulders and carrying them out. She looked at his actions, confused and asked, what are you doing now? Kim Seo-jun understood, is this? He ignored her, don't worry about anything, squatting and carrying it out. Taking a step he counted once, 1, 2, Go Soo-jin looked at his actions, silently cursing, crazy man. Man Chul saw this strange action and asked, are you still doing that crazy thing? Stepping out, he counted to 6, 7. Kim Seo-jun put the body down and explained, after all, I can't skip the assignment. Man Chul was confused and asked again, what assignment? What assignment? He didn't want to explain further, replied, yes, that type of exercise. Kim Seo-jun saw Man Chul put the tools up and asked, Uncle, how long would it take? He explained, just like you said, they are low level and the parts that can be turned into money are small in each one, so it takes about 1 second. Kim Shojun exclaimed, it's really you, then do it, I'll bring it out. He picked up the knife, replied, okay. Go Soo-jin looked at this action, panicked, asked, wait, now are you planning on disposing of the body? Kim Seo-jun replied, yes, is there a problem? Her face was deformed, she opened her mouth wide and said, of course it's a problem. After a while, Go Soo-jin said something that wasn't true. Kim Seo-jun asked her again, so there was no problem, right? He carried the two bodies on both shoulders, continuing to squat. 20, 21, the two of them coordinated very well. Kim Seo-jun carried the body, and Man Chul handled the body. Go Soo-jin stood petrified to make room. After finishing work, the two of them carried a big bag and ran like a ghost. Kim Seo-jun asked, Uncle, where to go next? Man Chul answered, this area, although not near, but if you think about the best route, then this is the best place, let's start. Go Soo-jin froze, not understanding what was going on. Then the two quickly drove away. Go Soo-jin wondered, what am I seeing now? Sitting in the car, the two of them laughed happily. Kim Shojun happily said, killing two birds with one stone, ha ha ha. Uncle Man Chul also happily replied, ha ha ha, that's fun. Kim Seo-jun shouted loudly, let's go. A butterfly lands on someone's finger, that person relaxes and looks at the surroundings. An office worker was assigned to monitor the donguns, his face was haggard, the person exclaimed, every day he sits in front of the computer all day long, now it's nice to be able to go out and bask in the sun like this, I wish every day is like this. That person wondered when the pre-arranged participants would arrive here. Suddenly a truck rushed towards him like flying, that person was petrified on the spot in fear. He sat there watching the two of them run like the wind to the dongun gate. One of them said in fear, get out, get out. Inside the dongun is a skeleton monster. Kim Seo-jun raised his weapon in front of him, determined to end it quickly. With just one move, the monster was sent flying away, its entire body split into pieces. After Kim Seo-jun brought everything to Man Chul, I'll let go, Mr. Chul helplessly replied, okay. Mr. Man Chul, after working for a while, exclaimed, oh, this skeleton has a lot of marrow. The supervisor was still on the spot, not understanding what was going on. He continued to ignore him when he saw Kim Seo-jun carrying the monster's body while doing squats. 1, 2. After a while, the two of them were done. Kim Seo-jun said, okay, next person, let's go. Then the two took off like they were flying, leaving the supervisor still not understanding what was going on. After a while, the supervisor still stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened, like a gust of wind, In the main office, someone asked his assistant, Assistant Kim, have you finished the report for the dungeon conquering competition taking place today? It was the dungeon management department under the Ministry of Security and Administration. The assistant said, yes, I edited it and put it on the department manager's desk. The manager was quite surprised and thanked me, is that so? You've had a hard time. He flipped through today's ranking list, let's see. When seeing someone's information, the head of the department exclaimed, "Oh, 16 dungeons, that's too much, it's Lee So-yun, from East Academy, the number of dungeons conquered was 16, after looking at the small information. History, how did he understand so many, why did she conquer so many dungeons, now conquering 16 means she is ranked first." However, when he turned to the second page, the girl he had just commented on was ranked second place, Lee So-yun, 16, third place, Park Young-ju, 14, the department head was a bit surprised, wondering, he was puzzled, just second place, 16 in a row, can anyone beat 17? Rank 1 is our male lead, Kim Seo-jun with 32 dungeons. The manager was a bit confused, asked the assistant to stop, the assistant the assistant was a bit confused, asked, "What's going on?" He was a bit doubtful of Kim Seo-jun's results, so he said, "Is there any mistake in this report? Look, the first place conquered 32 dungeons, within one day." "So many dungeons," the assistant hesitantly replied, that. The assistant continued, "I also found it suspicious, so I confirmed it." "There was nothing suspicious," the manager asked incredulously, "did he really conquer 32 dungeons?" The assistant admitted, yes, he cleared the dungeon and all the dungeons on the route, and according to the judge, it took him less than 10 minutes to clear the dungeon. The head of the department couldn't believe his ears and asked again, 10 minutes, really? He continued, with the student's level, even a level 1 or 2 dungeon would take at least 30 minutes to clear. If you include rest and travel time then. The head of the department still couldn't help but doubt his honesty, so he raised the question, like this, maybe he's not a student, or is there someone helping him? The two people's discussion attracted everyone. In the office, Assistant Kim firmly replied, "Of course I have checked again, he did not violate any regulations." The head of the department couldn't believe it, asked the assistant, "Was there no violation? Which academy student was he?" The assistant answered him about the student Kim Seo-jun was studying, at a small hunter academy called Hawk Dream Institute is located in Yunpyeong-gu, Seoul. The head of the department was quite surprised and asked again, "Dream Academy?" He noticed something, "Wait, that's an academy open for the Sword Saint's grandchildren." The assistant then realized, clapping his hands together, no wonder that sounds familiar, it turns out it's there. The two then stood looking at each other without saying a word. The department head was a bit suspicious about the Sword Saint's help. That said, the Sword Saint probably wouldn't interfere, right?
The assistant also understood and said, I will check again."
Lee So-yun was not willing, thinking to herself, did I let first place slip away? Lee So-yun was in front of her father, not showing her emotions, apologetic, "I'm sorry." She is Lee So-yun, from East Academy. Her father was angry at this action and scolded her. "Try harder." Her father asked, 32 dungeons, do you think that is a number you can achieve? If only it took 10 minutes to clear each dungeon. Lee So-yun pondered the authenticity of this result, but considering the travel time between dungeons, is 32 dungeons possible? Her father stood up, he thought it was possible, if someone silently helped. Lee So-yun understood what he meant, but still wasn't sure, a bit hesitant, I mean. He walked out the window and suggested, "So-yun, just do what you always do." Lee So-yun saw her father like that and wondered why her father looked so satisfied. She secretly speculated about his behavior, did dad intend to commit illegal acts from the beginning? He cunningly turned his head and asked her, "Do you have any questions?" He called Lee Sok-man, a former level A hunter, currently the principal of East Academy and Lee So-yun's father. Lee So-yun quickly denied it was strange. No, Lee Sok-man understood his daughter, said, "Don't be shy at all, after all this world operates by pursuing interests." He continued, "In the end, whoever wins and gains benefits is important and the process is not important." Lee So-yun bowed her head and listened to her father's teachings. He stabbed a knife into her heart, "Do you still think you have to be pure?" Her eyes changed, a little sad and a little unhappy. She replied, "No." He continued to educate her, "Innocence is foolishness, I don't think you would be naive enough to do such a stupid act." After walking out of my father's room, Lee So-yun walked with her eyes changing, becoming more dangerous. She remembered her old friend, So-yun. Usually in the heart of every professional hunter there is something that they absolutely cannot compromise. At that time she looked at him contemptuously, and replied, "It's ridiculous, nowadays no one thinks like that anymore, they become professional hunters just to make money." That friend put his hands on his hands and continued smiling, "Oh, the world turned out like that, maybe I have to forgive. Will he turn out like that? Just wait and see, he will become a professional hunter who can make everyone sob." Lee So-yun was teasing him at that time, "Oh my god, I beg you go out and don't say those words, you insulted that person, if they mocked you, I would feel embarrassed too. Remembering that image, Lee So-yeon's face turned black, in her mind was the sound of that friend at that time, what, he should be embarrassed, and she objected, yes, very embarrassed. Lee So-yeon seemed to see the silhouette of that friend appearing in front of her. She remembered him smiling at her. Lee So-yeon was angry, gritted her teeth, cursed silently, if you die, don't appear in front of me again. Then she angrily left with eyes full of murderous intent. At night, on the side of the road, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, oh my, there is no place on his body that doesn't hurt. Kim Seo-jun gave the can of water to Man Chul. He said tiredly, Uncle, you've worked so hard today. Man Chul thought about the next week and exclaimed, from now on, will you do this once a week? At this rate, I'm probably going to die. I thought he was someone who never got tired, but it turns out there are times when he complains of pain like this. Man Chul said angrily, what are you complaining about? Try thinking about the route while driving. This is really bad for your brain, kid. Kim Seo-jun chimed in, haha that's right, but think about the money you've earned, can you still say that? The old man looked angry and asked, how much did you earn? Kim Seo-jun looked for a while and calculated, after deducting expenses and taxes, there was about 7.8 million left. Then he decided, dividing by 5.5, each person would get about 3,000,009. However, Man Chul still did not want to accept his good intentions, countered, what 5.5, divide it by 7.3 and of course you get 7, you conquered the dungeon and moved all the furniture yourself. What's the point of asking for 5 parts? Kim Seo-jun was a bit helpless and replied, I also unpack things, that's very important, and I also have to think about the route and drive, but Uncle Man Chul still doesn't. I wanted to get a good idea, so I took 3 parts, I only wanted to divide it by 8.2. After a moment of struggle, Man Chul decided to give me an ultimatum, just do as I say, otherwise I won't do anything from tomorrow. Kim Seo-jun only now agreed with the stubborn uncle, I calculated the profit sharing with him, you know, so 30% of 3,008,000 is 2,340,000, I helplessly suggested, it sounded too reasonable. I rounded up to 2 million years, is that okay? Man Chul still refused to ask again, what, why did it suddenly become that number? Kim Seo-jun pretended not to hear, asking, please accept it, without you, I wouldn't have earned this money, just think of it like gas money. He continued to drink water, agreed, yes, I know. He looked at him and suddenly asked, but this guy, it seems, he's not very surprised, right? Man Chul asked in confusion, surprise, what surprise? Kim Seo-jun explained again and said, no, it wasn't the money, but when I went to raid the dungeon, and you didn't seem surprised at all. Man Chul understood, that. He told me about your dark past, I saw it, I saw you fighting at the academy. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised, asked again, have you been there? You should have told me when you came. Man Chul sighed, understanding people's hearts, telling him what to do, doing so would put even more pressure on him. Kim Seo-jun looked at him without saying anything, but in his heart he was probably very grateful to him. He looked at him and thought to himself, Uncle Man Chul is always like that, speaks a bit rudely but is always behind cheering me on. He takes care of an orphan who has to bear a huge debt like me and become a strong support for yourself. Kim Seo-jun jokingly said, Uncle, by the way, please open a furniture dismantling company. It would be better to make it my exclusive company. Man Chul did not believe in his ability. He replied, dismantling company. What about me, where does the money come from? But, have you reached that point, are you so good that you use an exclusive company? Kim Seo-jun explained with a smile, no, not now, I mean after that. Man Chul continued to sigh, thinking, then it will be fine then, don't be too hasty. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, thank you, uncle. The next day was the second day's dungeon conquering contest. Passers-by saw Kim Seo-jun and Man Chul clearing the dungeon, discussing, oh I heard that the two of them were the ones clearing the dungeon. Kim Seo-jun heard that he was rumored to be like that, confusedly wondering, who cleared the dungeon prison. Uncle Man Chul was equally surprised, as strange as it sounded. The supervisor quickly explained, well, it wasn't anything strange, it's just that they not only raided the dungeon, but also cleaned it up, so that's what we call it. He continued to say, actually, people have been rumored about the two of them a lot lately. At first I didn't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. The supervisor went on and on, in short there were no other problems, so they just needed to do what they usually do. Kim Seo-jun still held the bodies of two wild boars shoulder to shoulder and politely replied, oh yes. Bulletin board, 24th Dungeon Competition, rankings, first place, Kim Seo-jun, 37 plus 41, second place, Lee So-yun, 36 plus 20, place 3, Park Jeong-ju, 21 plus 7, fourth place, Lee Ha-yun, 17 plus 6. Kim Seo-jun and Man Chul were next to the car. He confidently said, "At this rate we will definitely win." Man Chul, still worried first and worried later, replied, "But if we don't win, it will be very strange." He thought to himself, looking at him, asking for help was the right thing to do. Kim Seo-jun said with full of energy, "There are only 5 days left now, come on, uncle." Man Chul was disgruntled on my behalf, scolding him, "Monkey dad, if I die, you also refuse to tell me to quit." Kim Seo-jun made an offer. In exchange, if he wins, he will treat you to a big drink. Man Chul teased him, "If you can't stand it, I'll eat the most expensive one." Kim Seo-jun still said generously, "Of course, I will buy them all for you. Please bring Soo-yun too, I haven't seen her in a long time." Sok Soo-yun, Uncle Man Chul's daughter. After chatting, Kim Seo-jun prepared to continue working, so he had to catch a big cow. Both of them hugged each other's shoulders and happily looked at the location. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, everything went well, it felt good. Man Chul spoke his mind, one cow may not be enough. He confidently thought, at this rate he will definitely win. Moving on to the third day's dungeon conquering contest. Man Chul looked at the phone screen with a very serious expression. Well, Kim Seo-jun was quite confused with his expression. He walked out and asked, "What's wrong?" Man Chul showed him the phone and said, "Look." Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised, "Eh?" He was scared, muttering to himself, "Around, there are no more dungeons that can be reserved." Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his face. He panicked and asked himself, "Isn't there a dungeon around here that can be booked in advance?" Kim Seo-jun silently calculated, the nearest dungeon was at least an hour's drive away. Again. He felt something was wrong. Coincidentally, only the dungeons near his usual location were sealed. Uncle Man Chul looked at the map and said his guess, "I smell something unusual." Kim Seo-jun agreed with him, "That's right." He gave his guess, "It seems like someone is deliberately hindering us." "It's true, there are too many things blocking our way." Kim Seo-jun is still naive, doesn't think like that, he countered. Uncle Man Chul's thoughts again, "Nothing is certain yet, let's just go to any dungeon that hasn't been reserved first." But when it comes to the next dungeon and the next dungeon, it still happens. Uncle Man Chul was angry, cursed, confused, same here. Eventually. First place, Kim Seo-jun 83 plus 10, second place Lee So-yun, 61 plus 25, third place, Lee Ha-yun, 31 plus 14, fourth place Park Jeong-ju 30 the plus 9. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, "Today I only counted 10 dungeons." He looked at the rankings and exclaimed, "It's really strange." Man Chul assured Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yun, "It's not strange anymore, I confirm, it's definitely because the second-ranked Lee So-yun is playing tricks." Kim Seo-yun offers a solution, "We can know who pre-ordered the dungeon through the app, but it's hard to determine just by that, first try responding to the organizers." Uncle Man Chul angrily cursed, "Damn." Kim Seo-jun thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking about something. He thought to himself, "Even though I'm at the top now, I still have 3 more days to go, if things are like today. If I continue to repeat it, I will most likely lose the championship." He was a bit sad, lowered his eyes sadly and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry, but we probably have to leave the company's dismantling business until we are far away from the rest." Man Chul also sympathized with Kim Seo-jun and replied, "Again, okay, right now, winning is the most important thing, you don't need to pay attention to me." He sighed helplessly, "But no matter how fast you calculate, it won't make up for the travel time. I'll try to find the fastest route, but if I keep being hindered like this." Kim Seo-jun still pretended to be thinking. "You proposed a solution, so I had this idea." This statement made the other two confused. Kim Seo-jun smiled and said his suggestion, "Let's try this and see how it goes." Somewhere, many participants are gathering together. "Oh, it's good for everyone to talk to each other like this, but I'm so worried." The man who seemed to be leading the group spoke up, "If that Kim Seo-jun booked the dungeon, all the dungeons around here would be booked first." The other person replied confidently, "Don't worry, boy. I'm being pinned." The other person is praying, "It's like it was yesterday." Passers-by wondered in confusion, "But that Kim Seo-jun guy, what did he do to be able to attack so many dungeons?" The people talking to him didn't care at all, what could they do? "It's good that I'm enjoying it like that." The guy in the suit is checking his phone. He raised his hands high and ordered everyone to gather. That guy had already reached the dungeon. Everyone held their phones ready to sabotage Kim Seo-jun's good deeds. That person shouted loudly, demanding, "Remember this, Yesterday he placed all the dungeons an hour away from his location. If we placed them at the same time we would be suspected, so within 10 the moment he attacked the dungeon. Let's divide it up. The person looking at the phone sighed. The young man in a high school uniform reminded him, remember to deposit money. The other person confidently replied, okay, I know how to do it myself. But after looking at the map, that person was sweating profusely. Oh, the other person asked him why he was like that. What's wrong? Everyone at the scene was stunned on the spot. The person standing on the platform was puzzled, asking them, what's wrong, what's going on? One of them asked, this, just put it like that, is it okay? Those dungeons he placed, it's right next to the dungeon that Lee So-yun placed. The other person couldn't believe his ears, grabbed the phone to see for himself. What was it? Showed me. One of them asked, well, if the dungeons around us are all set up, then Lee So-yun won't have any dungeons to attack. The other person is thinking of a solution. When will Lee So-yun after Yun attacks? We can cancel the booking, right? Another person also spoke up to contribute to the atmosphere. According to the rules, if you already booked the dungeon but don't attack, you can't cancel the booking. Within 10 hours, don't you know, we attacked the dungeon on purpose. The other person looked at his phone, his whole body trembling and sweating. In the dungeon, someone was beating a monster, angrily cursing and cursing. Lee So-yun is very cool, slashing a slime to death with a sword. Outside the dungeon, a car was parked outside. Lee So-yun stepped inside to see, asked the driver, it's done, let's go to the next dungeon. The driver looked at the phone, a bit confused, asked her, is it done, are you just going in there? Less than 15 minutes. He was scared and sweating. Lee So-yun asked him, the driver. That person panically replied, yes. Lee So-yun asked him uncomfortably, are you not leaving? The driver was still hesitant, not knowing if he should answer later. Well, about that, he finally told the truth. Actually all the dungeons in the area were booked, so I didn't know. Nowhere to go. Lee So-yun suddenly widened her eyes when hearing information like this. In the evening, the reverse function rankings were attacked. Day 4, first place, Kim Seo-jun, 98 points plus 15, second place Lee So-yun, 73 points plus 13, Lee So-yun silently exclaimed, it's over. She thought to herself, at first I thought it might be a coincidence but it's definitely not wrong, the dungeons around here that I booked are all booked now. Did he take advantage of the things around him? There was a dungeon to attack. She also understood Kim Seo-jun's intentions, wanting to die with her. Returning to his father's office, Lee So-yun thought to himself, if things continue like that, it will be impossible to reverse the rankings. Lee Sok-na stood up and firmly told his daughter, he knew he had noticed but he didn't. I didn't expect him to use this method to cope. Don't worry, I've already thought of another way, so just do as you always do. Lee So-jun was a bit dissatisfied and reluctantly answered, yes. Dungeon conquering competition on Thursday. Someone came up and asked Lee So-yun's identity, are you Lee So-yun? She looked at Kim Seo-jun and Man Chul who were looking at her and asked in a cold voice, who are you? Man Chul crossed his arms and replied to her, who else is here, we are all people in trouble. The supervisor stepped out to warn the two of you, players are not allowed to clash with each other. If you violate this rule, you will be stripped of the right to compete or warned. Kim Seo-jun pointed at Lee So-yun and replied, I don't want to fight, I'm already secretly alone. After Lee So-yun guessed his identity for a while, she asked, are you Kim Seo-jun? He happily asked her, are you Lee So-yun? Kim Seo-jun looked at her and confidently said, no matter who wins or loses, let's compete fairly. Even though we have to compete, this competition starts with good intentions. Lee So-yun was a bit wary, guessing the meaning of that sentence. He said it like he was watching but I wasn't playing fair. Kim Seo-jun smiled fakely, haha I didn't say that. After a while he left, leaving her standing alone there. Lee So-yun remembered the words she had just said, wondering if it was a good intention. She watched his back leave. Lee So-yun laughed coldly in her heart, muttering to herself contemptuously, how ridiculous. She thought to herself, there is no good purpose here, no, there is no such thing as good purpose in this world. The animal species called humans has a selfish nature. No matter what they do, they evaluate it based on the criteria of benefit. If it is beneficial for themselves, they will do it. If there is no benefit, they will do it. Do not do. In that process, there does not exist a good goal such as goodwill or goodwill at all. Lee So-yun entered the dungeon, she looked at the sword in her hand, determined to finish it quickly and leave here. Then Lee So-yun with murderous intent went to fight some monsters. After a while, she walked out. The supervisor saw her so quickly and praised her, Kia, I've only heard rumors, but seeing her in real life like this, it's really impressive, very impressive. Lee So-yeon's attention was caught on something. Kim Shojun and Man Chul, the one who threw the monster, the one who carried out the monster's body, the one who handled the body. Kim Shojun still did not forget the mission. Squatting while doing it, Lee So-yeon widened her eyes, not understanding what was going on. She looked at Kim Shojun carrying the body like an alien. He noticed Lee So-yeon, surprised, asked her, you finished attacking. You finished attacking faster than I thought. He felt a bit sorry for the pile of corpses in her dungeon, opening his mouth to beg, if you don't need that safe then give it to us. Lee So-yeon asked again, corpse. Kim Shojun looked at it with hungry eyes. Lee So-yeon walked away, talking as she pleased, as you like, just like that. Kim Shojun felt like she had struck gold, happily exclaiming, great, thank you. Lee So-yeon still didn't understand what he was doing but kept counting, 1, 2, 3. She was confused and asked, why did you do that? Kim Shojun was surprised and asked again, why did I shout like this? He finally understood, cleaning up bodies. Kim Shojun said calmly, what else? Of course it's to make money. Lee So-yeon's eyes looking at him gradually changed. She angrily turned around and left. What a waste of time. Lee So-yeon thought to herself. She came to her conclusion. It is true that in this world there is no such thing as good intentions, so there are no hunters with good intentions either. Lee So-yeon remembers her old friend. Just wait and see, he will become a professional hunter that will make everyone admire. She secretly thought that in an era where cows and dogs could become professional hunters like today, professional hunters were just a profession. Somewhere, a fierce battle is taking place. Park Min-chul held his sword and spoke dissatisfiedly to Kalia. Kalia said this was a level 6 dungeon. He stood on the dragon's corpse and asked in confusion, but why is there a level 10 monster in here? Kalia was also puzzled and wondered, at that time it was clearly level 6, the fact that there was Durak in here, there must have been some mistake. Park Min-chul didn't believe it, objected, nonsense, there was no mistake. Like this, in my opinion, the Church of Justice is up to something. He recalled the old days, exactly like 30 years ago. Kalia sympathized with him. I completely understood the Sword Saint's thoughts, but we swore in the name of justice that we wouldn't be tempted by any tricks. Park Min-chul argued with her, you guys. In a Church of Justice like you, it's always like that. Another person interrupted their conversation, you two should stop arguing in front of me. She continued, I came here with you two to investigate what happened. Park Min-chul angrily shouted at her, it's too noisy, why are you here, where do ghosts go? This beautiful girl is, Young Ji-min, a disciple of the devil. Young Ji-min said, you know, my master is not in good health, he is the only one who is old but still healthy like that. Park Min-chul replied angrily, since just now, why have you been calling me this or that? As far as I know, your age. Young Ji-min smiled wryly, hey, he's old, but he always eats. Say so. Someone among the three said, I felt a certain unusual magical power very clearly, but as you said, this is not a mistake. Young Ji-min turned around and asked Park Min-chul, did you see anything strange while fighting it? Old man Park Min-chul crossed his arms, expressionless, replied, no, just a monster. Level 10, there's nothing strange, Young Ji-min said a little angrily, I don't know, does it sound too harsh for you to say that? Park Min-chul replied calmly, after all, this was not a mistake. Young Ji-min was a bit confused, speaking at length, that's true but, this is not an issue that we can think about. Thinking simply like that, after the great beast Berserk was defeated, this never happened again. Kalia wondered if other dungeons might have similar situations like this. Young Ji-min thought for a while and replied, the possibility is very low, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. She suggested, anyway, I think, we should investigate this further. Young Ji-min continued to say, we need to check again, the low-level dungeons, which the guild master is measuring. In the city of Seoul, the supervisor was a bit surprised and exclaimed, is that a dungeon gate? The person next to him admitted, yes, although it's rare, sometimes I often see two dungeons appear together. In front of them were 3 dungeon gates. The female supervisor continued, but this is the first time I've seen 3 dungeons appear together like this. The player was a bit confused, scratching his head, isn't this the dungeon I pre-ordered? I thought this was the dungeon I pre-ordered. Another person also scratched his arm, saying, oh my god, it was my mistake. The other person calmly said, isn't it my dungeon, I didn't know, I'm so sorry. This made the other 2 gasp. Inside the building, someone shouted, you guys, you bastards, are you all crazy? Uncle Man Chul was so angry, why did this happen to him every time he went, did the supervisor take all the money? Kim Shojun looked at his phone, calmly said, they couldn't use the old way anymore, so he used it. Immediately find a new way to hinder us. Now first place, Kim Seo-jun, 89 points plus 5, second place Lee So-yeon 87 points, plus 26, third place, Park Young-ju, 41 points plus 11, fourth place, Lee Ha-yeon, 39 plus 8. Park Seo-yeon was also indignant, mad, unacceptable, even if I had to borrow my grandfather's name, I still had to make a request. The other two people joined in and asked her to do it. Kim Seo-jun said, "Go, Seo-yeon." Park Seo-yeon also agreed with them, "Okay." Not long after, the organizers posted a notice, announcing that in case the dungeon that a contestant had reserved was attacked, without that contestant's consent, the attack could be switched at their discretion. The dungeon warden's decision. Kim Seo-jun looked at the notice board and thought to himself, even though the dungeons were all taken over yesterday, it was okay to have this announcement. Man Chul thought helplessly, they should have done so sooner. Kim Seo-jun silently speculated that they would have no other way to stop it. The next day he sat in the car, helplessly looking at the scene ahead. A guy parked his car, blocking it in front of their car. Man Chul asked indignantly, "Hey, why are you in our way? So get out of the way." The other guy smiled and replied, "Ah, sorry, suddenly my car broken." Going to another street, a guy said, "What should I do? I fell asleep." "Are you injured? Let's go to the hospital first." Everywhere we go, people have problems. "I'm sorry, I was busy. I was looking at my phone too much and didn't pay attention to the traffic light." "Ah, you told me to drive somewhere else, where are the car keys?" The ratings were eventually swapped. Ranking of dungeons attacked, Wednesday, first place was Lee So-yeon, with 111 plus 24, second was Kim Seo-jun with 110 plus 21. Park Seo-yeon couldn't stand this unfairness, she said, "Everything related to Lee So-yeon has been denied. The captain of the dungeon management team will directly investigate." Uncle Man Chul was indignant, "We don't have time anymore, damn it." Park Seo-yeon was equally sad, "Yes, that's right, time is a thing, but as far as I can find out, this Lee So-yeon is from the academy where Lee Sok-man is the principal." Man Chul sounded a bit familiar, so he asked again, "Lee Sok-man?" Park Seo-yeon explained his background. He was a former A-level professional hunter, one of the few people recognized by my grandfather. Manchik asked in horror, a professional hunter recognized by the Holy Sword himself, is he that good?" Park Seo-yeon shook his head to deny, "Not at all, his abilities are limited, but his mouth is sharp, he has a lot of connections." Man Chul also understood the reason for being hindered, "No matter what, from the moment we were played tricks on, I already knew." Park Seo-yeon bowed her head slightly, helpless to continue, "So perhaps, even if there was an investigation, it would be difficult to find out anything. Even if it were investigated, it would take a lot of time. If my grandfather came forward directly, then will be resolved soon." Kim Seo-jun spoke up to refute her, "But the Sword Saint won't come out directly." Park Seo-yeon sighed, "Sigh, I also think so. Moreover, now, I can't even contact you." Man Chul wondered, "So what should we do? But we cannot let the championship slip away like this." All three of them were in a depressed mood. Park Seo-yeon said apologetically, "Sorry, Seo-jun." Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused, asked her, What are you apologizing for? Why are you apologizing to me?" Park Seo-yeon said the reason why he was sorry, "I couldn't help him at all." Anyone else was confused, quickly asked again, "What did you say?" Kim Seo-jun told her silent contributions, "You have helped me a lot, why do you say that now? You have enthusiastically stood up to help me, that is enough. Without you, the situation would be more serious." Man Chul also agreed with me, "Seo-jun, you're right, Seo-yeon, you've tried your best, we'll handle the rest ourselves." He pointed his finger at him, loudly, "To be more precise, this kid will solve it himself." Man Chul asked him, "That kid, do you see why Seo-yeon is worried? So stop whining, say something, have you thought of something yet?" Kim Seo-jun thought of a plan and smiled mischievously. Somewhere, someone shouted angrily, "We were overtaken again, what happened?" That person angrily slammed the table. The assistant was a bit shy and respectfully answered, "He must have come close to the dungeon, then placed the dungeon, so we don't know where he placed it. Lee Sok-man is still very unreasonable, giving orders, then we must stop him at all costs." He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, 5 minutes? From the time he placed the dungeon until the announcement of the attack was completed, it only took 5 minutes. On this side, Kim Seo-jun immediately left after fighting the dungeon, not staying to clean up the corpses. He just came out and happily waved to Man Chul, "Uncle, I'm done, let's go to the next place," he also replied. "Come on, let's go." Lee Sok-man angrily demanded, buy a surveillance mouse, just pump money in and you'll do nothing. The assistant was a bit confused, stammering, about that, after all, the academy over there was putting pressure. Kim Seo-yoon gave a thumbs up and asked, the taste of power is very sweet, isn't it? The assistant continued to say, because there was supervision from the dungeon management team, it was difficult to do so. Lee Sok-man angrily stood up, confused and asked, just because he was pressured by the academy to help the dungeon manager take action? Which academy? Which hunter? Ga-on, assistant? Deny, no, I heard that the owner of that academy is none other than the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. After Lee Sok-man finished, he asked again, Sword Saint, the assistant said helplessly, now, right now, I have no choice. Lee Sok-man became even angrier and shouted loudly, then find a way, without any methods or tricks, this time East Academy must win, if he doesn't win, then he won't. Done with me. The assistant had to agree, yes, I know. The following days, both of them worked very hard. However, every time it is Lee So-yun who is one dungeon ahead of Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jin was also very diligent, and soon chased Lee So-yun away from 3 dungeons. Lee So-yun was quickly faster than him. At the 24th Onion Conquest competition, the rankings both Kim Seo-jun and Lee So-yun had 141 points. Lee Sok-man shouted loudly wondering, co-championship, no way. In the meeting room of the contest organizing committee. Meeting to discuss the first position. Park Seo-yoon gave his opinion, how can a contestant with illegal behavior win? Lee Sok-man is equally denying his behavior, what illegal behavior, you are exaggerating, because there was a random incident that you were quick to blame on us, that's baseless conjecture. Park Seo-yoon was mad, banging on the table, making baseless guesses, how many accidents happened during the competition, do you call those accidents accidental? Lee Sok-man also asked loudly, do you have any evidence? The host helplessly extended his hand to advise, the two calmed down. He continued, first of all, the organizers concluded that this co-championship could not be recognized, and furthermore, there was no evidence to prove that contestant Lee So-yun had committed illegal acts, so she still has qualifications. Lee Sok-man happily laughed, I knew I would be like that. The host continued, so I have this opinion. The next day, the captain asked, oh, here he is, Shin Young-suk, the captain of the dungeon management team. Shin Young-suk called each person by name, contestant Kim Seo-jun. Contestant Lee So-yun, both of their faces were very determined, wanting to win. Shin Young-suk said, so you two are already here. He continued, I will begin to explain the rules of the game about the final game between the two of us. Shin Young-suk is in front of the two of them, introducing the rules. The rules are very simple. Among the 3 dungeons in front of us, each person should choose one, and attack. Shin Young-suk chuckled and continued, whichever of the 2 finishes attacking the dungeon faster, and attacks the remaining dungeon will be the winner. Kim Seo-jun voiced his doubts, so who is it? If you conquer the first chest preview, you'll be the winner, right? There's no need to attack the remaining dungeons. Shin Young-suk also agreed, but he was somewhat different. You're right, we originally intended to find a place with 2 dungeons but there was no suitable place. And only left here, which means you can't throw away the remaining chest cavity. Shin Young-suk scratched the back of his neck and said confusedly, besides, the winner must have more than 2 dungeons, right? This is the first time something like this has happened, so we have to keep the rules in writing. He introduced the dungeons. All the dungeons were level 2 dungeons and the difficulty was the same, so the 2 of them could discuss which dungeon to attack first. Kim Seo-jun looked at Lee So-yun standing seriously and silently speculated that the possibility of her winning the entire match was very low, but she still had to be careful. You didn't ask politely. If you don't mind, I'll decide first. Lee So-yun didn't care at all. She replied, it's up to you. He made his decision, I would go into the first dungeon on the right, and Lee So-yun also chose the dungeon, so I would go into the first dungeon on the left. Then they both stood in front of the dungeon, preparing to enter. Before entering, Lee So-yun said, don't feel too angry. Kim Seo-jun asked confusedly, the referee raised his hands high, announcing, 2 contestants, please prepare. When he said, begin, they both quickly rushed into the dungeon of their choice. Kim Seo-jun jumped into the dungeon. He remembered what Lee So-yun said just now, silently wondering, don't be too resentful, what did she mean? Then he decided to ignore it, why bother, winning is the most important thing. Kim Seo-jun ran away, he said loudly, let's go. After walking for a while, Kim Seo-jun was confused, what was going on? He thought to himself, at first I thought this was a kobold dungeon, but I couldn't even hear the sound of breathing, let alone kobold. Maybe this wasn't a kobold dungeon. Kim Seo-jun still couldn't help but be suspicious, but it's strange, I've been in for 5 minutes and still haven't seen anything. He wondered what it was all about. Suddenly there was a horrifying cry. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen in place in fear. He trembled as he thought, this horrifying cry. Kim Seo-jun affirmed that it was definitely not a kobold, a claw of some animal came out. That animal looks quite similar to a dragon. Kim Seo-jun knows which species it is, manticore. He looked at it fiercely, looking at him, wondering why a level 4 monster was here. Maybe the dungeon was measured wrongly. Kim Seo-jun was angry, biting his teeth and swearing, damn it. The animal, as fast as lightning, rushed towards him. But it was no match for Kim Seo-jun. With just one blow, he finished it off, then quickly ran out. As soon as he ran out, he thought to himself, I killed the manticore very quickly, but it was much later than the time it took to clear the level 2 dungeon. The more Kim Seo-jun thought about it, the more unfair it became that Lee So-yun was attacking a level 2 dungeon. When he rushed out of the dungeon, he was sure of his guess that she must have moved on to attack the second dungeon. Shin Young-suk asked him confusedly, contestant Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun announced the situation in his dungeon. My dungeon has a manticore. The supervisor did not believe it, asked again, what? He said, wait, there are level 4 monsters in there? Kim Seo-jun admitted, yes, there is a manticore, go check it out. The supervisor doesn't care and asks you another question, so did you already fix that manticore? Did Kim Seo-jun do it himself? Kim Seo-jun spoke up and suggested, yes, having a manticore is too unfair. I asked for a rematch. The referee also sympathized and said, I completely understand your request. He continued, but it is very difficult to cancel the match. Kim Seo-jun said helplessly, there is a manticore there, I don't believe it. Asked, why? The referee continued to speak, because contestant Lee So-yun had not come out yet. Kim Seo-jun was a bit taken aback. He was surprised and exclaimed, huh? Inside Lee So-yun's dungeon, she wondered inexplicably, how strange, I've been in for a while now. But she didn't notice that a pair of eyes had been staring at her all this time. Lee So-yun wondered why there was nothing. Back when she was a student, Lee So-yun was applying medicine to Jinshu. He cried out in pain, and she advised him to bear with it. Injured like Jinshu was still in the mood to tease her, So-yun was really strong. If she became a superior hunter, she would have defeated her easily. At that time, Lee So-yun did not give up and angrily gritted her teeth. Teeth gritted, the weak can only speak with their mouths. Going against their father's words is why this is the case. Jinshu responded helplessly, to win even if he had to do bad things, even if it was his father's order, he did not want to do it. Lee So-yun frowned slightly and looked at him. Jinshu taught her, So-yun, if you want to become a superior hunter, you absolutely must not compromise yourself. Lee So-yun was a little angry, shouted, just be moderate. She looked at her brother in annoyance and asked, what's so funny that you keep smiling like that? Do you know what people say about you? People call you a fool. Lee So-yun gave a lesson, what's wrong with a little bad thing? In this day and age, if you keep playing like that, you'll be in trouble. If you can't solve your own problems, then just live a cowardly, dirty life like everyone else. Let's go. She burst into rage, what, is there anything that can't be compromised? A real hunter, calm down, most of the heroes are old and dead, now is the era of hunters. Transcendent hunting, those people are no longer there in this era. Jinshu's eyes still looked at her gently. He said in a low voice, yes. Jinshu smiled and affirmed that there will still be good people somewhere. Lee So-yun was a bit helpless, really speechless. Stop being so naive. Jinshu laughed and didn't pay much attention to her words, otherwise what would happen? On a rainy day, Lee So-yun ran somewhere scared. She told him, it's hard to believe now. Jin still said gently, but So-yun, one day you will definitely meet her. Lee So-yun asked everyone to give way, let me pass, please get out of the way. She remembered what Jin Su said that day, regardless of interests, and did not complain for any reason. Mixed in the rain with her tears, Lee So-yun couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. She silently called Jinshu, my older brother. In front of her was Jinshu lying motionless on the ground. Lee So-yun's thoughts about her brother, who is more foolish than anyone, is also more foolish than anyone. Lee So-yun still remembers clearly that day of conversation. I knew Jinshu was a fool, I didn't expect that he was someone who protected someone completely unfamiliar. Jinshu was a little confused and asked you, So-yun, I'm not disappointed in you. You. Lee So-yun stood in front of her, she thought to herself, a person who did not know himself, knew his destiny, protected the lives of others, and then had to die. Her eyes turned black, yes, Dad, Lee So-yeon silently made up her mind in her heart, I'm not like you. She promised herself that she would absolutely not live like you. Back to reality, Lee So-yeon wondered inexplicably, it's strange, it's been a while since I've been here. Lee So-yeon looked around but still didn't see anything. She silently exclaimed, why hasn't anything appeared yet? But she didn't notice a creature appearing above her head. Outside, Kim Seo-jun asked the judge, still not okay? Shin Young-suk was equally puzzled, responding, yes, the player Lee So-yeon has not yet left the dungeon. He continued, you will still win no matter what the conditions are, but is it necessary to fight again? But still agree with your decision. If you still want it, I will consider it. Shin Young-suk said, as long as you clear the remaining dungeon, you will win. Kim Seo-jun thought inexplicably, how strange. He secretly speculated that something was different from the original. It was definitely not an incident that happened in the dungeon, but in Lee So-yeon. Kim Seo-jun didn't believe it and wondered if he was playing tricks. He thought she might be in the same situation as him, maybe Lee So-yeon too. The supervisor measured again and suddenly exclaimed, what, why suddenly like that? Shin Young-suk asked him confusedly, Manager Kim, what's going on? Manager Kim said, the magic measuring device is very strange, it was showing level 3 but now it's level 4. Someone was confused, wondering, is it true, the machine is broken? Kim Seo-jun remembered the question he just asked Park Min-chul, what does it mean that the dungeon is broken? He explained to him, it means ghost. The power is chaotic, the magic wave in the dungeon is chaotic, the predicted stats are changing compared to before. Park Min-chul spoke at length, this mistake had low impact consequences, but the level of the boiled dungeon suddenly increased. If there wasn't enough time, the dungeon would explode and leave many consequences. The manager was a bit confused and said, yes, I have worked for 20 years, but this is also the first time I have seen this. The situation is unclear now. This sudden situation will gradually create many problems. Kim Seo-jun glared in disbelief. Shin Young-suk proposed a solution, perhaps it would be better to call superior hunters and investigate. When he was about to say something to him, Kim Seo-jun was already gone. Player Kim Seo-jun, something happened, temporarily you. There was no longer a shadow of anyone there, he wondered inexplicably, oh. Inside the dungeon, Lee So-yeon was attacked until she vomited blood. She was bitten by a monster, and Lee So-yeon was angry and upset. In front of her now is a huge monster. Lee So-yeon is a bit confused, stammering, it is. She looked at the ferocious monster in front of her, wondering, is this the promotion of good and punishment of evil that he said? It is a level 6 Nerskura. The Nerskura roared, shaking the ground. She couldn't believe her eyes were not passionate, there was no way it could be like that. In this world there is no such thing as promoting good and punishing evil. When the monster was about to attack Lee So-yeon, she thought to herself, because that moral is only in storybooks. Lee So-yeon closed her eyes, accepted her fate, and muttered to herself, I won't be stupid and die quickly. Lee So-yeon was a little stunned by the image before her eyes. Kim Seo-jun appeared to block her. Lee So-yeon said, you. She was a bit surprised and asked him, what are you doing? Kim Seo-jun still tried hard, not paying attention to Lee So-yeon's question, asking if she could move. He continued, she looks like she's having trouble moving, but, run now. Kim Seo-jun righteously said, I will buy time. This made Lee So-yeon a bit bewildered. Lee So-yeon couldn't believe her ears and asked again, what did you just say? Lee So-yeon still had doubts and continued asking, why are you here? Kim Seo-jun dodged, he silently exclaimed, as expected of a level 6 monster, it was not easy to attack. He jumped in front of it, provoking, hey, the big-headed goat. The goat seemed crazy. Opening his mouth wide, screaming, Kim Seo-jun quickly dodged away, thinking to himself, I've attracted its attention. The monster raised its claws and decisively made a move. Kim Seo-jun was able to dodge and block its claws. He silently exclaimed that if he got hit, he would die. The goat still did not let go, continuously attacking. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, after all, I already know how to use it. He came up with his own plan, avoided the fatal blow, and said so. While attacking it, the goat was able to grab his neck, causing Kim Seo-jun to have difficulty breathing with fear. Kim Seo-jun somersaulted to avoid its horn. He fell down near Lee So-yeon with a wound on his chest. Kim Seo-jun was in pain and put his hands on the ground. He quickly regained his composure, used the spear to stab its leg, and the monster screamed in pain. Kim Seo-jun gasped and exclaimed, he's smarter than he thought, it seems like he can't buy time. He remembered Lee So-yeon, asked her, are you still unable to move? Lee So-yeon asked him in confusion, why did you do this? She said loudly, "Why did you save me? What benefit do you get?" Lee So-yeon still maintained that her opinion was correct, loudly saying, "I have nothing to do with you." She stated her reasoning, "You just need to participate in conquering the dungeon with others and win." Lee So-yeon still stubbornly said, "Don't think that doing this will make you a hero. After all, you're only in it for the money." Kim Seo-jun admitted, "That's right, I'm in it to make money, you don't know how much I need money." Lee So-yeon heard the answer, got angry, shouted, "Then go away, go out and win." She angrily asked him, "You know what I did, you think I will, thank you. You because of this?" Lee So-yeon is still speechless, "I absolutely hate those nonsense words." Kim Seo-jun finally spoke up, "No." He stated his opinion, "What she did was very wrong, this is not the first time, I will not forgive." Lee So-yeon looked at him in shock. She looked at him like the image of her deceased brother. Kim Seo-jun continued, "But there was no reason for her to die." Lee So-yeon remembers what Jinshu said before, "It will be hard to believe now, but Soyeon, one day you will definitely meet her." Kim Seo-jun still turned to face her, his voice was firm. "I couldn't think of any reason not to help her, and more importantly." Jinshu also said before that he doesn't differentiate between interests and doesn't complain for any reason. Jinshu called her, "So-yeon, my hero." Kim Seo-jun was angry and scolded her. "Is there any reward more precious than saving a life, you idiot?" The angry monster roared loudly. It quickly rushed to attack Kim Seo-jun. He looked at it, angrily cursed, "Damn it." The angry monster roared. It rushed like lightning to Kim Seo-jun. He angrily cursed, "Damn it." When it was close, he still gasped in fear. Kim Seo-jun remembered the lesson he learned, intuition belongs to the field of thinking, but most students could not fully understand the meaning of this statement. Everything in the field of thinking ultimately means judgment, so surely some people will wonder that the teacher said before that it would be too late to wait until after thinking and judging. That's right, waiting until you have finished thinking and judging before taking action will be too late. But most people understand that this sentence means don't think or judge anything. However, I said it from the beginning. That intuition belongs to the realm of thought. After remembering, it was like a bunch of nerves went through Kim Seo-jun's brain. Let's make intuition and thinking become one. Kim Seo-jun's eyes emitted light, his voice continued to resonate, if judgment was not a feeling. So that is the union between thought and feeling, that is the intuition of pseudo-transcendence. After enlightening to the truth. When the monster was about to attack, Kim Seo-jun knew what he should do. His movements were agile enough to dodge several attacks from the monster. It frantically attacked him, but Kim Seo-jun was able to easily dodge. He thought to himself, "I can see where it will attack." Kim Seo-jun used his spear and bayonet to cover the monster's mouth. He exclaimed, he could feel every muscle move. When it took the opportunity to attack, he could see it and jump high. Kim Seo-jun silently speculated that with this momentum he could last until the professional hunters arrived. Surely the team leader had already asked for help from the professional hunters, so it wouldn't be long before they would come. Just come to support. However, Kim Seo-jun was still stuck on something, but he looked at Lee So-yeon, who had lost too much blood and was almost unconscious. Kim Seo-jun secretly wondered if Lee So-yeon could wait until then. "I decided to risk it once, I made up my mind, I don't have time to hesitate anymore, now I have to defeat it." Then he rushed to speak at a very fast speed. He uses powerful moves and powers to move mountains. Kim Seo-jun's eyes gradually became steadfast, he was determined to win. When he rushed closer to the monster, it was still trying to raise its head and scream loudly. There was a pretty big wound on his face. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, the aura that covers the whole world, I can instinctively feel it, that I cannot win, even though I know it is impossible. Kim Seo-jun still wants to try. He firmly grasped the handle of the spear, silently calculating that with only technique, the spear ability of the mountain's force was impossible. His eyes turned blue, filled with determination. Kim Seo-jun uses the move, aura. Kim Seo-jun rushed towards it, opening his mouth wide. After a while, blood splashed out. Lee So-yeon was a bit shocked at the image before her eyes. There were wounds on Kim Seo-jun's body and he was gasping for breath. The monster fell to the ground but Kim Seo-jun was still very alert. Lee So-yeon still couldn't believe her eyes, she panicked and said, "Impossible." Lee So-yeon wondered inexplicably, how did Kim Seo-jun lean on the spear tiredly? The system displays a notification, Kyon's Lecture Progress Index, plus 13.1%, 62.1%, Shakyamuni's Lecture Progress Index, plus 0%, 14.5%, Hangwoo's Lecture Conduct Index, plus 7%, 68.7%, Mullen's Lecture Conduct Index, plus 9%, 17.9%. As he dragged Lee So-yeon's body out the gate, Kim Seo-jun wondered if he would die from embarrassment trying to help. Kim Seo-jun was confused because Lee So-yeon leaned on his back without saying anything. Kim Seo-jun panicked and asked her, "Still not dead, right? Please say so. Don't make my mother's sadness from earlier go in vain. I'm very insecure right now." Lee So-yeon's voice rang out, "Still not dead." Kim Seo-jun seemed to have been relieved of a burden. "Ha, so lucky." He told her, "First of all, we don't have much time, so let's get out of here quickly." Lee So-yeon remained silent and said nothing. When the two of them walked out, Shin Young-suk panicked and asked him, the participant Kim Seo-jun, where he was going. Then he noticed that both Kim Seo-jun and Lee So-yeon were injured, and asked in fear, "No, what's going on? Are you two okay? Did something happen inside?" Kim Seo-jun did not answer his question. "Saving people is the most important thing. I will explain later. First of all, can you call the medical staff for me, as you see, here?" Shin Young-suk asked his colleagues, "Hey, quickly call the medical staff here. It's an emergency situation. Only now can Kim Seo-jun rest assured." Lee So-yeon lay on the grass, still arrogantly saying, "I absolutely will not think of you as my benefactor." Lee So-yeon continued, even thinking that he was wrong. Kim Seo-jun didn't care what she said, calmly replied, "You can think freely. I didn't come to help because I expected something wrong. Anything from you." Someone screamed in fear, "How could this happen? We had to quickly take her to the hospital right away." What happened at the Dongwon sweeper competition was announced, and within a short time there was another riot here. 6-star monster, appears in 2-star Dongwon, Nerkura. Although the pastime has not been without measurement errors, there has never been such a large difference in monster levels. This case has climbed to the top of hot searches. Of course, public attention will focus on associations and the government. "Everyone is discussing about you, Kim Seo-jun. This is the first time I heard this name. Did this student deal with Nerkura?" When other people heard this news, they couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Wow, how could a student catch a Nerkura? Do you know which Hunter Academy he came from?" Someone wondered, "Dream Hunter Academy?" Next to Kalia, the person wearing a black cloak informed her that the Apostle of Chastity was looking for Mr. Kalia. Kalia asked again, "Are you the Apostle of Chastity?" That person continued to say, "Perhaps it was because of the disturbance that occurred in Korea this time." At Park Min-chul's side, his niece excitedly announced, "Grandpa, I heard that the student handling the menu this time is a student at Seo-yun Academy." She asked incredulously, "Is this true?" Park Min-chul turned his back to the girl, clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "If you hate that name, then yes." The little girl wondered inexplicably, what an obnoxious name. After Kim Seo-jun arrived at the hospital, he regretfully lamented, his money. Man-chul was peeling apples next to him and asked, "Why, now that I think about it, do I feel sorry?" Kim Seo-jun angrily replied, "I'm sorry, I originally won." He was still very angry and continued, "What's the point of winning together? Moreover, the prize money is divided in half, isn't this too much?" While complaining to Man-chul, he finished peeling the apple plate and after putting it on the table, Man-chul didn't know how to handle it. He said, "So why did he show up? Can you think of a plan? Or we can play rock, paper, scissors to win the prize, or we can play muck, po with both hands." This suggestion is quite inhumane because Lee So-yeon lost a wing after this incident. Hands, Man-chul dismissed this shameless proposal. He countered, "Muck po with 2 hands. She lost her right hand due to this incident." Kim Seo-jun's face was very serious, admitting, "That's right." Man-chul was shocked by this innocent face and said such shameless words, "Wow, you're so crazy about money that even your humanity has deteriorated." "Okay?" Kim Seo-jun thought of another game. If that didn't work, how about playing potatoes, sprouting, growing leaves? He silently speculated, she probably doesn't know this game. While the two were discussing, Park Seo-eun walked in and said, "I'm here." Man-chul scolded him, "What a psychopath. If so, why would he even save people? What a character." Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, scratched his ears and shouted, You don't know either." Park Seo-eun asked Man-chul in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Man-chul replied, "Don't care, and I'm feeling sorry. You have to split the reward in half." Hearing that, Park Seo-eun was a bit confused. She questioned and said, "Yes, why split the prize in half? He alone won." Both Uncle Man-chul and Kim Seo-jun were both surprised by that statement. Man-chul asked again, whatever she said, even he didn't believe it. "Yes." Park Seo-eun continued to say, Lee So-yeon gave up her position herself. She said shocking information. Not only that, including this competition, she needs to reveal a lot of cheating that she did. What she did in the past. She also denounced the brutal behavior of the principal of East Academy, her father, Lee Sok-man. Park So-eun continued, an investigation is underway right now. Haven't you seen the news? The news that Lee Sok-man was surrounded by reporters asking questions. He angrily replied, I said I don't know, they still don't give up, is that true? Kim Seo-jun remembered what she said that day, thinking that he was wrong and would not change. Kim Seo-jun secretly thought, did Lee So-yeon do something like that? Why did she suddenly do that? Park So-eun was also quite surprised, saying, I thought maybe she had something else planned, but Lee So-yeon told me this. Park So-eun recounted the conversation that day. Lee So-yeon said, in the end, Kim Seo-jun was wrong and it hasn't changed. She still had an expressionless face and continued to apologize to herself. However, I just thought I was wrong. Park So-eun sighed helplessly, but I didn't understand what she was saying. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised to hear her say that. Park So-eun put his hands on his hands and happily said, after all, Seo-jun won the award alone. In addition, the government has proposed additional incentives, which Seo-jun will receive due to their responsibility, related to coming to this incident. If we talk about the most important thing then. Park So-eun talked about the incentives Kim Seo-jun received, tax exemption on bonuses and an additional 100 million. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his ears, excitedly asked again, an additional 100 million bonus. Park So-eun admitted, yes, actually, it was said to be a bonus, but this is compensation for damages. Kim Seo-jun then got a little scared and calculated the bonus. How much is 100 million more? 400 million, Park So-eun announced another important thing. And there was one more important thing, our Dream Academy is finally here. Has also risen to the 3rd position. She was very excited when the Academy rose from Part 4 to Part 3. When Kim Seo-jun heard this news, his mood became even more excited. Yes, is that true? Only Man-chul did not understand what they were talking about. What? Park So-eun admitted, yes, thanks to this victory, has qualified as an evaluation factor, according to which, although there are many enhanced powers, the most important thing for Seo-jun is that he being able to explore the 4-star Dongguan. Kim Seo-jun happily thought to himself, in the last competition, I was forever worried about the prize and promotion to level 3. He happily exclaimed, that's great. Park So-eun was also in an equally happy mood. It was all thanks to you Seo-jun, really thank you. Kim Seo-jun smiled brightly and continued, now you have to start accepting new students besides me. Man-chul had been silent all this while letting the two young people talk. Now he asked Kim Seo-jun, in short, was the matter resolved well? He smiled brightly and still did not forget to joke, yes, it seems there is no need to play Mukjipa again. After receiving the award, Kim Seo-jun generously suggested, is it already this time? What do you want to eat? I invite. Man-chul's mood also lifted after hard days. Receiving the reward is great. Humanity is back. I just need expensive things. Seo-eun, what do you want to eat? Park So-eun said what he wanted to eat. I want to eat sushi. Kim Seo-jun also agreed with them. Sushi is okay. He sat on the hospital bed, mumbling excitedly, okay, the money problem was solved, and he had enough to eat. He closed his eyes slightly and said to himself, then now. Kim Seo-jun decided, let's do a little shopping. He opened a website, a fake super shop, selling training equipment for admitted students. Kim Seo-jun sat on the hospital bed, checked his account, he muttered to himself, first there is 4 billion. Kim Seo-jun checked the price of the spear he was planning to buy, the price of the Longinus spear was 1 billion. He secretly speculated, the problem is that he doesn't know if the price will continue to decrease or not. After the event ends, it will be adjusted back to normal at which time the price will probably increase. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, no matter how much I save up, I still won't be able to spend enough, but he still felt a bit regretful, saving it up would still be the same. Kim Seo-jun was helpless to think of another plan, so he tried to save money to buy more cheap equipment. He added some products, imitations, Kestos Hamas, Aphrodite's belt, which if used can attract the opposite sex. Another item was a fake Kestos Hamas, the rope used to tie up Fenrir, made from 7 materials that were not real in the world, a rope that could not be cut by anything. Kim Seo-jun secretly exclaimed, it seems like Longinus spear is the best. He thought a bit but in the end decided what to buy, he must buy it. Kim Seo-jun remembers the times before, when he liked something, he tried to buy it, but if he bought something random, he would regret spending money. Kim Seo-jun silently calculated that items worth hundreds of billions while fake products cost only 1 to 2 billion, even if they are not real, they probably still have certain uses. He secretly speculated that every time he bought an item, the cause and effect would be adjusted, and it was possible that the price would increase very high. Kim Seo-jun was quite hesitant and thinking, maybe it wasn't like that, but it wouldn't be too much to be careful. Kim Seo-jun secretly thought about the inadequacies of the store. Moreover, the store did not explain much about the items, so one could only roughly guess the effectiveness based on the content and the myth. Kim Seo-jun crossed his arms, his mood became worse. After all, these things are not in myths, or because I don't know, I can't guess how real their uses are. He is helpless. I thought to myself, who knows, I don't have much information to learn the mythology of each object. Kim Seo-jun realized something. He asked himself, has anyone in the community used that item? Community of students at the Ultimate Academy. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, although he doesn't have an account, so he can't post or comment, but he can still read topics of interest, but he still has doubts in his heart. Really, why can't I create an account? If the advisor comes, I have to ask. On the forum, people post, if someone uses an item, then why not post it for everyone to know? Another post is, personal recommendation after using 100 items of equipment in the store. Other people also post up, it's not an advertisement, I've actually used it. Kim Seo-jun decided to choose the article, personal recommendation after using 100 items of equipment at the store. The other person wrote, experience has used some kettle equipment at the superstore. There are probably many of you. You're wondering which item to choose, right? If you choose the wrong one, you'll just be angry and buy it again, so I'll leave 100 items that I've used before, you can rely on that. Whether that item is suitable for me or not, the items I use are all very durable equipment. I have evaluated based on many different factors, such as convenience, durability, combatability, etc. and rated 10. Kim Seo-jun was excited and couldn't believe his eyes. He had already used 100 items. The first thing the other person introduced was, 1. Aegis's shield, it can also be called Aegis's shield, it's a trash item, don't take it, ignore its rather poor blocking effect. Then the decorative head on the shield is a Medusa, it's just to make it more beautiful. The other person introduced its function. The effect of this item is to redirect the attack to the opponent. It seems that it can be used, but the problem is that it is very difficult to time the magic shots to you. You have to be extremely precise to be able to counterattack. They rated Aegis's shield as complete garbage, so I give it 2 points out of 10. If you use it as a gift for a friend, it's a perfect 10. Kim Seo-jun lay on the bed, he exclaimed, this person really bought 100 items, he couldn't keep them all. After browsing for a while, there was an item that interested him, 87, space bag, this bag goes without saying, I wrote these lines to recommend this item. Kim Seo-jun read with wide eyes. The writer introduces, some people do not know this item. If the introduction is simple, this is a space bag used to store items. When placed in it, the item seemed to shrink. That person evaluated the product. I thought that instead of gathering the karma and buying it at a high price later, it would be more profitable to buy it now. After using it directly, I felt that because it is also made of adamantium, so the durability is very high. The writer's shortcomings and weaknesses are that, because it is a restored item, the weight is not completely reduced. It is estimated that the weight is only reduced by about 70%, and the space in the bag is not as large as expected. He rated it, I gave it 10 out of 10 because this is a good value for money. Kim Seo-jun felt interested and jumped up, wondering, space bag. He remembered its origin, perhaps it was an item of the mythological goddess Hera, which the hero Perseus used to hold Medusa's head. Kim Seo-jun wondered how much it cost. How much was it? On the store page, Space Pocket is calculating the law of cause and effect and planning the appropriate price. Computing system, counterfeit goods, space bag, 100 million won. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, wow, that's worth buying. He thought about the future, well, if I had it, it would be fine. When I go to a dungeon, I can use it to store the corpses of monsters. He suddenly stood still as if he was thinking about something. Kim Seo-jun thought excitedly, if he went bush, he would save space. The notification system said, unfortunately it couldn't completely reduce weight. Kim Seo-jun thought about how to use it. If he went on a quest, it would be great. Putting it all in his pocket would make him strong. He could go long distances without having to carry heavy things. He decided to buy it. 3 days later, Kim Seo-jun received Longinus's spear. He exclaimed, wow, seeing it with his own eyes, it was so terrible. On his side is now a space bag. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, I have to confirm the features of this bag, but it looks quite good on the outside. He cried without tears, silently exclaiming, but his account was free again. Kim Seo-jun secretly hoping this bag would be useful, and the account containing 4 billion was already empty. Kim Seo-jun sighed, calmed himself down. Anyway, I already bought it, I can save the money later. Park Seo-eun went to call him, Seo-jun. She was a little panicked and asked, I just got out of the hospital, but you want to go to the dungeon again, why don't you rest? Kim Seo-jun replied calmly, what's the point of resting if I'm fine? Go find it. Just money. Park Seo-eun was a bit confused and said, this time you received a bonus. Kim Seo-jun slowly replied, I spent it all. Park Seo-eun couldn't believe her ears, screaming loudly, ha, you spent it all and there's a surplus, she stammered, 4 billion, finally. Park Seo-eun saw that he was holding a spear in his hand. She thought to herself, looking at it, she knew she had bought new equipment. Park Seo-eun was speechless and asked, you really want to try it? And he looked very excited and smiled. Park Seo-eun silently exclaimed, when I said I would buy it for you, I wasn't excited. She helplessly exclaimed, I can't say anything either. A moment later, the two went into the dungeon. Park Seo-eun reminded her, be careful, if it's dangerous, I'll help you, but I'm not sure what will happen. In front of them were statues of bats. They looked very aggressive, opening their mouths wide and looking forward. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, gargoyle, speaking of the monster's defense ability here, it's level 4, right? Then he quickly rushed up to them. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it's the ideal thing for me to try on Longinus's spear. He swung his spear at them. Kim Seo-jun thought about their characteristics, they were simply monsters with physical attack and high defense. The bat's eyes suddenly turned red, its mouth opened wide and screamed. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, a gargoyle with good physical defense is truly an object for the Longinus's spear to test. The monster was a little scared when his spear passed through it. Soon it was divided into half. The power of this weapon made Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-eun stunned on the spot. Both were surprised and exclaimed, ah. Park Seo-eun still said in disbelief, ha, and he confusedly pointed at the bat, asking her, why is it like this? Park Seo-eun looked stupid, wondering, why did you ask me? The look on her face at that time, completely unexpected. Park Seo-eun exclaimed, it was quite a surprise. Kim Seo-jun still tried to attack those bats. Park Seo-eun silently wondered, why do gargoyles cut like tofu? These days, gargoyles are made from soybeans. After finishing cutting them all, he said, that's quite a lot, let's see if we can use this bag. Park Seo-eun also noticed his actions, she stared at the bag, she thought to herself, that bag. She still didn't understand and was a bit surprised. It seemed like it was only as small as 2 fists and contained something, but right after that, Park Seo-eun was so surprised that her jaw dropped because Kim Seo-jun could easily handle such a big animal. Easy to put in pocket. After finishing, he put the bag on his belt and exclaimed, it's reduced in weight by 70%, but it's still heavy. Park Seo-eun was still surprised, dumbfounded on the spot. He took out his bag, put on a monster head and put it back on. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, it seems to be quite okay. Park Seo-eun was still panicked at the scene before his eyes. She spoke up a bit confused, Seo-jun, can I ask? Park Seo-eun doesn't believe that with this much money he can buy such a good item. The prize money of the contest is, 4 billion is actually $4 billion huh? Kim Seo-jun denied, no. After hearing the answer, Park Seo-eun happily asked, how did you buy it, where did you buy it? And he was a little scared, sweating, speechless. Kim Seo-jun decided to make up a little, actually, I bought it at the pawn shop for hunters. Park Seo-eun was very excited, her big, sparkling eyes asked, where is the pawn shop for hunters? He said its address, it was a store in a deserted alley near my area, called the Fake Transcendence Store. Park Seo-eun couldn't hide her joy, saying, Fake Transcendence Store, there they sell bags. And this spear is 4 billion stars, she asked, wherever that is, I also want to go. Kim Seo-jun responded helplessly, I can't go now. When I came to buy, the store owner was cleaning up to go on a trip. Park Seo-eun was in a good mood, about to feel down. You don't believe it, but before your eyes is a gentle face, somewhat similar to Kim Seo-jun's exemplary young man, this expression is not lying, right? Park Seo-eun was not happy and spoke up, Seo-jun, saying that. Kim Seo-jun was a bit helpless before the threat. He silently apologized, sorry, Seo-eun, I can't tell you the truth. The two walked a little further and there was a sound. Both of them were alert without understanding anything. Kim Seo-eun reminded her that this place is quite dangerous. In front of the two people was a monster. Park Seo-eun decided to rush forward. She said firmly. Kim Seo-jun advised her to stop. Wait. He asked, I'll try it once first. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, this spear is more powerful than I thought. Kim Seo-jun wondered what kind of power this spear contained to cut the gargoyle like tofu. He prepared his posture, his eyes were determined. If so, I will use a great move to attack the mountain to attack from afar. Kim Seo-jun uses his magic to destroy and cover the world. As he prepared, his eyes gradually became more determined. Kim Seo-jun bowed his head and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes, spoke loudly, and penetrated. After a while, the power that had gathered was quite strong. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, extremely strong. All the monsters looked at the two of them fiercely with red eyes. They were up high watching Kim Seo-jun down below use his spear. He raised his head and looked at them with determined eyes. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, attacking with all his might, then he launched the tip of his spear towards the monsters. After finishing, the monsters fell dead on the spot. Park Seo-eun witnessed everything, was a little scared, and exclaimed, oh my god. A long and quite deep hole forms on the ground. The holy spear rumored to have pierced Jesus on the cross was the spear of Longinus. Kim Seo-jun didn't expect it to have such great power. He exclaimed, after all, it's just a fake, I was just going to try it out. Kim Seo-jun remembered the scene that day and clicked his tongue, it was terrible. He also understood the logic, the craftsman could not blame the props, it was all a myth, it was all thanks to the items. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, consulted the article on the community site and bought the necessary equipment, it seemed fine. He looked at his phone, helplessly thinking, in the end money is the problem, cause and effect must be adjusted to buy equipment, especially, on the notification screen, free pass usage time, membership remaining, 25 days. His face wrinkled, Kim Seo-jun silently made up his mind, this time there really were only a few lectures left, he had to try his best in 25 days. As soon as Park Seo-eun walked in, she saw him enthusiastically exercising. She said, hey, Sejun, I forgot to tell you, you don't care about her. She replied, what's the matter? Park Seo-eun said it, Jimin said she wanted to meet once, okay. Kim Seo-jun listened and stood there blankly, he looked at her in confusion. Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused and asked her, who is Jimin's sister? Does Seo-eun have sisters? Park Seo-eun thoughtfully denied, no, they're just acquaintances. Park Seo-eun thought of another way, if he said he was a demon star disciple, you know. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his ears and asked again, demon star disciple. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, he was a disciple accepted when the devil was old, a genius among the geniuses recognized by the devil, much better than him. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, in fact, they are called ghosts of the next era. He wondered inexplicably, ghost disciples are only known as sisters. Kim Seo-jun confusedly pointed at himself and asked, why did he suddenly meet me? Park Seo-eun also didn't know, guessing, as if he wanted to ask about what happened last time. Kim Seo-jun calculated in his heart, if it was the last time, then he came because of that mistake. Park Seo-eun helplessly revealed, actually she wanted to meet and tell him at that time, but because he was not well, so I stopped him. He couldn't believe his ears, he wondered, told me, Kim Seo-jun thought of that person, he asked Park Seo-eun, wait, maybe that's it. In his mind he had the scene of Park Min-chul angrily throwing water in his face and shouting, cunning thief, get away from Seo-eun. I'm out, and you have a hard time explaining, things aren't like that. Park Seo-eun was speechless with this thought, she affirmed, it's not like that, she didn't do that, you don't need to worry. Kim Seo-jun put his hands on his hands and calmly said, okay, I'm fine. Park Seo-eun happily ran out, she excitedly said, I will contact her and send you the date and time. Outside she texted Jimin, Nuna, Seo-jun said okay, do you have time? Park Seo-eun happily said, it's done. Suddenly someone's voice called out to her, Seo-eun, I'm here. Park Seo-eun suddenly gasped, she stammered and said, Sister Jimin. Park Seo-eun said a little helplessly, you just sent a text message and you're already here? Jimin didn't pay attention to what he just said, took off his glasses, said, allow me, but where are you? Jimin asked Park Seo-eun, the person he always praised, she was Young Jimin, the demon disciple. Inside the house, Young Jimin couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, it can't be like that. Kim Seo-jun saw her, silently wondering, is she a high school student? And Young Jimin ran to him, saying, how could that be possible? Kim Seo-jun was about to say something, she was, but was interrupted by Young Jimin, she stammered and asked him, where did you get it? Kim Seo-jun doesn't understand what she's saying. What are you talking about? Young Jimin shouted loudly, asking him. I asked where he got it. Kim Seo-jun was a little angry and asked again, after all, why did she keep talking so blankly? Young Jimin stubbornly crossed his arms, nobly responding, if you're upset, just say the same thing, brother. A bit annoyed, she asked again, what? Park Seo-eun quickly ran to them to reconcile. She quickly hugged Young Jimin. What's wrong? Sejun was just joking. Young Jimin tried to struggle, ask, let go, she just wanted to know where he got it. Park Seo-eun shouted loudly, sister. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised with the information he just heard, sister. After a while, Park Seo-eun spoke up confused, sorry, it was a surprise, right? If she was curious about something, she wouldn't care about anything. He looked at Young Jimin sitting dejectedly on the chair, guessing her identity. Could it be that person? Park Seo-eun admitted, yes, that's right, it's Ji-min's sister, it's for the devil spirit I talked about earlier. Kim Seo-jun looked expressionless. Are you kidding me? Park Seo-eun replied with a wry smile, really? Kim Seo-jun asked her in confusion, but what is that look? As far as I know, that person is about 40 years old, but Young Jimin in front of them looks very young, he is sure of his thoughts, clearly already looked it up online. Park Seo-eun explained, she usually changes her appearance a lot, to be exact, she still maintains her appearance as a child. Kim Seo-jun asked in disbelief, is that possible? Young Jimin quickly spoke up to answer his question. It's not like the polymorph changed its shape completely, it just remembered the stored image based on just memories, engraved on the body. She stood up and continued smiling, it wasn't very easy to do. However, Young Jimin also refused to give up and asked, but you, I asked you, where did you get that half-space bag? Kim Seo-jun asked her a little confused, the bag sells space. He also understood and asked again, is this what you mean by kibisis? Young Jimin's eyes were bright as stars, he admitted, wanted to try to touch it, that's right it was it. She said in admiration, how could it be done? If a twisted circuit is created, the space will be twisted as well. Kim Seo-jun asked Park Seo-eun, had she seen it before? She hesitantly replied, no, if I hadn't seen you use it, I wouldn't have known about this space bag. But it's so wonderful. Kim Seo-jun also didn't know how to respond. It's true that it's great, but I don't really know. Young Jimin heard the two people discussing, got angry, shouted loudly, not great, but very terrible, not very scary. She spoke at length, in these small pockets there were 4 magic spirals working at the same time. If it was just clumsy magic then I wouldn't say anything. Expanding the space, reducing the weight, and finally is to preserve images. Oh my god, I can't even analyze this as magic. How is that possible? Above all, what is this bag made of that can withstand 4 pulses? Twisted magic. Kim Seo-jun had a headache after listening to it. Kim Seo-jun silently speculated, if I showed her the Longina spear, made by a craftsman favored by the Sword Saint, how would she react? Hang Vu advised, don't come back here. Young Jimin suggested, sell this to me, I will buy it. Kim Seo-jun replied to her, this is a bit difficult. Young Jimin generously said, don't worry about the price, 50 billion, 60 billion, no, I will pay you 100 billion. Kim Seo-jun said helplessly, it seems like you shouted a bit too loud, sister. Park Seo-eun was also speechless calling her, sister. Young Jimin put his hands on his hands and replied, it's not like I bought it with my money, I didn't say I would give it right away, now I have to go help everywhere. Young Jimin bowed her head slightly but she firmly said, but I can find 100 billion, after all, that space bag is worth more than 100 billion. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, I've heard of a semi-space bag containing 30% being sold for 30 billion. If it's a kibisis, then 100 billion is not unreasonable. He also trusted Young Jimin. If someone else said it, he wouldn't know, but if it was that person, he would have been able to prepare that amount of money. Looking at Young Jimin looked at him confidently. Kim Seo-jun thought about the benefits of selling this. With 100 billion I can buy back kibisis and personal lectures, everything I'm worried about will be solved. After a while, Kim Seo-jun sadly said, I can't sell this. Park Seo-eun asked him a little surprised, why? I heard you need money, and Young Jimin couldn't believe his ears, panicked and asked why. She's still not willing, why? I think a valuation of 100 billion is fine. Kim Seo-jun sighed helplessly, put the bag in front of her, she tried it. But when he touched the bag, Young Jimin was shocked by an electric current. Young Jimin panicked and dropped the bag on the ground. Young Jimin rubbed his wrist, stammering, it. Kim Seo-jun bent down to pick up the bag, explaining, you see, besides me, no one can use it. The system displays a notification that this product is produced by admitted students for juniors, so it is strictly forbidden to sell it a second time. He picked up the bag and said, "No one but me can touch it, let alone resell it." Kim Seo-jun thought that saying that would make her give up, wondering if she had given up this time. Young Jimin still didn't give up. Her eyes were bright like stars, excitedly approaching. Her tone was confused, and can be engraved on it too, so it's not 4 magic circuits but 5 circuits. Huh, what a masterpiece. Young Jimin still didn't give up, asked where he bought it. Where did he buy it? Who bought it? Sell it to you. Young Jimin shouted a high price so that Kim Seo-jun would tell her where to buy it. I will give you another billion, you tell me? Park Seo-eun cried without tears, screaming in vain, please calm down. After listening to Kim Seo-jun's explanation for a while, she also understood. So, you bought it at a store near your house, don't remember who sold it, the store also disappeared. Young Jimin looked regretful. Sorry. Really, but her face was full of doubts, suspicions. Kim Seo-jun silently assessed. The solution was more neat than he thought. He secretly thought of old Park Min-chul. Unlike anyone else, he would be irritable. Shout, hey that thief. After a while, Young Jimin thought of another plan, so let me research it. Kim Seo-jun asked in confusion, research? Young Jimin said again, that's right, research, even if it gets engraved, I still can't use it, just let me test something, of course I will send money, not 100 billion. This statement made Kim Seo-jun a bit surprised. He wondered, what about this case? The ownership still lies with me so it will be okay, right? If someone else uses it, it will react with rejection and sparks. What if it doesn't transfer ownership, but simply helps with research? Kim Seo-jun also benefits, thanks to that, he also gets money. He covered his mouth with his hand. Young Jimin clasped his hands together and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Kim Seo-jun silently calculated, how is cause and effect applied to this? After a moment of psychological struggle, Kim Seo-jun decided to agree with Young Jimin. Okay, if you give me money, I will help you research. And Young Jimin, when he heard this information, jumped up excitedly. Like a child. Kim Seo-jun suggested, let's start testing. Young Jimin heard that, refused and explained, not now, there is no research equipment here. I will invite you to the research institute later, now I have work now so I don't have time. Only then did Young Jimin remember the reason he came here, blaming himself, oh my mind, I came here for that. Kim Seo-jun also knew the reason she came but still asked to make sure. She said, is that what's wrong? Young Jimin crossed his arms and admitted, yes, I wanted to hear clearly what happened at that time. The three of them were in the room to discuss. After listening to Kim Seo-jun's story, Young Jimin also understood. The Nurskura was already in the first picture, but luckily the magic index could not be detected due to being infected. More hesitantly, Kim Seo-jun replied, yes. Young Jimin still had doubts, picked up the glass of water and asked him, how did he catch Nurskura? Kim Seo-jun smiled and replied, because I'm lucky. Young Jimin had a bit of a hard time believing it. He asked again, luck, catching a level 6 monster because of luck. If it couldn't fix the error from the beginning, it wouldn't be possible to scratch its skin. Kim Seo-jun still didn't intend to tell the truth. Honestly, it's all about luck. He secretly remembered that day of battle, it was actually impossible to use physical strength to fight Nurskura. If it weren't for Merlin's mana I would be right now. Kim Seo-jun realized something, oh, wait. He thought to himself, clearly in Merlin's lecture that I heard before. Kim Seo-jun had a question that needed Young Jimin to explain. He asked her, Sister Jimin, a bit remissly, but could I ask for your opinion on this? Young Jimin looked at him with strange eyes, indifferently asking, what is your opinion? Kim Seo-jun spoke out a bunch of doubts in his heart. Magic and aura are both derivatives of mana. How to use mana, the problem is how personal will can be related to the rule of law. The world's laws. Young Jimin still doesn't understand the point, so. Kim Seo-jun asked her, isn't it the same as the dungeon's fault? Young Jimin widened his eyes when he heard him say that. She stood up and slammed the table, asking him to explain more clearly. Kim Seo-jun was a bit flustered by such an action. He explained again, assuming magic and aura were considered errors that occurred due to the abuse of mana, then the error of the dungeon was similar, right? Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, Merlin often talked about how to breaking the laws of the world, and personal will in lectures using Nana. You're very smart to think like that, if you relate the current situation and the content of that lecture. Kim Seo-jun continued to say, the tunnel's error was actually a phenomenon that occurred due to someone's will. He silently affirmed his own thoughts, after all, the dungeon's unusual errors did not happen naturally, but were due to personal will. Seeing that Young Jimin did not react, Kim Seo-jun secretly sweat dropped and smiled wryly. He felt that doing so was quite meaningless. He was working in front of a genius demon scholar, showing an axe to the eye of a craftsman. Kim Seo-jun awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Haha, I'm just listening for fun, but he didn't notice Young Jimin's face gradually turned black. She asked in a cold voice, who are you? Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused about spraying glue in place. Huh? Young Jimin still had a cold voice and asked, I asked who you are you a magic scholar? Kim Seo-jun denied, no, you see, I'm just someone who wants to become a superior hunter. Young Jimin loudly asked for an explanation, then explain what that is. No, wait, the rules of the world, how do you distinguish between magic and horror? Kim Seo-jun cried without tears, not my thoughts but Merlin's. Young Jimin didn't know why, his fear was obvious. He spoke up, his pocket selling space. She studied his expression, asking, did you create it? Young Jimin thought to himself, an ordinary transcendent hunter turned out to be a genius magic scholar. Her words made the other two stunned on the spot. He was speechless and said, suddenly. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, what are you saying again? Young Jimin excitedly took out his notebook to take notes, asking for more knowledge. How did such a thing happen? Kim Seo-jun couldn't see those sparkling eyes. He silently sighed, I only relied on my thoughts, based on the knowledge I learned from Merlin, but I didn't expect such a violent reaction. Kim Seo-jun thought gloomily, relax, I don't know. Young Jimin still has a studious look, so the next problem is related to the origin of mana and aura. Kim Seo-jun finds it reasonable and correct, from any aspect, that the lectures of the Transcendent Academy are of course for transcendent people. It is knowledge that goes beyond common thinking and knowledge. Usually, he is quite helpless with the studious person in front of him. He thought to himself, after all, I only aspire to become a normal hunter. With the shallow amount of knowledge I have, I don't know if it's okay. Sitting like this feels like I'm taking a class. Teaches like that, but Kim Seo-jun doesn't think that's wrong. He suddenly realized something. He silently pondered, if his daughter was a reward, if he received tuition from teaching others, what should he do? Now the brain is working at full capacity. Kim Seo-jun secretly speculated, of course Kibisis only lends the essence of the object, but, this is to share his knowledge, that can also be considered selling. Unlike the store's equipment for transcendent people, is there a high chance that the knowledge that I try to impart will be applied for other purposes? Kim Seo-jun is still pensive and seriously thinking. To do that, he must not simply follow what he hears in the lectures, but must understand, and apply, the content in the lesson. Teaching yourself and teaching it to others is not an easy thing at all. He thought about who would learn, most of all, who would learn those things from someone who is still a student like him. Young Jimin was serious, making a sound, She helplessly said, as for the concept of magic, I still don't understand it very well. Kim Seo-jun also understood, he was sure of his thoughts, look, it is indeed a curriculum with a high rate. 17.9%, then there is no need for any other option. Young Jimin jumped up and said, even though this is the first time I've heard of this, it must also be an unpredictable idea, this must be studied more carefully. She left immediately. Park Seo-yeon was a bit surprised, I just bought food and already left. Young Jimin didn't care at all, waved his hand, just leave it there, when you're done, you have to go. Young Jimin happily told him, later I will invite you to the lab. Park Seo-yeon was a bit sad, muttering to herself, let's eat before going, the bread is already in the bag. Kim Seo-jun evaluates Young Jimin in real life, she is a special person very different from the images of her that I have seen in the media. As soon as he stepped out, Young Jimin was like a child, excitedly muttering to himself, I have to go to the research room quickly. Park Seo-yeon happily continued his words, so, I've heard a lot of people say that, so sometimes I also want to know if I'm the next demon. Kim Seo-jun smiled, thinking to himself, thinking back, he saw that the disciples of the Sword Star, Kalia and even the Demon Star were all very difficult people to meet, yet he met all three. Park Seo-yeon put the bag of food on the table, she suggested, so let's eat this, give me the Pikachu sticker. Kim Seo-jun spoke up, thank you. Kim Seo-jun ate and sighed helplessly. If he keeps like this, maybe in the future a great sound will find him. He closed his eyes, sweating a little. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, the success rate is still too low. The system displays a notification, the rate of teaching Chiron plus 0.7%, the rate of teaching in Shakyamuni plus 0.1%, the rate of teaching in Wu, rate of conducting teaching about Merlin. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, Thanks to Kibasu's increased efficiency, he could complete the tests quickly, but if he used the remaining time to complete the course, it wouldn't be enough. He remembered when I was enthusiastic about practicing. Kim Seo-jun silently made up his mind. Before the free pass ended, I wanted to complete one more course. Kim Seo-jun was helpless to think of another plan. There was no other way but to earn money to top up the free pass and increase the teaching progress. Then Kim Seo-jun pushed open the door and entered Park Seo-eun's room, said, "Seo-eun, I want to ask you something." She was thinking about something, replied, what? Park Seo-eun said before, "If there are new students, I cannot teach them all by myself, and will have to hire another lecturer." Kim Seo-jun was a bit speechless and called her, Seo-eun. However, Park Seo-eun still didn't pay attention to him. She kept talking endlessly, "But not everyone can be invited to participate in teaching. How much do I have to pay them? Sigh, I have to run the system again." Star system. Kim Seo-jun walked in and called her name again, Seo-eun. Park Seo-eun was a bit startled. To avoid being embarrassed, she quickly responded, "Yeah, it's me." Park Seo-eun was a bit confused and asked in a low voice, Did you call me?" Kim Seo-jun also spoke the truth, "What are you thinking about? I called several times but didn't see any response from you." Park Seo-eun quickly spoke up to explain, that, actually, I was planning to recruit a new student, but there were so many problems that I was a bit worried. Kim Seo-jun sympathized, so, just like her, I'm also worried about a lot of things. Park Seo-eun then remembered the point and asked him, "But why are you looking for me?" Kim Seo-jun explained the reason for coming here. "Oh, it's nothing, I just wanted to ask, there's a competition coming up." "No, competitions like the one at the academy last time, or competitions like clearing dungeons, have recently taken place. Kim Seo-jun offered to help me check if anything happened before the 20th. Park Seo-eun quickly took out her phone and muttered to herself, "The 20th, around the 20th. After a moment of investigation, Park Seo-eun said, "No." Kim Seo-jun was also a bit surprised and asked again, "Oh, it's okay." Park Seo-eun added to confirm his own words, "Yes, next month there will be a trial competition held at Hunter Mill." Kim Seo-jun was not very excited, asked again, took the trial test. Mock exam, as the name suggests, is not an exam but a simulation of an exam. The professional hunter exam is only held once a year. If you fail, you have to wait another year, so the pressure of this exam is very great. Therefore, hunter training academies will create simulation competitions for students to practice in advance. The three leading academies in Korea are Hunter Mill, Ale, and Gaon. At these three academies, every student can register to take the test, so the scale of the test is very large. The scores that the students achieved in the mock exam were mostly equal to the scores achieved in the professional hunter exam. Kim Seo-jun secretly thought that with a large number of students participating, the amount of scholarship money for the top students would also be very large. This is also a way to solve the problem of teaching and learning ratio. Money. He secretly thought about the future. If it was next month, wouldn't that also be the time when the free pass would end? Kim Seo-jun scratched his head and reluctantly said, "There is no other way." Kim Seo-jun silently calculated that he would have to try it first until then. In the evening, he sat and listened to the lecture. This technique is not perfect. At any time, it can be disturbed and make mistakes. As the situation changes, the technique changes accordingly. It must be remembered, intuition can exist independently of its own principles. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, "I have never doubted this, the transcendent person is truly extremely talented." The lecturer's voice rang out, "Wait, the mock exam of the transcendent people is getting closer. But I want myself not to be too obsessed with the results of this exam. No matter where the mock exam takes place, it's just a mock exam, so you have to pay more attention during the lecture." Kim Seo-jun wondered, did I hear wrong? He couldn't believe his ears, the exams of transcendent people also had mock exams. The system displays a notification, mock exams of superior people, that is the special secret of transcendent students accumulated over hundreds of years, perfect analysis of old exam questions from each year for each subject. Study, with answers and video instructions to solve difficult problems. Kim Seo-jun seemed to be enlightened to a new horizon, wondering, is it really an exam for transcendent people, including a certificate? That means there is some standard to pass an exam like the exam of Kim Seo-jun Professional Hunter and have someone rate these. He rubbed his chin and suddenly realized that when he thought about it, it was the first time he saw this advertisement. Passing this exam was like achieving level 5 Vu Hoa Len Tien, or level 9 swordsman. Kim Seo-jun remembers that time, he felt a bit regretful, at that time I just thought they said that for fun, it turned out it was true. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, but now I have no reason to participate in the super test. I know my own ability. From the beginning I don't have enough ability to participate. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, while watching, I should increase the video's lecture speed. Hang-Vu continued, you are getting closer and closer to the mock exam, right? If so, why don't you think about registering to take the test once? He vaguely said, if you just let yourself go and be proud of it now, then oh my god, you guys are just a bunch of trash. Even if I say it 100 times, you still won't listen, so please register for the exam once and let me experience firsthand how trash you guys are. Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused and froze on the spot. He was confused and wondered, what the heck? Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, isn't this video? I don't remember which video I watched, it mentioned that Chiron and Vu appeared at the same time in the mock exam. Kim Seo-jun speculated, could it be Shakyamuni and Merlin? Even Shakyamuni said, the mock exam is near, so is Merlin, don't be too obsessed with the exam results. Kim Seo-jun finally realized, this was also related to the mock exam. Kim Seo-jun fell onto the bed and reluctantly said, the Academy of the Transcendent is not just one or two strange things. He held his phone in front of his face, wondering, no, is the mock exam really that important? He was quite confused and didn't know how to handle it, wondering if he should see what people said about this exam. Kim Seo-jun opened the forum and announced post-production. He had to wait until the super approval test to take place. He glanced at the post of the person who wrote his name. After being in debt, he became a creditor. That person wrote, hello everyone, hello beginners, you must have worked very hard to prepare for the super exam, right? When I heard it, I felt it was very difficult, but when I experienced it, I realized it wasn't as I thought it was. When I heard it, I felt it was very difficult, but when I experienced it, I realized it wasn't as I thought it was, even though now I've entered the 10th year of the exam, but I still don't see the path I have to turn on to go in the right direction. That's why I intended to take the mock exam, but I'm wondering if I should look forward too much to this exam. Actually, even though it's a bit embarrassing, I know that my strength is not enough to register for the exam of transcendent people. My situation is I'm currently listening to the introductory lecture. I'm still wondering if I need to take the mock exam this time. I also want to ask my seniors, but there's no one around me like me. So to ask, I think I must ask someone for their opinion, but the more I ask, the more confused I become because each person gives a different opinion. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, the situation is similar to mine. Kim Seo-jun scrolled through the comments below the article. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, sure enough, after achieving it and looking back, it felt normal. Kim Seo-jun's eyes suddenly lit up. You read the comment of the person named, the ruler of the forest, I want to recommend something for everyone to watch, because you are just starting out so your results will be very bad, but on the contrary, you are just starting out. So you can improve by learning speed. Kim Seo-jun was confused and wondered if he could increase his training speed sharply. He silently made up his mind to try it once and see if it worked. The next morning, Kim Seo-jun already held the spear and stood in front of the room. A notification pops up on the phone, mock exams of transcendent people, that is the special secret of transcendent students, accumulated over hundreds of years, perfectly analyzing old exam questions each year according to each subject. Comes with answers and video instructions for solving problems that are difficult to calculate the participation rate and is analyzing the appropriate registration cost for each user. The system asks, do you want to register for the super test? The first participation is free. Kim Seo-jun just realized, muttered, working for free for the first time. He was a bit confused, shouted loudly, it's free for the first time, if I register now, it's a shame. I have to save money. Kim Seo-jun thought, if I save now, I'll just throw it away. He chose the answer to the last question, agreeing, when the system asks, choose the profession you want, Kim Seo-jun did not choose or earn. Doctor. System requirements, please select target level, you choose, level 9 swordsman, let's go. The notification system is running, giving questions for the practice exam, please wait a moment. After a while it was completed. The system introduces the topic, this is a question based on the database of questions that have appeared in the official exam. The difficulty is based on the standard difficulty of the official exam and does not reflect students' individual learning results. A total of 7 exam subjects. Scores are distributed based on the difficulty of each question and each item. Mock exams are just mock exams. Mock exams may vary with actual period. The system displays a notification. The first test, combat ability, question 1, please give the correct answer to the problems, will be conducted in the following 15 stages. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised by the information he just heard. He didn't believe it, looked around, what, Let's start right away, Kim Seo-jun wondered. Right here. Kim Seo-jun was sweating profusely, not understanding how the exam worked this way. There are a total of 15 stages. If based on the standards of a transcendent person, is the first stage level 5 or level 6? Which level monster will appear? Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, if stage 1 is level 5, each stage increases by 1 level, then stage 15 will be level 20 stars. Kim Seo-jun silently speculated, if so, it's a level 20 monster. Suddenly a black hole appeared above his head. Kim Seo-jun puzzledly wondered, what is it? A phone jumped out, a monster in phase 1 of the mock exam. Kim Seo-jun was very determined and took a fighting stance. The creature grew bigger. Kim Seo-jun's exclamation became louder and louder. He was quite shocked by the creature standing in front of him. I couldn't believe my eyes. I wondered, does it continue to grow? Does it continue to grow? Kim Seo-jun stammered and said, dragon, dragon. In front of him is a very terrible dragon. The system gives the problem, level 1, destroy, far near the dragon of destruction, within a time limit of 30 minutes. Kim Seo-jun is still very optimistic, smiling wryly, maybe it's not true, don't be so crazy. The huge dragon was about to attack him. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed in panic, oh my god, what the hell, hey, wait a minute, wait, stop here, I told you to stop. It quickly spit out flames and attacked him. Kim Seo-jun couldn't stop him in time. He could only exclaim, I'm going crazy. Warning system, stage 1, failed, remaining time 29 minutes 58 seconds. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his eyes and stood there, wondering, He lay down on the ground and rolled over, scratching his head, feeling so tired. Kim Seo-jun got angry and exclaimed that he was so crazy, saying how could I arrest him? He thought to himself, it's only stage 1, not stage 10, it's only stage 1, and the monster used to measure combat power is already a dragon, not a normal dragon, but the dragon destroying far near. Remembering that ferocious dragon, Kim Seo-jun panicked a bit and slammed his hand on the floor. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, really, stage 1 is Fafnir, then stage 15 will definitely fight with God. He wondered, could the fake transcendents defeat even the gods? No, could the fake transcendents even pretend to be gods? Remembering the god, Hercules, who can lift 500 kilograms weights, Zeus, starting to get sore, Buddha, handsome Buddha. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, there are also ordinary people who claim to be successful, it's so embarrassing. Kim Seo-jun bowed his head, took a deep breath. He sat there gloomily, what should he do now? He thought the whole building was about to collapse but it was still normal. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, except for him, other places were not affected, fortunately. He picked up the phone and muttered to himself, after all, there was still one lucky thing left. Kim Seo-jun looked at his phone, there were 10 chances after the first time. The system asked, do you want to take the test again? Remaining chances, 10 times. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, just trying 10 times won't make any big difference, but, then he picked up his spear. Kim Seo-jun confidently challenges, come, let's see if you win, or I win. But the next few times failed, the system kept warning, phase 1, failure, remaining time, 29 minutes 57 seconds, phase 1, failure, remaining time 29 minute 54 seconds, phase 1, failure, time remaining 29 minutes 59 seconds, phase 1, failure, remaining time, 29 minutes 53 seconds, phase 1, failed, time remaining 29 minutes and 56 seconds. After 5 tries, it's still not possible, the system asks again, do you want to take the test again, the remaining chance, 5 times. Kim Seo-jun no longer had hope, trying to force a smile, he thought to himself, he couldn't win. Kim Seo-jun continued to roll back and forth on the ground, complaining, too tired, he shouted loudly, releasing his frustration, can't do it, how can I catch it? Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, so crazy. He sat sullenly on the bench, drinking a can of water, calming himself down. The pro hunter was still confused, so what is fake transcendence? Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, even if he wanted to speed up the lecture, it would be better. Have to do something, but before doing something, it's already over, so there's no way to speed up the lecture. Kim Seo-jun still couldn't stop feeling sad. Now even if he cancels, he can't change to something else. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. The system asks, do you want to listen to the tutorial lecture for this task? If you listen to the tutorial lecture, your evaluation points will be deducted. Kim Seo-jun wondered in confusion, the lecture gave instructions. He quickly picked up the phone, held it close to his face, and speculated that maybe he would show him some ways to attack. Instructional lecture: the more difficult it is, the simpler it is. Lecturer: Chi Tian Great Saint, analyzing the characteristics of Fafnir. Lecturer: Sigurd, avoid, don't avoid, fight away. Lecturer: 4 divine beasts Azure Dragon. Kim Seo-ju was surprised and exclaimed, is there even Chi Tian Great Saint, Chi Tian Great Saint Venerable? Kim Seo-jun pondered, maybe he could learn something else from the lecture. Then he decided to listen to the lecture of the great Saint Chi Tian. On the phone, Chi Tian Dai Tan lectured, the problem of this Phase 1 mock exam is the Dragon Destroyer Fafnir, right? He smiled brightly and continued, I don't know if this problem also evaluates judgment ability or not, but to say it's difficult, it's a bit difficult, but after thinking about it, you'll see it's not that difficult. He is the one who defeated Buddha, the great Saint Chi Tian. Great Saint Chi Tian continued to preach. Many students were very worried, because of the way it struck, its first breath. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen Sun Wukong. The first time I saw him, I laughed out loud, because I thought this was just a stupid monkey. Very quickly, the great Saint Quaishan finished his lecture. He said the last word, which was all about Fafnir, other than that there was nothing special. In short, just avoid its breath attack. Then the great Saint Chi Tian decided to snap his fingers and pose for Kim Seo-jun to see. Look. He summoned Fafnir behind him. The dragon opened its mouth wide, intending to attack him, and the great saint preached, don't think about it, it will be full of breath. If you can do it, that's fine. It's not necessary anyway. His eyes are full of murderous intent. Just avoid it. When the dragon unleashes its power. Great Saint Chi Tian put his hands behind his back and continued speaking very leisurely. After taking a breath, Fafnir would not be able to punish him for a while. He concluded that it was just a lizard. Great Saint Chi Tian answered himself, and then what? His eyes gradually became cunning. He continued, simply, just one blow and it was over. Great Saint Chi Tian used a move, and the Tian Naguyat meteor suddenly fell first. The meteor descends. That attack is very powerful. The dragon was quickly dealt with. Kim Seo-jun was speechless when he asked, simple, right? Even if we further evaluate judgment ability, this is only stage 1. He left a sentence and then disappeared. The more difficult it is, the simpler it is. Okay, here I go. Leaving Kim Seo-jun with a big question mark. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it's so easy. He scratched his head, unable to believe it, wondering if this was really a tutorial lecture. Did he know what a tutorial was, or was it the concept of guidance, for the fake Transcendental Academy, different? With normal. Kim Seo-jun thought of another plan, maybe he was crazy, oh wait. He chose to listen to the instruction lecture, avoid, don't avoid, fight, lecturer, the 4 dragon divine beasts. Several dragon beasts appeared and taught Kim Seo-jun after listening. He was like a duck listening to thunder. Kim Seo-jun helplessly huddled in one place, telling me to watch and then follow. Kim Seo-jun raised his head and muttered helplessly, how could he do that? But I'm still a bit regretful, I accidentally used the precious free rights, watching it until now, it would be a shame to give up. Kim Seo-jun's attention fell on the lecture, analyzing the characteristics of Fafnir. Lecturer, Sigurd. I wonder, Sigurd. Sigurd is a hero in Lord of the Rings, Norse mythology. Both the owner of the famous Balmung sword and the first dragon slayer. When called Dragon Slayer, the dragon that slashed that day was Dragon of Destruction Fafnir. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, what is the title of the lecture? Surely, this is the person who understands Fafnir the best. He speculated, maybe that day was also the one who raised this issue. Kim Seo-jun silently made up his mind, if this lecture is too strange then it's okay to skip it. Sigurd lectures, as you know about Fafnir, breathing is its key point. Therefore, the focus of this problem depends on whether you can avoid its breath or not. This person with white hair and a frowning face is Sigurd, the Dragon Slayer. He continued to explain, just avoid its breath, that's the whole way to fight. Kim Seo-jun was completely disappointed. He made up his mind, this song is also a waste of time, let's turn it off. However, before he could turn it off, Sigurd continued to speak, but after listening to the lecture, it is not easy to do it, right? So I will analyze the characteristics of Fafnir, and show you 2 strategies. Sigurd raised his finger, explaining, the first thing, Fafnir spits breath when summoned. If you press the summon button and then run. He told the principle of its operation, but this dragon still spit its breath in that direction. That is the key, but even though you know it, avoiding it is not simple. Kim Seo-jun seriously listened to the lecture. Sigurd continued, there will be many students who will find avoiding that attack very difficult, so I will show these students 2 strategies, listen carefully. Sigurd smiled and continued, prepare a block of gold. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his ears and asked again, huh? After that, he quickly went to the votive store to buy exactly what Sigurd requested, thank you. After stepping out, in his hand he held a shiny piece of gold. Kim Seo-jun didn't really believe whether using this would really work. Returning to the old place, Sigurd said, prepare a block of gold. He explained the reason, in fact, he was turned into a dragon, because he was blinded by gold, and was a person with bottomless greed. It doesn't have to be real gold, just prepare an object that resembles gold. Right when summoning, throw the gold block in front of Fafnir's eyes. Sigurd waved his hand, smiling brightly, he wouldn't spit the first time, why? If he spits, the gold will disappear. Sigurd seemed to understand some people's thoughts, what, thinking that this was not a solution using strength. He crossed his arms, smiled as if not smiling and continued, knowing what to do, whether it was a matter of strength or trickery, there was still a way to solve it. Sigurd said the last word before ending the lecture. Anyway, that's all I've said here. If you're wondering how to fight other dragons, then listen to my dragon slaying sword technique lecture. In that lecture I will tell stories about dragon hunting in the past. Kim Seo-jun stood there looking at his phone. He thought to himself, no matter what, there was no loss. The system pops up again, do you want to retake the test? There are remaining chances, 5 times. Kim Seo-jun chooses and summons. The ferocious dragon appeared before him again. It was about to spit again. Kim Seo-jun realized this was the time to, at that moment, throw the block of gold in front of his eyes. Thinking about it, Kim Seo-jun quickly threw the gold block in front of Fafnir's eyes. The shining piece of gold rushed towards the dragon, who immediately stopped spitting. The golden block dazzled its eyes. The dragon's eyes were always directed towards the direction of the golden block, not paying attention to Kim Seo-jun who was next to it. The dragon excitedly chased after the block of gold. Kim Seo-jun naively thought, successfully avoided the dragon's breath. When the dragon caught the block of gold, he was disappointed and gilded with gold. Fafnir turned his head, angry at being pranked, it became even more fierce. It quickly rushed to attack Kim Seo-jun. He exclaimed in fear, so crazy. He remembered what the great Saint Chi-Tien said and wondered what he looked like, calling it a lizard. The dragon madly attacked him. The system reports, Phase 1, failure, remaining time is 28 minutes 56 seconds, but this time it took a little longer. The phone announced again, do you want to retake the exam? There are only 4 chances left, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it's only been 1 minute of making trouble. Kim Seo-jun widened his eyes and wondered, how could he catch him? The phone notified again. Chiron's lecture progress and notification system plus 3.1. Kim Seo-jun wondered, given the progress of the lecture, should I make a whole set of armor out of gold? Kim Seo-jun jumped above the dragon. He jumped and landed at its feet, hey! Kim Seo-jun tried to avoid the dragon's attack. He then ran away to avoid the dragon's spitting attack. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, damn, even dodging the attack was difficult. He chose time as a gap between attacks to counterattack. While you're behind the dragon, prepare to hit it with your spear. Kim Seo-jun feels bad, broken. He reached into his pocket, thinking to himself, it's too late to avoid it. Kim Seo-jun pulled out the block of gold and threw it at the dinosaur. He decided to live and die with it, if so. The dragon waved its tail. Kim Seo-jun quickly ran away to avoid the attack. He silently exclaimed, phew, he almost died. The dragon fell to the ground, and Kim Seo-jun also fell out of breath. It suddenly jumped up and roared. Kim Seo-jun wondered, this time he also got angry because of gold. He picked up the spear, made a decision, then Kim Seo-jun threw out a pile of gold that dazzled the dragon's eyes. He asked, what about this pile? The dragon widened his eyes, wondering, When it was just paying attention, it raised its head to look at the gold blocks. Kim Seo-jun quickly used spears, mountain force, and strength taken from mountains. He jumped on its head to prepare to attack. The atmosphere descends, the atmosphere covers the whole world. Kim Seo-jun's face turned cold and he decisively stabbed the spear down. The spear prepares to release its power. Piercing through, a huge stream of power shot out, shooting towards the dragon. Kim Seo-jun jumped on it, stabbing directly. The dragon screamed in pain. After finishing, Kim Seo-jun happily exclaimed, okay, it hit the spot. He looked down at the dragon, everyone, then it turned its head to look at Kim Seo-jun like an idiot. Being stared at by a pair of eyes, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it's so cold. Then the dragon quickly sent him flying away. The system shows up, warning, Phase 1, failure, remaining time, 24 minutes 32 seconds. Kim Seo-jun fell face down on the ground. He was sullen, his whole body trembling and muttering to himself, I thought I could make it through, Aida, it hurts so much. Notification system about teaching progress, rate of conducting teaching on Chiron, plus 5.1%, 71%, rate of conducting teaching on Shakyamuni, plus 4.5%, 73, 7%, the rate of conducting teaching about martial arts, plus 1%, 19.1%, Kim Seo-jun found some joy after failure. Just as he thought, as expected, thanks to the attack, the rate of advancement to the weapon class increased. Kim Seo-jun sat up, stupidly wondering if with this momentum, before the end of this semester, if he did well, I wonder if he could complete 2 subjects. His face smiled like a flower when he saw something. The system asks, do you want to try again? Remaining chance, 3. Kim Seo-jun still didn't give up, excited to try again, let's go, okay, I'll try again and see how it goes. Park Seo-eun walked in and asked him, Seo-jun, haven't you been to the dungeon lately? Kim Seo-jun is currently using a phone with a black background. Kim Seo-jun admitted, that's right, I don't have time to go out, for now I'm focusing on practicing a bit. Park Seo-eun asked in disbelief, you said you don't have time? Kim Seo-jun scratched the back of his head, guessing what she was thinking. She would probably be suspicious, because she was just staring at her phone all day, so what would she do if she didn't have time? Park Seo-eun pointed to the pile of papers on top. Tae said, then I'll go ahead and prepare some documents. Score notification system, member Kim Seo-jun's combat chemistry score is 4.2 points, combat strength, 4.2 out of 100, failed, elementary physical strength, being classified, improvisation, sorting, mana, sorting, spirit, sorting, selected course 1, not selected, selected course 1, not selected. He remembered the day before sitting and talking crazy, Farnier was the strongest, I was the first person in the universe, Kim Seo-jun was stiff with glue, exclaimed, I failed the first subject of this period. Looking at the rate table, he thought to himself, the problem is that the course completion rate increased slower than I thought. The rates Kim Seo-jun has achieved are, the rate of progress in teaching Chiron, 80.3 parts. The rate of teaching in Shakyamuni, 84.5%, the rate of teaching about martial arts, 19.9%. Kim Seo-jun also realized the truth, real combat is just a way to quickly become enlightened about the courses, from there I can only gradually understand the content I have learned, and when applying it, I will be more effective. Course completion rates increased. Kim Seo-jun calculated that 3 days later, the transcendental mock exam would be conducted. If I spent that time listening to lectures, it would be more beneficial. He silently made up his mind, so now let's try to finish the lecture. 3 days later. You decided to take another course, Course 2, Elementary Physical Fitness. Question 1, please give the correct answer to the problem conducted in the following 15 stages. Preparing questions for Stage 1, please wait a second. Kim Seo-jun looked at his phone, he silently wondered what would happen this time. The system announced that preparations were complete. A ball appeared in his hand. Kim Seo-jun puzzled and wondered, look at the red ball in your hand. He was still bewildered, not understanding what was going on. What this was, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it looked like the Dragon Ball in the 7 Dragon Balls. But he didn't notice that there was an animal behind him. The phone announces the problem, Level 1, within the specified time, keep the Dragon Ball and escape the pursuit of the python Kang Chul. Kim Seo-jun looked at the python behind him. Requirements of the test, avoid all attacks from Kang Chul, time limit, 1 hour. Look at the huge python bearing its fangs in front of him. Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if this was elementary physical strength. The bewildered face of a young man who didn't understand anything. After a while, the phone rang, Phase 1, failed, remaining time 59 minutes 57 seconds, the system announced, do you want to try again, chance left, 10 times. Telephone notification of course progress, Chiron teaching progress rate plus 7.2%, 87.5%, dance class teaching progress rate, plus 5.3%, 89.8%. After trying many times, Kim Seo-jun decided to change the course. Third course, improvise, level 1, destroy the Sphinx, or survive in the 5 hearing state of the operation, time limit 10-minute period. The Sphinx appeared before him, speaking a strange language. Kim Seo-jun rolled his eyes and exclaimed, what the hell? He looked at the Sphinx that was several times taller than him, wondering, maybe it's still human. Then the system announces the rate of lectures, the rate of teaching Chiron, plus 0.2%, 87.7%, the rate of teaching about martial arts, plus 1.1%, 90.9%. Moving on to the next course, the system introduces the topic, the fourth course, Mana, Level 1, within a limited time to restrain Pulgasari's appetite. If Pulgasari is not fully supplied with mana, he will think about eat yourself, time limit, 30 minutes. Kim Seo-jun raised his hand and released his mana. The Pulgasari had not yet absorbed magic power, it exclaimed, hungry, so hungry. After feeding it for a long time, Kim Seo-jun asked it, wait, how much do you need to eat? Kim Seo-jun ran away, crying tears, complaining, I don't know what. Pulgasari rolled her eyes and watched him leave. System notification, Chiron teaching progress rate, plus 7.2%, 94.9%, martial class teaching progress rate, plus 5.4%, 96.3%. Go to the fifth course, Spirit, Level 1, within the time limit listen to Siren's song, time limit, 30 minutes. Siren sang the song very softly, Kim Seo-jun commented, it sounded good, he wondered, maybe it affected Shakyamuni's unmoved mind. Not long after, he also passed Phase 1, this was the first subject Kim Seo-jun passed. Kim Seo-jun found it too simple, happy and proud, no, he passed Level 1 the first few times, this must be Level 15, but he didn't pay attention, a girl was looking at him with red eyes. Next topic, fifth course, Spirit, Level 1, within limited time listen to Helheim's Soul Song, limited time, 30 minutes. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it hurts his ears. After finishing the course, the system notifies, the rate of teaching progress and Shakyamuni, plus 1%, 15.5%. Kim Seo-jun lamented his score, it was terrible. His transcript, member Kim Seo-jun's mock exam score, fighting strength 4.2 out of 100, failed, elementary physical strength, 3.7 out of 100, failed, improvisation minus, 2.3 out of 100, fail, Mama 1.2 out of 100, fail, Spirit 9.8 out of 100, fail, selected course 1, not selected, selected course 1, not selected. The system notifies the rate of conducting teaching on Chiron, 94.9%, the rate of conducting teaching on Shakyamuni, 15.5%, the rate of conducting teaching on Shangwu, 96.3%, proportion of conducting Merlin teaching, 19.9%. Kim Seo-jun sat on the floor, he calculated a bit, if it keeps going like this, I'm sure I can pass 2 subjects, what if I complete the course? Attention Kim Seo-jun, there are still 2 unselected courses, which course should I choose first? He muttered to himself, at first when choosing Level 9, there were no related categories regarding course selection among the 10 answers given. Kim Seo-jun rubbed his chin, wondering if he had to wait until the exam day to choose. However, he decided to choose optimism, ignore life, well, we'll know what happens, so just wait for now. Kim Seo-jun doesn't know why but bites his nails. Park Seo-eun walked in and asked him, Seo-jun, what are you doing? You don't look very well these past few days. Kim Seo-jun was startled, panicked and replied, no, nothing at all, don't worry, ha. Kim Seo-jun's feelings now are, crazy, just crazy. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, 3 days have passed but there is still no announcement. He sat and thought for a bit about the free pass. The remaining time of the free pass was 5 days. He was just a little closer to completing the course, but he didn't know if he should immediately go back to the dungeon. Again. Kim Seo-jun stood up and made up his mind. Compared to waiting for an unknown amount of time like this, going back is better. Kim Seo-jun firmly thought to himself, from now on if he notifies me again, I won't. His phone suddenly appeared with a purple light. Mentor Angel appeared, happily greeted, long time no see, member Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun shouted in panic, startled. Mentor asked about his health, had he been okay lately? Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe his eyes and asked, Mentor. Mentor smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck to avoid embarrassment, hey, I'm a bit late back. Kim Seo-jun was still shocked and asked again, Mentor. Mentor happily walked out, said hello, he asked, it seemed like he was still living well. Kim Seo-jun angrily shouted, oh, what are you doing, why are you here now? Mentor covered his ears, exclaiming, oh my god. Park Seo-eun was stunned on the spot, wondering, are you talking to me? Yes. Park Seo-eun asked him, what did Seo-jun just say? Kim Seo-jun hid the phone behind his back, shook his head to deny, no, it's nothing. Park Seo-eun still had some doubts. Is that so? Did I hear wrong? Kim Seo-jun held on, probably because she was tired lately, so I'll excuse myself. Then he quickly ran away. Outside the park, Kim Seo-jun asked, what happened? He asked in a cold voice, why are you so late? The mentor knelt on the carpet, obediently silent. Mentor rubbed his head and said the reason, which was, well, because I thought Seo-jun would still be fine without me. Kim Seo-jun shouted angrily, don't make excuses. Mentor heard that and continued, so I'll be honest, Kim Seo-jun's face was as black as a pot's bottom. He angrily ordered, yes, tell the truth. Mentor said the reason for coming back, accidentally touching his sore spot, actually, after checking your profile, I came back, really, but it was too pathetic. Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused and asked again, tragic, what does that mean? Mentor explains, Kim Seo-jun's qualifications. Then the mentor didn't say anything more, they both looked at each other silently. Mentor continued to say, now, with Seo-jun, L's level, I don't have much advice to give you, so I think you should focus on listening to the 2 lectures, but I suggest you better. Kim Seo-jun moved his hand to rub his eyes, it fell in front of his eyes, raise his head. Mento saw this ridiculous action, bowed his eyes slightly, spoke up, free pass period. Then in short, my advice must help improve your level to be meaningful. Kim Seo-jun blamed himself, damn, I was convinced, I couldn't get angry with him, even though I didn't intend to get angry with him. Kim Seo-jun requested, if so, please tell me what it is. The mentor bowed his head 90 degrees and said sincerely, I'm very sorry about that. Mentor moved on to other things. During the time without me, you listened to the lectures diligently, right? Kim Seo-jun admitted, yes, I ran everywhere, listening to the lectures very diligently. Mentor smiled brightly, took Kim Seo-jun's phone and suggested, let me try to check. After checking, the mentor's face was not very forgiving. Its expression changed as it slid down. Mentor was a bit confused, wondering, what's wrong with him? Kim Seo-jun asked him in confusion, what's going on? Mentor felt a bit confused, said again, no, it's nothing serious, but why are there 4 lectures playing, and what's more, the lecture ratio is the same. Kim Seo-jun admitted, it was true that I was listening to 4 lectures at once. The mentor looked at him and then panically looked back at the phone. Mentor still couldn't believe it, asked again, is it having an error? It can't be. Kim Seo-jun doesn't understand what it's saying. What did you just say? Mentor spoke out of his sight, all the information on the screen was correct, his expression was excited, he couldn't believe his eyes. Hey! Mentor stammered and asked, wait, you just said all the information here is correct. Kim Seo-jun still didn't understand, asked him, is there a problem? The mentor scratched his head in frustration. Tai said, of course there is. He asked him in confusion, no, what exactly did you do? To say it was terrible is not enough. In just 3 months you were able to achieve this rate of listening to lectures, even though it was the introductory stage. It also takes more time, 3, 4 times more. Kim Seo-jun answered thoughtfully, I just do it haphazardly. I also take the test for superpowers, a lot. Mentor was excited, smiling as if he had a chance to ask him, mock exam, are you even taking a mock exam now? Kim Seo-jun admitted, yes. Mentor laughed loudly, closed his eyes and tried to say something, It said, you don't need me. Kim Seo-jun dialed the phone and asked him, yes, it's a mentor. That reminds me, I'm curious about the mock exam. The mentor is very generous and answers all your questions. Go ahead. Kim Seo-jun said, the elective subjects in the test for super people, how should I choose the exam subjects? Mentor asked again, elective subjects, well you can just choose the subject you want. Mentor looked at the test scores on the notice board, his face looked worse, your combat ability score was 4.2 points, he wondered, oh well. Mentor was also confused and wondered, since, strange, you're taking the exam, why does it show unselected? Kim Seo-jun continued his problem, he doesn't even have the Ultimate Academy's ID, how could that be? Mentor couldn't believe his ears, surely with the thought, there was no such thing. When he asked me if I had done it, Kim Seo-jun shook his head, no, I overlooked it. Mentor speculated, could it be, what are you misunderstanding? Kim Seo-jun held the phone out in front of him, 3 words were written on his face, he looked at it. It says, because you don't have an id, you can't post. Mentor looked closely, confused and wondered, what is that? It's really speechless, I've never encountered this situation before. After a while it decided, I had to consult the principal. The mentor said a little shyly, I'll be right back, you just take the rest of the exam. Kim Seo-jun was surprised, asked him, are you going again, are you? The mentor denied, no, after consulting, I will return immediately, I swear. He looked at the phone for a while then returned it to him, saying, I will now handle the optional subjects and the mock exam for you, come on, you can freely choose. He confidently affirmed and flew away. I will return before the free travel period ends. Kim Seo-jun did not have time to advise again. He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, I still have something to ask my mentor, but he's gone. I still have faith in my mentor, but he said he will return before the free pass period ends, so we will probably meet again soon. A notice board appears on the phone asking to choose an elective subject. After listening, he completed one more course. The rate of listening to the lecture added 3.7%, 100%. A beam of light appeared from the screen, so bright that Kim Seo-jun had to cover it with his hand. The notification system, Force Boy Mountain is like this, you must complete the lesson on spearmanship, Force Boy Mountain to be able to fully understand it. Kim Seo-jun wondered, comprehending with all his might, he looked at the card in his hand in disbelief. Kim Seo-jun held the spear in his hand, looked around, wondering, could it be? He looked to see if anyone was around. Kim Seo-jun intended to test the power of this spear technique. Kim Seo-jun wondered, what is this, is it all the power of the force of the mountains? The phone pops up with a notification, do you want to hear the end of the lecture? Luke Boy's son is like this, lecturer, Hegemon Xiangvu. Kim Seo-jun asked again, is the lecture over? Hangvu happily said, the day has finally come for you to complete the lecture, I thought you would never come in this lifetime. Visiting students, you have finished listening to the lecture much differently than you did in the beginning. Perhaps you have been able to use the force of the mountain comfortably. But no one is complacent because they have the power of the mountain, right? I hope not. The power of the mountain is the basic of the basics in the process of becoming a superior person. To walk on this path you must qualified. But surely there will still be students who are not aware of this, every time, that's why I say, you have just been promoted, from other ordinary people to the status of use, you guys. Still haven't escaped the life of being a garbage man. But this is also something worth congratulating, now you have officially learned how to use a spear that suits you, you must improve that skill, then you can continue on the path, becoming a superior person. Really do. That path is extremely difficult, you will constantly doubt whether this is the right path, and will want to give up, but remember, transcendence has no answers, no, only I am superior, but all existences in this world do not have exact answers. Hangvu said the last sentence, so you just need to firmly believe that the path you choose is correct. He teaches the final lesson, speed is not important. Complete the lecture on the power of the mountains by Xiangyu. Afternoon at the academy. Park Seo-eun saw that he had returned, she happily said, Seo-jun, you came at the right time. Park Seo-eun explained, it's nothing, about the hunter test, last time I said, within a week from today, they will accept applications, do you want to participate, then Miss show me the notice board. Kim Seo-jun was a bit wary, what if he pretended, he thought to himself, but anyway, I was about to ask, Kim Seo-jun spoke up, yes, thanks to you. Park Seo-eun happily seemed to know the future, saying, I knew right away, so I will register to join for you. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, the score in the superhuman test was so bad that it was more than miserable, but since it was a superhuman test, the hunter test should be different. He smiled and looked at Park Seo-eun who was helping him register, silently admiring the power of the boy mountain force that he had, after completing Xiangyu's lecture, moreover, now he also had Longinus's spear. Kim Seo-jun wondered about his own abilities, what level he was at. Park Seo-eun smiled brightly and said, I've registered and if nothing happens, the contest will take place 10 days later. He got close to Park Seo-eun's face, wondering, can I fight with Seo-eun now? This action made her blush, standing still in place, Park Seo-eun stammered and asked him, why, what? Position? Kim Seo-jun was still lost in his thoughts, not paying attention to his actions, no, he didn't need to increase his listening rate. Kim Seo-jun rubbed his head and explained in confusion, it's nothing, but the admission is still good, Park Seo-eun's face is still red. Park Seo-eun also honestly said, well, I'm actually worried about that recently. She was a bit scared and continued, I don't know what my grandfather will do with the new enrollment period, Seo-jun will be able to get through it, Kim Seo-jun also sympathizes with her, He thought to himself, that's right, if there was a new student exam, the Sword Saint would come and scold her again, what are you doing again, for what purpose are you approaching Seo-jun? Kim Seo-jun silently calculated, maybe I should just try fighting with the Sword Saint just once. Park Seo-eun continued helplessly, saying that's all, but it's my grandfather, I'll find a way. Moreover, what I'm worried about is which lecturer should I invite? Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused, asked again, lecturer, aren't you going to teach yourself? Park Seo-eun smiled wryly and explained, I mainly teach, but I can't teach them all, each student has their own personality, so how can I just teach in my own way? Kim Seo-jun learned a new lesson, he thought to himself, I thought I could just teach, I even dreamed of being a teacher. Park Seo-eun spoke up, so each field needs to have a lecturer in charge. Inviting people randomly is not okay, and everyone with a reputation costs money. Kim Seo-jun asked her in confusion, how much is the salary of a famous lecturer? Park Seo-eun replied, each lecturer will be different, each person is different, but if you reach the level of a famous lecturer, then, 1 month it probably costs at least 100 million, the top ones probably have to pay a few billion. Hearing the number that Kim Seo-jun craved, he exclaimed, several billion. Kim Seo-jun now understood why a professional hunter would retire to teach at a hunter academy. Kim Seo-jun was excited, said, let's go, if you need my help, just say so. Park Seo-eun was a bit confused but accepted, yes. 3 days later. He looked at his scoreboard and exclaimed, it was so boring, everyone thought that 100 points was the highest score, Kim Seo-jun failed almost every subject. Kim Seo-jun still has some comfort in his heart, after all, I have completed Xiangyu's lectures, he mumbled regretfully to himself, Chiron's lectures, a little regretful, but the travel period is free. It's still there, so it should be fine, right? Mentor stepped out of the phone and excitedly said, I'm here. Kim Seo-jun was not surprised, he asked him, are you here? The mentor did not expect to receive this expression, he stood there dumbfounded, oh, you weren't surprised this time, your reaction was so cold. Kim Seo-jun was dumbfounded and replied, I know you're here. You said you'd come back before the free pass expires. I think when I finish listening to a lecture, you'll come back. Mentor was a bit surprised to hear this information. He had already finished listening to a course. He said, oh, I don't know what to say. The mentor's face was a bit gloomy. Kim Seo-jun asked him about the main problem, but how was your investigation going? Mentor blamed himself, oh yeah, it was my head. He shouted loudly, after all, it seemed like something big had happened. Kim Seo-jun said in confusion, what a big problem. Mentor sighed helplessly and said, about not having Kim Seo-jun's ID, before reporting to the director, I checked again, but, Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, the system error is quite serious, isn't it? Mentor's next words made him a bit stunned, no, Kim Seo-jun asked in disbelief, what? Mentor continued to say, at the Ultimate Academy there is no information about Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun shouted loudly, not expecting the information he just heard. Is there no information from me? What are you talking about? Mentor continued to explain, as I said, the Ultimate Academy does not have any member registration information for Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun understood the problem and asked again, what do you mean, am I not a member of the Ultimate Academy? He put his hand forward, signaling to stop. After a while before loading, Kim Seo-jun shouted loudly, that's not right, if that's the case then how could I have been listening to the Academy's lectures all this time? The mentor also argued back, that's what I mean. Mentor spoke at length for him to understand, the Ultimate Academy operates entirely on a membership basis, so if you're not a member you can't listen to the lectures, and you won't contact me in the first place, so what should I do? How about you? Kim Seo-jun voiced his doubts, didn't the director say anything special? I heard that he directly received the report. Mentor agreed and continued, yes, he had received a direct report, but the director did not know how specific this was. Kim Seo-jun was a bit surprised when receiving this information. He silently exclaimed, even though he didn't know who the dean was, he was an existence with great power. And that existence is not something that anyone wants to be able to know. Kim Seo-jun wondered and asked the mentor, was it a system error? The mentor denied his thoughts, no, the Supreme Academy's system was not at fault, unless cause and effect were changed. But that cause and effect will not change in any case. Mentor continued to talk at length about this issue. The director said that there were traces of someone's intervention, but we still didn't know who that person was and how that person did it. Kim Seo-jun was a bit confused. Confused, asked, if so, what should I do now? He expressed his doubts about whether he would ever be expelled from school. Mentor smiled brightly, comforting him. It's okay, it's probably just a misunderstanding. Mentor admitted his fault, this is a problem that arose from our side, not from Kim Seo-jun's side, It also has nothing to do with you, so when I said there was a big problem, that means we have big problems on our side. It comforts your mood, and you won't be forced to drop out of school. As I said before, once a member, always a member. Kim Seo-jun breathed a sigh of relief, so lucky. He thought to himself, I thought there would be absolutely no such thing as not having an id, but I didn't expect that there was a trace of someone interfering in this matter. Surely someone was intentionally causing this for some purpose. However, Kim Seo-jun still had doubts in his heart. Who exactly was he? He didn't understand why he was being targeted, why it was him. Kim Seo-jun feels like he's too normal to be targeted. He's just a person who dreams of becoming a hunter with a normal life every day, and every day is nothing special. He asked the mentor, anyway, it seems like there's nothing unusual right now, right? The mentor admitted and replied, yes, you just need to pay attention like now. He continued a bit embarrassedly, oh, and before finding the reason, because recreating a new it is very difficult, please understand. Kim Seo-jun also sympathized, because there were no special problems so it was okay. He muttered to himself, well, let's forget this matter. The system notifies you that the remaining time of the free pass is 2 days. The system also sends a teaching progress table, the rate of conducting teaching on Chiron, 94.9%, the rate of conducting teaching on Shakyamuni, 15.5%, the rate of conducting teaching on Rankvu, 100%, Merlin teaching rate 19.9%. Kim Seo-jun silently calculated, the free pass time is about to end, I want advice on what to do next. The mentor cheerfully suggested, let me see, he said, of course, this is the job, it's mine. It confidently spoke up, first of all, to put it simply, the curriculum built at our Ultimate Academy is divided into 4 major sections, introductory, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. He is currently in the introductory phase of the Ultimate Academy's curriculum. Kim Seo-jun asked the mentor, if after completing the advanced stage of the program, will he become a pseudo-transcendent? He shook his head to deny, explaining, no, there is no such thing. There are many things after finishing advanced level, we only cover the program until advanced level, and after that the advice and lectures of we no longer have any value to our members. After completing the advanced program, you have reached a certain level. Each person will have their own training method to suit and bring effective results. Higher results. Mentor needs to call you up, excited to see, he continued, the stage from advanced to transcendent, compared to the stage from beginner to advanced, is much more difficult. In other words, it can be considered the new, advanced post-stage is a genuine start. Kim Seo-jun silently exclaimed, it is indeed a long, extremely long road. Mentor, after seeing that he was about to level up, asked, anyway, now you have to pass the introductory stage, which spear will you still choose as your main weapon? First, if the free pass ends, I'm sure you will have to buy it again. There. Mentor chirped and said, and if you buy a free pass, then you have to listen to private lectures, but tell me to introduce some exercises, just practice this exercise, anyone can get 500 lectures. Heracles, do you want to register for consulting lectures? If you register for the corresponding lecture, you will receive the magic level 5 force. The secret method initially becomes transcendent. Lecture, Jangzambong, do you want to register for the corresponding lecture? If you register for the corresponding lecture, you will receive a heavenly wife, a mausoleum with no false path. Mentor excitedly introduced, if you choose these 2, they seem good, let's try them out. Kim Seo-jun asked him a little confused, don't you practice mana and spear techniques anymore? Mentor answered his question, that's the curriculum for the intermediate stage, of course if you still study then it's okay. He says his opinion, in my opinion, then you should learn more about them. At the introductory, elementary stage, you have to learn something, to have a foundation. Surely, you can learn more things later. Kim Seo-jun also understood his mentor, thinking to himself, if he was so determined, there must be a reason. He seriously replied, I know. The system is calculating the appropriate membership and membership costs for the user when participating in the law of cause and effect class. Total tuition 2 billion. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth and was speechless. He said with a black face, if he was going to buy a free pass, it would cost a lot of money. How many zeros are there? The mentor still smiled brightly. He suggested, that's right, so you have to collect cause and effect regularly. A key. Kim Seo-jun held his chin and asked his question, but mentor, what exactly is cause and effect? Mentor explained to him, our Supreme Academy is the cause, indeed the students who join the academy, to put it simply, it is similar to status. Kim Seo-jun wondered, status? He continued to ask, so in the academy, what will that status help me get? The mentor was a bit confused, well, nothing, the lectures of the Ultimate Academy, only have the role of helping. Students become pseudo-transcendents. Kim Seo-jun asked him, is there a reason? Mentor bowed his head slightly and said nothing. It slowly spoke, I can stand here with you now, this is the result. What I can tell you is the result. It stood in front of him, speaking quite incomprehensibly. When you reach a higher level of study, then you will naturally understand what I just said, what it means. Mentor smiled brightly and was about to rush towards him. From now on I will try to support you as much as possible, and study well. Kim Seo-jun still has a question, can I ask one more question? Mentor smiled brightly and replied, okay, I will answer any question that I can answer. He seriously asked him, are there other students besides me? The mentor confidently replied, of course, just look at the community to know. It was like reading his thoughts and speaking up, but his question was, are they in the same dimension as him, right? Kim Seo-jun didn't say anything, probably admitting it. Mentor explained, this is a bit vague, that's all I can say. It smiled brightly at him and boasted about its achievements. The Ultimate Academy currently has many users who are students. Here, there are currently 4 students who have become transcendent. This is the largest number in the entire those academies. Korea's 3rd-ranked Hunter Academy, including Hunter, Ale, and Gown. Each institute has its own courses and has its own characteristics, but everyone thinks that. If you want to learn magic, go to Ale Academy. If you want to learn about weapons, go to Gown. And if you want to know everything, go to the Hunter Academy. People often say, there is nothing special, meaning there are no special shortcomings at all. From that one can guess how popular the Hunter Academy is, which can become one of the 3 academies. Korea's top. And finally, the day of the mock exam to become a professional hunter, organized by the Hunter Academy, has arrived. Both Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-eun were present at the Hunter Academy. She called him. Kim Seo-jun invited him to come over here. Park Seo-eun explained, there will be more people later, it's better for us to go quickly. The tour guide spoke up, all the students participating, the tour guide please go this way, Kim Seo-jun exclaimed, it feels completely different. They went to security, introduced Dream Academy's Park Seo-eun, and contestant Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun exclaimed in surprise. This mock exam is a competition between 4 ministries, so the scale of investment is also different. The most outstanding person, winning first place, will receive a scholarship worth 1 billion. 1. He thought to himself, the amount of money to buy a new free pass is probably about 500 million. Calculation system, free pass, 5 billion. During the past time, I worked hard in the dungeon, but the amount of money I saved did not exceed 30 million won. He remembered the time he collapsed in the park. Even though he stood firm, he still collapsed. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, although the mentor mentioned some special lectures to me, the most important thing right now is still the free pass. He was filled with determination. To get such a large amount of money, there was no other way than to get first place in the mock exam. The other person looked at their documents and allowed them to pass through the gate. Okay, I confirmed. After receiving it, I would like to invite both of you to come inside. Kim Seo-jun was surprised by the image before his eyes. Ha! The tour guide shouted loudly, don't jostle or push, there are a lot of people here, so please line up. Kim Seo-jun muttered, people aren't complicated, of course they can't compare to competition. Park Seo-eun responded excitedly, after all, this is the Hunter Academy's mock exam, maybe we should go faster, right? She left, not forgetting her ex Kim Seo-jun, then we will go first, everyone take care of your health and take the exam well, I believe you can do it. He also waved to her, yes thank you Seo-eun. Someone's angry voice rang out, what, can't you see the cue? Other people were also angry and scolded, I don't know who suddenly interrupted like that. Kim Seo-jun stuck his head out to see what was going on. He thought to himself, are they still arguing? One person shouted angrily, hey that guy, hey I said you, that's you. The tall, blonde-haired man put his hands in his pockets and responded defiantly, yeah? He asked the guy being stopped by the tour guide, what's going on? He's Kim Kang-chul, Hunter Academy. The other guy shouted indignantly, what is that, why isn't that guy in line? The tour guide said confusedly, I'm sorry, but that person has priority to get in first. Kim Kang-chul still looked like he didn't care. Life, enter. The other guy asked again, what you just said? Other people realized who just walked in, hey, isn't that Kim Kang-chul? Other people were also surprised, looking around looking for him. Kim Kang-chul, where? The other person seemed to have met an idol, exclaiming, oh, it's really Kim Kang-chul. Others couldn't believe their eyes and asked again, what is it, Hunter Academy? Another person seemed surprised to join the discussion. I didn't know who the Hunter Academy would send to participate. Who would have thought that they would send Kim Kang-chul? They agreed, that's right, Kim Kang-chul, on the Ale side it's Lee Do-yoon-kan, on the Ago side it's Jin Dong-min. That person was sure of his thinking, this test of the Hunter Academy was the best ever. If it was Kim Kang-chul, from the Hunter Academy, he would definitely be in the top 3. Kim Kang-chul is now facing Kim Seo-jun. He looked at him with hateful eyes. Then go through it. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, what a good seed for the Hunter Academy. The people outside clicked their tongues and laughed. What, students of the Hunter Academy, so what, huh? They bet with each other, so guess who will win? Other people also chimed in, I guess Kim Kang-chul, Lee Dan and Jin Dong-min are not average. In terms of ability, Kim Kang-chul is at the top. I heard that Kim Kang-chul has someone in the Catholic Church. Lee has his back, so what the hell is this competition with him? A voice rang out, asking, let me in. The person talking to him asked in confusion, the Academy's mock exam, what about hunters? The black-haired guy asked for information about the person named Kim Kang-chul from the people at the same academy. Because he studied at the same academy, he probably knew something about Kim Kang-chul. The other person provoked him. I don't know, what's wrong? The other person spoke up, it's not like that. The guy wearing glasses spoke his opinion, even if he is a student, there are people pretending to be students of the Star Hunter Academy. The person who asked to come in just now asked in disbelief, why me? No, the black-haired guy replied confusedly to the glasses wearer, well, that's it, actually. They were confused when they heard the voice keep asking to be let in, but whose voice was it just now? The other person shouted angrily, I told him to let me in. This sound made the person freeze and look towards that person. Kim Seo-jun is also a bit confusing. He looked at that person and exclaimed, there were so many swords, spears, bows and arrows, weapons hanging everywhere, could it be possible to use all of them? The person was annoyed and took out the participation form, but the tour guide still wouldn't let him in. I also came to participate, hey, this is the registration form, so let me in. The tour guide's voice was cold. Request, please line up and then be allowed in. He angrily pointed inside, intending to reason, just now that person was allowed in, but why couldn't I? Had to go in line. The tour guide crossed his arms, explaining, because he is a student at the Hunter Academy. He had a careless look on his face and replied, student of the Hunter Academy, so what, is there any difference? The people behind couldn't bear it, shouted loudly, hey, all the participants must line up, understand, you're delaying time, quickly get back in line, other people don't have time to line up and just stand there waiting for you. He was then carried away by 2 tour guides. He was helpless and could only say, ha. Being dragged away, he still raised his voice and shouted, where did he get that kind of law? Kim Seo-jun saw this and exclaimed, wow, the staff were really great. The tour guide saw that he was stuck with his hands and feet and asked him to stop standing here, go over there. Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself, actually students from all the academies across the country were present here. The young man who had just been dragged away was unwilling and begged, I also want to go in. The stadium is crowded and noisy. The practitioners are trying their best to run. Among them, the guy with wine-red hair who stood out was breathing heavily. My name is Park Do-sok. To briefly introduce myself, I am an apprentice hunter studying at a Class 2 academy. To put it more objectively, I am a capable person who can go to prestigious places in the world. Prestigious like Hunter Mill, Ale, Gown, but why do I study at a second-class academy? It's all about money. The yearly tuition of Korea's top 3 academies is calculated lightly in units. Hundreds of millions, so I had to grit my teeth and go to a second-rate school so I could get a scholarship. Everyone comforted me that it was better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but I didn't agree with that statement, but I ended up being a tail. Dragons can also fight dragons, but to be a snake's head, you have to compete with those snakes. Even though he was sweating profusely, Do-sok could still run, he thought, to be able to cross the village pond. I took the mock exam, and was very satisfied with this choice. Do-sok looked admiringly at Seo-jun next to him and thought, it was thanks to him. The Hunter Mill contest includes 5 subjects, not an essay exam among the subjects to become a professional hunter. Those 5 tests can be mentioned as, basic physical strength, mana usage, dungeon attack, and among the 5 tests, 2 are fighting strength, 1 is fighting against monsters, 2 is fighting against monsters. People. Basic fitness is the first category. Fitness is a simple, clear exercise, running 3 kilometers within 5 minutes repeatedly, running 3 kilometers in 5 minutes successfully, then running another kilometer. If you can't run, then the result will only be counted up to that point. If you succeed, then run another lap. if you fail then the evaluation will end. In short, the main factor to evaluate physical fitness is how many times you can run. Du-sok thought, sweating like a stream. At first I thought he was some stupid guy, but who knows, after running 15 laps, he and I were the only ones left on the field. Du-sok closed his eyes and nose and tried his best to run, whispering in his heart, so I can't acknowledge this person running with me. Du-sok panted and looked behind, then turned back and continued running, silently agreeing with himself, just a little more. Du-sok reached out and thought, just need to win against him, just need to surpass him. Du-sok tried so hard that he frowned. I was panting like I was having respiratory failure, but satisfaction was surging through my body. Du-sok's bracelet rang once, 5 minutes and 12 seconds, ending the assessment. Du-sok stopped panting, looking up at Seo-jun who was still running straight ahead. Even though he was tired, Du-sok still smiled with satisfaction. I had broken through my limits when competing with dragons. Du-sok looked at Seo-jun running and thought, here he comes. Du-sok held out his hand, his face covered in sweat but still smiling brightly. You won, my friend. Seo-jun passed Du-sok before he could finish his sentence. Thanks to him, I got a very good score. Seo-jun's face didn't change, he ran past Du-sok. Why did I feel so relieved? While Du-sok still stood there gloomily, crying in his heart, I was the only one who was sincere. The scene changed to a practice room. The contestants were silent, silently wondering if he was human. The reason why the contestants were speechless was still lifting the weights up and down. Seo-jun innocently counted, 1, 2. Seo-jun lifted the weight, stood up and said loudly, 3. The other contestants all looked at Seo-jun with wide eyes. Looking at Seo-jun lifting the weight up and down nonstop, the yellow hat guy couldn't believe it. It's impossible. The black shirt guy also froze. Look at the curved bar, is he a real person? On the other hand, Seo-jun still didn't know the other eyes were looking at him but still lifted the weight up and down without getting tired. He thought, it's not as heavy as I thought, even though I exercise every day, why do I do it? Is it possible that it's this easy? It's the same as running right now, maybe because I was able to use the force of painting like an instinct after completing Hangvu's course. Seo-jun was excited when he thought about this. If the force of painting is already this strong, then how much more will it be if he finishes the Hercules course? The system's notice board appears, as long as you exercise and lift 503 times, Hercules course, if you complete the corresponding course you will have S-level divine power. Hearing about S-level divine power, Seo-jun was immediately fired up with fighting spirit. Let's make some money. A passing employee saw this and stammered, You've worked hard, rest for a while, then take the exam. Next subject. Gang Chul suddenly heard the voice of a staff member, candidate Kim Gang Chul, you have worked hard, please rest a bit and continue taking the next exam. The other contestants looked at Gang Chul who was calmly walking with admiration. It was true that Kim Gang Chul was different. In fact, people whose abilities exceed the standards in the audition have no meaning at all. Kim Gang Chul, Lee Do-yoon, and Jin Dong-min, these three people participated in the audition just to show off their reputation and the position of the three largest hunter academies in Korea. Gang Chul thought, to be more precise, this was a battle of pride between the three academies. A mysterious person wearing a hat said, Kim Gang Chul, this time you should participate in the audition that is about to be held and follow Kim Sejun's movements for me. That person also carefully advised him that he didn't need to say anything, just looking at what Kim Sejun did was enough. Gang Chul recalled the conversation between him and the mysterious person wearing the hat. He thought, in the past, they had supported him in the Truth Church without making much demands, just asking them if they need anything, I will definitely help them, but what is this unexpected request, and who is Kim Sejun? For about a month, I seem to have heard this name in the chaotic dungeon. When Gang Chul faced Seo-jun, he thought, I just met him by chance while walking on the street, he's nothing terrible. Gang Chul was confused when he saw everyone surprised and one person said, what is that? Gang Chul looked at the screen and thought, I got a point. Basic physical fitness rankings, first place Kim Seo-jun 100 points, second place Lee Min-yul 91 standard points, third place Kim Gang Chul 89 standard points, fourth place Jin Dong-min 80 standard points, fifth place Lee Do-yoon 82 standard points. Gang Chul widened his eyes when he saw the results. Gang Chul thought in bewilderment, what the heck, the gap is 11 points, so I'm still third place, not second place. Lee Min-yul, who is this guy, someone so good that he can dominate. If it's me then there's no way I don't know the name, this is the first time I've heard this name. Gang Chul collapsed, where did he come from? Gang Chul scratched his head and turned away, trying to reassure himself, Let's be honest, sometimes there are only a few outstanding candidates in certain subjects. We cannot let this situation continue in the next subject. On the ranking of ability to fight monsters, first place Kim Sejun 100 standard points, second place Kim Min-yul 97 standard points, third place Kim Gang-chul 94 standard points, fourth place Lee Di-yoon 93 standard points, fifth place Jin Dong minimum 92 standard points. Gang-chul immediately gasped in surprise after reading the rankings. Gang-chul remembered the words of the mysterious man in the hat. Kim Gang-chul didn't need to do anything, he just needed to observe what Kim Sejun did. He frowned and thought, I don't need to do anything. MC introduced, the second subject is the use of mana. The subject is judged based on the number of attacks by attacking the shield generator, so the contestants must try to use mana optimally to attack. The shield broke. Seo Jun looked sad and thought, I'm not very confident about mana. Seo Jun pondered, even though I have roughly grasped what mana is through Merlin's course, I don't know how to use mana clearly. Is that okay? Most other candidates received normal results. MC calls the next person, next contestant Lee Do-yoon. Seo Jun saw a girl with her hair tied up, went over to check her mana usage. Someone said, oh Lee Do-yoon. Lee Do-yoon, wearing the black and yellow uniform of Allen Academy, confidently walked up with her staff. Someone admired her and said, I'm her fan. Do-yoon walked to the mana usage check area. The referee said, you can start as soon as you are ready. Do-yoon creates a fire. Do-yoon chanted the spell, starting to create stronger fire magic. Then Do-yoon released it. The people below were all surprised and said, she also knows how to change the shape of mana. It's true that when it comes to using mana, no one can keep up with Ale Academy, not just because she came from Ale Academy, she can do that because she is Lee Do-yoon. Seo Jun was surprised and said, so it was magic. The referee said, it's been hard, you can retake the test 2 more times. Do-yoon walked down the stairs, no, it's okay. Seeing that, the referee immediately called the next person, next, contestant Kim Seo Jun. He answered, yes. Seo Jun went up, and Do-yoon went down, looking at each other in silence. Seo Jun scratched his head and walked up. Do-yoon chuckled. Seo Jun held the spear and thought, well, let's try. In speaking, the table can start as soon as it's ready. Seo Jun pointed the tip of the spear at the ground and started chanting magic. He thought, even though he was not confident, he still had to do it. Before Do-yoon's watching eyes, Seo Jun activated his power while talking to himself. I don't need to pay attention to the power of the force, so I just need to create Merlin's mana. Seo Jun opened his eyes. Holding the spear, rushed to the barrier to check mana. Seo Jun raised the spear and swung it down. The barrier was cut in 2 before Seo Jun's unexpectedly surprised eyes. Seo Jun looked at the results he had created, surprised. The stream of power from the broken barrier caused the referee to block his defense. Do-yoon gasped, what is that? The scene was simultaneously engulfed in silence. The rankings show new results. First place Kim Seo Jun 100 standard points, second place Lee Do-yoon 85 standard points. Everyone did not meet each other but simultaneously fell into silence. Seo Jun stood above, looking at the results he created, bewildered. Oh, why is that? Seo Jun looked at the spear and thought, maybe it's not. Then the mana shield generator broke down, so the competition had to be postponed. The staff went on stage. One called, yes, when will you come? The other touched a part of the machine. Create a mana shield. How could this machine break? Perhaps they had never expected it to break in half like this, so they were unprepared, and after all the ups and downs, the result was recalculated. The rankings of the mana usage competition were announced as, first place Kim Seo Jun 100 standard points, second place Lee Min-yul 90 standard points, third place Lee Do-yoon 85 standard points, fourth place Kim Gang-chul 83 standard score, fifth place Jin Dong minimum 82 standard points. After reading the rankings, everyone commented, what is going on now? Oh my god, the hunters of the 3 biggest academies are ranked second, really? After all, Kim, who is Sejun? Seo-eun hid in the crowd and thought, if it was the Sejun I knew, this would be extremely understandable. She heard people around her discuss, wait a minute, that contestant's name is Kim Sejun. A month ago he was the one who solved the chaotic dungeon incident. Someone immediately replied, chaotic dungeon? Oh yes, okay, he was the one who personally defeated level 6 Nerkura, so why not? He must be a student at Dream Academy, right? Seo-eun clutched her skirt, but if she reached the point, if it was Sejun, it was entirely possible to reach first place. Some people loudly asserted that this mock exam has no meaning. Seo-eun silently said in her heart, she had no intention of letting him take the lead with such an overwhelming gap, so no one would know which direction this professional hunter competition would go. Shokman sat on the observation stand, turned to the person next to him and said, "Well, the candidate's abilities are not ordinary at all. I have to change the difficulty of this year's professional hunter exam." The other person replied that there will soon be a meeting with the president of the association. Seoyeon looked at the two people below chatting with each other. She really didn't expect Kim Gang-chul to be this far behind, ranked low in the Hunter Mill test. Knowing that, I would have let Lee Ha-yoon go instead of Lee Gang-chul. Let Lee Ha-yoon take the Hunter Mill exam. Lee Ha-yoon was trained very methodically to become the ultimate weapon. Seo-yoon was silent when she heard the rumors. So is there any contestant who can compete with Kim Sejun other than Lee Ha-yoon? It's true that even if Lee Ha-yoon participates, he may not be able to defeat him. Seo-yoon looked up again at the rankings of the MANHWA competition. Everyone's attention is focused on first place Kim Sejun. Oh, Kim Sejun is really different. On the other hand, Kim Seo-jun was still sitting bewildered. He held the spear and thought, why is this happening? Seo-jun looked back at the spear in his hand. He thought, this is the holy spear that stabbed Jesus when he was hanging on the cross. Just this oral story is enough to realize that its power is not the same as before. Seo-jun was gloomy, thinking that his spear was just a fake. The problem is that I have to know exactly what kind of power it is. What I know is just a story passed down, only that story and nothing else. Any explanation? Does that mean Longina's spear has the power to defeat mana shields, or does it simply close the distance? I don't know. Seo-jun was remembering the time he split the mana barrier generator in half when he suddenly heard music. The wall was taming the world for his own peace. Seo-jun silently thought, well, buy another weapon and try to compare. The music still didn't stop, making Seo-jun speechless. I'm still immature. Seo-jun saw a young man carrying a shield, bow, spear and other weapons, still optimistically singing, only with love and faith can one close, he thought. Who else is that person, who is happily chanting? What has been going on since then? Seo-jun noticed the weapons that person was carrying, the weapons on his back. Seo-jun remembered what happened before and thought, I've seen this face somewhere before. He's the strange guy who caused trouble with the authority on the street. The other person turned around and was singing when suddenly then stop. He happily ran to Seo-jun. Nice to meet you, are you Kim Sejun? Seo-jun was startled and asked, do you know me? He replied, I know, why don't I know the superstar in the competition? This time okay. He pointed at himself and introduced, I'm Lee Min-yul. Seo-jun said, Lee Min-yul. Seo-jun suddenly pointed and said, ah, you're number 2, right? He smiled and replied, that's right. Min-yul put his hand behind his head and said, hearing someone in position 1 like you call me someone in position 2 makes me feel strange. Seo-jun looked at him and thought, what's wrong with him? Min-yul waved his hand and said, no, you don't need to be so cautious. I'm just curious to know what kind of person you are. Oh, maybe I used honorifics. If that's the case, then please forgive me. Look, you seem to be the same age as me, so I was so careless. Seo-jun looked dumbfounded and thought, what's wrong with him? Seo-jun hugged the tree, looked at Min-yul with a relieved smile, and whispered in his heart, but it seemed like he wasn't looking for him to fight, but his personality was like someone who likes to cause trouble. Min-yul suddenly turned around in bewilderment when he heard that. The announcement sounded, the dungeon raid was about to begin. Everyone got ready. Seo-jun is walking on the grass. The wind blew gently, blowing blades of grass through Seo-jun's hair. Seo-jun stood straight, holding a spear in his hand. This was a dungeon made with augmented reality technology. The second subject in the Hunter Mill exam is dungeon raid. The main evaluation factor is the time to attack the dungeon. While Seo-jun was thinking and saying that this is reality, I also believe it, there was a monster standing behind him, observing him. The monsters I need to destroy are 10 Nercuras. From behind Seo-jun, 5 Nercura monsters rushed together to attack him. Seo-jun discovered it and gave each one a cut. Finally, all 5 Nercuras returned to the motherland. Seo-jun gently jumped down, seemingly not wanting to talk. Why Nercura? Seo-jun stood on the back of a Nercura and said, this is a monster created by augmented reality, so its level is about 1 to 2 levels lower than reality, but they still set the difficulty to this terrible level. Seo-jun was suddenly alert. Seo-jun jumped up, cutting off Nercura's hand. Seo-jun beheaded Nercura easily, he thought, completely different from then. Of course these are very different from Nercura, but I also feel like I'm very different from back then. Just 3 months ago I was still a useless person, busy with everything. Living day to day, strictly speaking, I'm just an ordinary person trying to survive, but I became a student at the Ultimate Academy, met Seo-jun and my life began to change from there. Seo-jun jumped up and gently cut off the Nercura's heads and then landed. He thought, I have no intention of being complacent about this. Seo-jun put the tip of the spear on the ground. His face was covered in sweat, his breathing was heavy, but anyway, really, his journey to becoming a superior person was still very far and full of obstacles. Seo-jun stood on the body of a Nerkira breathing heavily. Below were a series of corpses of other Nerkiras. He thought, becoming the best hunter in the world is not that far away. At the same time the rankings immediately there was an announcement. First place Kim Seo-jun got 100 standard points. The other contestants all stared at Seo-jun. Seo-jun held the spear and thought, everyone was looking at him. Kim Seo-jun ranked first in the dungeon raid competition, with a standard score of 100 points, and accumulated standard points for first place. Someone looked at Seo-jun, annoyed. Seo-jun looked at him with puzzled eyes. The other person crossed his arms and grimaced. Suddenly an anonymous name like this appeared. He was Jin Dong-min, ranked 5th in the dungeon raid test, standard score of 93, cumulative target points. Standard 4th place, standing next to him is Lee Do-yoon who achieved 4th place in the dungeon raid competition, standard score of 94, accumulating standard points for 5th place. Seo-jun felt the eyes staring at him from the other two people and said silently in his heart, that's too cruel. It's true that as long as I don't lose my status or surrender, I will definitely win. I want to participate. Participating in a competition with a predetermined winner, this is a predictable thing. If you make a fuss, you'll only be the one who's to blame, so leave them alone. This reaction is much more surprising. Lee Min-yul ranked 5th in the dungeon raid test, standard score 98 points, cumulative standard score reached 2nd place. He made a fuss in front of Seo-jun. What a pity, clearly I can win this time but. Seo-jun looked at Gang Chul and thought, the first time I met Kim Gang Chul I saw that he had very high self-esteem, but he was strangely silent, and Min-yul was still talking about the exam. Just now, I thought I had taken care of them so quickly, but how could you do it so quickly? You're really great. On the other side, Gang Chul was silently standing against the wall. He ranked 3rd in the competition. Dungeon raid test, standard score 95, cumulative standard score is 3rd place. Seo-jun smiled politely and said, thank you, but you're also good. Min-yul put his hand on Seo-jun's shoulder and replied, don't use honorifics anymore, it's very sad if I just say empty words. Seo-jun hesitated, well if that's the case. Min-yul smiled with her eyes wide open, ha 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 it's fun to be comfortable with each other like this. Seo-jun pointed and said, but I was already curious before, what is the weapon you have on your shoulder, are you using it? Min-yul turned his head back and replied, oh this, yes, no one taught me how to use it. I just used it haphazardly and then suddenly learned how to use it. Seo-jun was surprised. Seo-jun suddenly said, no one, that means you are a free contestant. Min-yul crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, if free contestants practice on their own, then that's right. Free candidates are people who do not go to the academy but study on their own. They are usually people who have neither money nor talent. Sometimes, very rarely, there is an outstanding character among the candidates. Seo-jun pondered, if he practiced on his own and could win the seeds of the top 3 academies, he would be super talented. Seo-jun told Min-yul, why, if it was in your range, every academy would want to recruit you. He replied, well I don't like being tied to anywhere. Min-yul pointed and said, and actually, I also have a teacher, yes, but he doesn't know there are students like me. Seo-jun looked at Min-yul confused and asked, what was that? A staff member ran in to announce, contestants, sorry, but an unexpected problem occurred. Every contestant focused on him to listen to the story. Everyone started to panic, what is this, a sudden problem? Hearing that, Gang Chul smiled meaningfully. The staff came to inform us that the people assigned to be examiners for this exam were unable to arrive on schedule because of an unexpected situation. Gang Chul asked, what do you mean by that? The employee brother didn't know how to answer this. The employee explained that the lecturers were chosen to be the judges of this competition. While on their way here, a dungeon suddenly appeared. After all, it was a 10-star dungeon so they did not know what to do. Is there any other way then to directly solve the problem? Gang Chul was surprised. The blue-haired guy standing next to him said, so what about this exam? The employee immediately replied, we are currently in an emergency meeting, we are very sorry, once we have the results we will immediately notify everyone, so please wait a little longer. The contestants all grimaced, waiting for such a long time. Gang Chul thought, this time the incident was definitely arranged by the Church of Justice. I don't know how they created a 10-star dungeon, but if it was the Church of Justice, then they are completely capable. The problem is, this could cause the mock exam to stop. If this continues, Kim Seo-jun will become the winner and everything will end meaninglessly. I don't think the Church of Justice worked hard to arrange it. Just to achieve this result. Gang Chul opened his mouth and said, "We just need to stand still and observe." Gang Chul stepped forward and asked, "What about changing the format of the exam?" The staff asked again, "What was the format of the exam?" Gang Chul said, "Isn't the other subject about individual combat ability? If so, let the students participate in one-on-one combat." Any one contestant turned to say to the person next to him, "Is it okay?" The employee said in surprise that it makes sense to say so, but in reality it is very difficult to do. The employee explained the difficulties of Gang Chul's method. The number of students participating in the Hunter Academy's mock exam was very large. If it was conducted in the form of a one-on-one battle, it would be expensive. A lot of time, and we don't have that much time. Furthermore, if we do that, there will also be problems in calculating the scores. It's better that we change another judge and wait for them to come. Gang Chul spoke briefly. If the judges were changed, they would have to be at least A-level hunters or higher. Would it be possible to immediately find such hunters now? Gang Chul said, "Above all, we can't keep waiting here forever." Minhyul also agreed, "This is right." The employee thoughtfully said, "Anyway, if it's going to be a one-on-one fight," Gang Chul interjected the employee's words, "then how about this final test using event organization? Not all students and only those who want to participate can register and take the exam." The employee asked again, "How to organize the event?" Gang Chul said, "The mock exam is currently being broadcast nationwide. It is being watched by all the people, associations and government officials too. Because of this incident, wouldn't the exam being interrupted make the image of Hunter students worse?" The Hunter brother pondered. Gang Chul thought, if the exam ends like this, the reputation of the Hunter Academy, one of the top 3 academies in the country, will be seriously affected. Is giving an opinion on how to solve this exam, and Kim Seo-jun is the leader giving the opinion, but from the standpoint of others, all of this is due to the students' lack of preparation. Hunter Institute have to find a way to divert people's attention to something else and give them something worth watching, and most of all, if I win against Kim Seo-jun there. Gang Chul imagined himself defeating Seo-jun, greedily thinking, all the fame that Kim Seo-jun had before would belong to him, even though Kim Seo-jun would definitely be the overall winner of the competition. This time, I will be recognized by everyone as someone who defeated Kim Seo-jun. Gang Chul, do you know what you eat when crowing early? If you crow early, you will follow the teacher, Gang Chul. Diyun stepped forward and said, "I have an idea." Dong Min crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. "It seemed like a good idea," I agreed. Gang Chul turned back to look at the two people thinking, "They know my intention." Minute Yul excitedly said, "Ha ha, that was interesting." Minute Yul turned to Seo-jun and asked, "And you, are you participating, is that right?" Sang Chul stood still and watched. He thought, "Well, Kim Seo-jun, what are you going to do?" All eyes focused on Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun pondered. He said, "From a certain perspective, this is an additional test, and if you win, you will receive additional bonuses." The organization method has been decided, the organizing committee immediately announcing the organization of an emergency competition event. The total number of participants is 15. Prospective students from each academy will be the participating representatives. Event this time. Gang Chul, Dong Min and Diyun all appeared on the screen together. Everyone was excited. Wow, Hunter Academy, Gaon Academy, Ale Academy all participated. Not only that, there was also Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yul who defeated all 3 major academies. You see, because of this the news site is about to collapse. It's crazy, you can watch it live. Not only that, Dong Min had defeated a contestant. The referee shouted. The winner was Jin Dong Min of Gaon Academy. Next, Diyun also defeated another contestant easily with mana. The referee excitedly shouted, "Ah, it's really impossible to resist fire magic. Lee Ji-yoon is the winner." Not to mention Gang Chul, he won and overwhelmed his opponent. The referee once again shouted loudly, "Truly unrivaled, Kim Gang Chul won." Dong Min smirked and thought, "I will definitely defeat you." Diyun also had the same thought, "I will show everyone the difference of real combat magic." Gang Chul is determined that he will make him regret participating. All 3 of them had no appointment but had the same goal, preparing to go to Kim Seo-jun. Meanwhile, the 3 people's goal was still sitting in the break room and thinking, the prize should be about 1 million won. In addition to the reward for the winner, if I win this event, the total amount I will earn can be up to 2 million won. The system displays 2 notifications. Do you want to register for the corresponding lecture? If you register for the corresponding lecture, you will receive the Divine Power S. Learn. Do you want to register for the corresponding lecture? If you register for the corresponding lecture, if you preach accordingly, you will receive the Celestial Body, the Empty Path, and the Learning. Seo-jun smiled until his eyes narrowed. If I had 2 billion after deducting 500 million to buy free pass, I would have 1 billion and 500 left. The lectures that my mentor introduced to me cost 2 billion and 2 billion 5, respectively. Then I can listen to those lectures faster than I think. Of course I must first be the winner of this event. Shojun smiled, imagining that the 3 most elite people were targeting him, thinking, actually, I am not worried about the 3 people Kim Kang-chul, Jin Dong-min, Lee Do-yoon, I absolutely am not. I don't lose to those 3 people. Shojun calmed down, but there was only one person left, only one person who was difficult at this event. The referee suddenly said, "What is this?" Student Lee Min-yul threw away the sword in his hand and took out his bow and arrow. Shojun thought thoughtfully, sometimes, there are people who also use auxiliary weapons, but I've never seen anyone use more than 3 types of weapons. Normally people only focus on using a single weapon. Especially to improve fighting power thanks to taming, but when I counted it, it seemed like he had more than 8 different types of weapons. Could it be that he could use all of them? Min-yul pulled out his bow and arrow and shot, surprising his opponent. He used his sword to block Min-yul's arrows, thinking, what at first I thought his main weapon was a sword but actually his main weapon was a bow and arrow. He moved in a Z shape in front of Min-yul. He raised his sword and said, "How can you trick me with just that?" Min-yul threw his bow and arrow onto the ring. He smiled triumphantly. Min-yul blocked his opponent's attack with 2 swords, surprising him again. Min-yul blocked and knocked the opponent several meters away. Shojun sat in the waiting room, watching Min-yul's match. He thought, Lee Min-yul, his fighting style is very rough, not a methodical fighting style like Lee Do-yoon, Kim Kang-chul, Jin Dong-min, which is a free and liberal attack style that is not constrained by anything. People who are not taught to become hunters in a formal way will all have their own very different fighting style. Me too, his fighting style is so similar to mine. Shojun doubted that he was also a student at the Ultimate Academy. Shojun mused, we have many students everywhere, the Ultimate Academy has 4 transcenders, is where there are 4 transcenders, is where the most students become transcenders, there are people on Earth, but there are also people who are not, but in the end all 4 of them can become people of great status. Now that I think about it, those words make sense because at the Ultimate Academy, everyone is educated. Through videos, instructors have absolutely no idea who the people who watch their videos to learn are. The referee announced the winner, Lee Min-yul. Min-yul smiled, I won. Shojun was still thinking in the waiting room. Of course, it could not be true, but there were still many suspicious things. MC said, he was indeed the 2nd place in the mock exam, just now was an overwhelming match in every aspect, well then the final match, you must have been waiting for a long time, right? Finally, it's the player we've been waiting for, and here's the next match, the demon's disciple, who has outstanding talent, in the future she will be one of the brightest magicians of Korea, Lee Do-yoon of Ale Academy, and this is her opponent, a student who is considered the supernova of this era, who achieved a perfect score in the simulation test at the Exam Hunter Academy's test, an unprecedented record, Dream Academy student, Kim Shojun, let's shout. Lee Do-yoon is a genius. It's not an exaggeration, but calling her a genius is probably not enough. Lee Do-yoon is one of the 5 strongest people at Ale Academy, one of the top 3 academies in Korea, her talent is recognized. Accepted by Jong Jimin, a genius magician and magic scholar who is next in line to take on the position of demon. There are no impossible things in Lee Do-yoon's life. Lee Do-yoon held a weapon in her hand, a series of fire circles appeared around her. In Kim Shojun's thoughts, he looked at her and thought to himself, in the Hunter Academy's mock exam, it was only because of the disadvantages of being a magician that Lee Do-yoon's rank was not high. If it were an exam, try the Ale Academy or the exam to become a professional hunter, things will definitely be different, I think. While he was engrossed in thinking, Lee Do-yoon launched those fire circles at him. At this moment, the smile on Lee Do-yoon's lips suddenly disappeared, it seemed she had seen something quite confusing. The next second, she was extremely shocked, her eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. Kim Shojun only needed one hand to defeat her attack, his face looked as calm as possible. Those flames were gradually dispersed and gradually disappeared. Even Kim Shojun couldn't understand what was going on. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, what's going on? And Kim Shojun was shocked by him, her whole body trembled, then she widened her eyes and shouted, no, that's impossible. In the stands witnessing the scene just now, everyone cheered uncontrollably. In the middle of the large arena, Lee Do-yoon stared intently at Kim Shojun, wondering, could it be impossible, cutting off the magic? She was somewhat uneasy, her face darkened, telling herself, one of those 2 things destroyed magic, magicians with overwhelming mana can destroy the magic of other magicians, but magicians. That magician must completely understand the operating principles of that magic and choose the right time to defeat the magic, but he is not a magician, there is no way he can understand magic, but even if he understood, he wouldn't be able to choose the right moment to defeat the magic. Kim Shojun held the weapon in his hand, his face thoughtful. He was curious about what it would be like if he faced magic, so he tried swinging it, and sure enough, he could defeat other magic. After thinking about it, he rubbed his head in confusion. As expected, it was a weapon in Longinus, so it would have some special effect. What exactly was this effect, while Kim Shojun was immersed in his thoughts? As for me, Lee Dan called out, "Hey, hey." Kim Shojun thought, if he had to compare it with auxiliary weapons that cost 1.5 billion yen, he was thinking when suddenly his train of thought was interrupted, his eyes focused on the scene in front. A large amount of magic was gathering around Lee Dan. She used it to create thousands of fire arrows, shooting straight towards him. Lee Dan looked serious, gritted his teeth and controlled the flow of magic in his hand. Just a second later, all of them rushed straight towards Kim Shojun's place. His face was still filled with bewilderment and innocence before this situation. Then, with just a few sword strokes, Kim Shojun was able to cut away all of Lee Dan's magical attacks. This made her extremely frustrated, her face was full of discomfort as she tried her best to release power. Everyone in the stands was extremely surprised, talking, "Oh my god, it hit them all." The two of them, one throwing moves, one blocking, kept fighting, the audience kept cheering, shouting, fighting. Suddenly, Kim Shojun closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side. Just a second later, Lee Dan attacked straight towards the place where he had just fallen, and Kim Shojun was able to dodge skillfully, which made her surprised and amazed. The weapon in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. With a dazed, lifeless expression, Lee Dan sat down on the ground. Looking at Kim Shojun standing in front of her, his image in her eyes suddenly faded away. Lee Dan thought helplessly and despairingly, she couldn't win, she absolutely couldn't win. Lee Dan's face was full of bewilderment, talking to herself, when, at this moment, the thought suddenly appeared in her mind that he was, however, before her thoughts finished, Kim Shojun stood in front of her, pointing a weapon at her opponent. Face with Lee Dan. Kim Shojun smiled happily and asked, "I won, right?" This situation made Lee Dan extremely confused. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, "Fuck." She stammered and said, "Monster." Under the sight of Lee Dan sitting on the ground with Kim Shojun pointing a weapon at him, the referee announced that the winner, was Kim Shojun of the Dream Academy. The strong clashing sound of two weapons began to resound. The match commentator spoke up. Next was the battle between Lee Min-yul and Jin Dong-min. The result of the ongoing match was beyond everyone's expectations. It was truly a fierce battle. Below the ring, there were two people arguing, attacking each other at close range. The sounds from weapons kept ringing continuously. Jin Dong-min tried to use his weapon to hold off the attack from his opponent, feeling annoyed and frustrated, thinking to himself, "What a battle, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look the same, you're clearly ahead." Lee Min-yul was also trying his best, gritting his teeth to attack. Suddenly, Lee Min-yul took out a small sharp weapon from the side of his pants, making Jin Dong-min a bit surprised. The next second, Lee Min-yul launched that weapon straight at Jin Dong-min's body, causing him to back away to avoid the attack. Jin Dong-min looked annoyed, pressed his feet to the ground to create friction and then stood firmly. Before he could regain his composure, Lee Min-yul suddenly appeared right above his head, smiling happily, preparing to attack. Jin Dong-min still didn't know that, still calmly looking at his injured arm, bewildered. Mong asked. Suddenly he pulled something out of his sleeve. Lee Min-yul did not answer, just enjoyed using his weapon to attack. On the contrary, Jin Dong-min kept falling into a state of blocking attacks, which made him extremely angry, saying, "It's just talent." Suddenly, Lee Min-yul took out a clutch, stood in front of Jin Dong-min and smiled happily, "Hi, look at the next one." Jin Dong-min was extremely confused, thinking insecurely, unable to grasp what he would do next. "What?" Lee Min-yul kept changing, taking one weapon and another. His expression was full of excitement, without any tension, as if this battle was just a game, which made Jin Dong-min extremely scared, thinking insecurely, if this continues, he will be swept away by its rhythm. Suddenly, Lee Min-yul was about to move forward to attack Jin Dong-min. Jin Dong-min also felt that and immediately backed away. However, it had no effect at all. He was still hit in the stomach by Lee Min-yul painfully. Jin Dong-min cried out loudly. Immediately after that, he let go of the two weapons in his hands, leaned on his hands and fell to the ground, while Lee Min-yul remained standing, holding the stick in his hand. Everyone cheered non-stop. The host also announced that the winner was Lee Min-yul. He heard that and laughed happily, only Jin Dong-min still couldn't believe what was happening. His face was full of bewilderment and dismay. He gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Immediately after that, he raised his face to the sky, angrily shouted, This is against the law. Where did this type of fighting come from? Then Jin Dong-min angrily spoke up to object to the result. I don't accept it, this result is invalid. Everyone in the stand saw that and couldn't help but talk and gossip. If that was considered a strategy, it wouldn't be against the law, but fighting like that is just weird. How can it be, in real life? In a war, you just have to win and no one cares about anything else. Anyway, it's a bit, if I were Jin Dong-min, I'd be mad. Yeah, it's really like that, I understand. Kim Shojun sat inside the room watching the match from the TV, seeing Jin Dong-min constantly shouting, Hey, this doesn't count, if that guy didn't do those despicable tricks then Kim Shojun saw that attitude of him, calmly thinking, he had already lost anyway. If Lee Min-yul hadn't used the method of constantly changing weapons to fight Jin Dong-min, the result would still be the same. While thinking, Kim Shojun's face was strangely serious. Kim Kang-chul was equally frustrated, his face turned pale, he spoke, Damn, now I understand why the Church of Justice did that. Kim Kang-chul remembered the images of Kim Shojun and Lee Min-yul and thought, not only Kim Shojun, but the purpose of the Church of Justice is that Kim Shojun and Lee Min-yul must keep an eye on these two people. Kim Kang-chul does not. No need to do anything, just follow Kim Shojun's every move. Thinking of this, Kim Kang-chul was filled with doubts and questions. Did he really need to do anything? Then I thought, the ultimate goal of the Justice Church is to pass this mock exam to let Lee Min-yul and Kim Shojun fight each other. I don't need to get involved anymore, after all, the event is different. Maybe this time it was successful. Could it be that Lee Min-yul is a member of the Church of Justice? Yes, if not then no matter how great his talent is, he still cannot study and fight on his own. Defeat students from top schools. Outside the arena, the host announced that this event had reached its final moments. The following is a match that no one wants to miss. The person who possesses force as strong as iron and steel, the Pride Hunter Academy moat. Someone slowly walked up the stairs. The host shouted loudly, Kim Kang-chul, of the Hunter Academy, Kim Kang-chul. Hearing the cheers outside the arena, I thought to myself, I just need to stand and watch. The sound continued to resound, and his worthy opponent, the one with overwhelming attacks, the one who blew away everything that stood in his way, no matter what the host said, Kim Kang-chul just focused on staring at the person standing in front of him, thinking, from the very beginning, he used himself as his background. Kim Shojun of Dream Academy, under the introduction of the host, the discomfort in Kim Kang-chul's heart rose even more. Kim Kang-chul gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, Justice Church, I definitely won't so that they can be satisfied. Outside the arena, the host announced that this event had reached its final moments. The following is a match that no one wants to miss. The person who possesses force as strong as iron and steel, the Pride Hunter Academy moat. Someone slowly walked up the stairs. The host shouted loudly, Kim Kang-chul, of the Hunter Academy, Kim Kang-chul. Hearing the cheers outside the arena, I thought to myself, I just need to stand and watch. The sound continued to resound, and his worthy opponent, the one with overwhelming attacks, the one who blew away everything that stood in his way, no matter what the host said, Kim Kang-chul just focused on staring at the person standing in front of him, thinking, it turned out that from the beginning, he intended to use himself as the background for Kim Kang-chul. Kim Shojun of Dream Academy, under the introduction of the host, the discomfort in Kim Kang-chul's heart rose even more. Kim Kang-chul gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, Justice Church, I will not do this. According to your opinion. Kim Kang-chul held his weapon and fiercely attacked. Kim Shojun was also not the average person, mentally preparing to fight back, his face became extremely serious. The two people's weapons began to clash against each other. A large circle of power surrounded the two of them, and the ground where they stood was also completely cracked, creating a large hole. Immediately after that, Kim Kang-chul used his sword to pin the ground to keep his speed and backed away. Kim Shojun was no exception, placing his hands on the ground to support himself, then immediately retreated. The cheers grew louder and louder, the smoke and dust from the battle just spread around the arena. In the middle of the arena, a large hole appeared by them, both of them retreated. The two stood to recover and rest but did not forget to look closely at each other. Kim Kang-chul's eyes were cold, serious, analytical, his weapon didn't look like he had any sword energy at all but could block all of his sword energy, that's not right, it wasn't just blocking the sword energy. It's like my sword energy has no effect on him at all. That weapon looks like just an ordinary iron bar, but that's not really the case. Thanks to that weapon, he took the test this time. He just had such a high achievement, thinking as he remembered the images of Kim Shojun competing. Then, he jumped up quickly. In just a moment, Kim Kang-il approached Kim Shojun, holding a weapon to attack him with a serious face, burning with fighting spirit. He thought, I just need to be careful with his weapons. Because the strength between the two sides was not much different, Kim Kang-il's attack was blocked by Kim Shojun. Kim Kang-il attacked while smiling triumphantly, thinking, I will be the winner, while Kim Shojun blocked the attack with a cold, emotionless expression. Both people in the arena were fighting very fiercely. Kim Kang-il was constantly making fast, strong and decisive attacks. The match commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Kim Kang-il kept pressing, causing Kim Shojun to have no chance to counterattack. Even though he used a great sword, Kim Kang-il could still continuously attack at an extremely fast speed. His power was truly terrible. It was indeed Kim Kang-il, his strength was truly remarkable. Formidable. Kim Shojun used his weapon to block those consecutive attacks, thinking to himself, Kim Kang-il has the power to overwhelm all other students he has ever faced. Suddenly, Kim Kang-il moved and fought in a different way, making him feel startled. Immediately after that, a powerful blow fell, causing the entire ground to crack. However, Kim Shojun was still able to avoid it, and the cheers of the audience grew louder and louder. Kim Shojun looked intently down at the ring, thinking, sure enough. Kim Kang-il was using all his strength to attack. Lightning power radiated around the sword, rocks were smashed by him, flying everywhere. His eyes seemed to be out of control. Just focus on attacking the enemy in front of you. Kim Shojun looked at him with some admiration. The person ranked in the top 3 of the Hunter Academy was not just a name. Immediately after that, he easily landed on the ground. Looking at the person standing in front of him, Kim Shojun said to himself, if so. Suddenly, as if seeing something new, Kim Kang-il's eyes and expression stiffened, both surprised and feeling uneasy. Kim Shojun's eyes suddenly became more serious and colder. It seemed like they were shining with a strange blue light. Kim Shojun decided that she had to go all out. Seeing the strange power surrounding him, along with that unusual attitude, Kim Kang-il couldn't help but feel both confused and surprised. Kim Kang-il worriedly thought about what was going on. Kim Shojun slowly walked forward. Just the next second, he quickly approached Kim Kang-il's body and used his weapon to attack him. Kim Kang-il was startled and panicked to block the attack. Both of them kept looking at each other. Right after that, Kim Kang-il knocked Kim Shojun's weapon away. Kim Shojun was still in a fighting stance, his eyes focused intently on his opponent, extremely focused. On the contrary, Kim Kang-il was somewhat scared, uneasy, full of doubts. Suddenly, his aura completely changed. If just now his aura was like a calm wave, now his aura was as intense as an erupting volcano. Thinking about it, Kim Kang-il immediately held his weapon and backed away, his face also drenched in sweat. The host looked at the fierce battle going on and commented, I don't know what happened, but Kim Kang-il, who from the beginning had always pressed his opponent, was now starting to be pushed back. Under the arena, Kim Shojun was constantly attacking him with fast, strong, consecutive attacks. The host continued, after being pushed back, Kim Kang-il had to endure fierce pursuit from Kim Shojun. The two people's weapons kept colliding with each other. Kim Kang-il was blocking and thinking, so fast, so strong and intense, it was impossible to express his power in just a few simple sentences. The two of them continued to fight non-stop. The cuts from their swords were so fast that they could not be seen with the naked eye, Kim Kang-il thought, compared to his advanced swordsmanship and mana training. Hunter Academy, it's simply a weapon twist, but... While thinking, Kim Shojun suddenly held her weapon and shot it straight towards his face, making him bewildered and surprised. A loud explosion occurred, resounding throughout the arena, dust flew everywhere, and the cheers became increasingly louder. Kim Kang-il had difficulty holding his sword to defend, large holes in the ground also came from his sword. Kim Kang-il was full of fatigue, panting, sweating profusely. Kim Shojun's recent attack made him extremely suspicious. How could he swing that weapon so gently? After thinking about it, he immediately raised his head to look at the male lead standing in front of him, calmly without a drop of sweat on his whole body, his face unusually calm and leisurely. The more Kim Kang-il looked, the more he discovered that the problem wasn't just that weapon, because Kim Shojun wouldn't have used sword energy in the first place, if he had used sword energy at all. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly turned dark, his whole body seemed to be in a trance, his eyes clearly showing insecurity and fear. Kim Kang-gil exclaimed, no, no way, just like that. As soon as he looked at Kim Shojun, he thought of a scene in the past. There was a girl with long hair and bangs standing in front of him, coldly asking, is that all? Did you use all your strength? Kim Kang-gil could only kneel right at that girl's feet. His sword was broken in half. The girl's words made him stunned, both helpless and indignant. With just that kind of ability he could being in the top 3 of our academy. According to Kim Kang-gil's thoughts when recalling the past, back then, how could I forget, the nightmare when I first met Lee Haejin, his hands. Kim Kang-gil suddenly trembled under Lee Haejin's cold, contemptuous words and eyes. I didn't expect much, but, the more I thought about it, the worse Kim Kang-gil's mood became. Then he shouted loudly, feeling desperate at that time, no way, you can't do that. His attitude suddenly changed. The next second, Kim Kang-gil firmly held his sword in his hand, using all his lightning power. Thinking back to the images of people who once looked down on him, he said loudly, you and that person, how dare you look down on me, I am Kim Kang-chul. Saying that, a powerful stream of power surrounded him, and even the space in the air gradually changed. The sky now turned black, more and more thunder broke out, all of that power focused on Kim Kang-gil's sword one after another. However, the strange thing is that under this situation, Kim Shojun's expression is still extremely calm and indifferent. Kim Kang-gil held the sword, tried his best to attack, his eyes seemed to flash, while shouting loudly to show his majesty, he died. Kim Shojun also used the power of his sword, ready to block that attack. A fierce scene happened, the sound of impact, the breaking of the sword, the fragments flying everywhere, making the audience in the stands gasp in surprise. In the end, Kim Kang-gil's sword fell, broken and no longer had any shape. Kim Kang-gil also suddenly knelt to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he lay down on the arena floor, with no strength left to resist. Kim Shojun was still strong, leisurely standing up straight, his face full of calm. Cheers rang out continuously. Looking at the current situation below the field, when Kim Kang-gil was no longer able to fight and looked pale, the referee announced that the winner was Kim Shojun. Hearing that, the male lead suddenly sighed, the cheers became more and more loud. The host said that the person who advanced to the final round was Kim Kang-chul. Lee Min-yul sat watching the match through the TV screen, couldn't help but smile happily and excitedly. Everyone in the stands was constantly cheering, talking and talking. Hey, see, wow, luckily I came to see it in person, is this real? To be honest, I thought Kim Sejun was someone from the organizer installed it, but wow, even that weapon is awesome. Who will fight Kim Sejun in the final? Have you been sleeping all this time? Of course it's Lee Min-yul then. Kim Kang-gil, Lee Da-eun, and Jin Dong-min were all eliminated, so why is there anyone else? The cheers rang out non-stop. The host also began to speak. We have kept you waiting for a long time, finally what we have been waiting for, the final match is here, guess who will be? Is the overall winner. Immediately following is the confrontation between two novas who have surpassed the elite students of Gown Academy, Hunter Academy, and Ale Academy. Lee Min-yul smiled and said, I really wanted to play against you, but I didn't expect that we would face each other in the finals. You must be very curious about me. Kim Sejun heard him say that, his face suddenly became unusually serious. He asked, he said he had never learned martial arts privately from anyone. Lee Min-yul replied, yes. However, his teacher was also here. Hearing Kim Sejun say that, Lee Min-yul did not deny it. He scratched his head, his face full of boredom, and replied, that's true, but my teacher doesn't know me. Is his student. Kim Sejun continued, do I know the teacher you're talking about? Hearing this sentence, Lee Min-yul's hand suddenly stopped. Then he hesitantly spoke up, that's it. Lee Min-yul showed an annoyed, frustrated look, his eyes flashing, asking why are you curious about that? Kim Sejun calmly shrugged and replied, maybe I know that person. This made Lee Min-yul extremely surprised. Surprised? What, you know our teacher? Lying. The male lead smiled happily, did not respond to his words, but just thought to himself that it would be better to just directly say that it was the Ultimate Academy. He looked at Lee Min-yul standing in front of him, while pondering his own thoughts. No, maybe not. If Lee Min-yul was not a visiting student of the Ultimate Academy, then just say it's okay to misunderstand. But if he, like me, was also a visiting lecturer at the Ultimate Academy, this would completely change. Even if they were both visiting students at the Ultimate Academy, it would still be the same. Doesn't mean he's on the same side as me, on the contrary, I should consider him a competitor. Now I can't predict how Lee Min-yul will react, so I can't be too hasty, let's give it a try. How about a viewing? The host suddenly spoke up, I guess there's no need to introduce any more. Through the mock exam in this event, which name will be the name that everyone applauds? Kim Sejun thought for a while. Then he wondered, If your teacher is really the person I know, then he must be a super powerhouse, right? Lee Min-yul was a bit confused, surprised by this question, and asked again immediately, how do you know? Despite the two of them talking to each other, the host still spoke, Kim Sejun and Lee Min-yul, and Kim Sejun, the result that everyone could predict, but now no one can. Unable to predict the outcome, under the noise of the world around him, Lee Min-yul still didn't pay attention, panicking and asking the male lead who he was. Kim Sejun smiled happily and replied, I also wanted to ask that, but it seems like we can't be gentle with each other, so I have a proposal, the loser in this match will have to pay. Answer a question from the winner, how was it? The sound of the match commentary still echoed, the final match full of anticipation, along with everyone's cheers and cheers, began. Lee Min-yul's face was serious, his eyes were cold as he responded to Kim Sejun's words, and people if you lose, you have to tell the truth. Kim Sejun smiled and replied, why, you have to judge that yourself. The host shouted loudly, final match. Everyone in the stands was also constantly cheering and cheering. Lee Min-yul and Kim Sejun were holding weapons, looking intently at each other. They have not yet taken any offensive action, still standing still in place, seemingly wanting to probe the enemy. No matter how much time has passed, this situation has not changed. That made everyone sitting in the stands confused. What's wrong? Why are they both standing still and motionless? Why are they just standing there looking at each other? Kim Sejun's face was now extremely serious, but also a bit wary. He thought to himself, if you just look at the outside, he looks very clumsy. Lee Min-yul was no exception, staring at Kim Sejun with the utmost concentration, he thought, but when fighting, he completely failed to detect any of his weaknesses. The feet are gradually moving. Right after that, Lee Min-yul quickly held his weapon in his hand and approached the male protagonist, kicking and talking as he spoke, which was certainly not the right type. Kim Sejun's intensely focused eyes are looking at and analyzing Lee Min-yul's actions. Now Lee Min-yul is holding a sword in his hand, but considering Lee Min-yul's fighting style from the beginning until now, I think it's not simple. It's just a sword. From the beginning I have to put all my effort into finding his weak point, thinking that his hands holding the weapon suddenly clenched tighter. Kim Sejun quickly blocked the attack from Lee Min-yul. His weapon moved extremely flexibly, making Lee Min-yul surprised and opened his eyes wide. The next second, Lee Min-yul's sword was broken into hundreds of pieces. Kim Sejun took advantage of the opportunity to attack, but unfortunately Lee Min-yul somersaulted to avoid it. Immediately after that, he jumped back very far. Seeing that, the male lead immediately picked up his weapon and ran forward, thinking, well, he left his weapon behind and stepped back. If he had made a judgment any slower, it would have been a winner or loser. Already. While moving up, suddenly many arrows appeared from nowhere and rushed towards him, making him startled and confused. Not one but many arrows appeared from the sky. Lee Min-yul was using a bow and arrow to shoot them towards the main south. He quickly regained balance, his face full of seriousness. Then rotate the weapon in the palm of your hand. Thanks to that, those arrows were all dropped by his weapon, without any effect. Lee Min-yul witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile in praise. Wow, that's awesome, the weapon you used, I'm quite curious about it. The arrows that were hit by his weapon gradually fell to the ground, but Kim Sejun was still able to stand, not looking the slightest bit tired on his face. Lee Min-yul put down the bow and arrow in his hand, then asked, if I win, you will answer my question about that weapon, right? He attacked Lee Min-yul and happily replied, of course. Kim Sejun added, but that's in case he wins. Hearing him say that, Lee Min-yul smiled even more happily and replied, then I have to try harder. The sounds of collision and fighting from the two weapons continued to happen, the two of them seemed tireless, attacking non-stop. After Kim Sejun finished attacking, he saw something wrong and felt a little suspicious. As for Lee Min-yul, he smiled happily and enjoyed himself, holding two swords in his hands while praising him, he's really strong. While the two of them continued to fight, the male lead wondered what this strange feeling was about. His feet are still moving quickly. Kim Sejun attacked and blocked Lee Min-yul while looking at him thinking, in contrast to not hesitating to do illegal things to win, he didn't seem like he wanted to win at all. Indeed, looking at Lee Min-yul's face, you can see that he is very comfortable and leisurely, even whistling when fighting. Everyone outside can see that too. Keep speaking up, fight properly, Lee Min-yul, you coward. Kim Sejun can't help but feel confused, suspicious, and sometimes mockery comes from around him, but it seemed like he didn't mind those words at all. This was more like. Under the ring, the two people had stopped fighting, instead they were looking intently at each other. Kim Sejun spoke up, don't you want to win against me? Lee Min-yul's face was filled with innocence, carefreely answering, why are you suddenly saying something random? Of course you want to win, because I have something to ask you. But the male lead continued to ask, so why did he not have the feeling of winning at all? Hearing his words, Lee Min-yul froze, not understanding. Hey. Then he immediately replied, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm the one who wants to win you more than anyone. It's okay to lose. This statement from Lee Min-yul made Kim Sejun feel even more confused. Then he wondered, what, it's okay to lose, so why don't you use every means to win? Lee Min-yul calmly replied, I tried my best to win against you, it's okay to try my best. What's wrong? This made the male lead a bit uncomfortable, saying, I don't know if you are trying your best but in the eyes of others. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lee Min-yul interrupted, I'm not interested. Then he smiled comfortably, a smile as bright as the morning light, and said, no matter how others insult me, my value will not decrease. Hearing this, Kim Sejun suddenly froze, his whole face became bewildered. Then immediately he smiled. Then suddenly, he put the sword he was using back into his pocket, making Lee Min-yul feel confused when he saw it. After that, Kim Sejun took out another simpler weapon, seemingly just a very ordinary weapon. He smiled. Then speak up, now it's my turn, I hope you don't think I look down on you. What kind of world is the world that donors see? The phone shows an image of a monk accompanied by a voice. In fact, the world is not as beautiful as we think. If even the laws of nature are not strong enough, they will definitely be eliminated. So we are always training ourselves, so as not to be eliminated, so as not to fall behind compared to others, today compared to yesterday, tomorrow compared to today, we must be even stronger. Kim Sejun listened attentively to the Zen master's teachings. Returning to reality, he was still in the match, standing opposite Lee Min-yul. He was immersed in his own thoughts again. Hearing Lee Min-yul's words just now reminded me of Shakyamuni's teachings. The little monk wanted to ask, when did the donor ever get out of this thought? Or not, even if it was just once. Kim Sejun's eyes suddenly opened wide when he heard this. Appearing before his eyes was the image of Shakyamuni sitting quietly and calmly under the canopy of a large tree, illuminated by the bright sunlight. The donor had once escaped that world and looked at the world below. Different perspective or not, this is the period when the young monk is practicing from a perspective below this earth. The next stage is when Shakyamuni had the human name Gautama Siddhartha, which is the story when he had not yet joined the ranks of Buddhas and continued to practice. One day, Shakyamuni saw a group of children in a running race. They were running and laughing very happily. They didn't understand why they ran so many times. They ran and talked to each other. One more time, okay. At such times, there is always only one child who comes last. But for some reason, the smile on his face never lost. Shakyamuni was very curious, so he approached the boy and asked him, Boy, why are you running like that? Even though the boy was drenched in sweat, he still happily answered, because he liked it. Shakyamuni asked, Do you like running? The boy replied, Yes. Shakyamuni asked again, Don't you feel tired after running all the time? The boy replied, Of course, resting for a while will be fine. Stop. Just like that, what if the others catch up with you? Kim Sejun still remembered attentively at this time. The boy put his hands on his hips and said, My goal and other people's goals are different, how can I catch up? Hearing that, Shakyamuni pointed to the canopy of the big tree in front of him and said, So what is the destination you see over there? There are other people standing there, so I'm not sure if that is the destination or not. For me it's just a passing score. After the boy laughed, he immediately ran away. That boy kept coming in last place, and then, in the biggest running competition held in the monk's country, the monk heard that the boy had achieved extremely great results. Shakyamuni Buddha stood behind Kim Sejun and spoke. The little monk at that time thought it was like building a tower. Putting in every bit of effort is to build your ego, build your own life, but, when quietly listening to that boy's words, suddenly the little monk had this thought, building that tower. Actually, there's no need to complete it, it doesn't matter if it collapses, why hasn't the little monk ever thought about it like that once? Kim Sejun was still standing facing Lee Min-yul. The voice of Buddha Shakyamuni kept ringing in Kim Sejun's ears. A long time ago, a young boy gave the young monk great enlightenment. Kim Sejun recalled his past, then thought, Our society is a competitive society. If you don't work hard every day, you will be eliminated. If you fall behind, you will disappear, there is no way to live. When the mosquito dies, the big fish swallows the big fish. So I have to work hard every day, thinking that if I quickly develop my appearance, I won't fall behind. But the more I became like that, the more worried I became, and I discovered that I was obsessed with the ultimate academy. I was overwhelmed by the obsession of trying hard, so as not to be eliminated, so as not to be left behind, so as not to be surpassed by anyone. To survive in this competition, the male lead just kept running. Running forever with fatigue on my face. Suddenly, there was a sound. There were other people standing there, so I wasn't sure if that was the destination. Then he thought to himself, it's okay. Even if others scolded me, my self-worth still wouldn't change. Then Kim Sejun remembered the boy's words, to me it's just a passing score. Lee Min-yul's image at this time was the same. With that smile, he immediately thought of the image of the boy in the story of Shakyamuni Buddha. At this moment, Kim Sejun's eyes seemed to awaken and brighten. Then he smiled and thought, only now do I clearly understand the words in Shakyamuni's sermon. Why have I never thought like that? As he thought, he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. If I use Longinus's spear, I can easily win. No matter what tricks Lee Min-yul uses, I just need to break it. My desire to win has not changed. Suddenly, he changed his fighting posture, making Lee Min-yul standing in front of him feel confused. Kim Sejun stood proudly with his weapon with a smile on his face, thinking, winning with the difference in equipment is also a type of ability. What? Tell me about the spear you're using, and how to get another spear. But somehow in this battle, thinking about this, the male lead immediately asked Lee Min-yul, he said that even if others curse me, it doesn't mean my value will decrease, so on the contrary, even if others praise me, that doesn't mean your self-worth will increase. He smiled and said, then thought to himself, I don't want that. Your own value will be decided by you. Lee Min-yul stood in front of him, bewildered by his words. Then he immediately asked, it seems you are better than I thought. Immediately after that, he took off his equipment. One by one, each thing fell to the ground. Lee Min-yul only held one weapon in his hand, then said, just like you, I hope you won't think I'm looking down on you. Lee Min-yul prepared himself for battle, then smiled and continued, this is the only thing I learned from my master and the thing I am most confident about. The encounter between the two created a huge amount of pressure, the ground cracked and rocks scattered everywhere. Both of them happily said in unison, I will win so you stop. Kim Sejun's spear both resisted the attack and kept shaking. Lee Min-yul's weapon tree is no exception. However, Lee Min-yul felt extremely happy and smiled happily. This made Kim Sejun startled and alert. Immediately after that, he used his weapon to swing it upward. At this moment, Lee Min-yul lowered his head to attack. Even though Lee Min-yul was getting closer to him, he still didn't feel panicked, on the contrary, he smiled. Lee Min-yul enjoyed hitting continuously with his weapon. Those attacks hit Kim Sejun, causing him to be injured and ooze blood. The male protagonist was defending and thinking to himself, it's too heavy, if that was Longinus's spear, each of its attacks would pose a great threat to me. Lee Min-yul was excited, happily holding his weapon forward to attack. Kim Sejun blocked the attack while thinking, moreover. Suddenly, Lee Min-yul's weapon transformed, changing the direction of attack. Kim Sejun resisted it with great difficulty, thinking to himself, it was really difficult to deal with Lee Min-yul's sudden and constantly transforming attacks. The male lead held Lee Min-yul's weapon with his bare hand, causing blood to continuously flow from his hand. Immediately after that, both of them retreated a long distance. Kim Sejun held the weapon firmly in his hand, smiling happily, but strangely, he felt that even if he lost, it was okay. While both of them held their weapons and ran straight up to attack the other, Kim Sejun was still engrossed in thoughts, even if I lose, it doesn't matter, but for the sake of winning, I will try my best. Kim Sejun smiled happily, so fighting is fun like this? He asked while attacking, really, he only learned how to use weapons from his master. Lee Min-yul somersaulted to avoid his attack, coldly speaking from behind Kim Sejun, it was still too early to be surprised, this made the male lead feel surprised. After that, he quickly ducked his head to the ground to avoid an attack from Lee Min-yul. Their attack created a long hole in the arena field. Kim Sejun struggled with difficulty, sweat slowly flowing out, looking at the surroundings that were gradually changing, he thought to himself, dust. Immediately after that, he was so surprised that he had to cover his nose. Lee Min-yul was like an illusion, hidden in fine dust. In just a moment, Kim Sejun did not see Lee Min-yul's shadow on the stage. Disappear. Kim Sejun attentively observed the situation, wondering, how can stealth techniques, such advanced techniques, be used? The male lead turns horizontally and vertically to observe, although it is still not perfect. Suddenly, he turned his eyes to one direction, thinking, if he didn't concentrate, he would immediately disappear from his sight. After all, it seemed like Lee Min-yul wanted to determine victory or defeat with this move. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt elated. He just smiled and thought to himself, if so, it would be good because of Merlin's mana. Thinking about it, he held his weapon tightly and used mana on the spear. Through space. Suddenly, Lee Minhyul's previous battle appeared before his eyes, including the image of him using so many arrows to attack him, and the time Lee Minhyul suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust. At this point, Kim Sejun's eyes suddenly widened, as if he discovered something. Then he picked up his weapon and slowly moved. His face was constantly bewildered and sweating. He thought, it's okay to just do this, it's not that I lack confidence in myself, it's just that, when I saw Lee Minhyul's free fighting style, I suddenly realized that in the past time I fought too rigidly. Thinking about it, he suddenly raised his head to look, his face full of insecurity. There was a sound coming from behind that made him extremely surprised. Opening his eyes wide and learning more things was extremely wonderful. There was an old man wearing a costume that covered his whole body and wearing a long hat like a wizard. He said, but studying will form habits and that habit will become an obstacle to self-expression, because learning is absorbing what others show. Learning gives yourself the illusion that you are doing very well but in fact you are just imitating others. Those words made Kim Sejun suddenly wake up, his face full of bewilderment. He had to remember, he was not allowed to feel satisfied with just studying. With those advice, Kim Sejun closed his eyes tightly, pondering, no. It's not Merlin's mana, it's my mana. Thinking about it, he immediately poured mana into the spear. That sound kept echoing in his head. He was not allowed to feel satisfied with just studying, he had to use his own way. Learning had to exist as a trick to express yourself. Kim Sejun closed his eyes to concentrate, using his own strength to perform. The sound continued to echo. One more thing, Merlin's knowledge, Chiron's feeling, Hang's immense power. Vu, the unmoving mind of Shakyamuni. The dazzling yellow power stream was continuously accumulating. Not all of that. Suddenly, as if thinking about the problem, Kim Sejun opened his serious eyes wide. But it must be your own thing. Thinking about it, he immediately held the weapon in his hand and used his own power. A huge stream of energy flashed on the spear he held in his hand. Immediately after that, Kim Sejun pointed his spear at the ground. A huge stream of power radiated out. Everyone in the stands was also affected a lot. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise, oh, that's so sad. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened, staring intently, exclaiming, no, that's impossible. Hunters have to undergo decades of training to reach that level, but how can a student can do so? Kim Sejun held the glowing spear in his hand, his face full of seriousness, not showing any emotion. Immediately after that, that power spread, affecting all around the field. Suddenly, his glowing eyes turned sharply to look in one direction. That spear rushed straight towards Lee Minhyul, who was planning to attack him under his sudden appearance. Kim Sejun firmly held his spear, pointing it straight at Lee Minhyul's body. Both of them were facing each other, fighting extremely fiercely. The smoke and dust around the arena was emitting more and more. Immediately after that, Kim Sejun looked at Lee Minhyul and smiled. His spear was pointed right at Lee Minhyul's neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The weapon he held in his hand gradually broke, accompanied by the words, I lost. At this time, the atmosphere in the arena was filled with everyone's cheers. The overall winner was Kim Seo-jun. Kalia held the cup of tea and looked coldly. She nonchalantly raised the cup to her mouth to drink, lowered her eyes, and simply replied, is that so? After finishing drinking, he put down the cup and asked the guy in black again, is it a bad thing? The guy in black was scared, hesitated for a moment, then hummed and said, that's it. It looked like it was a failure, but I didn't know if I should call it a failure or not. Kalia looked at him, what did he mean by that? He said, Kim Sejun suddenly changed the way he used weapons, and while deciding he used aura blade but. Hearing this, she somewhat realized the current situation. Her face immediately darkened, she thought, this was unexpected. Then she pushed the chair up and stood up. I know, for now, just keep an eye on him. I will report this to the apostles. The guy in the black shirt was silent for a moment and then asked, is there a reason why we have to go to such an extent? After hearing this sentence, she suddenly paused. She turned her head to look at him, what do you say? He seemed quite enthusiastic and said, I know Kim Sejun is a character we should keep an eye on. But the Korean Association has begun a comprehensive investigation into the appearance of this 10-star dungeon. Because of this, the plans we've been preparing for the past 10 years have been interrupted. I honestly don't understand why we did all of this just for that kid. Kalia couldn't hear anymore, so she interrupted. She said, what did the Apostle of Chastity say, Calchas? The man in black opened his mouth to speak but stopped looking at her face. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely, his mouth was tight and he couldn't utter another word. After seeing her still silent and not making any movement, the atmosphere was extremely tense, so the man in black bowed and ran quickly, not forgetting to say, I'm sorry. In the room, there was only Kalia. She stood with her arms crossed and said nothing, her eyes glanced away, her eyebrows furrowed, worried about what would happen next. Kalia remembered the memory just now. She knelt down and bowed to the guy in black who was walking back and forth. That guy said as he walked, "Kalia, I heard about the magic chaos in Korea this time. It's true." "Why?" Kalia honestly declared. "Yes, it was true." The man in black asked again, "I also heard that it had been resolved. Who was the one who resolved the magical chaos this time?" Kalia still bowed respectfully and replied, "That person was Kim Sejun." How strange, she thought to herself, he obviously knew everything but still called me to ask about this again. His glowing red eyes kept staring at her as if he wanted to devour her. She continued thinking, but why did he ask who solved this problem and how? He approached her, lowered his head to look at her, making her feel extremely breathless and suffocated. He said, "Pay attention to the actions of that Kim Sejun." Kalia was sweating profusely and shyly asked, "Can I ask the reason?" But he used his remaining red eye to look at her, then jumped up and grabbed her by the neck. Behind that look, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that made her scared and immediately lowered her head. He said to Kalia in a voice filled with murderous intent, "Kalia, I understand that the person who knows your position will become the heir of one of the 7 apostles," and Kalia was forced by him using a strange power. "Bow down further." He continued, "But sometimes you forget your place." Kalia knelt on the ground, almost crawling, her voice trembling, "I'm sorry." At that moment, something rang out that caught her attention. That was the sound of his footsteps. He walked straight forward, and said again, "That is not your support." Kalia opened her eyes wide, seemingly wanting to say something. She sat up straight, turned towards him, her voice still shaking. She stammered out those words. However, he did not dare to finish his sentence, thinking in his heart that it was not just the apostle Keat Tin who held the most important position among the apostles of the Church of Truth. Kalia sat on the ground, her face ashen, looking at his back, her mouth unable to close. As long as she was one of the 7 apostles, no matter what position anyone had, they would not dare to touch them casually. The guy in black still keeps moving forward without turning back. "In the past time, you have always handled everything yourself without the consent of the elders. Considering your position as heir, you can ignore all of that, but please report to me everything related to Kim Sejun. Use the apostle in moderation as a messenger to convey the supreme command." Returning to reality, Kalia stood in the room, her eyebrows could not help but frown, she bit her nails until they were shaking, extremely uncomfortable. There are not many people in this world who can do that. Kalia unconsciously cut off her fingernails, splattering them everywhere. Because she bit too hard, a wound appeared on the tip of her index finger, but she still didn't realize it and kept thinking, "No, actually there was only one person. There is only that taste." Scene changed to another place. "There are a lot of people here, extremely noisy and bustling. It's crazy. Even if I die today I won't feel sorry. I was planning to go to Asari's house to pray, but I didn't expect Kim Sejun is so strong. How long until the professional hunter's exam? Let's contact them." Park Seo-eun curled her mouth, hands on her hips, looking extremely sad. She said, "What should I do? Because of his mood, I see him more and more like a monster." Kim Sejun stood against the wall, crossed his arms and said, "What the hell, you're talking too much, Seo-eun." Park Seo-eun was angry. "It's not like that, anyone looking at it would think so, especially when you use it. Aura blade. But where did you learn that aura blade from?" After hearing this sentence, Kim Sejun felt guilty. He stood up straight, scratched his head. It was just a fluke. This sentence made Park Seo-eun even more angry. There was smoke coming out of her head. She scolded, "Come again, come again." Park Seo-eun sighed deeply. "Phew, then today is over, let's go home." Kim Sejun looked at her. "Yes, but before that I need to meet someone." "Did you meet someone?" As soon as she finished asking, a guy wearing a blue shirt came running from behind. His body was full of weapons, bows, arrows, spears, guns, anything he bought at Shop A. "Running with all my life, running and saying, 'Ah, let's see, I told you I don't like it. We promise to give you the best conditions, of course scholarships. Our academy is an academy with the best instructors and facilities. If you continue to study on your own like that, it will be very difficult. You have to work hard to prepare for the professional hunter exam. Don't be like that. Why don't you come visit our academy and try it out?" Park Seo-eun pointed at them, wondering if that was the person he wanted to meet. Kim Sejun was curious and leaned over to see what was going on. He replied, "Yes, that's true, but," the guys on this side were still screaming loudly. The guy in the blue shirt refused to give up, so he turned around and scolded the fat guy and the buffalo guy, "No matter how much money or incentives he gave me, I still wouldn't go to the academy." "Where?" Kim Sejun looked at them and thought, sure enough, Everyone was clinging to him, and Park Seo-eun's face was gray, his emotions were mixed, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kim Sejun continued to think, even though he was in the finals. He lost at my hands, but just the fact that he was self-taught and did not belong to any academy but achieved such a level is enough to attract attention. From the standpoint of the academies, everyone really wants to have him. To have him, such a talent cannot be missed. Just like what Kim Sejun said, these fat guys looked at the guy in the blue shirt with such longing that their mouths watered. Each of them had postcards in their hands, they were smiling lewdly, kihihi, hungry for talent. The fat guy with a long tongue licks his lips, just seeing talented people makes his mouth water, while the other guy tries to be friendly. He must come to our academy, making the blue shirt guy's face darken, tears flowed. Kim Sejun thought, no, if those people keep following him like that, what should I do? I should have known it would turn out like this. From the beginning I should have met him in a more private place. The guy in the blue shirt occasionally turned his head to look at Sejun and was about to say something but was interrupted by the other guys. He shouted, no, I told you I don't like it. After saying that, the guy in the blue shirt suddenly literally disappeared. The guys in the vests gasped. Dozens of question marks appeared above their heads. It turned out that he used magic to teleport behind Sejun to hide from those people. His face was extremely tense. He grabbed Sejun's shoulder and shouted loudly, I'm going to the Dream Academy. Okay. After saying this sentence, 4 pairs of eyes stared at him at the same time, their faces clearly showing what 2 letters were. The guy in the blue shirt shouted again, anyway, let's just make that decision. What? Let's run quickly. Park Seo-eun's face can't relax. You sneeze. Kim Sejun, no, this. Where are we going? Damn it, I missed it. The 3 people, Park Seo-eun, Kim Sejun and the guy in the blue shirt, ran away from the others, panting. After running for a while, I was so tired that I stopped. Seo-eun looked back, we must have escaped, and the other 2 people were holding their hands on their hips, out of breath while the blue shirt guy scratched his head and smiled wryly. Kim Sejun gritted his teeth and scolded him. What were you thinking when you said that? The blue shirt guy quickly waved his hand to explain, because they kept clinging to me. At that time, I didn't know what to do, and it wasn't like I didn't have anything. What do you think about this? Kim Sejun calmed down a bit. He turned to look at him and said, it's not like you don't want to join the Hunter Academies. I'm just thinking about whether I should study at the same academy as you. He looked at him with a bewildered face. All he could do was open his mouth and say a few words. What the hell is that? I don't know how to react. He said he was going to the academy but I couldn't object, because after all, I'm just a student of the Dream Academy, if I'm determined. If I object, Ms. Seo-eun probably won't accept him into the academy, but I don't want to interfere with Ms. Seo-eun's affairs. Kim Sejun said, we'll talk about it later. He seriously looked at the blue shirt. Do you still remember our promise? The blue shirt raised his mouth slightly and replied, of course. Now we have to solve the problem that needs to be solved first, Kim Sejun continued. The teacher he talked about, who exactly is that person? The guy in the blue shirt closed his eyes, his eyebrows slightly frowned, and said nothing. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face showing determination. He exclaimed boldly, I don't know, very confident, refreshingly handsome. While he was still smiling, Kim Sejun's face looked like if he said one more sentence he would attack mercilessly. Kim Sejun was filled with murderous intent, clenched his fists and walked step by step towards him. He said some scary words as he walked. Are you kidding me now? Otherwise this means you are lying. Seeing that the situation was not good, the guy in the blue shirt quickly waved his hand, repeatedly saying wait. Kim Sejun continued, okay, I will force you to tell the truth. The guy in the blue shirt is also scared to death right now, he shouted. Up, no it's not like that, I really don't know, believe me, I'm telling the truth, he doesn't know I'm his student either. Kim Sejun still didn't believe it, he said suspiciously, just now when you used the dagger you said you were taught it. The blue shirt guy was speechless, before he could explain, Kim Sejun pointed at him and continued, moreover, he also said that his teacher was a transcendent level powerhouse, but he didn't know. Who is your teacher? No, because. Kim Sejun and Park Seo-eun stared at his face waiting for an answer. The blue shirt guy continued, the teacher didn't teach me anything, it was all because I overheard it. I have never been taught by anyone. Students study on their own. It is very common for a person to have no money or talent but wants to become a hunter, but Minhyul's case is different. He has both talent and no shortage of money. But he didn't want to be tied to any academy, so he chose to study on his own. The guy in the blue shirt said, I trained alone deep in the mountains. Even though there was no one to guide me, I felt quite satisfied because I didn't have to follow the stuffy curriculum of any academy, so I kept going. One day, while I was exercising as usual, I suddenly felt like someone was there. During one hunt, he did notice something. He ran out from under the tree to look and saw a silver-haired man lying there. Minhyul quickly ran over, shook the other person, calling, "Hey, are you okay?" That was the first meeting between the teacher and I. Minhyul ran over and shook the old man while calling out, "Hey, are you okay?" Then he looked at his hand and saw it was covered in blood because he had just touched him. There was no other way. Minhyul helped the Black Saint onto his back. The wound was too serious. "If you just leave him like this, but you didn't forget to reassure him, wait a minute, I will take you to the hospital right away." The gray-haired man trembled, stammered and said, "No, if I go down the mountain, I won't be able to." Minhyul lost all composure and asked again, "What do you mean? You have to go to the hospital immediately, otherwise he will die." Black Saint was weak and had no strength left. He leaned his head on his shoulder and tried to squeeze out a few words. "I couldn't." The old man continued, "If he went down the mountain, Minhyul would carry the Black Saint on his back without leaving," he thought. "I could feel the urgency in every word he said, so I had to give up the idea of taking him. When I got to the hospital, I had no other choice. I had to take care of that man in an abandoned house in the mountains." Minhyul went into the abandoned house and sat down, picked up the bowl, and took a spoonful. "Feed the Black Saint who is lying on the floor." At first, his condition was so serious that it was a miracle that he did not die immediately, but as time passed, I felt that the man was recovering quickly. After a while, Minhyul was still in the forest. Every day he carried a briefcase on his back, thinking to himself as he walked, "It's been a month since I took care of that old man. What if he woke up today? Again, it's so good." Suddenly a voice rang out, "We thought you were going to die, but it seems you not only survived but are also hiding here." He heard these words, he stopped in doubt. Minhyul quickly hid behind the tree trunk, observing the group of black-clad armored men. The old man he had saved stood with his back turned to them and said, "I didn't expect you to come all the way here for an old man about to die. It seems when you get old, you have too much free time." Minhyul still didn't understand what was going on. Thoughts continuously appeared in his head. That old man, did he just wake up today? Several people wearing armor raised their swords and surrounded the Black Saint, asking, "Did someone help you, old man? You don't need to know." They still haven't discovered him hiding behind the tree. He stood still. There he didn't dare move. His face was extremely tense. More importantly, what was the situation? A guy wearing a black shirt with green hair grinned, revealing his fangs. He said, "I don't need to know. It's probably not the kid hiding over there. I didn't expect this green guy to have noticed his presence. He's truly formidable." Minhyul, standing behind the tree, was also a bit frightened by what he just said. The Black Saint on this side suddenly swung his hand towards the other man's neck, causing his head to fly high in the air while his chin was about to fall to the ground. Then, one by one, each of them was destroyed. The old man's actions were aimed at their necks, so whichever one he cut, he would die. He and they were not on the same level, so in less than a second they were overtaken by him. The old man did not expect to have such extraordinary speed. The guys who had not been beheaded turned around to look, Cuke. But they still did not give up, called their accomplices, killed him, then took up their weapons and rushed from all directions to attack the Black Saint. Minhyul thought back and still couldn't help but tremble. He tried to look calm and continued, "It's the first time I've seen someone fight so well since I was born." He continued to say that the guy who seemed to be the leader was lucky that his head was not chopped off, but only his face was cut off. He gritted his teeth and looked at the Black Saint. "This was not part of our plan." He and the Black Saint stood facing each other among the corpses strewn on the ground. Behind the old man, there was Minhyul sitting on the ground. The Black Saint suddenly said, "I guess you guys forgot that you couldn't see me." Then he glanced back at Minhyul who was just about to kick. He shouted, "Leave here now, and never come back." After saying this sentence, the Black Saint rushed forward to hit that boy. His purple smoke flew back, causing Minhyul to cover her eyes. When he opened his eyes, Mr. Black Saint finished killing all those people and ran away. Minhyul was still sitting on the ground bewildered. He had disappeared. After that, he went back to the abandoned house and took his things. I had absolutely no idea what happened, but my instincts told me to listen to the old man's words, so before leaving I prepared myself. Your belongings. While packing, he discovered a book on the ground. He realized that there was a manuscript here that the old man seemed to have forgotten in his haste, so I was quite frightened. Minhyul lowered his eyes. I intended to return it to him if I had a chance to meet him again, but since then I have never seen him. Kim Sejun has been listening attentively to him with a complicated expression. And Park Seoyeon was rubbing her chin thinking about something. Kim Sejun crossed his arms and said, "Wait, you mean that old man used to be your master, but how can you call someone who has never taught you anything a master?" Miel answered honestly, actually, when I looked at the manuscript, I realized that those were his most precious notes, the most precious. Lee Minhyul scratched his head, blushing shyly. It included dagger techniques and invisibility techniques, but in the end I read it. I also knew it was wrong to look at other people's things, but I lost it. Kim Sejun frowned. No way, so you mean he doesn't even know he's his disciple? Lee Minhyul rubbed his two fingers together, sweating all over. From his way of fighting, he was definitely a monk. Master is the one who created the precious moves written in the manuscript, but because Master still doesn't know that I'm keeping that precious record, or that I've learned his moves, Kim Sejun keep quiet and say nothing more. Suddenly Minhyul screamed again, stuttering, looking very awkward. I know this is hard to believe, but it's all true. Kim Sejun looked at Minhyul with a thoughtful expression. Well, I know the possibility of him lying is very high, but he is not an ordinary cadet of the Ultimate Academy. Lee Minhyul reluctantly pointed his finger to the sky, closed his eyes and closed his nose, swearing, really, I swear to God, Kim Sejun still hasn't stopped doubting him? He asked, do you really not know who he is? Lee Minhyul racked his brain and said dejectedly, I really don't know. Actually, the reason I took the mock exam was because I thought that if it was a large-scale competition like this, the master might find me. Park Seo-eun had been silent all this time, but suddenly she seemed to think of something and then hummed and said, well, I just thought of this after hearing you say it, but do you think that the person you call master is actually the Black Saint? Cause no. After hearing what she said, both Kim Sejun and Lee Minhyul looked at her with Minhyul's expression still very innocent, but Kim Sejun heard what she said and suddenly realized it. He thought to himself, Black Saint. The Black Saint, just like the Sword Saint, he is one of the 5 iconic heroes of Korea. Among the 5, he is the most mysterious. It is said that he is a rare assassination genius, and the reason no one knew anything about him other than his name was because he always lived in seclusion. But if that was what the Sword Saint's niece, Lady Seo-eun, said, then it was a different story. Kim Sejun looked at Miss Seo-eun and asked, Miss Seo-eun, have you ever met the Black Saint? Park Seo-eun had no intention of hiding it from the two of you. She said, what? Yes, I met him a few times. When I was young, he sometimes visited my grandfather, but they always argued. Kim Sejun continued asking, then Miss Seo-eun, can you ask the Sword Saint about the precious note in Minhyul's hand? I think if it's from the Black Saint, well, maybe so. If it's grandfather, you will know if the record belongs to the Black Saint. I can ask you, but do you agree? Listening to the two people talking, Lee Minhyul's face just looked stupid and confused, not understanding anything. It's true that the more I listen, the more stupid I get. Minhyul's face is like a cow wearing a hat, he asked, my grandfather with a face that couldn't be more innocent. The next day at Dream Hunter. It's just dawn, but for some reason, Kim Sejun's face is gray, frowning, and he's pouting in disgust. The cell phone appeared with the copied text, Gungir means Odin's spear, $500,000. Kim Sejun looked at the phone screen dissatisfiedly and complained, how could just one piece of equipment cost $500,000? He held the phone, grimaced in discomfort, swearing out a few vague sentences. How does this academy operate that no matter how much money I make, I still can't pay the expenses? Anyway it's okay, I don't need support weapons very urgently. The $1 million bonus for placing first in the practice test has been transferred smoothly. The bonus for the event match will probably take more time, and goes to Lee Minhyul. What, is this beautiful sister the Sword Saint's niece? Those were Lee Minhyul's words of surprise and bewilderment. His face was distorted and his chin was about to fall to the ground. He bowed with all his life, bent up and down, so, please help me find my master. Park Seo-eun saw that and quickly waved his hand. Yes, I will try to ask my grandfather. At first, he was worried about giving that precious record to someone else. However, he was fine with showing off what he had learned, so he decided to return to the academy today to meet the Sword Saint together. Remembering the image of Lee Minhyul giving a thumbs up and asking Kim Sejun to meet him tomorrow made him think, wait a minute, why is Lee Minhyul talking so politely to Miss Seo-eun? He has already abandoned all manners. I'm stuck. While I'm waiting, I should buy a free travel ticket. After saying that, he immediately pressed the buy button. After he pressed it, the system panel appeared. Chiron's learning rate added 3.1% over 100%, then Siddhartha Gautama's learning process added 2%, and finally Merlin's also added 3.1%. Kim Sejun doubted, why did he do that? Then realized, it seems that even if I don't buy a pass, the speed of the learning process will still increase. He looked at the speed of Chiron's learning process. At this moment he realized something again. Wait, with this. Before you could finish speaking, a notification appeared, a mandatory introductory course for superior combat skills. The professor was Chiron. You completed the class and learned the transformation spell A. Suddenly, his body had a stream of air or some kind of power flying around him. He happily opened his mouth and smiled, continuously oohing and ahhing. It was truly crazy. Male number 9 raised his arms and legs, gesturing like a robot. After raising his leg, he suddenly stopped and fainted. As soon as the joy came, it ran away like a shooting star. His face had just bloomed like a flower, but now it's fading like a chrysanthemum. He thought, when I finish Hangvu's class, I can feel it. Platinum power flows through the body, but this time there's nothing like that. According to martial arts stories, it's like twisting bones and rearranging them, or cleansing impurities from the body, brother. Scratching my head, it seems like everything in a novel is only in a novel, a bit of a pity, but since I've finished it, I'm sure. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Sejun felt an unusual killing intent behind his back. He turned around, but the thing had quickly disappeared. Kim Sejun looked around cautiously. What was that? Suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As if a cold blade was pressed against my neck, suddenly a strange voice rang out, unbelievable, even though I saw it with my own eyes, how could you detect my presence? It seems like you didn't. See my form. Kim Sejun held a weapon in his hand, ready to fight that thing at any moment. The voice rang out again. Was it an innate sense? What a surprise. No need to worry, I'm not here to kill you. Kim Sejun breaking out in a cold sweat. Who are you? The other person replied, you will definitely become a difficult opponent for that kid. After the other person finished speaking, dim blue smoke flew around his feet. That kid, a tough opponent. Thinking back to what that person just said, he also wondered, oh maybe. Are you the Black Saint? That's right. As soon as Kim Sejun turned around, he saw the old man Black Saint standing with his hands behind his back next to the wall with an amazing murderous aura. This man is a rare talent in assassination and is a master of stealth. The Black Saint stands beside Kim Shojun, but he just pointed the weapon at I don't know where. That's right. Black Saint spoke to Kim with a scarred face. Shojun, it seems like you're learning quickly. But no matter how hard I try to think, I couldn't believe that you could detect my presence. Kim Shojun's face showed emotions with a complicated half smile and half not smile. He thought, I'm wondering too. I wonder, maybe it's because of the transformation technique that the center Chiron just taught me. Well, if that's true, then it's more similar to superhuman senses than metamorphosis. It's just a simple body. Maybe this technique has some additional abilities as well. Looks like I'll have to check with the last paragraph of the lecture. Kim Shojun opened the bag and put the weapon inside. He turned to ask him. He came to find me because Minhyul told him right? No, the Black Saint replied indifferently. Let's just say so. Kim Shojun frowned. Just like me thinking, it was he who deliberately left the holy text. Black Saint clicked his tongue. Yes, didn't that kid tell you? Tell others what I left behind? The holy text does not bring any benefit to it. Kim Shojun waved his hand, shook his head, his expression blank. When Minhyul said I don't even know he's the Black Saint, not only that, it's not even true. Realized that he was the one who deliberately left the holy text behind. After listening to you, old man, the Black Saint immediately bristled and looked annoyed. What, that brat? Kim Shojun pointed his finger at the sky for what he was doing. He said, apparently Minhyul is also on her way here. She'll probably arrive soon, so why not, if you don't see him, say hello. The old man still clasped his hands behind his back. He said, name, are you coming here? Oh my, it seems I'm not as free as I thought. Kim Shojun was confused and asked him again, what was it? He wasn't as free as he thought anyway. The Black Saint also glanced at him and said, if I wanted to, I would have met that brat. It's been a long time, but right now I can't see it. I can't, right now first, that's why I came to see you. There's not much time left, so let's get straight to the point. Hey kid, you're a bit involved with the Church of Justice, right? No? Kim Shojun still doesn't understand. What did he want to say? A big question mark appeared on his face. He replied, no, I don't have it. It has nothing to do with any church or something. Well, I've only met Mr. Kalia last time, if I remember correctly. The Black Saint muttered, Kalia, the apostle of Germany Keat Tin. Then tell me, I understand, that's how it happened. Because there is a period of time that we trace the Justice Church. Kim Shojun listened attentively. The Justice Church, why? The Black Saint bowed his head, his face becoming serious. He frowned and said, because I don't trust those animals. The Black Saint began to tell, most of the humans all over the world view the Church of Justice as the heroes of humanity, those who put an end to the cataclysm, but not just eyes. What you see and hear is true. You must know about the great beast Berserk is being hunted by the Justice Society, right? Kim Shojun stared at him, not missing a single sentence. But still couldn't understand. He asked, yes, but why did you suddenly mention it? What's that? Black Saint was speechless when he heard that, not knowing what to say. He didn't bother to answer my questions anymore but continued seriously, that day, Berserk was not defeated at all. Berserk, a terrible monster, people often refer to it as the Second Great Flood, and at the same time, the very moment the Great Sound and the 7 apostles chased it was also the moment of the Great Storm. The flood is over, Kim Shojun thought, the monster was not defeated, he was trying. What do I know? The Black Saint said, that monster was not sick at all. Kill. Wouldn't that be very strange, if the church successfully hunted it down, so its body must be found here, that's it, so why aren't there any verification pictures or anything? Documentary film, no matter how chaotic the cataclysm was at that time. Moreover, the fact that there is no evidence left is still unreasonable. Berserk beast simply suddenly disappeared. After hearing him say this sentence, Kim Shojun's face twitched and moved, forming wrinkles ugly. He shouted, wait, if the church justice couldn't hunt Berserk, so why are they still said to have saving humanity? Old man Black Saint was also annoyed by this question. Say, because they must have done something to the monster, or say rather, the macro did something to the monster Berserk, but it didn't die. Old man Black Saint suddenly turned on his heel and said next, at first we just thought it was just a vague and baseless hypothesis, only myself, but after a few years, based on some clear incidents, I was certain, no, that can't even be called an accident. The Black Saint turned around and left, not bothering looked at him once, but his mouth kept talking. Have you ever wondered why is the position of Apostle of Chastity vacant? I have heard it was the Church of Justice that declared that the Apostle of Chastity had died due to old age. Kim Shojun looked at the back of the old man. Well, or maybe, grandfather, I also understand what you mean, the Black Saint said, precisely, an Apostle of Chastity suddenly disappeared, like I said, suddenly, just like the way the great monster did. Berserk disappeared. The old man laughed like he wasn't laughing. Ha, to die for old age is all a fantasy. The 77 apostles are a group of people who are always on the go together a long time ago, but alone as an apostle of chastity died of old age. Do you think that's logical? Kim Shojun remained silent and said nothing. Black Saint continued, I see something. There are no small similarities between these two disappearances. To reveal the truth of in these two cases, I have always followed the footsteps of the Church of Justice and the results were obtained. I concluded two things. First, that group of animalistic justice churches tried to take my life, me for daring to investigate them, and secondly, the new 10-star dungeon conquest event. What happened recently was just a plot by the Justice Church, and you are the reason. As for the reason behind this conspiracy, Kim Shojun was bewildered, not understanding why. He intended to run closer to the Black Saint but stopped. Okay, just stand still and ask him, what, why the Church of Justice? The Black Saint still refusing to turn around and look at him, he replied, I don't know the reason exactly what it is, but surely the Justice Church has their eyes on you. Kim Shojun asked, why did you tell me all these things? Hey, at this moment he turned around and glanced at me, with no intention of hiding it, should say, because I have a request to ask of you. Please take care of my child for me there, Black Saint said while turning around completely. You brat, you mean Minule, the Black Saint. I raised my hand and coughed lightly. Yes, if I could have raised the spear myself. Educated, however, as long as the Church of Justice is still out there, it's okay. It's impossible for me to raise the boy myself. The Justice Church has a method, especially in observing their targets, even though we don't know exactly whatever the method is, but when their target acts, they can seeing the entire result of that action. That was also the reason for those animals called observation. I am one of the targets of the animals. That object is observed most closely, as is anyone who contacts or is related to us. Was placed on a mark, so that's why you have to become a bridge between us and that kid. Kim Shojun frowned, opened his mouth and pointed at his face, unable to believe it. Okay, hey wait, that means you just left a mark on me. Huh? Black Saint did not answer but said you are the only exception. As I mentioned before, the Church's justice has been established. Eyes on you, however, like me, they cannot observe you, so give. Even if you and I met, those animals wouldn't be able to feel anything different. At the same time, if I act through you as an intermediary, those people will criticize, thinking that it was you who did it, not me. Kim Shojun scratched his head, ignoring the Church's justice. Can't observe the Black Saint, then why can't the Church of Justice either observe me? The Black Saint seriously and confidently answered no. He didn't flinch. I don't know, it made his face look like he was helpless when he saw a girl wearing a bikini. Word drought. Black Saint suddenly walked closer to him, walking as he walked. Say, we can escape their observation because we can enter a state. Hi does not exist, but why can you escape? So can I. Don't know, Kim Shojun. Hearing him say that, I secretly thought, this is no different from a festival asking where each other is. He raised his hand to rub his chin and continued to ponder. Maybe this is somehow related to the Ultimate Academy reason. Do you have any information about yourself? While I was thinking, I wondered. Saint reached into his coat, groping for something. Now, I don't have much left. More time. He pulled out a book of recipes that wasn't too thick. I'll give it to Kim Shojun. The old man said, please hand this to that brat for me. Currently we are racing against time. Time, so I can only record the knife throwing technique and the stealth technique. This will be more detailed. Kim Shojun has one hand on her hip and the other holding a book. I don't know where it is based. That you dare to trust me with something like this. Old man Black Saint said, the only thing above. In this life, I don't interfere, that's because you guys don't know how to keep your word. Kim Shojun held the book in front of the two people, thinking. Belly, or in other words, don't be foolish or do as I dare. The Black Saint took the book from his hand, the N. This is a bit too much as compensation, but just take it. Is another technique recorded by me, it will. Useful for you. The old man had just finished speaking when he interjected, I don't need this. He pouted and puffed a few times, instead of giving it. If I have this book, you have it. Can you give me another one? After hearing this, old man Black Saint lost his mind. A yellow question mark appeared in his head. He thought to himself, this brat, if this. As a technique given to me by the Black Saint himself, it is a priceless treasure. Could make even an S-rank hunter blind and make him lose his mind. Running here with all four legs, begging to be accepted, is it possible that this is the case? I don't know. Black Saint frowned and put the secret book back in his shirt. He asked, so what do you mean by something else? Kim Shojun scratched his head, nothing special. Where are you? But have you ever heard of support fees? Have you raised children yet? As he spoke, he showed a cunning expression. His hand made an upside-down image, leaving this old man with gray hair bewildered and not understanding. What? A lot of things appeared in the old man's mind right now. Question, did I hear correctly? Money, it can't be that this guy has a thick skin. How can you ask for money openly to your face, especially asking for money from one of the five? Sir, does he really love money more than his holy magic? Kim Shojun stood up straight and stared at him, eye to eye, face to face. Face to face, as a real man who does not indulge in material things, he said, no. If you give money, don't ask for help. Black Saint looked at him and could only scream in his heart. Tears flow endlessly like the path of your love to your crush. I thought to myself, that guy is telling the truth, he really has the audacity to take my money, The Black Saint helplessly closed his eyes and nose. Asked, how much? The face of the man who did not indulge in material things immediately brightened. Up, he grinned and said, now that you've looked it up, your promotion price is a bit steep. Just $3 million. He probably woke up and forgot his integrity. In the dream, Kim Shojun teased him and bared his fangs and claws, screaming loudly. Up, you psycho bitch, $3 million, Kim Shojun quickly raised his hand, just missing water to cover his throat. Come on, what kind of person is that rude? He said, calm down, don't get angry, listen. I'll explain first. Now is the time to have fun. Shojun, drop the beat. Kim Shojun didn't know when to get the book. The old man put the book in his chest, then lifted it up and said, honestly, here it is. Is this the only thing I can do, according to Mr. Black Saint? This can only be accomplished by someone who cannot be observed by the Church of Justice. The Black Saint still couldn't help but feel dirty. Answer, then yes, exactly. Kim Shojun raised his finger and pointed again. Then shook his head, his mouth fluttered, he chattered a lot, not to mention that he was right. They are star fruit brothers with Minhyul, think about it, naturally when there are no clouds and blue sky. Oh no, some random guy jumped out and threw the entire recipe book in the kid's face. This is the legacy your teacher left for you, so think about it. Let's see if the boy will jump for joy and then sing oh my god, thank you. No, or he'll think this guy is crazy. The Black Saint tilted his head and looked at him helplessly, yes. Well, of course the first time he still accepts it, but the second or third time is fine. How about more, or do you only intend to help the boy once? Then leave it alone. Kim Shojun jumped again and pounced on his mouth, pointing. Pointing, even if he is your disciple, not to mention he is also the disciple who saved you. Black Saint's network too. The Black Saint was scared and backed away, talking. There, Kim Shojun didn't give him a chance to explain but continued to scold him. If you see Minhyul with your own eyes, you will immediately realize that she doesn't like it. Being held back by anything, if you let it go, it's 1,000,000,000%. That he crawled up the mountain to practice on his own. If that's true, then what do you think, mister? The old man opened his mouth, but before he could finish the word. Then Kim Shojun continued to talk and talk. 2. Talk non-stop, and most importantly, if I help you then it won't be. Do I also put myself in danger? You yourself said if. If you act through me, then I will be the one doing it, no. It's you, isn't it, Mr. Black Saint, but that's not the same thing. The Church of Justice will look at the results of my actions and then the Church will start to doubt me more, right? Hak Tan crossed his arms and closed his eyes and nose. Say nothing and pretend to think. Kim Shojun was filled with water up to his mouth. Pointing and shouting, so I believe that I am worthy. Receive at least $3 million. The old man gave in and said, okay, I understand. Okay, so, $3 million is enough, right? Kim Sehun was so happy, he immediately replied. That's right, in my heart I was thinking, why did he accept so quickly? I know that's funny. He already has 10 million, oh well, if you ask him for too much money, he'll grab a knife and stab you. Suffering, ahihi. He continued, okay, let's transfer the money. You immediately, well just to be sure, you don't plan to ask for 3 million every month, brother. Replied honestly, without asking, I'm not that despicable. Kim Shojun's eyes sparkled and sparkled, flickering and flickering. Same cute, raised 3 fingers and puffed his cheeks and said, okay, including tax and. The relevant financial laws are still only 3 million, right, count everything. The tax remained unchanged at 3 million. He looked at him with helpless eyes, seemingly exhausted. Your sensual nerves are also at a non-existent level. After saying this, he clasped his hands behind his back. Turn around and leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye, the money will be transferred. Under the name of the association will also take care of all the other formalities. So you can use your money freely without having to worry too much, Kim. Shojun held the book and looked at him, are you planning on leaving now? So I have. May I tell Minhyul about you, Mr. Black Saint? He turned around with a cold face. Glanced at him and then slowly disappeared, it doesn't matter, like I said. The Church of Justice cannot observe you, but remember to remind that brat. Do not say a word about our existence or the teacher-disciple relationship between us and it. To anyone else. When he finished speaking, it was time for him to disappear. Disappeared completely into thin air, leaving Kim Shojun standing alone. He thought to himself, the Church's justice is here. Eyes on me. Suddenly Minhyul opened the door with a bang, her face smiling widely, I came. Then hey. After listening to Kim Shojun from beginning to end. Minhyul's face was as stiff as a cow wearing a hat. He said, so my master is really Black Street. I mentioned a few related things. The Church of Justice, but he was completely stunned about the monk's true identity. Of course, I didn't mention anything about child support fees. Minhyul stood still for 5 seconds, about to turn into a ghost and fly out of the world. Kim Shojun said, due to urgent reasons, Mr. Black Saint left, but he did. Please let me send you this back. Having finished speaking, he pulled out the old book. Gave it to him and then gave it to Minhyul to hold. Minhyul bewilderedly held the book. Kim Shojun just clasped his hands over his head and turned to leave, whistling as he went. Flute, he thought to himself, now I have completed the request to send the delivered goods and money. It's almost in my pocket, so I'll go buy a new weapon or invest in some cards. Lecture here. Minhyul called from behind, why are you here? Give me this. Kim Shojun turned around and said, didn't I tell you? The Black Saint asked me to give this to you on his behalf. Minhyul is puzzled, really, he can. You can hide the book and keep it as your own. Kim Shojun was speechless. Throat, he thought to himself, the boy asked why he didn't keep the secret books of the Black Saint and gave it to him. Kim Shojun turned around, scratched his face. Because, after saying the word because, he didn't say anything else but thought, oh my, what should I answer? Now, what if I say that these secret techniques are useless to me? I despise the Black Saint, but that doesn't mean I'll be able to find the academy. Supreme. He frowned, trying to rack his brain to think. In the end, I couldn't think of anything so I pretend to be stupid, look away, never mind, I'm doing it because. Minhyul moved her lips as if she wanted to say something. After he made up his mind, he finally said. I decided. Decided what? Minhyul's eyes sparkled and sparkled. Golden light, he said, I want to join the Hunter Academy with you. Kim Shojun looked at him with complicated, half-open eyes. As for Minhyul, she made up her mind and started. Always from today, I'm so touched, in my heart I can't help but admire him. Certainly a good person. Kim Shojun was also hit by the glare of the light. His vision blurred, he had to raise his hand to cover his face, constantly opening his eyes and not understanding what was happening. Minhyul raised her hand high, agreeing, right? And Kim Shojun gasped. It really makes people misunderstand. Minhyul gave a thumbs up, winked handsomely, in short, I'm planning to enroll in this academy. Ms. Park Seoyeon made the okay sign, happily agreed, she said, she didn't mind, to be honest, she was quite happy. Minhyul excitedly raised her hands in the air, howling. After that, he was so happy that he hugged Kim Shojun. How nice, right? And Kim Shojun looked extremely helpless. He pushed the other guy's face away and thought, even Ms. Seoyeon wouldn't mind if Minhyul has admission here. At first I felt quite surprised, but this is not bad at all. I will practice with the secret book that the Black Saint gave me, and every time I receive a favor from the Black Saint, I will no need to waste time looking for Minhyul anymore. Top ways to hand over the legendary secret book of the Black Saint. Top 1, Step 1, receive the secret book from the hands of the Black Saint. Step 2, give it to the innocent Minhyul. That's it. Suddenly a thought flashed through his brain. He frowned and thought seriously, wait, I'm sure I'll be able to extort more money from the Black Saint if I continue to hang out with Minhyul like this. He will be my goose that lays golden eggs. The more Kim Shojun thought about it, the more excited she became. On the inside, she couldn't help but lick her lips until she drooled, but on the outside, she pretended to happily raise her finger to Minhyul. Ha, you like this a lot, don't you? Me too. So, Minhyul's speculum squawked a few times, not understanding what he was saying, and Haktan shivered, wondering why something was wrong. I'll be able to extract a lot of words, dark thoughts haven't even been listed yet. When Ms. Park Seoyeon spoke up, now I think we can participate in the team competition. Her smile. Kim Shojun paused for a moment. He turned around and asked her again, what about team competition? Yes, there were competitions that students from the same academy participated in. Because there were so many participants, the prizes were much bigger. The word award that she said quickly, secretly and delicately slipped into Kim Shojun's ears. If Mr. Shojun and Mr. Minhyul cooperate together, I think the two of you can win those competitions. Our honest, simple, non-materialistic 9-year-old male suddenly cast a shadow after hearing this, his eyes shining brightly, lips lacking only the red lipstick of the U50 aunties. Oh my god, we have to go. Kim Shojun looked at Minhyul's speculum with expectant eyes, waiting without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. He forced his voice to turn the egg cage upside down. Just hearing it made my skin goosebumps. Duck skin, dinosaur skin, welcome, Minhyul. Minhyul was still wearing the speculum, bewilderedly repeating, thank you. 3 days later, it's already been 3 days and it won't be 10 years soon. Suddenly, there was a guy with bulging muscles that captivated girls, but his clothing taste was a bit strange. He was probably lifting weights, breathing heavily, and sweating a lot made him look even sexier. Kim Shojun on this side doesn't understand why her forehead is full of fatigue. The lion brother placed the dumbbell on top and told Kim Shojun to wait for me just a little longer, let me finish this one set. 3 days after Minhyul entered school, along with a contest with prizes of up to $1 million and $3 million from the Black Saint, Kim Shojun on the contrary was not happy at all but held the phone and looked extremely depressed. Her face's nose was gray and he thought, wow, look at those muscles. $4 million suddenly flew away in just a blink of an eye with just a wave of my hand. At this moment, a notification appeared on the phone. Anyone can achieve 500 T of set 3 with this exercise. The teacher is Hercules. You will receive the Divine Power S after completing the training course. The other table says that the first step to becoming great is to have good footwork skills. You will achieve the Holy Bud, S level. As soon as the two notifications appeared, that huge, terrifyingly large barbell pole was placed on the ground. The pole was so heavy that the cement ground cracked, sending tiny pieces of debris flying around. This blonde-haired guy wearing a blue headband was the one who put down that barbell pole. He put his hands on the pole and grinned. It's nice to meet you. Introducing himself was quite boring, but that's why. Is our first class, I will try to do it as quickly as possible. He grinned, his yellow eyebrows looked extremely Western, Tibetan, his smile was so bright that it made the girls fall in love with him. Because he was lifting that pole, He was sweating a lot, making him even sexier. Feel, he said while smiling, I am Hercules. Hercules, none other than ancient Greek and Roman mythology, is the god of strength and heroes. Hercules grinned and continued, I know that most of my students usually come here right after completing Chiron's course, let alone if they still haven't completed Chiron's course, if they still don't. Otherwise, I hope you guys complete that course first. The white-bearded old man Chiron, whose last name is, ahem, Hercules is actually a student of Chiron. Hercules raised his right hand and braced himself, his muscles bulging. The mouse in his arm was no longer a normal mouse, but a fossilized dinosaur mouse. His left hand was placed on the dinosaur mouse, smiling and saying, for a warrior to be able to fight, their body must be put first, strength, reflexes, speed, all of them need to be trained, in all of those things, which are what I'm about to teach you next is strength, more precisely I'm talking about muscle strength. I'm sure there are students right now who are thinking like, what the heck, doing that will just turn yourself into a slow walking mass of meat, if you get bigger, you'll be slow more, if you get stronger, you will become more sluggish. Then he laughed loudly, ha ha, a long breath, those are just baseless prejudices, completely different from the truth. As he spoke, Hercules' eyes lit up as if there was an electric current inside, his mouth was still smiling and could not be closed. Everything showed Hercules' determination, strength, speed, reflexes, all of them are all formed from the strength of the muscles. After he finished speaking, he tensed up. The more he tensed up, the bigger his muscles became. They were bouncy and round, and the blue veins appeared and looked extremely healthy. Kim Shojun looked at him through the phone and couldn't help but gasp, heck, I thought he was just flexing his muscles a little, but his muscle mass actually became bigger. Hercules dropped to his knees, assuming a marathon-like position. He said, now, look. This speed is as fast as lightning. As he spoke, he ran at super fast speed. Hercules' eyes sparkled brightly. While he was running he even patted his thigh, continuing, come from the lower limb muscles. The strength that can support the whole sky. Hercules is true to the doctrine of saying it can be done. After saying that, he immediately punched the stone ground, and because of that, the ground split into two sides and flew high into the sky. And he just followed the punch and fell. Wherever he placed his hand, the rocks had to run there. Satisfied, Hercules stood up straight and continued to brace himself, coming from the muscles of his upper limbs. This reflex surpasses even one's own instincts and thoughts. This endurance never runs out. They all come from these beautiful muscles that cover the whole body. Hercules talked while doing while showing off. Even Kim Shojun was blinded by the dazzling light from his body and had to cover it with his hand. Hercules continued, you see, everything is achieved through honing muscle mass. You want faster speed and sharper reflexes, then train your muscle mass. Health is the step to become stronger. Kim Shojun was so depressed that she was about to lose her temper, thinking to herself, I don't know if I can become like that in the future. The notification from the phone appears again. The daily task has been assigned, calculating the most suitable exercise for the user. The daily task is to run 30 kilometers, 1,000 sit-ups, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 150 pull-ups. Kim Shojun was not surprised when he saw the announcement. On the contrary, he felt lucky. He said, I was a bit worried when the lecturer was Hercules, but these exercises are no different from Chiron's. I think I can. Just after saying the word can, another message appears. The current task will only be considered completed when the student uses a weight of 1 ton or more. The weight will change depending on the student's level. Kim Shojun froze. The thing that attracted his attention and also the thing that brought him pain was the 1 ton weight. Male 9 Kim Shojun squinted his eyes, smiling in pain, his face clearly showing a few words. What? Just to be sure, he rubbed his eyes. Then looking back, it was still those words, I could only complain. Were they crazy? He is alone here, lonely, no one can understand the feelings of that boy from 12 water stations. Kim Shojun jumped up and hit the screen with a thud. That's why the title of this video, anyone can achieve 500 tons of the great trio with this exercise. Is it real? Not a joke. Don't tell me it's an exercise. Foot technique is the same. The old man was so old that his beard was as long as his hair and his eyelashes were as long as a bird's wings. He stroked his beard and said, when I talk about leg techniques, I'm talking about the movement of the legs in combat when using sword skills. Or a certain technique. The important thing is simply the way you walk. But foot technique does not only refer to the legs, but it involves the harmonious use of the body to form steps. This old man's name is Trong Tam Phon. He is the elder of the sword sect and is also the creator of Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword. Kim Shojun rubbed his mouth, his eyebrows frowned, while listening to him speak and thinking, wow, Hercules is like a gym fanatic. but this immortal person, Trong Tam Phan, is truly an escaped legend. From this world, so he is also immortal, right? Trong Tam Phan suddenly said, I will show you an example. After speaking, he immediately lifted his foot. Walking very elegantly and elegantly, hair blowing in the wind, it seems like your brother is a teenager, he said. The air skill that I will teach you next is simply about walking flatly in the air. As he spoke, he demonstrated walking in the air. Wherever his feet went, clouds followed, looking very magical. By exploiting internal energy, you will be able to stop your feet to walk in the air. You will understand. Just about the rules during the learning process, there's no need to try to understand them now. Kim Shojun heard that and was surprised. If a person could move in the air like that, there would no longer be any limitations when moving. The phone then notified again, the daily task has been assigned, calculating appropriate exercises for the user. Here it is, the daily task. Today's daily mission is to maintain a steady speed of 300 meters per hour for 30 seconds, fall from a height of 30 meters or more 20 times. The current mission will change depending on the student's level. Pellets. Once again, what he noticed was the line of falling from a height of 30 meters or more from the top 20 times. Just looking at it makes me want to suffer internal injuries and psychological trauma. But he doubted life, questioned himself, I thought I could do it. Then I sighed deeply, really, how could I think that was possible? I must be crazy. At that moment, someone pushed the door open. Excuse me, I heard Shojun was here. Kim Shojun glanced at the other person. Yes, who? As soon as the two people made eye contact, they stopped. Suyin, Mr. Shojun. It turned out that the two of them had known each other before. A moment later the two of them went to the dining room. Kim Shojun brought water to Suyin. Why are you here, and how did you know I was here? Suyin looked worried. She said, my father told me that he used to work with my father. This girl's name is Sok Suyin. She is Mr. Manchul's daughter. Kim Shojun sat down on the chair. She looked at him and asked, have you been in contact with my father recently? Kim Shojun, with Mr. Manchul? I think I did when I applied for the hunter test. What's wrong? Suyin's face didn't look very happy. When he asked that, she didn't answer. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I suddenly lost contact with my father, so I thought maybe you knew something. Kim Shojun leaned over. What? I was so shocked that I got up from my chair. I couldn't contact Mr. Manchul. Since when? Suyin shook his head. Yesterday, exactly after he left for work. Only a day has passed. Maybe he got drunk and went to sleep somewhere. This has happened before. She looked down at the ground and said, maybe, I hope so. Kim Shojun also noticed the unusual, different worry on her face, so she asked, did something else happen? Suyin fidgeted with the cup. Actually, she had an argument with her father yesterday. I told him I wanted to become a professional hunter. Kim Shojun panicked. He shouted, professional hunter, but I don't have any powers. Are you planning to use the power of 4.0 technology? Suyin objected. She softly said, no, I have my own strength. I have had my strength for a while, about 1 month. After hearing that, Kim Shojun's face was dumbfounded. It's true, no fear, believe it. Suyin continued, so I told him that I wanted to join the Hunter Academy instead of going to university, so my father didn't agree. Well, if you don't know where he went, it's okay. I'm sure he got drunk again and slept on the street somewhere. Kim Shojun looked at her sympathetically. He thought, well, now I'll make a living. Being a hunter is much better than working at a company. I understand why Suyin wants to get a job as soon as possible to help her father. What kind of parent would want to put their child in danger? Yes. And that was Mr. Manchul. He had heard many stories related to hunters. I thought he probably didn't like that idea at all. Kim Shojun saw her out. Don't forget to say goodbye, be careful, and remember to contact me if anything happens. Okay, good luck, although I think you're okay now. The two waved goodbye, but it seemed like Suyin still had something to say but didn't dare. She just looked back at him and waved back. Kim Shojun also realized that he felt sad for her. A moment later, he still looked sad and stood against the wall calling, but he didn't pick up. Because the other person didn't pick up the phone, he put the phone down to look. What was this old man doing? Suyin was very sad for him. Kim Shojun frowned and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the phone turned off. He put it in his pocket, scratched his head and said, well, this isn't the first time this has happened. Min guessed this would have to be a problem for another day. I think, the evil spirits have begun to pay attention. Evil stars and black saints, what about Kim Shojun? The white-haired girl standing by the window asked. The black-shirted guy paused. Then she said, we still couldn't find his location. She listened while biting her sore finger. The other guy asked again, what should we do now? Kalia turned back to look at him, ordering, at any cost, not to reveal the intrusion of a 10-star dungeon. Yes. Kalia said, turning completely towards him, continuing, proceeding with the plan. The daily mission is to run 30 kilometers, do 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 150 pull-ups. The current mission will only be recognized as completed. Performed with an additional weight of at least 1 ton, the weight will vary depending on the student's current level. Kim Shojun looked at the notification and repeated, 1 ton. He sighed briefly as he took the small weights and put them in his bag. If I had known this, I wouldn't have sold the monster corpses, and now I can't continue. Luckily I bought Kib Isis, even though I never intended to use it for this. As he spoke, he opened the bag to put the weights in. When he opened the bag, he didn't know what was inside. Shining brightly to the eyes. As soon as she put it in, the tiny bag immediately felt as heavy as lead. Kim Shojun held it but had to strain her body and try her best to still only reach her waist level. He gritted his teeth and grimaced in extreme pain. He tried to squeeze out a few words. With this, he hoped the weight would be greater than 1 ton. But before he could lift it for a minute, he had enough and dropped the other bag to the ground. Kim Shojun sat on the ground, unable to breathe. If it was just with Ptum, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult, but if I increase my strength with mana then I should be able to do it. Damn, I didn't think I would have to go that far. This level is for a mixed problem, this is an exercise or torture. He used his right hand to hold his left hand and shouted, it must have taken all his strength. After saying that, he immediately flexed his ass muscles, pulled himself up as much as possible even though the bag was still on the ground. Park Seo-eun glanced down from above. She was looking at Kim Shojun lying face down on the ground like a stranded corpse. She stood with her arms crossed, looking at the person lying on the ground with her crotch spread out and asked, what are you doing? Kim Shojun had a huge bag pressing down on his back. He trembled and said, help me, Miss Seo-eun. Park Seo-eun looked at him and was speechless. He continued, this is a bit steamy, take it away from me, otherwise I'll die. Miss Seo-eun sighed in frustration, then bent down to pick up the bag and said, how many things did you put in here? Miss Seo-eun picked up the bag and lifted it up, but it still refused to move even 1 millimeter. I don't know how to describe this situation to clearly show the humor of these two people. Finally, she was so annoyed that she clenched her butt muscles and tried her best to lift the tiny bag. It's true that God does not disappoint people. After so many efforts, the bag flew away from him and fell to the ground with a thud. As for Ms. Park Seo-eun and Kim Shojun on this side, they were breathing heavily because they were tired. It was truly a hardship that couldn't be helped. Ms. Seo-eun looked at her trembling hands. Then he glanced at the innocent bag next to him, and suddenly Kim Shojun raised his head and said, I thought I was paying my respects to my grandparents, thank you. Oh, right, Ms. Seo-eun, you probably know how tall this building is, right? She turned to look at him and answered, it has 5 floors, so I think it's probably 15 meters high. Kim Shojun calmly stood in front of Park Minchul and made a firm request, Mr. Sword Saint, a contest between me and you, what do you think? Park Seo-eun and Lee Taebom were both shocked and opened their eyes wide when they heard his suggestion. Park Minchul calmly asked again, what? Kim Shojun continued to say, if I win, I want you to directly intervene in this accident and not simply help. On the other hand, if I lose, I will drop out of school. Park Seo-eun lost her temper and stammered out, Seo, Shojun. She clearly knew he wasn't joking. Kim Shojun, however, was not interrupted by Park Seo-eun. He said, I cannot defeat you honestly, that is obvious, so, if I can give you a wound, even if little, I hope that you will consider it my victory. He heard and squinted his eyes as he hummed in his throat. On the outside, he was steadfast, but in his heart he couldn't help but worry. With the current situation, something had happened to Mr. Manchul since he met that suspicious person. Besides, the organization did not know what to do. Please give me any information because it is confidential information. Kim Shojun looked thoughtfully at Park Minchul, but it would be different if it was the Sword Saint, one of the 5 great heroes representing Korea. It was truly a gamble, but maybe this would be the only way I could save Mr. Manchul. After a while, Park Minchul slowly complimented him, how brave. Then he turned around and left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence, okay, follow me. Park Seo-eun saw her grandfather agree to Kim Shojun's proposal and shouted, Grandpa, go to that room. Park Minchul pushed the door open with a serious face. Inside, in the middle of the room, is a sword that radiates an energy that not everyone can feel. Park Minchul still expressionlessly picked up that sword and pulled it out. The sword made a few chilling sounds. Lee Taebom's face had changed color since when, he thought to himself, that is. Looking at Park Min-chul's back, Lee Taebum thought about the legend of that sword. Legend has it that when Kim Yushin, a general of the Shila kingdom, was still cultivating at Warayong Mountain, he received a treasure, a divine sword along with a military strategy book, and then achieved a resounding victory. Even though it was only a copy of the original Tan Long sword, it was still a masterpiece made by Korea's greatest blacksmith. Lee Taebum thought about that and his eyes widened. There was only one situation that could happen when the principal used the Tan Dragon sword, and that was when he decided to kill his opponent. Lee Taebum grabbed the cold, empty hem of his shirt. The principal had never once used the Blue Dragon sword since the day the disaster officially ended. Then he spoke up and asked Park Min-chul to break this gloomy atmosphere. What plans do you have with him? Park Min-chul listened quietly and turned back to look at Lee Taebum. He panicked and continued, if anything bad happens, little boy. Let her will. Park Min-chul sternly interrupted Lee Taebum's words. Enough said. Even if he flies, runs or even crawls, he is still just a student. I'm sure he wouldn't dare challenge us if we simply carry only determination. Park Min-chul radiated a dangerous black aura around him. He lowered his voice, so we should at least entertain him seriously, right? Returning to Kim Shojun and Park Seo-eun was so angry that he shouted, Shojun, you don't have to go to this extent. Even though she was still shouting, her tone contained undisguised enthusiasm and worry. I will try to ask him. If I ask him personally, maybe he will. No way. Kim Shojun closed his eyes and gently shook his head, interrupting Park Seo-eun's words. He stood facing her and said calmly, I really appreciate your opinion, but this will have consequences for the future, Kim Shojun said while thinking in his heart, unable to be sure of what happened. Something like this will no longer happen. He looked down at his hand and silently made up his mind. I don't know why Mr. Manchul suddenly disappeared, but what if I was the reason? In that case, things like this would continuously continue. Kim Shojun clenched his hands and thought, I still don't have enough strength or authority to protect those around me. That's why the Sword Saint will act directly if he touches anyone related to Kim Shojun. I need to involve Mr. Sword Saint in this matter to engrave this political opinion deeply into everyone's minds. Then Kim Shojun gently told Kim Seo-eun that he would return after winning. The two looked at each other for a while. Kim Shojun's steadfast eyes looked straight into Park Seo-eun's worried eyes, wanting her to feel secure. Park Seo-eun's arm raised to grab Kim Shojun's shirt suddenly stopped in midair and slowly dropped. She hesitated, you have to win. Then in the room where the duel between Kim Shojun and Park Min-chul took place, the two people, one holding the staff, the other holding the sword, stood silently. Around everyone gathered but no one dared to breathe loudly. The atmosphere was tense. Straighter than ever. Park Min-chul then warned, if you happen to think that I will go easy on Seo-eun, now is the right time to stop. Kim Shojun also firmly replied, there is no such thing, I just hope that you will keep your promise. He pulled out the shining sword, reflecting back on his face, not sparing a word of praise for him. I recognized his spirit. Park Min-chul decisively pulled the sword out of its scabbard. He radiated murderous aura, pointed his sharp sword at him and said in a low voice, I will give you a move. Kim Shojun nodded, gradually bending down to gain momentum for the first attack. He swallowed his saliva nervously and thought, even if he was a sword saint, the current me would still be able to endure it for a while. Kim Shojun's legs faltered, then he immediately jumped up and walked away. The staff in Kim Shojun's hand emitted a stream of power that covered his entire body. Kim Shojun gritted his teeth and thought, I will go all out from the beginning. Indeed, his eyes sparkled, he powerfully swung his hand, and the staff struck with terrible force. But a clang rang out. Park Min-chul's whole body barely moved after the attack just now. Kim Shojun opened her pupils wide as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Park Min-chul calmly raised his sword and gently blocked his attack without using any strength. While he was still bewildered floating in the air, he asked in a low voice, is that all you have? Park Min-chul frowned tightly, his pupils flashing. With just a flick of his hand, he was thrown a long distance. Kim Shojun gritted his teeth and frowned. Suddenly something came and made him pale. It turned out that it was Park Min-chul who rushed forward and swung his sword to slash down. Luckily, Kim Shojun, with his agile movements, dodged that fatal blow. Before he could react, another attack followed. The sword in Park Min-chul's hand slashed down non-stop. Each blow unleashed all its strength. Kim Shojun tried to defend and thought, hit a little bit. Park Min-chul's face was cold and serious, not showing any emotion, his hand still continuously swinging the sword. Kim Shojun looked at Park Min-chul's every move and thought to himself, he's serious, every attack he makes, every move he makes kills me as if it were the finishing blow. It felt like Park Min-chul's whole body was emitting terrible green energy from the sword, he exclaimed subconsciously, throwing his sword in confusion. Park Min-chul directly swung his sword. This time the power was so great that it reached even the people watching. Lee Taebum reacted quickly and pushed Park Seo-eun behind to avoid that source of power. He let out a loud cry, and Park Seo-eun was so scared that he hugged his body and screamed. Regaining her composure, she worriedly shouted his name, Seo, Shojun. Kim Shojun gritted his teeth and continued to resist Park Min-chul's every attack. Watching him forcefully strike, he thought to himself, this is a hero among great geniuses, a master of masters, a bright star among all stars, the Sword Saint. Park Min-chul landed, the floor around him cracking as the sword flew upward. Immediately after that, his sharp blade was swung in mid-air, lightning-fast attacks aimed straight at Kim Shojun. Fortunately, he still had enough strength to hold on. Park Min-chul thought to himself as he acted, this kid, just a few months ago was still a kid who couldn't blow his nose cleanly. He remembered the training sessions he had with Kim Shojun before and continued to ponder, even though I felt this brat's potential from our previous encounter, he still just stood out compared to the others. Just a student's level. Kim Shojun's face was covered in sweat and he fiercely fought off Park Min-chul's attacks with just the staff in his hand. Wherever the tip of the sword grazed, Kim Shojun blocked it. His face seemed calmer than before, perhaps somewhat familiar with the previous moves. Park Min-chul attacked and evaluated what we are witnessing right now, right at this moment. His eyes became dangerously bright again. Kim Shojun's staff was suddenly grabbed by Park Min-chul, and the already unfavorable situation became even more unfavorable. But he did not surrender, immediately swung the staff hard, using its power to knock Park Min-chul out. He looked at him and continued to think, with every passing moment, this kid tries to develop himself more and more. The two weapons collided with each other, making a loud clang. Kim Shojun was stunned for a moment. Then Park Min-chul waved his hand. The surroundings were immediately blown away by a powerful stream of energy and even Kim Shojun was no exception. That power was like a wave covering everything in front of him. Park Min-chul maintained his stance to strike. His eyes sagged and frowned as if he was calculating something. He looked towards Kim Shojun's staff and thought, I felt a bit strange about that weapon from the beginning, but it was still quite surprising that it could still withstand my aura quite well. Park Min-chul pursed his lips in contemplation. This contest would have ended a long time ago if it weren't for that weapon. I didn't intend to use all my strength, but... Park Min-chul gently dragged the scabbard on the floor, and in an instant he disappeared to Kim Shojun's place, face to face and said, should I put in a little more effort? After he finished speaking, he swung his sword and knocked him away, so strong that it made Kim Shojun scream. Park Min-chul stood silently after performing the move just now, while Kim Shojun was knocked away a distance. The power seemed to kill someone, causing Kim Shojun to spit out a painful mouthful of blood. The wooden floor under his feet cracked into a straight line. Kim Shojun fell to his knees, breathing heavily, thinking, damn, I was too cocky, I thought I could do this just because I beat a few students. Other promising members. Park Min-chul slowly walked towards him while he was still lost in his own thoughts. However, students are still just students, they are still immature, inexperienced and have not had to face challenges yet. The cruelty of life. Kim Shojun with blood on his mouth looked up at Park Min-chul and thought, I failed to see that truth. Kneeling before Park Min-chul, Kim Shojun felt smaller than ever. His body seemed to radiate a dangerous source of murderous aura and his cold face. Sweat poured down Kim Shojun's face, he sighed and thought, I can feel the difference between the holy sword and myself, I feel a bit annoyed that he still hasn't given his all. Then he propped the staff on the floor, stood up in one fell swoop and swung the staff strongly at Park Min-chul. His nimble body bounced back after that move. Once again, he used all his strength to bounce back, the staff stuck to the sword making a crisp sound. He made up his mind, he wanted it. Seeing Kim Shojun so steadfast, he asked, how could you think of challenging me when this is all you have? Then he swung his sword again, knocking Kim Shojun away. He stood steadfastly, his eyes full of thought, confidence and the power to repel all enemies just by mentioning his name. I can't help but admit this, I admire the Sword Saint, and I wanted to become like him. I admired his strength, but more than that, I admired the way he achieved that strength. I was too confident in his reputation. Vainly named Transcendence. The two continued to attack each other. Kim Shojun successfully blocked Park Min-chul's powerful sword without being knocked back. He continued to think, and unconsciously underestimated the Sword Saint. He was still weaker than the Sword Saint, much weaker. Once again beaten until he bled, but Kim Shojun's eyes were still very determined. He continued to attack Park Min-chul, but one day, he will reach a new peak, even higher than him. I want to surpass him. His will to win reached its peak, his pupils turned blue, and then he was stunned when he discovered something. While still rushing towards Park Min-chul, he looked down at the staff and thought, I don't feel the weight in my hand anymore, something is very strange, every step I take forward, feels real. How strange, this feeling. Then Park Min-chul landed a finishing blow right on Kim Sho-jun's chest, fresh blood immediately splattered. Kim Sho-jun opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth as he felt immense pain covering his entire body. He was frozen and unable to react, while on the other hand, Park Seo-eun and Lee Tae-bum were also stunned when they witnessed everything. Park Seo-eun screamed, Sho-jun. People standing around also started talking, you, as expected, but he's also amazing, being able to resist the principal for that long. Standing in front of Park Min-chul, Kim Sho-jun's voice became smaller, I hope he will not go back on that promise. After finishing his sentence, his body fell helplessly to the floor, fainting. Park Seo-eun at the same time ran towards Kim Sho-jun. Looking at him, even though he fainted, he was still very steadfast. An unpredictable light flashed in Park Min-chul's eyes. No matter what people around him said and Park Seo-eun looked at him, his face did not change, it was always cold and pensive. Park Seo-eun knelt down and watched Kim Sho-jun pass away with a face full of worry. At this time, in a certain cave, there was a person running quickly. It was Uncle Man-chul, on his shoulders he was carrying a man. As he ran and panted he said, panting, damn, I shouldn't have followed you if I knew this would happen, I was blinded. Because of your money. Dharma Saint was carried by Uncle Man-chul on his back and said calmly, I did not expect such a sudden disturbance. If I had known, I would have gone alone. I am truly sorry. Even though I heard that, Uncle Man-chul was surprised. Satisfied but still turned back to console, come on, what are you talking about, don't worry too much, maybe people have noticed and are now sending people to rescue us. That won't happen, Phop Tan's voice was light and hopeless, making Man-chul startled. Phop Tan continued, I specifically asked the association president not to reveal any information to outsiders under any circumstances. I was stupid to keep this a secret and now make us suffer the consequences. This is such a heavy result. His voice became lower and lower, filled with despair, maybe, it will be difficult for us to get out of here. Uncle Man-chul mysteriously smiled, he was calm, well, I'm sure that guy will find a way out of this mess, Phop Kiem asked in confusion, what do you mean, and what he was talking about? Who's that? There was one person. When he said this, Uncle Man-chul's face seemed to light up with hope, an idiot boy. Kim Sho-jun opened his eyes in surprise. He quickly sat up without paying attention to his injury. Seeing that, Park Seo-eun worriedly asked, are you awake, Sho-jun? He didn't bother to answer her question but just asked in panic, how long have I been in a coma? Park Seo-eun was scared by his loud words but still answered, not for long, however, I'm afraid. He didn't have time to lie there anymore, the room was filled with only her voice. Suddenly, the door opened, the sword saint, Park Min-chul calmly looked into the room. Looking at his stern, cold face, the subordinates behind him were immediately afraid and did not dare to say anything more. Kim Sho-jun was a bit startled when she saw who came. Park Min-chul frowned and sighed. He threw something to him and said, here, take it. Kim Sho-jun looked closely at the sparkling sword in his hand and thought in surprise, Tan Dragon Sword. Park Seo-eun and his subordinates all panicked and called out, grandfather, sir. Kim Sho-jun looked at the sword in his hand, full of doubts and cautiously asked, why did you give it to me? Park Min-chul calmly replied, don't be noisy, I'm just fulfilling my promise. He seriously explained, if there is that sword as a sign, everyone in the association will know what to do, I would rather let you do what you want than have to solve it yourself. After that, Park Min-chul also told him to do it well, making Kim Sho-jun still not understand why he did that and took precautions. He asked again, do you really want to give it to me? Of course, Park Min-chul did not give it to him but reminded him to remember to return it after finishing work. A high-rise building with a modern appearance appeared. It was the Hunter Association, a government agency that managed and supervised hunters and was also a for-profit organization established by hunters professionally to serve their interests. Lee Tae-bum, president of the Korean Professional Hunter Association, is currently nervously facing what is before him. Look at the sparkling blue dragon sword placed on the table. Lee Tae-bum looked at him suspiciously as if asking, I'm going crazy, why is the dragon sword here? Kim Sho-jun sat opposite and whispered, I didn't think I would meet the association president. He decided to introduce himself first, it's nice to meet you, my name is Kim Sho-jun, I came without notice because I need to ask something. Lee Tae-bum's face was expressionless but inside he was screaming, not long after the Black Saint personally came to me to threaten me, meaning, asking me to transfer 3 billion won to this guy Kim Sho-jun, and now even the Sword Saint. Remember when the Black Saint came looking for you in a hurry, only said one sentence, quickly transferred 3 billion won to Kim Shojun, and then disappeared. Lee Taebum didn't understand what was going on at that time, he could only hold on in vain. What? Hey, please wait a moment. While he was thinking, who was this person? Suddenly Kim Shojun spoke up and told him some news that startled him. 4 days ago, a man named Sok Minchul went missing after entering the dungeon as requested of someone. Seeing that Lee Taebum was paying attention, he continued seriously, because before entering the dungeon, it was mandatory to notify the association. Please tell me which dungeon he entered and with whom. Remembering Sok Minchul's back before leaving and not forgetting to tell anyone, please don't reveal it to anyone, Lee Taebum felt guilty, nervously looked up at him and whispered, why is this a problem? So he found a reason to buy time first. Before answering your question, we need to verify that this dragon sword is real, Kim Shojun generously said. Go ahead, however, he is not stupid to let it slip. Your trap should continue, but I would appreciate it if you could quickly answer my question. Lee Taebum seriously disagreed and replied, I still think we need to prioritize checking the sword first. Kim Shojun immediately launched a decisive blow and threatened if an incident occurred due to delay. Will you be able to take responsibility? Lee Taebum gulped, hesitantly looking at the sword that was emitting a dazzling light throughout the room. He placed his hand on his forehead, helplessly thinking, damn it. If that is the Sword Saint's intention, then there is no other way. Thinking so, Lee Taebum immediately surrendered and said, yes, the Magic Saint is investigating the 10-star dungeon break-in at my request. Recently he found a clue and went to the 6-star dungeon to secretly investigate. Kim Shojun was startled and surprised. He wondered, wait, didn't the Dark Saint say that the Church of Justice was the one behind the 10th dungeon sabotage? There was something shady about this. He immediately stood up and said, thank you very much for providing the information. Kim Shojun was about to step out of the room. When he grabbed the door handle, he suddenly stopped. Kim Shojun turned his head and asked, oh, by the way, can I ask this? He held out the sword and said something that no one expected, can I use the dragon sword as collateral for a loan from the association? The phone rang, and the other end of the line saw him answer the phone and quickly asked, brother, has my father contacted you yet? Kim Shojun seriously replied, no, but he thought of a place, maybe he was there. He thought that the dungeon he entered at someone else's request had a problem. This news brought a shock to Sok Suyin. She panicked, could no longer keep calm and asked, so what should we do now? Is my father about to die? Kim Shojun recalls, Suyin's mother passed away 11 years ago due to the dungeon being broken. She sacrificed herself to save Suyin. Hearing her cry and ask, what about you on the phone? He thought to himself, because Suyin didn't want the monsters to take away his precious people again, maybe that's why he wanted to become a hunter. At this time, Sok Suyin still didn't know what to do. She cried and wondered how she could live alone. Don't worry, Kim Shojun spoke up to help her calm down. He assured me that he would definitely bring him back. Looking at the ended call on the screen, Kim Shojun thought to himself, according to the association president, the Dharma Saint and Manchula Jesse had entered a dungeon with 6-star dryad monsters. His steps gradually became faster, his thoughts continued to connect. Even though the Dharma Saint was now old and sick, he was still one of the 5 powerhouses. There must be some reason for them to be trapped. In the 6-star dungeon, perhaps it was a trap set up by the Justice Church to eliminate the Holy Dharma. Kim Shojun dialed the phone while walking, continuing to think, the Church of Justice is closely monitoring this matter, they will immediately take action if anyone intervenes. In this situation, no one can help. Surname. Except for me. Thinking about this, the phone screen showed a notification that money had been transferred from the Korean Hunter Association worth 500 million won. Kim Shojun excitedly shouted, great, here it is, he thought to himself. After asking for the dragon sword as collateral, the president refused and thought he was joking, but when he learned that he was serious, he eventually accepted despite being very confused. I remember at that time I awkwardly suggested, well, instead of lending, frankly speaking, I rely on relationships to force the price. No, write a record, I mortgage this, for 500 million, Lee Taebum's face froze, his mouth opened wide, wondering, Sword Saint, why did you give the dragon sword to this person? Thinking of this, Kim Shojun guiltily comforted himself, it will be okay, right? Well, after all, the Sword Saint told me to do whatever I want with it. He held the phone and thought to himself, that's a bargain considering the value of the sword, this should be enough for me to buy that equipment. I'm preparing to enter a place where even the saints can't escape, so it is necessary to be fully prepared. The system displays a notification, calculating the value, 500 million won. Kim Shojun decisively clicked buy, thinking to herself, I've been eyeing it since last time. The weapon immediately appeared before his eyes. Introduction system, copy, Gungir. Kim Shojun breathed a sigh of relief. He entered the front door and decided, let's go. The shabby forest appeared. The scene was strangely dark and strange. Kim Shojun walked deep inside with a glowing spear behind him. Leaning against a tree, he lamented, seriously, there are many species. So annoying. Kim Shojun remembered the image of a tree-like monster and thought, Dryad, even though it is only a 6-star monster, hunting them is still very difficult because they look no different from a normal tree. He nervously thought to himself, I'll be in danger if I'm suddenly attacked or surrounded by large numbers, but I also can't go around challenging them one by one. Kim Shojun closed his eyes and thought, should I try to feel them? Thinking about it, he immediately used his skill to sense everything around him. Rows of trees seemed to appear before him. Suddenly he stopped. A certain tree gives Kim Shojun an indescribable feeling of strangeness. He slowly approached it thinking, on the outside, it looked no different from normal trees, but doubt kept creeping into his heart. Kim Shojun pulled out the weapon he had just bought, so should he try it? He held it up and decided that he also needed to test the power of the new weapon. Light enveloped the tip of Gungir's nose. Kim Shojun immediately launched Gungir towards the tree. When Gungir was about to crash into the tree, suddenly the tree appeared a face and screamed. It ducked and dodged Gungir. Kim Shojun exclaimed in surprise, did it dodge my attack? Gungir kept rushing forward. I thought it was going away, but unexpectedly Gungir turned his head and stabbed towards the tree again. Luckily this time, the tree didn't notice, so it was quickly penetrated. Kim Shojun looked a little surprised at the weapon he had bought. He excitedly exclaimed, wow! The image of a new weapon appeared with a dazzling light, Gungir, the spear that Odin used to strike Ymir, the first giant, and create the 9 worlds. Kim Shojun was a bit surprised at the description of the spear that Odin used to dismember Ymir, the first giant, and create the 9 worlds. Looking at the ruins Gungir left behind spread out on the ground, Kim Shojun said helplessly, I know it will be strong, but a copy this strong is a bit too much. He thought to himself, look at its destructive ability, it must be forged from superior materials, it reminds me of Longinus. Kim Shojun raised his hand and wondered, could it return on its own? Watching Gungir begin to move on the ground, he thought in surprise, this seems to work. Kim Shojun put more strength into his hands, his face narrowed in concentration, if only he had increased his mana a little. Sure enough, Gungir flew up. It rushed forward and landed right in his hand. Because of its heavy weight, Gungir almost made Kim Shojun fall. He sat on the ground tiredly and lamented, it's too difficult, now I know it has the ability to return, but doing so is quite a waste of mana, like this at most, it can only be used twice, no, in battle, once is enough to run out of charms. Looking at the sparkling weapon in his hand, Kim Shojun thought to himself, according to legend, Gungir can automatically return, but copies always have their limitations. He comforted himself in his heart, with my current level, I can only call it back once, but there will definitely be a day when I can freely use this ability. Until then this ability is just like a disposable item, he thought to himself, it's a good thing he mortgaged the dragon sword. While Kim Shojun was finding a way to live for himself, if the sword saint wanted to kill him, he should probably throw Gungir to gain some time to escape, when suddenly a tree root appeared behind him, intending to attack him. With quick reactions and extensive experience, Kim Shojun easily dodged its attacks and even added Gungir's launch. After settling the matter, seeing that he shouldn't stay any longer, Kim Shojun quickly ran in another direction. He thought to himself, where are you? At this time, at the place where the person needed to be found, Manhwa carried the Dharma saint on his back and panted continuously. Behind them were a group of dryad monsters chasing after them. Their tree branches swung towards the 2 people who were running with their legs up. No, there was only one person running. That attack caused both of them to fall to the ground. The dryads took this opportunity to throw tree branches at Manhwa. Fortunately, Saint Dharma regained consciousness and created a protective barrier to shield both of them. Manhwa called out in horror, the old man, the Dharma saint used his little strength to fend off the attacks of the monsters, telling him, leave me behind and run away, I will hold them back. Manhwa didn't have the heart to ask, but what should he do? Webtoon calmly replied, I'm just an old man who's already half stepped into the coffin. After speaking, he immediately vomited blood. Looking at Uncle Manhwa, who was trembling but still did not run away, Webtoon immediately said, if I had not brought you here from the beginning, this would not have happened. What is so slow? Run now. Hurry up. Suddenly Webtoon's face turned pale. Cracks appeared in the protective barrier. No. The Dharma Saint quickly fell in front of Uncle Manchul, accompanied by a completely broken barrier. Uncle Manchul hugged the Dharma Saint's body and cursed his mother, but the tree branches did not stop the attack. He closed his eyes tightly and thought, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Suyin." But I waited and still didn't see any movement. Manchul opened his eyes suspiciously. A figure stood against the light to shield the two of them. Kim Shojun turned his head coolly and said, "Uncle, do you know how long Suyin has been looking for you?" Manchul happily said with tears in his eyes, "This kid." Before he could finish speaking, Kim Shojun rushed forward and said, "Let's talk later, please quickly take the holy Dharma back." The monster's tree branches moved. It continuously rushed to attack him but was successfully avoided by Kim Shojun. Seeing everything, he thought to himself, "Good, now, I have attracted its attention. I need to quickly find its weakness," when suddenly he stopped and looked ahead. Something rushed closer to Kim Shojun. It immediately waved its arms. Continuously attacking towards him, Kim Shojun jumped up and had difficulty dodging the attack. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, "Damn it. No matter how many times it is cut, its body can still regenerate continuously." Kim Shojun looked at the restored tree branches. Then continuing to attack himself, he ran and thought, "At this rate I can't get close to it, I will launch Gungir to penetrate its weak point." Kim Shojun looked around looking for Gungir. Seeing what he was looking for lying on the ground, he happily shouted, "Here it is." After that, Kim Shojun was thinking to himself, "Now," suddenly he glanced back and saw that Manchul and the Dharma Saint had not left far. Damn it, Kim Shojun immediately turned pale and looked at the two of them and cursed silently. Uncle Manchul was still trying to help Saint Dharma go without knowing the danger was approaching. Behind him were the Dryad monsters. Kim Shojun stood there thinking, he and the Dharma Saint had not yet had time to run away. The tree branches attacked again. Kim Shojun rotated the spear. He had difficulty resisting the attack to buy time for the other two to leave. The blue veins on Kim Shojun's face appeared. He clenched his teeth and focused all his strength to attack, thinking to himself, it felt like his body was being separated. Glancing at Uncle Manchul who had taken the Dharma Saint away, he thought to himself, the two of them. Finally, they ran far enough. Kim Shojun retracted his hand, jumped back to avoid it, and he dodged and ran to another place. Kim Shojun ran towards Gungir. Seeing the goal is right in front of your eyes. He quickly grabbed the handle and lifted it up. Kim Shojun launched Gungir and penetrated 7749 monsters. The Dryad screamed in pain and horror. They weren't dead yet, but angrily attacked him again. Kim Shojun had difficulty blocking the attack. Tree branches grazed his face, leaving a small wound on his face. Kim Shojun jumped up, swung his spear and slashed everyone even though he knew it wouldn't work. See Gungir's location. He happily shouted, he found it. Kim Shojun immediately used mana to summon it back. He thought worriedly, come here. With mana, Gungir quickly ran towards him. Kim Shojun quickly held Gungir in his hand. While Kim Shojun was running away, avoiding the attacks of the Dryad monsters, he suddenly discovered Gungir's location. It was stuck in the ground nearby. Kim Shojun thought happily, found it. He quickly raised his hand, using mana to summon Gungir back. Kim Shojun ordered in his heart, asking him to come here. Sure enough, as long as he had enough mana, nothing was difficult. Gungir immediately flew towards him. Kim Shojun quickly grasped Gungir in his hands. He landed on the ground and backed away. As expected, with a powerful weapon, Kim Shojun's face confidently revealed his killing intent. The Dryad monsters saw that the murderer who had killed several of their comrades was in his hands and immediately trembled in fear and hid together. Kim Shojun also witnessed their change and immediately said, "Oh ho, look at them." He said excitedly, "Did they know the danger of this thing after being beaten a few times? Look at them trying to sneak away." Kim Shojun raised the tip of his spear and pointed at each one to play the game. "Uncle Ho told me to choose your own version of this. He knew everything." The Dryad monsters stood helplessly waiting for their luck. Finally, Kim Shojun stopped at a monster and said, "Okay, you." That Dryad trembled and pointed at me and exclaimed, Me. Kim Shojun happily replied, "Yes, Kiki." Gungir immediately pierced the monster's face without warning. Looking at the discolored corpse of their teammate, the remaining monsters could only silently turn pale. They were angry. The tree branches slowly twisted. Kim Shojun suddenly said, "Oh." Observing the group of Dryad monsters that had surrounded him, Kim Shojun calmly wondered if they were trying to stop him from picking up Gungir. He said with a dangerous look, "The trees are so annoying, thank you for coming here yourself." Having said that, Kim Shojun swung the shining spear on his back. The attack discolored a few trees, while Kim Shojun took the opportunity to look cool and say, Gungir is not the only divine weapon I have. The spear sparkled with silver light, and the powerful power surrounding its body made the feeling of it even more beautiful. After finishing work, Kim Shojun went to look for the two Manchol people. When he saw the person he was looking for, he immediately raised his hand and happily called, Uncle, over here. Manchol helped the Dharma saint come closer, pretending to blame, seriously, what took you so long? Why did you only come at this hour? Kim Shojun didn't care and joked back, I didn't say you were lost, and I heard that you came here to send Suyin to the Hunter Academy. He looked serious and said, if you were going to do that, then why did you cause trouble with her in the first place? McHugh was heartbroken by what he said, blushing shyly and saying, this is none of your business. Not joking anymore but serious again, Kim Shojun asked, how is Phop Tan? Manchol placed Phop Tan on the ground and replied, he is not very well, from the beginning his condition was critical, but still try your best to protect me. Kim Shojun knelt down on one knee to observe the Dharma saint. He thought to himself, the situation is really bad. Kim Shojun took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and told himself, now is the time to use the emergency medicine pill that he always carries. This is just an emergency measure, but it will help him feel better. Thinking so, he slowly poured water into Phop Tan's mouth. As expected of expensive medicine, Phop Tan quickly woke up even though he was still groaning in pain. Kim Shojun supported him and asked if he felt awake yet. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Phop Tan said suspiciously, you are. Manchol understood what he meant and immediately explained, this is the kid I told you about. Phop Tan slowly sat up, stared at him and asked again, the person you told me about, you mean the person from the Hunter Academy? The Dharma saint kept asking, are you really here to save us? How did you know we were here? Wait, how are the Dryads? Kim Shojun only answered the last question in a low voice. Casually, I took care of them. Phop Tan was terrified, he couldn't believe it, he was the only Dryad, he couldn't believe it. Kim Shojun took the opportunity to find out the news. What's going on here? Why did you bring Uncle Manchol here? This Dharma saint did not hide it and immediately replied, to research monsters, I need someone to move the corpses. For some personal reasons, I need to do it discreetly, but I can't do it alone with just this old body. Kim Shojun immediately understood when he heard that, so he didn't bring any porters. Phop Tan continued, I'm worried that it will attract unnecessary attention. As I said, we need to move secretly, so we need someone to be as discreet as possible. As he spoke, he coughing continuously. Kim Shojun immediately realized what the secret was and asked. He did it secretly because he was afraid the Church of Justice would find out, right? Phop Tan was frightened and asked in panic, why didn't I tell the association president? At this moment, an earthquake struck, the trees shook. Hearing this loud noise, all three stopped talking. Kim Shojun asked suspiciously, what is that, an earthquake? Manchol seemed to know what it was and immediately said, it's that bastard. He trembled and turned pale as he said, the monster had caused the holy Dharma to fall into this state. Looking at Manchol's appearance, Kim Shojun also understood roughly, although I suspected this was a trap of the Church of Justice, it was strange that someone like a saint was stuck in a dungeon, but if in a dungeon there are things that even the Dharma saint cannot fight against. At this time, the Dharma saint also spoke up, as if accepting his fate, I am very grateful that you came to save me, but you shouldn't have come here. Kim Shojun's face immediately changed when he saw what was in front of him. The huge silhouette moving made him suspicious. The mountain was standing. No, that is, a beam of light shined through, causing the monster to reveal its true form. A Dryad 5 or 6 times larger than normal appeared. It screamed ferociously. Kim Shojun asked in doubt, a mutated monster? In his heart he thought, no, should we call this a monster? Phop Tan calmly replied, this is also the first time I see it, I think it's a mutation, but I'm not sure. Kim Shojun speculated, a mutant, however, except for size, it didn't look too different from the Dryads he had met. Seeing that it didn't pay attention to them and just kept walking, Kim Shojun said with a sigh of relief, fortunately, it seems it hasn't discovered us yet. He stood up and asked, try to stay out of its sight and escape this dungeon. Uncle Manchol immediately said, we have tried, but we can't. Somehow, when we tried to escape from the dungeon, it was able to detect and chase us immediately. This is the reason why the Dharma saint was so injured. Kim Shojun remembered the scene when he found the two of us. They immediately understood the seriousness of the problem. Dharma saint also added a few sentences. That monster is not just an ordinary mutant, its shell is too hard for magic to penetrate, even if I can break it, the regeneration speed it's very fast so it immediately recovered, Kim Shojun said in surprise, meaning. Without letting him finish, the Dharma saint continued, my magic couldn't do anything to it. I even thought it was an evolved monster, having eliminated the weaknesses of a dryad and enhanced its strength. Strong, Kim Shojun was startled and shocked. His magic had no effect on it. Was it really that strong? The Dharma Saint sighed and replied, I am no longer the old me, I am old and weak, and am just waiting for the day I die. Honestly, it is a shame that people still call me the Dharma Saint. I can use the Dharma Saint technique to weaken the shell and slow down its regeneration rate, but the problem is that we can't do anything else during that time. If only we were 5 years younger. And even when it is weakened, to break through its hard shell and destroy its core, we need a strong enough attack, but right now, there is no way. Kim Shojun heard that and immediately had an idea. He pulled out the weapon from his pocket and asked again, so we're only missing one powerful attack, right? Kim Shojun held up Gungir and said confidently, okay, then while you are weakening it, I will destroy its core. The other two people were bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. When he regained consciousness, Fop Tan loudly repeated for him to understand, a normal attack will not be enough to destroy the core. I will try my best, but the best I can do is weaken it. No must lose its power. He calmed down, helplessly continued, and above all, if he failed, I didn't think I had any more chances. Kim Shojun also understood the Dharma Saint's worry and thought to himself, yes, he has the power to talk, thanks to his emergency medicine pill, but it wouldn't be strange if he fell down right now, so if he did this, we only have one chance. Fop Tan immediately found another safer method, but only for the two of them. I will attract its attention, and the two of you will run away. Just hearing Kim Shojun say that it was completely possible, the Dharma Saint turned around and saw that he had brought Gungir out in front of him. He asked suspiciously, what is this? Kim Shojun proudly boasted, this is the spear that will help me deal a powerful blow to it, please look. He didn't forget to remind, oh, and be careful, if it wasn't me holding it, it might give off a rejection reaction. Manchul wondered, rejection reaction, you mean this thing can receive facing the owner? It's amazing. Fop Tan looked at the weapon in front of him and immediately trembled, speechless. This is how? Kim Shojun and Manchul saw his change. As expected, a series of questions appeared to hit the two of them. How could such a complex magic circuit exist without being entangled with each other, on a weapon no less? In addition, what kind of magic circuit is this? My God, there are also magic circuits that even I cannot understand. Above all, what is the source of energy emitted from this spear? After talking for a while, the Dharma Saint also ran out of breath and stopped breathing heavily. Uncle Manchul said helplessly, I have never seen this old man talk so much. Kim Shojun remembered Young Jimin's face when he asked to study space bags. Son, he thought to himself, thinking back, Young Jimin was the same, such a perfect pair of master and disciple. Ignoring his thoughts, he asked, is it possible now? His eyes sparkled and he replied, he alone is enough, he is completely superior, with this I think I don't need to use magic. Weaken further. He excitedly asked, where did you get this from? Kim Shojun stammered and said, about that. He didn't change his expression but said cunningly, the Sword Saint bought it for me. Fop Tan found it a bit unbelievable, I don't remember him being so kind. Kim Shojun thought to himself, if he said he sold the dragon sword to save Fop Tan, it would probably work no matter what. The night was dark, sparkling with starlight. The loud noise appeared again. The huge monster is going everywhere looking for prey. Kim Shojun smiled and said, now. Let's go hunt this monster boss. He holds 2 god-level weapons in his hands, followed by Uncle Manchul who is carrying the Holy Dharma. Kim Shojun looked serious and said, the plan was very simple. The three of them sat facing each other, attentively discussing strategy. Kim Shojun continued, until it is weakened by the spell of the holy magic, I will pierce its core with this spear. Then he looked over at Mr. Suyin and asked, Holy Dharma, can you use the spell now? Mr. Suyin replied, of course you can, although it may not be very effective, but don't worry, even if we have to risk our own lives. Hearing Mr. Suyin say that, Kim Shojun immediately replied, no, there's no need to do that, just weaken it, I'll lure it. At this moment, Kim Shojun had drawn up his own plan in his mind. First, he would lure it away and buy time. Kim Shojun imagined he would come and make the monster angry, then more time may be added. In the second step, Uncle Minchul will carry Mr. Suyin on his back, during which time the magic saint will devote all his strength to perform magic. The third step, when it was weakened, he would destroy its core with Gungir, defeating the monster. The plan was over and they were victorious. But if they carry out this plan, there will be many uncertainties. Kim Shojun sat quietly thinking, there are 2 events that could happen in this plan. In Kim Shojun's mind, a series of terrifying images appeared if something happened. First was that he might die during the seduction, Second was that the monster could attack the holy Dharma during the execution. Permission instead of you. But the first incident will not happen as long as you perform well, but the second incident because the holy magic cannot do anything while performing magic. Thinking for a moment, Kim Shojun turned to Uncle Minchul and said, "Uncle, I will try my best to attract his attention, however, I cannot guarantee how the situation will turn out." Then he gently lowered his voice, "If anything goes wrong, I'm counting on you." After listening, Uncle Minchul smiled brightly, put his hand on his chest and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to die and leave Suyin behind." Then Uncle Minchul turned to look at Mr. Suyin and smiled, "You heard it too, old man, if you don't want to die, remember to hold it tightly so it won't fall out." Mr. Suyin nervously replied, "It's shameful, but, thanks please." Uncle Minchul confidently continued, "I'm the one who will carry you, so just trust me." Suyin nodded and replied, "I will never forget this favor." Looking at the two of them chatting, Kim Shojun by her side gave a slight smile. And now, the official planning begins. The tree-shaped monster in the deep forest was extremely large, it looked very ferocious and scary, its eyes were deep red, its whole body shook, causing the forest to shake as well. Kim Shojun stood on a high tree branch to observe, Uncle Minchul was below carrying Mr. Suyin, everyone was both nervous and worried, paying attention to their tasks. Kim Shojun turned around and said to the other two, "Here it is, actually it's just a big, stupid tree, so it's not hard to find." He sat on a high tree branch, bent down and continued speaking, "Both of you should stay here, don't come too close, in case it discovers the holy magic while casting the spell. Listen to me, Mr. Suyin is here." Shouted loudly from below, "It would be very dangerous, we should." Before Mr. Suyin could finish speaking, Kim Shojun interrupted, "No, I have to take the risk, because there is no other way, I am the one who can dodge its attack and escape." Mr. Suyin heard that. His facial expression was both sad and somewhat admiring. Finally, he closed his eyes and agreed, "Great, just do as you say." Kim Shojun smiled and said, "So now we will proceed as planned, you two must have been bored these past few days, go out." "Stop." Mr. Suyin was on Uncle Minchul's back, he said to him, "Good luck." Uncle Minchul smiled brightly, "Take care, Kim Shojun." Kim Shojun replied, as did both of them. Having said that, he rushed from the tree branch as fast as lightning to the ground, passing through each branch and leaf, nimbly without leaving any traces. After a while Kim Shojun stopped, his face full of determination. He looked up at the monster, his face showing concern, beads of sweat on his face. Looking at this monster, Kim Shojun thought to himself, it looked quite big from afar, but now when he got closer, it was really huge. Then he decided to run closer to the monster. Underneath the monster standing object, thousands of layers of dust are created because its body is too big. While running, Kim Shojun thought, most importantly, I felt the huge energy source around it. Now I understand why the Dharma Saint also struggled. This monster looks both ugly and scary. Scary, two red eye sockets and a fierce face make others scared. When the monster moves, the surrounding trees also rotate. Kim Shojun carried the spear and ran below to explore. He thought to himself, luckily I didn't see any other dryads, it was just wandering around and destroying everything, at least it wouldn't be caught. Suddenly, Kim Shojun slipped. But fortunately he was able to stop before being discovered by the monster. He thought, calm down, just making a small mistake would be enough to ruin your life. Then he looked up, swallowed, took a deep breath, his face was sweating more. Kim Shojun stood below and decisively called out, "Hey!" This noise startled the monster. The huge monster slowly turned around to follow the call, using its red eyes to look straight at him. Although Kim Shojun was looked at, he was scared and startled, but he quickly regained his composure and steadfastly looked straight into its eyes. In the eyes of the huge monster, he was just a small person. It wished to destroy him. Now, it was challenged by a small person like him standing below, with a ferocious expression as if it wanted to devour him. Live Kim Shojun. As time went on, it looked deeper and deeper at Kang Shojun, he also looked at it, their eyes looked at each other. Kim Shojun couldn't help but say, "Ha, damn." Under the monster's roots, many huge branches of tree roots slowly grew longer, they were extremely large, just a light hit could kill, there were many here, they slowly approached Kim. Shojun is standing. Wherever these tree roots sweep, rocks and soil break up there, extremely scary. A few branches rushed towards Kim Shojun at breakneck speed, rocks broke apart, flying everywhere. Kim Shojun quickly jumped back and was lucky to avoid it. He quickly dodged, the tree roots did not let him go, they were determined to chase after him. Kim Shojun had to avoid tree roots. He ran, jumped, and flipped around. While avoiding, he said, "Why, it's not for tree branches." The tree roots continued to chase. Kim Shojun ran forward as fast as he could. He said loudly the words from before, "Let's rest a little." Moments later, Kim Shojun finally managed to run a little further away from the monster. He glanced to the side and thought to himself, "It attacked more strongly than I thought, so I got quite far away from the uncle's position and the holy magic." Around him, rocks and soil were still falling everywhere. If you weren't careful, you could die. As he ran as fast as he could, he continued thinking, is the weakening technique still not ready? Suddenly, a tree root suddenly rushed in front of Kim Shojun, startling him. Kim Shojun quickly jumped up to avoid injury. This giant tree branch crashed straight into the ground. The soil and rocks there immediately crumbled, smoke and dust flew around, their force was extremely strong. Kim Shojun landed on the ground, the spear he held in his hand slightly touched the ground, and immediately from below appeared tree roots tightly wrapped around the spear. From deep underground, there were other tree roots emerging. They rose from the ground to attack Kim Shojun. Luckily, he jumped in time to avoid them. Kim Shojun frowned and looked towards that evil giant tree. Maybe he was afraid he wouldn't be able to deal with this tree monster, but his face was still full of courage and determination. As the tree branch gradually approached, he used the spear in his hand to swing. Light from the spear appeared, and the tree's roots were hit. At this time, Kim Shojun quickly ran forward, his expression becoming colder than ever. Escaping from those tree branches, he stopped and regained his composure. Suddenly Kim Shojun looked up. He was very surprised to see the tree shaking. The thing worth mentioning was that it was shaking very strongly. The bed seemed like the whole forest was also shaking. Kim Shojun stood up and observed, unable to help but be surprised. He opened his eyes wide and looked towards the giant monster tree and thought to himself, "Damn, this pressure is no joke, even the air around me is shaking." Then he held the spear tightly in his hand. At this speed, other than trying to dodge the attack as much as possible, was there any other choice? While Kim Shojun was thinking, behind him, a bright light appeared, illuminating a large area of the sky. He turned his head to look in the direction of the light and thought to himself, there is a signal. Looking at Uncle Minchul carrying Mr. Suyin on his back, he was secretly happy. The magic was successfully performed. From behind where Kim Shojun was standing, many tree branches were rushing towards him, but not only did he not panic, he also smiled and said, "Holy law, good timing." Then the tree branches simultaneously stabbed where he stood, with extremely strong force. But surprisingly, when those tree branches let go, there was no Kim Shojun there, but just an empty space dented by the force of the impact just now, and the tree branches made a growling sound out of surprise. Kim Shojun appeared on the other side. He shouted defiantly, "Here, you bastard." He stood looking towards the monster tree with confidence, no longer afraid, his eyes full of determination. Then he smiled slightly, firmly believing that he would be able to destroy this monster. The tree monster was now trying to chase him. It was filled with anger. The tree branches chased strongly, stabbing very decisively. Kim Shojun was extremely agile. He ran quickly from the spot. "From here to there, don't forget the challenge, come here." Kim Shojun tried his best to run quickly. The monster behind him was no less competitive, using its large body to move and chase after him. The giant tree monster still tried its best to follow Kim Shojun. Its face was filled with anger, constantly growling and moving at a very fast speed. Kim Shojun ran headlong forward. Then this monster raised a tree branch high and then spun around. Next, it used this tree branch to hit Kim Shojun. Because he was surprised, he fell to the ground, only having time to cry out, "Hey!" After that, this tree branch stuck down there and rotated around, causing Kim Shojun to also rotate, and the ground and rocks kept shaking. Right after that, Kim Shojun quickly regained his composure and escaped from the tree branch. The giant tree branches continued to stab down, the force becoming stronger each time. Kim Shojun quickly dodged and ran away. As he ran, he glanced back and observed. Seeing the tree monster still chasing behind, smoke and dust rising around him, he thought to himself, "Great, it's still following him." Kim Shojun quickly jumped as fast as he could, jumping and thinking, just a little bit more to reach the intersection. All he had to do was lure it there. Thoughts like that kept appearing in his mind, the monster still growling behind him, getting closer and closer. The tree branches from where the monster kept chasing him, they stretched out their branches longer and longer. With their fast speed and large body, it was not difficult for them to catch up with him. In just a few seconds, the tree branches were almost touching him. When they were close, Kim Shojun turned his head to look, his eyes were extremely determined. Suddenly at this time, chain links slowly emerged from the ground. Then suddenly, these chains rose extremely powerfully, at a very fast speed and with extremely great power, rushing towards the giant monster tree. These chains rushed to wrap around the monster tree's body and tightened. The monster tree suddenly cried out in panic. It used its large body to struggle to escape. Kim Shojun quickly jumped out to avoid. He landed on the ground not far from the monster tree. He looked up at the monster tree being bound by chains. A smile appeared on his face and said, "Great." Looking at the huge chains binding the monster tree's body, its whole body was constantly trembling. The chains were getting tighter and tighter. Kim Shojun thought to himself, its speed and strength had decreased. The magic of the holy Dharma is quite effective. At this rate, he will definitely destroy its core quickly, Kim Shojun thought and was secretly happy. The monster kept struggling, making extremely shrill cries. It was trying its best to exit. At this moment, the giant tree monster turned its eyes away. It saw a light appearing in the distance in the forest. It seemed like it had discovered something. Suddenly, the monster launched a tree branch out, straight towards the source of the light without attacking Kim Shojun, making him stand and look both surprised and surprised. Looking at this action of his, Kim Shojun worriedly thought to himself, does he want to target the holy Dharma that is casting magic on him? Kim Shojun held the Gungir in his hand. He was worried when thinking about Uncle Minchul and Mr. Suyin at this time. The holy magic must have run out of mana by now, and Uncle Minchul is just an ordinary person. He decisively and strongly raised the Gungir, his eyes facing forward, his expression worried and thinking. Moreover, he also had to carry the holy Dharma on his back. At most he could only avoid it once or twice. Kim Shojun firmly held the Gungir in his hand. He slowly pointed the spear towards the giant monster tree. This was his only chance. He had to put all his effort into Gungir. His eyes were now sharp, his face was full of determination. Kim Shojun raised the Gungir higher, the sharp tip pointing forward. He had to keep a cool head and be absolutely precise. If any problem happened, it would be very dangerous. The monster was still struggling in the chains, not thinking about the plan that existed in Kim Shojun's head. The closer he looked at this monster, the more Kim Shojun had his own observations and analysis. Deep inside the tree trunk is the core of this giant monster. The core is red like a devil's eye. As long as the core is destroyed, this monster tree will fall. Seeing its core, Kim Shojun opened his eyes wide in surprise, but he was also determined to destroy this terrifying core. Kim Shojun thought to himself, the opportunity has come. Think about it. He quickly launched the sharp Gungir in his hand towards the monster. The sharp tip of the Gungir in extremely strong flight direction rushed straight to where the monster was. Stand! The giant tree monster was startled. It turned around and couldn't help but scream in pain. The Gungir was launched by Kim Shojun extremely fast and powerfully. It pierced the trunk of this monster tree. The stab path was extremely precise. The light emitted from it was extremely dazzling. The sharp tip of the Gungir pierced the monster's core. Its core broke into pieces. The sound of shattering was heard from a giant roaring monster rushing to attack everyone. Now that the sword was pierced through its core, it gradually became silent. Its red eyes also became lifeless. Then slowly its eyes gradually closed. Immediately afterwards, the giant monster tree was toppled backwards. The sound of destruction was extremely loud. Dirt and dust flew everywhere. The whole area was in chaos. When Kim Shojun launched the Gungir, he was extremely determined and full of courage. Because the spear was so big, it took a lot of effort to reach the monster. Kim Shojun bowed his head and panted. Then he looked up. His eyes were sharper than ever. Sweat was dripping down his face. Suddenly he fell to the ground, unable to help but be shocked. His eyes opened wide, his face turned pale without a drop of blood. Kim Shojun's whole body trembled. He closed his eyes and turned his head a few times to regain his composure. In his mind, he thought to himself, I've lost my strength, my mind keeps spinning. Could this be a sequela of putting all my strength into? Then he slowly stood up, fatigue still in his body. He thought, luckily he destroyed its core. In this condition I can't restore Gungir anymore. Then he sighed and said, phew, praying that the uncle and the holy Dharma were okay. He quickly calmed himself down, ran to where the other two were standing and called out, dear uncle, holy Dharma, are you two okay? Looking back from afar, he could see Mr. Suyin supporting Mr. Minchul. Uncle Minchul's body was lying on the ground. His head was supported by Mr. Suyin. It seemed injured. Mr. Suyin heard him ask and replied, I'm fine, but... Seeing Uncle Minchul's situation, Kim Shojun shouted loudly. Uncle Minchul sat on the ground and touched his leg and replied, I'm okay, just a little scratch. Kim Shojun looked worriedly at his leg. He said, let me see. Uncle Minchul's leg was injured below the knee. His pants were torn there, making the wound easily visible. Kim Shojun, I thought to myself in panic, even if that monster was debuffed, dodging its attacks would still be too much for a normal person like me. He rubbed the wound with his hand, breathed a sigh of relief and said, luckily it didn't affect his life. If he was treated soon he would recover quickly, but no matter what he said, he had to get checked quickly. Let's check first. From Mr. Suyan's side, he was very assured, and the holy Dharma would of course be unharmed. Uncle Minchul listened and said again, he said it was just a scratch. Then Uncle Minchul laughed, dispelling the tense atmosphere. He laughed and said, if I become 5 years younger, I can carry 2 people on my shoulders and run for 2 to 3 days straight. Mr. Suyan heard. After that, he frowned, he just spoke loudly. Kim Shojun looked at the 2 people talking. He smiled and thought to himself, being stuck together for a few days they had become closer. Uncle Minchul, after being told by Mr. Suyan, immediately changed the subject. Now we just need to get out of here, right? Kim Shojun immediately replied, yes, once we break the core, there's no problem. Nothing more. Now on the other side, the giant tree monster's eyes suddenly moved slightly. Kim Shojun walked in front, he pointed and then turned around and said, I'll go restore the spear a bit. Behind, Mr. Suyan was helping Uncle Minchul up. He asked, can he stand up? Uncle Minchul replied, you better worry about your body. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, everyone was startled and stood still for a moment. They all opened their eyes wide and were visibly worried. Above ground, the lower roots of the monster tree began to move. How surprising, from a dead monster lying on the ground, it can now stand up incredibly strong, its huge body standing tall in the middle of the deep forest, making everyone gasp in surprise. Kim Shojun looked at the monster, he couldn't believe his eyes, his pitiful face was full of despair. He slowly spoke, what to do? The monster once again stood up, its body having revived after so many attempts to destroy it, making Kim Shojun wonder, how did it happen? Even though the giant tree monster had its core punctured and its body healed from the fracture, it could recover easily. Kim Shojun thought to himself, I used Gungir to hit it, could it be that the core is still there? Has not been destroyed. Suddenly, from the hole in the core that had just been stabbed, another core appeared slowly rising. Kim Shojun was shocked, what a joke. Kim Shojun's eyes widened, stood still for a few seconds, then said, yes. Mr. Suyan helped Uncle Minchul and quickly continued, 2 cores, both he and Uncle Minchul were no less surprised than Kim Shojun. This monster revived a second time, its red eyes opened once again, it was full of life and roared like a hungry tiger. Immediately, giant tree branches appeared again, they stretched out and rushed towards where the 3 people were standing, with very fast speed and extremely strong force. Kim Shojun immediately held the spear in front of Uncle Minchul and Mr. Suyan, everyone's face had a look of fear in it. Then it slowly controlled the huge tree branches to attack, and the tree branches also shot out from there like an arrow. Kim Shojun once again had to fight. Even though everyone was tired, their determination was still very high. He clenched his teeth, his eyes shining with determination to destroy the monster, firmly grasping the spear in his hand. Hands, ready to fight at any time. This giant monster once again awakened, it opened its red eyes, lowered its face and growled loudly, making loud noises that echoed throughout the forest. Each tree branch is long like bloodthirsty demons, it controls the tree branches to rush down to attack. Kim Shojun once again held the spear and ran in front of Uncle Minchul and Mr. Suyan to protect the 2 of them. Huge tree branches are intertwined, ready to destroy others at any time. Although desperate, Kim Shojun quickly regained his spirit. He firmly held the spear in his hand, his face once again showing great determination. When the tree branches began to attack, the whole forest was now covered with a light purple light. Kim Shojun glanced and saw Mr. Suyan performing the holy magic. Tired, this startled Kim Shojun. During this time, Mr. Suyan suddenly vomited blood, causing Kim Shojun to startle and scream, Sir. Kim Shojun looked back at the monster. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, the magic saint has used up all his mana, he won't last much longer, to take down that bastard we have to destroy that core. The giant monster was roaring in battle, it controlled tree branches to destroy its target. Suddenly Kim Shojun remembered the Gungir. He thought to himself, where did it go? Among so many huge tree roots, they overlapped each other, Gungir was hiding deep in those tree branches. Kim Shojun's face darkened, he was a little angry and thought, damn, I can't find it because it hid among the tree branches, it intentionally hid because it was aware of the power of Gungir. Even so, I still have the Longinus's spear next to me, and if I can land a direct hit, I'll likely be able to destroy its core. After thinking about it, he turned to seriously ask Mr. Suyan, could you use the decay magic again? Mr. Suyan was sweating while performing the magic but still quickly replied, I will try my best. Then he spoke again, but it was moving, right now, The huge tree branches were moving at breakneck speed. Wherever they moved, rocks and soil flew up there. The scene was extremely chaotic. They competed to knock on the shield where Mr. Suyin was performing magic. Mr. Suyin continued to speak, so that I could attract my attention, but, boy, before he could finish speaking, Kim Shojun ran forward, making both Mr. Suyin and Uncle Manchul startled by this action. Kim Shojun looked ahead very seriously and said, "There's no time left, we need to do everything we can now." Having said that, Kim Shojun decisively ran inside to get close to the monster even though Uncle Manchul and Mr. Suyin kept calling outside, "Wait a minute, Shojun, the evil tree branches are still attacking outside the protective layer that Mr. Suyin created." Kim Shojun ran inside. Immediately giant tree branches chased after him. He quickly ran through the branches, trying his best not to get hurt. His speed was very fast but also very dangerous. Those the tree branches chased and knocked down continuously, their force was very strong. While running and dodging, Kim Shojun thought, "I will die if I get hit by one attack. The holy magic blocked these attacks in such a bad way." Then he widened his eyes, his anger gradually increased, he raised the spear and swung it. In his mind he thought, however, he has reached his limit. Now, he was the only one who could do this, which was to put all his strength into destroying this demon's core, ending everything. Kim Shojun held the spear firmly in his hand, swinging it with powerful strokes. He used all his strength to focus on the spear and swung it violently. The nearby tree branches saw this scene and only surrounded him, they did not come close to him. Mr. Suyin and Uncle Manchul were outside. At this time, Mr. Suyin's whole body kept shaking. Suddenly, these tree branches stopped attacking, they looked back, as if they had found a new, interesting target. More interestingly, this made both of them bewildered. All the huge tree branches focused on the target, Kim Shojun, they rushed down to attack at extremely fast speed. In just a moment, they were all like arrows aimed at Kim Shojun. When they were about to charge, Kim Shojun jumped up strongly, his whole body jumped up to avoid the attacking tree branches. The tree branches crashed into each other, creating an extremely loud noise. More wounds appeared on Kim Shojun's face. He looked down at the tree branches that were threatening to attack him. This giant tree monster used its red eyes to look in Kim Shojun's direction, each of its huge long branches stretching out to attack him. Kim Shojun jumped down from above, he thought to himself, to pierce the Longinus into the core, I need to go deeper, but there are no loopholes that can help me go deeper. He slowly and gently approached, thinking as he approached, this is completely different from simply luring it. Kim Shojun stood up and decisively walked forward, but after just a few steps, a tree branch wrapped tightly around his leg. Kim Shojun looked down at the tree branch under his feet that was growing higher and higher, his face darkened and said, "Damn." Meanwhile, other tree branches from all directions were also gradually rushing towards him. Suddenly, long chains appeared again, chains tightly binding this giant monster. The evil tree branches that were rushing towards him were also stopped by those chains. He looked up and saw a series of scenes, the chains became more and more, holding the branches tightly. Looking at them bound and unable to move much, Kim Shojun thought to himself, the paralyzing magic of the holy Dharma. Kim Shojun seemed to understand something, he thought, right now. Then he quickly took the spear and ran as fast as he could, running with all his might toward the giant monster tree. Kim Shojun quickly ran over, he quickly jumped over the tree branches bound by chains, his steps were more determined and stronger than ever. Looking at the tree monster struggling to escape, the chains are getting thinner and thinner, Kim Shojun thought to himself, the magic chains are becoming fewer and thinner. As expected, it took great pressure on his body to activate it again when he didn't have enough mana left, the monster was still growling, its power was extremely strong. Kim Shojun looked up, it seemed he had discovered something. This monster kept struggling, but in the middle of the tree trunk, Kim Shojun saw its second core, he thought to himself, there was an opening. Thinking about it, he put all his strength into running through the tree branches he was tied to, rushing straight forward. After a moment, Kim Shojun suddenly flew up and used his spear to stab straight into the monster's body. When he stabbed the spear in, everything emitted a bright light, shining on Kim Shojun's determined face. Long chains wrapped around the monster's body, now thinner and almost broken. Kim Shojun looked at this scene and was momentarily surprised. When it got out of the chain, the giant monster seemed to explode, it controlled its tree branches to smash everywhere, rocks, dirt and dust flew up. Unfortunately, Kim Shojun was hit by an attack, he painfully spat blood from his mouth and fell down. From where Kim Shojun fell, there was a large dent in the ground, one could see how terrible the monster's power was, but Kim Shojun still tried to make a sound as if to attract the monster's attention. This object. His face was full of wounds, blood and unchanging determination. The monster looked towards him, its scary face truly made people feel shivers. Kim Shojun's hand trembled, he tried to hold the spear firmly in his hand and thought to himself, the Longinus spear can destroy its core, so I thought I could just approach it, which was a mistake. The monster leaned closer, growling louder and louder as if it wanted to devour someone. The next second, it launched its huge tree branches towards Kim Shojun sitting on the ground. Kim Shojun's body seemed frozen at this moment, looking at the tree branches rushing towards him, he thought to himself, I have to avoid it, but my body. Suddenly, a purple light appeared again, surprising him. At this time, Mr. Suyin ran to block in front of him, using magic to stop the monster. He shouted loudly and ran away. Suyin gritted his teeth and endured it, using everything he had to deal with the monster. He thought to himself, I can't believe that a student like him can achieve this level of outstanding martial arts without even realizing it. At the age of 30, how long has it been since the last time my body felt a thrill from someone else's martial arts? 5 years, no, in just 1 year, there won't be anyone in Korea who doesn't know this young man's name. After 1 year, who knows what level he will reach. That young man has the potential to surpass the hero of Korea one day, and will become a hero of humanity. However, he is not strong enough now. And so you must live, even if today I have to die for you. Then Mr. Suyin turned and shouted, now, run. But right after that, he was surprised because Kim Shojun's voice replied, I don't want to. Kim Shojun behind him tried to slowly stand up, his whole body trembling non-stop. Even though his body was in a lot of pain, his will did not allow him to give up. Mr. Suyin panicked and tried to continue speaking, not to get caught up. Kim Shojun leaned on the spear with both hands, his body was now really weak, his body was full of wounds. Mr. Suyin continued, you have to live, we don't have much time left. Don't be so stupid, face reality. Even though Kim Shojun heard the words to stop him, he completely didn't care and continued to stand up to fight. Kim Shojun gritted his teeth and replied, so why don't you run away? Why don't you leave us and run away? Why don't you leave Manchul uncle? You can do that, if you want. But hearing that, Mr. Suyin turned his head to look, his face very shocked, his eyes wide open. Kim Shojun tried to walk closer. As he walked, he said, why do you keep trying to sacrifice yourself? When he tried to stand up a little more, Kim Shojun's whole body seemed to break into 100 pieces, and he cried out in pain. Not long after, he continued to fall to the ground, trying to hold on to the spear in his hand. Looking at Suyin fighting with all his might, looking at the monster trying to fight back, he seemed helpless because he couldn't do anything. Kim Shojun continued to spit out blood. At this moment, the thought appeared in his mind, yes, running away was the best option right now. Leave this place for the holy Dharma. Taking Uncle Manchul away from here, countless images appeared in Kim Shojun's mind. On the contrary, the worst choice is to fight this bastard at a disadvantage, Kim Shojun thought in pain. I got the answer, but for some reason. I don't want to run away. At this moment, he imagined that in front of him was Hercules, and he was still sitting below, unable to stand up. Kim Shojun raised his face, the yellow light shining and made him squint his eyes. Hercules was standing in front of him smiling, he thought, suddenly remembering what Hercules said in the first lecture. According to you, what is strength? Let's discuss the familiar question, what is power? Let's look at a specific and prominent example in this regard, Heracles. That is the greatest god in Greek and Roman mythology. Right at the most desperate moment, when cornered, the instructor's words appeared in Kim Shojun's mind. During the orientation session, he emphasized the importance of muscles, however, physical strength was not the type of strength he wanted to impart. Shojun breathed heavily, he looked straight at the person in front of him. Heracles resembles a young man, healthy and muscular, his constant smile makes him feel like a shining sun, his eyes looking at Shojun are full of trust and pride, he is the most famous person among the gods of myth and legend. Kim Shojun thought, suddenly, I remembered the words Heracles said during the first lesson. The voice from the phone rang out, his sweaty hand tried to hold it firmly. Heracles smiled brightly, he said, strength does not only come from physicality. Heracles started asking, the power I want to teach you isn't just that. Now, are you wondering what the power I'm talking about is? Shojun couldn't hear anymore because he was out of breath, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily, complaining, the daily tasks are really difficult. There was a long silence, not sure whether Heracles was waiting for an answer or because he knew the kid on the other side of the screen didn't even listen to the question, so he was a little bored. Shojun bewilderedly raised the phone to his face. He wondered, what, the lesson was over, why did he stop talking? Heracles was silent, seemingly contemplating something far away. He finally opened his mouth. It was atonement. Shojun was surprised. The answer was so unexpected, and the weight in it was enough to make people ponder. Heracles told about his life, an anecdote that many people must have heard and be familiar with. Because of Hera's curse, I went crazy and personally murdered my beloved wife and child, suffering from a heart attack. Tormented by guilt, I thought about taking my own life. Luckily, my good friend Theseus convinced me to do the 12 trials to atone for my sins. A total of 12 impossible challenges are, respectively, killing the Nemean lion, dismembering the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Cerynea hind, and capturing the Erymanthian boar. Also, chase away the Stymphalian birds, capture the Cretan cows, capture the man-eating horses of Diomedes. Finally, there are challenges like finding a way to kill yourself, stealing Hippolyte's belt, angering Geryon's red calf, stealing the Hesperides apples, and kidnapping Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell. At the time when Heracles successfully killed the Nemean lion and captured the Erymanthian boar, everyone around him praised him to the fullest. After completing the trials, my reputation gradually increased over time. But whether human or divine, whatever it is, there is jealousy. However, everyone suddenly started laughing at me. Those people used bad words, they mocked me saying you want glory. Heracles did not deny that point of view. They were right, I have committed too many sins to become a hero. There was almost no end to everything. Just like that, people came up with reasons why I could never redeem myself. Those insults were so painful, I once again thought about suicide. But, I can't give up. First was the cruel reality, then the sinful path to the end, yet Heracles overcame it. He continued, I lived for others, sacrificing myself to the point that they thought I was an idiot. Heracles lived on for a truly simple but ultimately noble ideal. I only hope that in the distant future, one day altruism becomes a natural thing in life. Just like that, Heracles climbed to the top of glory based on his determination, based on the fact that he did not give up despite any adversity. The goal from the beginning remained the same, only then could I forgive myself. About that fateful day. And it could be that Heracles completed the 12 trials and was honored as a true hero. Not only that, but also that he saved the Olympian gods in the war between the giants, a war that almost ended. End of the age of the gods. That life can be summed up in one short sentence. Heracles, who lost his mind and killed his family, at the end of his journey of atonement, became the greatest hero. Heracles closed his eyes, every word he spoke was gold and gems drawn from a life of walking on the sharpest rocks. The strength that guided me on my path was the will to redeem myself. Shojun leaned towards the phone, as if he wanted to swallow every word. When he tried to do something or become someone, people would often tell him that it was impossible. Returning to the cruel present, where the lives of Shojun and his companion were not guaranteed, words of encouragement rang in his ears. Well, as someone who had gone through difficult trials first, let me tell you this. He said, I heard such words throughout the trial, however, I want everyone to know that it doesn't matter. The Dryad frantically attacked. Shojun stood up, Heracles' voice still ringing in his ears. Over and over again, they would tell him that it was impossible. Over and over again, they would say that it is impossible to do. He gritted his teeth. The power of Heracles' words was amazing. I won't tell you to ignore it, you won't. Shojun stomped his feet on the ground. Just one, he only needed one reason of his own that forced him to succeed. He stood straight, breathing heavily, but his eyes were bright and alert. Heracles affirmed, that alone was enough to become a hero. Shojun opened her mouth wide and inhaled deeply. He walked towards the holy Dharma. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, stop, it was crazy. The holy Dharma tried his best to stop Shojun. You know you can't win, it's not a monster you can handle at this level, you clearly understand what he wants to convey. I don't deny, no, I can't deny, I understand better than anyone that I can't win. The holy Dharma still tries to hold Shojun back. Stop, it's useless, it doesn't work. He still walks step by step. Fear clings to him like a heavy burden on his chest. A voice whispers beside him. My ear told me to step back. However, Shojun did not give up. At the same time, Heracles' voice echoed in his mind. He reminded, remember, when the whole world says you can't do it, reason will say you're at your limit. Shojun understands himself clearly. There are 1,000 reasons why he can't win. I have thousands of reasons to run away. Shojun came behind the saint. He was startled and surprised. Heracles' voice was still in his ears, but when he thought he couldn't do it, Shojun thought to himself, for an old and experienced saint, acting the actions of a 28-year-old young man like me must have seemed reckless. The words of encouragement gave him great strength to move forward. Keep going. Each step was steady. Shojun stepped out of the protective barrier that the Dharma saint had set up, but these 28 years were nothing to the Dharma saint. He was stunned. I heard, how stupid, Shojun thought, I want to live a meaningful life. He clutched the weapon in his hand, a strong golden light enveloping it. Shojun was determined, he didn't want to give up and ruin the future. Heracles pointed out, that was his true strength, something strength arose from within his body and soul. That thing is divine power. The light spread out, spreading brightly, hindering the Dryad's movement. It squinted its eyes, cried out in surprise, and squealed. The divine power that filled Shojun's heart was so brilliant. Heracles commented that his power was an overwhelming force that destroyed all obstacles. Shojun stood in preparation, divine power accumulated and strengthened his entire body. Dryad used countless vines and branches to rush toward Shojun. He swung his hand. One blow swept away all those pointlessly entangled wires, creating a beautiful golden sparkling arc. He continued to easily cut down a few more vines that crawled to his side. Shojun frantically attacked the Dryad, making it growl and scream in pain. He gathered all his strength to prepare for the finishing blow. Then it shot up and crashed through the Dryad. Its whole body disappeared into nothingness, revealing a white space. The Dryad disappeared, debris falling from its body like snowflakes. Shojun's attack created smoke and dust that covered a large area of the forest, as if a flood had swept through. The holy Dharma struggled to withstand the pressure to stand firm. He opened his eyes wide in horror. The Dryad's giant body was damaged to a large extent, thanks to Shojun's unexpected strength. The Dryad's corpse collapsed. The person who had just defeated it was still floating in the air. He staggered and lost his balance. The saint was startled to realize that Shojun was not okay. He used his strength to surround his body and bring him down safely. A while later, when the sky was clear again, Uncle Manchul walked forward with difficulty using his cane. He limped, worriedly calling out, "Shojun, you are lying on the ground, sitting next to the holy Dharma." Uncle Manchul quickly asked, "Is Shojun okay?" The Dharma saint replied, "His injuries are very serious, but at least his life is not in danger. Perhaps he is unconscious because he used a certain amount of power. Cannot bear it." Hearing that, he was relieved, and there was an undisguised look of pride on his face. That's it, the power he just used was unusual. When did that sick child grow up so quickly? The holy Dharma is sad. He confided, "To be honest, I was very scared." Uncle Manchul did not understand. What did he say? He was surprised at what he had just heard and quickly asked again, "Wait, are you afraid of that giant tree?" The old man known as the holy man is sometimes afraid of something. He just laughed, "Ha ha, I'm also scared," then cursed under my breath, "Damn it, even though I always called myself an old man." The two old friends carefully looked at the unconscious young man, confiding that what we fear is not the tree, but death. More precisely, we wonder what will happen to the world after death. I die, and that scares me. Uncle Manchul did not understand what the holy Dharma wanted to express with that sad expression on his face. What did he mean? "The world," he said, "is not as safe as people think." The Dharma saint remembers sitting on his sick bed and thinking, so the closer we are to death, the more we worry about it. He trembled when he realized that the world still needed me. Uncle Manchul asked, "Is that why you accepted disciples?" The holy Dharma acknowledged this, "Yes, and Jinan did much better than what I expected, but I cannot escape the darkness deep in your heart." He looked up at the clear blue sky before his eyes. This disciple must have helped him clear his mind. His heart must have felt somewhat relieved, but thinking back, those worries were so absurd. It was a warning. "Wake me up." Even though Shojun is still in a coma, he has been assigned a mission that is not easy. "Even if I die, my disciple will carry out this mission for me." A question echoed in his mind. Shojun had gritted his teeth and said, "If so, why don't you run away, holy Dharma?" He was surprised to see you walking towards him. "I saw it in the good young man. This strength." And that saint was shocked to realize, behind Kim Shojun's back, the beginning of a new generation of heroes. He smiled with relief. Looking up at that blue sky, it's like looking into a bright future. The rainbow crossing is so beautiful, time passes so quickly. Shojun then suddenly woke up. He shouted loudly, "Ah!" Uncle Manchul put his hands on his hips and walked into the hospital room. "Oh boy, he's awake." From across Shojun's bed, there was a voice, "He's awake." He breathed a sigh of relief. The hospital, so he had safely escaped from the dungeon. But why did the Dharma saint have to stay in a hospital room with 4 people when he was a VIP guest? The hospital they were in was really beautiful. It looked like maybe it could be mistaken for a luxury hotel. Shojun asked, "Is everyone okay?" Uncle Manchul laughed cheerfully, "I don't have any serious injuries. I have a few quite deep wounds, but if I get proper treatment I will be fine." The Dharma saint sat with a luxurious demeanor and replied, "Me too, thanks to timely first aid. Just rest for a while and you'll be fine." Shojun looked worriedly at the saint, thinking, Uncle Manchul seemed okay, but the saint, as if he noticed that look, he coughed and avoided. Uncle Man-chul sat next to the hospital bed asking, "Forget it, Kim Sho-jun, how are you feeling? You've been unconscious for 6 hours straight." He jumped up in surprise. 6 o'clock, Uncle, I contacted you. With Suyin yet? Seeing Sho-jun so panicked, Uncle Man-chul felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his neck and replied. Then, he felt relieved, at least it seemed like everything had been resolved and there were no problems. What a relief. He added, well, I also contacted Seo-eun. Sho-jun was surprised. He asked in confusion, what, why did you contact Seo-eun? Uncle McHugh quickly explained the situation. Suyin said that Seo-eun was very worried about him. Maybe they happened to meet each other while searching. It seemed like they were coming here together. Sho-jun understood the problem. He realized. Actually, you can't blame the other person. They're worried too, Sho-jun thought to herself. Thinking back, from Seo-eun's perspective, she disappeared while looking for Uncle Man-chul, who was missing and disappeared. Contact to everyone. In the eyes of Uncle Man-chul's family, Sho-jun must have looked at Sho-jun as the main character of some fairy tale adventure story with extremely optimistic lines like, "Goodbye everyone, I'm going to find Uncle Man-chul," then also disappeared with her grandfather's sword, creating a feeling of no trust at all. The Holy Dharma finally participated in this story. Now that I remember, he once said that there was a daughter, her name was Suyin, right? Uncle Man-chul smiled cheerfully and replied, yes, I participated in the case. This is to try to earn money for her to enter the Hunter Academy, so don't forget to double my salary as promised. Saint Dharma hummed, half joking, half serious. He asked worriedly, are you planning on not paying me now? Hey, you're very rich. Of course, a person like the Dharma saint would not negotiate a few numbers with someone who has worked hard. He affirmed, no, I guarantee to pay you, but, the sentence was ambiguous. Both Uncle Man-chul and Sho-jun waited curiously. An unexpected suggestion was made by him. If possible, what do you think if I guide your daughter? Uncle Man-chul was terribly shocked, his jaw dropped. A more talented Dharma saint offered to help his daughter. He was extremely surprised, his heart felt like it was about to jump out. Sho-jun just nodded indifferently. This information was not easy to accept at all. He attacked the Holy Dharma with a series of questions. Old man, what did you just say? Are you stupid? The other person slowly replied, what do you mean? Though he may not have long to live, but I'm definitely not stupid. Seeing that he still seems to be quite normal, Uncle Man-chul continued to give every possible possibility that he could think of. So has he lost his mind? Dharma saint replied, I'm not crazy. The image of two people, an elderly person, a middle-aged person sitting on a hospital bed happily chatting despite the slight difference in class really makes people feel warm. Uncle Man-chul gave up on the questions to test the old man's perception and voiced his question. Well, he was neither deluded nor crazy, so why so suddenly? It wasn't him. Said that there was still a lot of work to do. I really didn't understand what he wanted. Dharma saint replied, that's true, but now it's no longer really necessary, he admitted. The Dharma saint smiled confidently, his smile mixed with so many emotions that I'm afraid it's hard to describe in words, saying, shouldn't I now pass on my wonderful knowledge to the next generation? I don't think I'll live until the end of the year. Now, until then there was nothing to do, so it was best to spend his last moments guiding his daughter as a saving grace. The Holy Dharma was not joking, the intention to help was real. Uncle Man-chul was stunned in shock at what had just happened. The Holy Dharma was joking. Unless she didn't want to become a magician, then she couldn't help it. Ho ho ho. The benefactor's daughter is not the only beneficiary. He also consulted Sho-jun. You also saved my life. I can also guide you if you want. Sho-jun showed an expression that was probably extremely grateful and sincere, waved his hand and flatly refused. No, thank you. If you want to repay anything, please give me money. He is truly someone who understands things. Difficult when in need, very honest. In front of that straightforward attitude, the Dharma saint laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. He agreed, looking at Sho-jun like he was looking at a lovely grandchild. Okay, I will give you the amount that this old life is worth. How much do you want? This life is not cheap, so don't be afraid to ask for more. Sho-jun was so happy, he exclaimed, really? Just as he was about to name the price, then, before he could say a single number, the wall behind him suddenly exploded. Someone's foot kicked off the door to the end of the room with a loud bang. Please be gentle in the hospital. Uncle McHugh was surprised. What? The panicked voice quickly intervened. Grandpa, I think there must have been a misunderstanding. Sho-jun smiled tremblingly, looking like he was about to cry. He realized, I almost forgot. Contact Seo-eun at the same time. A horrifying dark aura spread, as if it wanted to swallow and tear apart Sho-jun's body, accompanied by a scream. What was the misunderstanding? Get out of the way. This time I won't let it go, it won't happen. Innocent. He remained silent, clearly understanding that he was about to receive special care, thinking to himself, this person will also be coming along, a demon, no, a well-dressed gentleman but as ferocious as a demon, waving his arms and legs to scold him. Cursed, you bastard, the little girl next to him tried her best to stop him. Seo-yoon said loudly, Mr. Shojun, if you want to live, run away. Immediately his brain froze, even though he was thinking very quickly and a lot, it was completely meaningless. What should I do now? Should I jump out of the window? But this is the Sword Saint, maybe he will jump out and chase me. Should I throw Gungir back and run? Now I remember, where's my Gungir? Don't tell me I left it in the dungeon. No way. Shojun raised her hands to defend, begging for a chance to survive. No. The Sword Saint misunderstood. Listen to me explain, the request is not accepted. The Sword Saint shouted, shut up, this time I will not let you off so easily. No, the holy Dharma is so fleeting, wow, it's worthy of being a holy sword. Hearing him participate in the conversation, Shojun was startled, 3 big question marks appeared, it seemed like this was his lifeline, maybe the holy Dharma could say a few words, they were talking just now. It's fun, isn't it? He smiled and greeted, long time no see, holy sword. Park Min-chul widened his eyes in surprise, huh? 2 acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time, the reunion was so unexpected, the Sword Saint was stunned, why was it him? The 2 saints were lost in their own space of remembrance, the Dharma Saint was nostalgic, I didn't think I would see him again after so many years like this, it seems like just yesterday when the 5 of us were just children running bouncing around every day, how are you doing? The Sword Saint asked after his old friend, well, I'm still the same, forget it, why are you here? How is your health? They happily answered back and forth. The Dharma Saint whined, I almost died trying to be brave so now I'm in this hospital. The Sword Saint was worried about his old friend while sarcastically saying, what, I almost died, what about you? You said you're getting old, it seems like it's true. The Holy Dharma joked back, Holy Sword, I'm so jealous because you're still full of energy, do you have any secret? Don't keep it alone and share with me. The private space of those 2 people made Manchul surprised and exclaiming, oh my god. Shojun whispered and asked Seo-yoon, where is Suyin? She replied also in a low tone to try not to hit her. Touch the other 2, she was already on her way, I went first to try to stop Grandpa because he was angry. The Sword Saint still refused to believe the truth. What are you talking about? You're faking your illness, aren't you? The Dharma Saint is unjust. I really almost died. Avoiding the sun, Shojun was officially dragged into the conversation. The holy man recited, if that kid hadn't come to save me, I really would have died. He stiffened and frowned. The Sword Saint became angry again, his aura seemed to want to dig a hole to bury Shojun more passionately than ever. He growled, you son of a bitch. He waved his arms wildly, quickly screaming, Kia no, God's sword, I didn't mean to do that, I really had no other choice. Manchul sitting next to me was also sweating. The Sword Saint scolded him, not intending to listen to any excuses, stay silent, I won't give it to you so you can sell it. It seems like you're fearless because you think you can get away with it. Thanks to Seo-yoon, the Holy Dharma spoke up, as expected he was a lifesaver. I'm not sure what this is all about but can't you forgive that child just once for saving my life? The Sword Saint's tone immediately softened, this has nothing to do with you. The Sword Saint held his friend's hand, still persistently persuading, it seems Youngin made a big mistake, I don't think he did it on purpose, he must have done it because he had no other choice. The Sword Saint was stunned, gaping speechless. He didn't understand. How could he say that? The Dharma Saint seemed philosophical, saying, time takes away many things from us but at the same time teaches us many things. The Sword Saint was truly speechless. He turned away, however, this kid had already crossed the limit. The Dharma Saint did not understand, confused and asked, Sword Saint, what exactly did the boy do? The answer made him contort his face, he sold my dragon sword. The Holy Dharma was like a meteorite falling on his head, bewildered, what? The Holy Dharma couldn't download the information. Wait, so the weapon you gave to the boy was used to sell the dragon sword? Park Min-chul was surprised. What did you say? And Shojun had a habit of being startled. Information from the Dharma Saint, he said that spear was bought by you, right? The Sword Saint shouted crazy. What, are you crazy? When did I do that? Shojun gradually faded away. The altar with naked chickens are waiting, they're so close, he's pale, it's me. The information became more seamless. The Sword Saint also burned with more anger. Shojun found all kinds of reasons. I don't have it, I didn't sell it, I just temporarily mortgaged it. He confidently announced. His face was extremely deceitful. I can find it again. The mortgage money is not much. If you come to meet the association president, the two people behind quietly avoided the others. Anyway, if cows and buffaloes fight each other, flies and mosquitoes will have the honor of flying away first. There was no way to save him. The Sword Saint was burning with anger. Do you think I still have to forgive this kid now? The Dharma Saint knew that his friend was not joking. His face turned pale and he advised, so don't kill him, rescue. The life had collapsed. Shojun cried out for help in vain. No, the Dharma was holy. With the strength of the strong hero who saved the world, Park Minchul calmly walked step by step in front of the panicked stupid boy. The surrounding space was covered with a powerful aura. He said, because he had don't sell the sword and face the holy Dharma, I won't kill you, so, I'll forgive you if you can withstand a single blow, no more, no less. Horrible murderous intent, enormous pressure, the Sword Saint rubbed his hands, he threatened, blocked, dodged, or died, your choice. Shojun was terrified. I don't think he would just take a hit. I'll let it go, he intended to finish me off with a punch. Shojun was cornered against the wall, his brain was looking for ways to survive. The first way was obviously to beg, wait and see I can go find him, so please. Without waiting for anything, the Sword Saint seriously punched straight, aimed at Shojun's face and said, that's why I said I would only hit you once. The punch gradually approached the target. Shojun panicked, he gritted his teeth. The man's calloused hand was looked at by Shojun. He chose to block the attack with a punch like a holy sword. The two attacks collided, creating a huge shock. The surrounding shook strongly, the whole frame was almost taken over by two blue and white tones. Both the Sword Saint and Shojun were surprised. After a moment of silence, the two people's fists touched. He collapsed and screamed miserably, oh. Park Minchul looked at the kid rolling on the floor, he was very surprised, how could he help it? Shojun turned pale and groaned, a long series of ahs were made by him. The Sword Saint was even more surprised when he looked at that bruised hand. More importantly, his arm was still fine. Normally it should have been broken, no, it should have been crushed. Shojun was in so much pain. Tears, puffing and blowing. The Sword Saint flared up again, his voice growled, he was scared, his face turned pale, he thought he was about to turn around and shouted, hey, you said you would only hit once, you said you could block, dodge, or die, I can do anything, don't change your mind. To preserve his health and life, Shojun stood up, bowed, then ran out of the hospital room at a miraculous speed. I'll go out and get some fresh air. Wishing you both a good time. Happy reunion. Seeing that someone had successfully retreated, Uncle Manchul and Seoyun also quickly followed. They called, Shojun, hey, wait for me, then the two old friends were left alone in the room. The atmosphere became gray and bland, the two saints were silent. Park Minchul put his hands on his hips and clicked his tongue. TSK, Dharma Saint taunted, ho ho ho, Sword Saint, it seems like you're already old, about to go downhill so you can no longer control your strength. He turned around and walked to the hospital bed while complaining, it would be very troublesome if I died, but who would have thought this would happen? The holy man agreed, I was also very surprised. He laughed and said, to be honest, you don't really hate that boy, do you? The Sword Saint rolled his eyes and protested, ha, that's unreasonable, it's an eyesore, I'm happy if I can get rid of him. Being a sharp-eyed person, it wasn't difficult for the Sword Saint to recognize it, not because Seoyun favored the boy very much, ha ha, being told that hit him right in the heart, the Sword Saint frowned even more. He pulled up a nearby chair and temporarily stopped discussing this issue here. Park Minchul sat down next to the bed. He was serious about the important matter, what exactly happened in that place. His eyes seemed to become tired because he finally didn't have to wait anymore. In the hospital room, the situation was summarized, one thing was not over yet another thing happened. The Sword Saint said, before he could be happy because he had just found traces of the Apostle of Moderation in the 10-star mutant labyrinth, when a mutant pursuing the Church of Justice appeared, besides, I couldn't believe it. That kid defeated him again. He still didn't believe that Shojun had really gotten stronger. Seeing that, the holy man could only laugh helplessly. He happily said, ho ho, if he could see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't say that. Park Minchul frowned and thought to himself, when I met him a few days ago, he wasn't this strong. Saint Dharma wondered, it seemed he still refused to acknowledge that boy's strength. The Sword Saint admitted his stubbornness, that's right, even if what he said was true, I still wouldn't recognize that kid. I'm telling the truth, the Dharma Saint nodded even though he understood, maybe he didn't believe it. Professional hunters. Park Minchul criticized, there was a lot of boredom in the words, I have not seen anyone truly talented among those people who are hailed as S-level hunters, those people are completely useless, the holy law cannot be opposed, you're right, I also think like you, their talent is not enough to be called talent. Looking at the hunters of the world now, they are the heroes who saved the world from a great disaster. Both sword saints and magic saints have the same mindset. Professional hunters take on a different meaning in the new era. It is merely a well-paying job. How ungrateful, a job that was once so glorious is now just a tool to make money and seek fame and fortune. They do not deny that the new era will come because they are the ones who look forward to harmony more than anyone else. However, the truth is always harsh. No one can cover up a broken mirror. Its sharp pieces will sooner or later hurt people. Park Minchul said sadly, the world is still not real safety. Both the Magic Saint and the Sword Saint are very worried about this problem. Once all the heroes disappear and that danger awakens, will the world have enough strength to fight it? Saint Dharma replied, I don't know. After all, that is the purpose of establishing the Truth Church. The Sword Saint closed his eyes and contemplated. Saint Dharma said with relief, but Sword Saint, among the 8 billion people in the world, a person has appeared who makes the impossible possible. They were talking about Shojun. He concluded, our era is over. Seoyun questioned Shojun about that precious sword. He was probably sarcastically denying his own sins. While the other two were arguing, a young man came forward. All three suddenly looked towards that person. The holy Dharma seemed to have been relieved of a burden, saying that it must have passed a long time ago. They were just too preoccupied with other things so they didn't pay attention. The Sword Saint was surprised. His eyes widened. What was he saying? Saint Dharma laughed heartily. We are too old, Sword Saint. Ho ho ho. Suyin rushed to hug Uncle Manchul. She cried loudly because she saw her family again. He closed his eyes tightly. His expression was heartbreaking. Uncle Manchul called, Shojun. He shed tears of emotion and said, thank you for saving me, really thank you. Shojun smiled proudly, it's nothing. Seoyun also cried, it was so touching. Shojun thought, people often say that the most beautiful scene in the world is the scene where everything returns to its original appearance. Time passed, all three of us were discharged from the hospital one after another. Uncle Manchul returned to the construction site, the Holy Dharma continued to research, and everyone's lives returned to their correct trajectory, and Shojun returned to the academy. However, there are a few changes. Suyin shouted with determination, I promise, I will definitely do it. The first change was that the Holy Dharma accepted Suyin as a disciple. She bowed low to acknowledge the teacher. Uncle Manchul happily entrusted his beloved daughter to a saint. Next is to receive the promised reward money for saving the saint's life, a total of 10 billion won, a huge number enough to crush a person. It's scary. Shojun's sweat dropped and asked again, are you sure? No, I was just joking, you really just said it as a joke. The Holy Dharma on the hospital bed smiled sincerely, I told you, my life is very valuable. He generously said, I intend to use that money to build a better society anyway, just accept it and use it when you need it. This is the bright golden aura of a saint, everyone. Everything seemed to fade away. That was definitely the true power that everyone was aiming for. Shojun was so emotional that his drawings were deformed. He seemed to have become a girl from an old love story, exclaiming, so cool, oh bright halo. After that, Shojun had to quickly spend his small life. I used 500 million to redeem the dragon sword to return it to the Sword Saint. I almost lost my life when I returned the sword, but I had expected this. However, at that time Park Minchul with terrible murderous intent emphasized each word, I will kill you. Another person had to kneel down and beg, please, school principal, Shojun, don't run away, okay I paid it as promised. Everything was in order. The screen displayed a notification, Heracles course completion progress, plus 47.3%, total 49.3%. Shojun recalculated what he had. At first I didn't intend to do that, but due to the flow of life, I got Gungir and a large sum of 9.5 billion won, he muttered, until now I still wonder how I did it. Still standing here after taking a punch from the Sword Saint, with those items, I increased the progress of the Heracles course to 47.3%. Lee Minul happily greeted, oh, my friend, you're finally back. Shojun complained, hey, don't you care about me at all? How can you not come visit me even for just one day? He replied while practicing, I don't care, I'm worried to death, but she said you were fine so I assumed you were fine, he. Minul gave a thumbs up, above all, you're a great friend so I believe you'll recover soon. Shojun let it go, then, whatever, Seoyun came over, so you're here. She asked, is everything okay? Minul happily called, sister, Shojun replied, yes, everything is fine. He sincerely pointed to the book, I need an item like that, can you help me find it? Seoyun looked seriously. She recognized that thing right away, well, if it's really it then I'll get it and give it to you right away. Minul was so happy that flowers and grass were flying around, He happily said, "You're really the best, close by." Shojun was practicing, he counted to 203. Even if everything changes, one thing remains the same, that is the Dream Academy. Shojun was confused. Wait, I've already counted how many. He thought, this place is home to me now. Heracles smiled brightly and proudly. In the last lesson, I mentioned the God's power. Perhaps a few students have truly realized the importance of the God's power, even though it is very difficult to achieve. Sometimes, a student just notices, that student must be very surprised that the progress of completing the course has increased so quickly, right? Before that question, Shojun was a bit surprised. Heracles nodded, no need to be so surprised, from the beginning, this course was to teach him about the power of God. He pointed out, simply put, it was because you had just realized what you wanted to learn in this course that you were progressing so quickly. Shojun understood, so that was it. Heracles flexed his muscles and spoke loudly, however. He immediately became angry. Do you think this means you don't need a teacher anymore? How ridiculous, how blasphemous. While lecturing while continuously exercising his muscles, he is truly a great and admirable hero. The power of God is the source of the power of everything. To be able to completely control that infinite power, he requires muscles to support it, so if you don't have a body trained to the limit, you won't be able to withstand the God's power. At the end of the exercise, he is satisfied with his shiny strong arms, which is why I emphasize the importance of muscles in this lesson, which is aimed at training a compatible body with the power of God. Heracles announced, class is over, practice time begins. Shojun concluded, so, in short, recently I can use God's power, however, my body is currently not compatible with that power, the only way to overcome it is muscle strength. I also thought of another possibility, however, could it be that my study progress is only at 49.3%, I completed Heracles' daily tasks faster than usual so I still have plenty of time? He thought, in that case, I can study another lecture, just when I have a lot of money. I still haven't seen Chi Tian Great Saints course. Shojun suddenly had an idea, maybe I should use that money to buy the miracle drug elixir. He thought, if I had enough mana to summon Gungir, I would become a true mobile disaster. Besides, the Transcendental store was overselling the elixir that could help me replenish mana and items. These include, refined oil, elixir, names that are not too strange to those who have heard of Greek mythology. Shojun thought carefully. He decided, well, better listen to a lecture. Shojun clearly understood what he needed. He silently calculated, everything was fine except that from now on he could no longer completely absorb the energy from the magical drug elixir, even though he had learned and seriously practiced it with Merlin, but it's all about the theory of mana and has nothing to do with mana skill training. To be able to fully absorb the energy from the elixir, I will need to learn more mana skill practice. Shojun thought, if you have to study anyway, studying now is probably the best. Because I also saved 9.5 billion won, I texted, advisor, I naturally have more time now, so if you find any good lectures, please let me know. He then pressed send. Then he stood up and was about to go do something else. He said he would usually respond within a week so he probably wouldn't have to wait long. To his surprise, the phone dinged right after that. Shojun was very surprised. What? Answered right away. The assistant sent a very long message, specifically as follows: the lessons related to mana include training energy skills and training mana skills. If you want to follow the safe path, then please choose to train mana skills. If you want to follow the effective direction, then choose to train mana skills. If you choose to train air skills, the lectures of Trong Tam Fan and Lu Dong Tan will be very suitable. And if you choose to train mana skills, then Arthur and Siegfried's lectures would be more suitable. But each person is different, so I suggest you try it first. Looking at the information filling up the screen, Shojun's mouth was a little distorted. He suggested a lot. It seemed like there was a difference between safety and effectiveness. You made a wise decision. Should I look at the price first? I have 9.5 billion won, so I have to have a lesson that I learned. Some time passed, and somehow, Seoyeon had a headache. So? She asked, because he needed money, so he wanted to know if there was any competition coming up. Shojun dully admitted, yes, from a person with 9.5 billion won to a miserable, emaciated person. It was terrifyingly fast. This is capitalist exploitation. Seoyeon gently called his name in a very normal way, emphasizing that she called him very gently, Mr. Shojun, making him startle from the pressure, truly a niece who is a sword saint above others. She screamed, as if she was about to go crazy, what are you doing? Why do you always run out of money? Money has a song that you sing all the time. What are you raising that eats all your money, or money? Seoyeon will definitely be a wonderful wife in the future. Very few people are capable of singing a long song after listening to it without being able to argue with a single sentence like that. As for the reason Shojun was so haggard so quickly, let's get to the following eye-catching green announcements. First, the first step to achieving ascension, cultivating internal energy. Teacher, Trong Tam Phon, registration fee, 10 billion won. Next, come to the course, calm mind, cultivated heart, free meditation in the sky. Teacher, Lu Dongbin, registration fee, 10 billion won. Finally, the aura of round table consisting of the excellence of knights and the wisdom of Merlin. Teacher, Arthur Pendragon, registration fee, 10 billion won. Shojun frowned because of the harshness of the numbers. He tried to act like he was fine. No, he just needed the money. Shojun calculated, the registration fee for each lecture was up to 10 billion won. I was only short 500 million won. He sighed. I was about to go crazy. Soyeon was also depressed. She still answered him anyway. One day there will be a contest, like winning gold. Shojun asked expectantly, how much is the prize? Soyeon searched for information. She said that the winner would be rewarded with 3 million won. That was more than enough for Shojun. He felt like he had a flag in his stomach, up to 3 million won. Soyeon continued, however, there was a problem. This could quell Shojun's joy, she announced. He needed a team to participate in this competition. A star team. Park Soyeon turned to look at him and answered, yes, you must form a team with at least 3 members from the same academy to be able to participate in the competition. Hearing that, Shojun was a bit worried. He thought to himself, that's difficult. Behind him was his friend Minhyul. He held 2 knives and happily spoke up, aha, so that's what you did. Shojun glanced at Minhyul. He had to think more. Now there are only 2 students in the Dream Academy, Minhyul and me. If it was Minhyul, he would be able to complete his part without problems. However, according to the rules, we won't be able to participate because we don't have 3 members. Kim Shojun turned to look at her. He shyly said, well, does anyone want to join the Dream Academy? Soyeon looked at him coldly and asked, what do you think? Shojun was a bit confused and apologized to her. Then he racked his brain to think. Moreover, whether the new person was trustworthy or not was also an issue. Was there anyone trustworthy to invite? Someone who could be trusted to participate in the contest with the others?
A person who wants to become a hunter but still haven't enrolled in the academy. I don't have much hope. I just need one person.
Suddenly, an image of Suyin appeared in his mind. He immediately called out her name. Soyeon was a bit surprised when she heard that. Shojun asked her, if Suyin wanted to enroll in the Dream Academy, was it okay? She was a bit confused and surprised. She didn't answer. To ask him again, are you planning to admit Suyin to the academy to participate in the competition? Shojun answered and asked permission to go out. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, then turned away. She saw that and immediately stopped him. Wait, Suyin is already a disciple of Dharma Saint, of course this is the case. There's no problem with me, but is it necessary to join the academy just for a competition? He was surprised to hear her say that, and Minhyul over here was wondering, he didn't know who Suyin was. Kim Shojun changed his cheerful attitude. He answered her question just now, not just because of the competition. At Dharma Saint's mansion, the butler told Shojun that please wait here for a moment, Dharma Saint will be here soon. He sat down on the sofa, his face looked a bit tired. He thought to himself, just one call to meet Saint Dharma, how comfortable. Saint Dharma appeared at this moment. He laughed and shouted a few times. Shojun was surprised. Suddenly turned back to look at him. He stood in front of him smiling and asked, you only met this old man a few days ago, what is going on today when you come to see me? Shojun looked at Saint Dharma and saw that he was carrying a stick. He is not feeling well. Why? He stood up to greet him and said, I didn't think we would meet again so quickly. Phop Tan. He sat down on the chair, smiled and replied, if it were you, I would always be willing. Then he asked him if Suyin was still well. He laughed loudly. Then answered, she has traveled everywhere since learning elemental magic. Once she researches something she will not let it go until she understands it. I was startled when I heard that. What, elemental magic? He couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, really, it's only been 2 days since he became a disciple of Saint Dharma. When he entered the Hunter Academy, the first thing he learned was essence. Mana mastery and mana skill training, and if this is your first time mastering mana, I'm sure it will take 2 to 3 weeks to learn. Phop Tan spoke, I was also very surprised, and not just surprised, I wanted to faint. After less than a day of practicing mana information, Shojun was very surprised to hear his words. He shouted. Big, not even a day. Saint Dharma smiled brightly like a newly watered flower. He replied, do you know how surprised I was? Even Jimin took a whole day. Now I know these children are raw, unpolished gems. I decided to devote the rest of this short life to helping that child grow up, but who would have thought it could be so interesting? Hearing Saint Dharma say that, he could only stay silent and admire. Suddenly Saint Fop asked him what he came here for. He felt like he couldn't open his mouth, but he had to answer him, so he confusedly replied, the thing is about her. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. Ho ho, so that's why he disappeared. Thinking about it, the disciple of the Black Saint left in Seoyun's academy. This is also the first time I heard about it. He has a disciple, Shojun replied seriously. The Black Saint is wary of the Justice Church, so that day he did not contact his disciple directly, and that day asked me to convey the message for help. Sword Saint, you were being followed by the Justice Church. Didn't you think that Seoyun would eventually become a target? On the other hand, even if Suyin is just a student, who knows when the Church of Justice will come after you, Saint Dharma? He was surprised to hear him say that. Shojun continued speaking. However, if Shojun, who they couldn't see, was involved, they wouldn't be able to cause trouble easily. Fop Tan coughed a few times. Asked him, so, you want her to enroll in the same academy and move in together? Shojun replied without hesitation. Of course, if that's the case, then the time that Suyin can be trained must be reduced, but, I hope you will consider all aspects for your and Suyin's safety. Fop Tan's face sank down in thought. He looked at his expression and couldn't help but worry. Suyin is Uncle Manchul's daughter and is like his younger sister. To be honest, even if it weren't for this, I would still will make such a suggestion. Fop Tan spoke slowly. Even the Black Saint, even though it was near the end of the world, this was not something that could be decided hastily. His words made him as happy as seeing gold. Then, he smiled and said, okay, for Suyin's sake, I won't keep her for too long. Thinking about it, there she can gain experience from fighting and have an amazing training plan. Surprised. A while later, Shojun led Suyin somewhere. She smiled brightly and greeted everyone. Seoyun saw her and happily said, oh my god, Suyin, I'm so happy that you agreed to come here. Minhyul beside her seemed surprised. Are you Suyin? Nice to meet you. He happily walked up to her and introduced himself. I'm Minhyul Lee. I heard you're a disciple of Dharma Saint. I'm a disciple. While he was talking, Shojun covered his mouth with his hand. He spoke up angrily. I told you not to say that to anyone other than me. Minhyul resisted, but it wasn't significant. Suyin in the distance didn't understand what the two of you were doing. Minhyul was angry. He made me angry. Shojun didn't care about him, just covered his mouth with his hand. He turned to look at Suyin and said, this innocent guy is Minhyul Lee. He is the son of the Black Saint. Minhyul why when he was talked to, he spoke up in annoyance. What, you told me not to tell anyone, so why did you say it so bluntly? Shojun calmly replied, it's okay if I say it. Minhyul said angrily, can you say it in a more reasonable way? Shojun replied dejectedly, I don't know, don't tell me, go talk to his advisor. Shojun reached out to Suyin and spoke, this is Suyin Sok, as you know, she is a disciple of the Holy Dharma, but, she is still a high school student, so don't think she's pretty. Come up with some funny ideas in your head. When she heard him say that, her face turned red. She said angrily, I'm about to graduate, how long are you going to treat me like a child? Seoyun suddenly asked, okay, that's enough introduction, everyone has heard about the contest, right? Shojun pointed at himself, he said, me, Minhyul, Suyin, the three of us will form a team to participate in the competition. Minhyul heard that, you seemed excited, the three of us are a team, it sounds interesting, let's come. Suyin spoke a little confused, can you do well? Shojun spoke up to advise her, there's still some time before the competition starts, you don't have to worry too much, Minhyul and I are here. Minhyul was happy, he pointed at him and said, yes, I'm quite good, but you over there are really on another level. Frankly speaking, we don't need more people. Suyin was surprised, she spoke up, oh Shojun, after listening to Minhyul, he was a bit worried and confused. Seoyun walked up to him, she asked Suyin if Suyin had decided to join, then asked them to name the team. Shojun asked, name, she asked him if he had thought of a name yet. Minhyul and Suyin looked at each other, two people racked their brains to think. Suddenly all eyes turned to Shojun, he suddenly asked, what, why is everyone looking at me? Minhyul told him to decide, because he is the captain. Suyin followed him and spoke up, that's right, the captain has to decide. Shojun was worried, what's the point of being a captain? Seoyun turned to look at him, she smiled brightly and spoke up, you're the one who created the team, so of course you're the captain. I feel helpless when I hear that, and you too, Seoyun. Shojun looked at everyone around him, he thought to himself, I'm only thinking about participating in the competition, not thinking about anything else, like the team name. Shojun looked up at the name of a building, he immediately made a decision, the team name is it okay to dream team? Everyone was surprised to hear the team name. Minhyul complimented, "Oh, okay, decided. Go." Suyeon really likes the meaning of this name. Minhyul keeps praising, "Good name, good name." Seoyeon spoke up, "Dream Academy Dream Team. I like this name." Shojun made a decision. He said, "Okay, our team will be the dream team, and our only goal is win, so practice hard until the competition comes." And so, we grew throughout Korea, our name was mentioned everywhere, and that was how the dream team was founded. Black Saint, disciple of Dharma Saint, and the Transcendence Academy, the first day of establishing the dream team. On the other side, Seoyeon was frozen as she looked at the scene in front of her. Shojun, a student of the Ultimate Academy, was currently engrossed in playing a game, and Suyeon, a disciple of the Dharma Saint, was fiddling with the staff. Minhyul, a disciple of the Black Saint, was trying to use a speedy run. Seoyeon looked at this scene and couldn't say anything. She thought to herself, "I don't know if this is an academy or a playground. This place is a mess."